What's going on? Why is everybody so quiet?
The brightest minds on Discord all in one room and no one's saying a goddamn thing.
Yeah. What's happening? We joined the priesthood? We taking a vow of silence? Or did Jeremy kill the room again? What's going on? Eggshells? You're crushing on Milo?
Eggshells is a flat earther now.
He thinks he can fool us. I give him an A for effort.
I give him an E for Eggfort.
Well, this guy is a prominent figure. I mean, he's very well known, so why not?
Come on, Eggshells, tell us about your journey.
So Eggshells came out of the closet, I heard?
Yeah.
The news you hear these days. So he's out of the globe closet. Now let's see what else.
It's all going to come out now.
Something must have happened. What happened? Did Bitcoin go down or something? There must have been something bad going on today.
Nope, just seems like you're not that interesting.
Who, me? I never thought I was. I'm very boring, actually. Who was that, Moyak?
Sounded like it.
Moyak, come out to play. Remember that movie?
You get like
The
gold
Warriors.
stars for that one. Yep. In this one, you're Sean Penn.
Yeah.
Those guys. Do you ever think that those guys like outfits in the Warriors are just a little unrealistic? With all the
Yeah, just a little bit.
it's a somewhat unrealistic film.
Yeah, it seems Moyak is having a bad day, Rikia, as usual.
Come out to play.
Come out to play.
Hey, get your beer bottles. Put your beer bottles on your fingers.
Maybe we can send Moyak to a happiness camp. We'll chip in, give him a week. Maybe that's what we should do. All the mad angry ballers. Maybe we should have like a crowdfunding. Send them a week away to a spa.
And they're gonna relax. North man doesn't know how to relax. Or maybe he does, but I wouldn't call that relaxing.
He seems like a nice guy, but maybe he has anger issues. But we all have anger issues, right? But man,
He was just high strung.
yeah.
So Jerry was saying he wanted to hear my flat Earth journey.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah.
Well, like, it's kind of similar to the questions that Jeremy's been asking a lot these days, like about speed of light, and like, that stuff's really confusing. And like I used to say, counterintuitive, but then I'm like, maybe to go counter to my intuitions is, an untruth in itself, you could say, Rakia.
Are you still drunk, bro?
Huh? No, I'm on crack today.
Now that was
Oh.
almost convincing. Like your acting career in the past shined right there. I almost believed you there, bro. That was good.
Eggshell,
Yeah.
did you get scrambled?
Huh?
Did you get scrambled?
I've never been more eggy in my life. pristine little flat little egg.
But you gotta admit, you have a problem with the speed of light, right? Even Kosho was taking it hard.
I don't have a problem with it anymore. Now light just is, being doesn't have a speed. When I turn on the lights, the room is bright. If it brightens up slowly, then that's a bad light bulb. It doesn't mean that there's a measurable amount of time it's taking for the light photons to come out of a bulb and bounce off the floor and hit my eye. That's just doesn't make any sense. And I've come to learn that things that don't make sense are false.
So you said,
So you say my wife is false?
She
there he
could
is.
be. Certainly, if she's describing her motivations and interpretations and telling you her thoughts and feelings, and they don't make sense to you, then she's just assumed she's lying.
so the speed of
To
light
say
is
for
too
that.
convincing, is too confusing for you. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Right?
Well,
That's the best way to truth.
It's a good way to truth, right? Like, wouldn't you do that if you were Moyok? Like, if you were a detective and you're trying to find out who did it, and you said, "Hey, where are you?" And they were like, "I was at the mall." And then they're like, "Well, why is your phone pinging off this house where he had a murder?" And he's like, "Oh, because I actually strapped my phone to a dog and it ran over there really quickly, faster than the speed of sound, and then it made a phone call and it came back." And he was like, "That story doesn't make any sense. It's probably a lie."
That's true. Probably a lot.
The things that don't make sense are probably lies. That's what we've determined from this.
How do you
How did
feel,
your girlfriend
Moyak?
react?
One of your top guys is, well, he could be role playing, but who knows? Could be true. How do you feel? Gonna lose one of your best eggshells.
I was their top man, but now I'm your top man. Like,
Then
not
they're
that I'm
gonna
going to top you.
They're going to have to hire you to be their baller again. So we can extend the trip here for a while.
This
Oh,
is
what,
going to
you think I'm
interfere
just
with your
doing this
ball
off
check.
my paycheck?
Yeah, this is going to really affect your paycheck, dude.
Truth matters more than a paycheck from NASA.
That's good.
For now.
Dedication.
Now that was good. You gotta admit. Cue. Well, don't forget, Eggshells has film training, acting training. He showed us one of his
Absolutely.
films. Yeah.
Yeah. Worked in quote unquote reality TV.
That was pretty good. You look like the dashing English officer, I believe it was, right?
Yep, that was me. I usually played the bad guy, the globalist here to crush people's dreams. But I'm reformed now.
No, you were pretty good because I had a stint at trying to act and I was terrible. So yeah, it's a freaking people take it lightly, but it's an art. It's hard.
Oh, to be fair, in all honesty, if you looked at any of my stuff, I don't think you would conclude that I was a good actor. I was just a successful one. I was pretty
Yeah,
awful.
okay. Better than most of us.
I had acting training when I played one of the wise men in my Sunday school class.
Did you break the set or something? Did you throw honey on the teacher? Or I'll be honest, I was one of those kids when I was young.
He doesn't
Troublemaker.
realize that I don't wish to talk to him
Why don't
But
you
you know
want to
what
talk
they
to him?
say? Go on.
because he's an obnoxious twat.
Well, that's not a good start at not being one.
Well, you know what they say, the bad kids that are really bad when they're young, it gets out of them and they become normal. But the quiet ones is the ones you gotta watch out for when they're young.
Well,
Were
I'm
you
sure
a
this will
quiet one,
surprise
Moya?
nobody.
Moyak, were you a quiet one?
So in your
Come on,
transition to flat Earth, what have you discovered? Any evidence yet?
Well, that's part of the beauty. It's not about coming up with evidence or doing tests. Like I know Witsit is all about doing those tests. But when he's comes out with his, I'll look at them. But the whole point is I no longer need to do that. What I can do is instead look at your evidence and show you what's wrong or confusing about it.
I see.
So Eggshells, what argument would you choose to debate, let's say, on the flat earth side? What would be your favorite argument?
Which favorite? Oh, there's so many. The existence of the container is a pretty good one. Like
The container, yeah.
Yeah, because like we know, sure, we haven't detected it. We don't know what it's made out of or where it is, but we know it's there.
On the prediction that they made in the news the other day about the solar flare resulting in northern lights being seen in an unusual place on Earth, and they made that prediction days in advance. You had cited some things like ether and other such things.
Yeah.
Why did you make those conclusions, and how do you come to a prediction that comes true with that? Like that would imply that you have a mechanism and a formula.
Yeah, I don't want to pretend I can make a prediction now. Like that's all that predicting stuff is behind me now. Like I said, it's up to you now to come up with evidence. You come up with predictions, and I show you why your predictions might be based on faulty assumptions. So I was just sort of spitballing and coming up with some ideas as to what could cause a coronal mass ejection, or something that you would call a coronal mass ejection. Pop. As I said, the sun goes pop. We can visibly see that. And then what we're saying is 1 to 3 days later, there's auroras everywhere. Now, your model would say that's because particles have been traveling at thousands of kilometers an hour and they've taken it 1 to 3 days to get here. But I would say, what if that is actually not the individual particles that were ejected from the sun, which may or may not be physical, but they're actually an excitation passing through an ether, so a kind of ripple in a pond of this underlying stationary ether, and there's no particles hitting us. It's just the, like the ripples finally reaching us at the shore.
I see.
Wow, that was a channeling of Wixit and Dicelo there. Well done. Wow.
Do you feel dirty?
Some intense method acting. I'm almost believing this. This is good.
Do you
Yeah,
feel
me too.
dirty doing this?
I've never felt cleaner. Never felt more aligned and level, you could say.
He doesn't have to say straight lines curve anymore. He feels free, no?
It's okay. His mind is unbounded by the bullshit. He's going to remember this, a part of the experience. If this isn't a permanent, if this doesn't stick, he's still going to remember the wonderfulness of this.
The feeling, yeah. You should try it, Moyak. It's very liberating. Try it one day.
Yes, liberate me from using logic, reason, and evidence.
Well,
Great
by
idea.
your logic,
Certainly the evidence.
But Moyak, you like imagine yourself like pulling an aircraft carrier with your teeth or something, with a rope or something.
That is absolutely doable, but not practical.
See, I guess it's also doable. It's not, maybe not doable. I mean, maybe it would hurt your teeth.
I mean, I've done it to scale. Like, I take the 50,000-pound boat and I can move it with one finger. So there's no reason why I couldn't move an aircraft carrier, given enough time and still enough water.
Look, I think we've got another flat earther here. Chucky's on board now. An ether excitation caused by electrostatic centripetal convergence and centrifugal divergence achieving an equilibrium vibrational state. That's pretty close.
It's okay, but
Yeah.
make a prediction with it is the trick.
No, but that's what I said. Like, if I make a prediction and then it doesn't come true, you're going to be like, oh, you got disproven, but I could have just, had some errors in my working or something. But the point is, I'm no longer about that life. I'm about the life where you present me evidence and I show you where it could be wrong.
Centrifugal convergence and centrifugal divergence. That indicates
You're roboting left lane. Sorry, bro.
That is an impressive robot you did there. Okay, Mr. Roboto.
Yeah, I could partly understand bits of it. I was like, I might just wade through this because it sounds like it's going to be good.
Try holding up your left
Those
arm.
mountain
It
ranges.
will help your antenna receive better.
Catch more of that centrifugal divergence.
Yeah,
Yes.
I heard a little centripetal chunk in there.
Yeah, centripetal convergence.
Azimuthal grid of vision.
Absolutely. Yeah. In my first answer, I think I had something about the azimuthal grid vision. Obviously, it ripples against the azimuthal grid, and that's probably at the point at which it collapses back into a particle where it can be seen looking like a sort of bedsheet tearing apart in the sky as a aurora.
Let's see, 3,000 miles. How slow would that ripple have to move? If it was only starting out about 3,000 miles away.
Again, you're assuming the sun's physical, but I think that might be a reasonable assumption to go with. If it's 3,000 miles away and it takes 3 days to get here, then it's moving at about the speed a donkey walks.
Yeah.
A tired donkey. Can a tired donkey walk 3,000 kilometers in 3 days? Maybe not. Maybe actually a pretty energetic donkey.
I would think that there'd be some way of calculating it. I'd hypothesize this a little bit, that if I take the place where it first incident is seen to like in the north and seeing how long it takes to propagate to the south, that you might be able to come up with some sort of a speed of that wave.
Yo, Geo, are you there? Geo, you there? All right, just proceed, guys.
I've read a couple different explanations for the aurora. One of them was talking about just it's the bond angle of the hydrogen atom in the gas volume is changing, and that's what's causing the iridescence. But then other sources might say that it's because of a type of gas mixture that's causing that. I'm not really sure what to believe. Can it just be effectively an energetic like spike of some kind that could just take normalish atmosphere and do that with it, or is it some kind of?
Well, that's exactly what it is.
gas
Yeah,
bubble?
it's like an energetic spike is just another way where I'm saying a vibrational. What was the word again? Excitation.
Divergence.
Well, that's the centripetal divergence. Sorry, centrifugal divergence is much more describing the sort of pattern at which it ripples out. But you're only going to be standing at one point of the shore to see that divergence as it hits. But yeah, it's an excitation or a higher energy state.
Oh, also, I noticed that the moon seems to be tilted out of kilter. Am I wrong?
The
Crescent
moon is
moon.
looking different than it was expected to be.
No, I'm just saying it seems to tilt at certain points in the year at seasonal changes.
That's new to me. I don't think I've
I've
heard that there was
observed
a
this.
seasonal. Don't think I've heard of a seasonal effect.
In my opinion, it does like bullhorns and happy face. It's normally not gonna look like that to you on the horizon, like if you see the crescent moon. But it does rotate out to do that, and it does this like around Christmas and around spring. Well, before them, and it's going on right now, I think, from my vantage. But it's weird. I've observed it in other locations, but the place I'm most familiar with, I never take a look at those at those times of year. I don't really have a record of it, but that's so strange. Was paying attention more when I'm traveling rather than like looking around right where I am. I don't see anything.
Eggshells, you have a very fast donkey. It looks like for 72 hours, it would be having to travel at 41 miles per hour. That's a very, very
It's
fast
quite
donkey.
fast donkey. Probably about the same speed I ride my motorbike.
Average, yeah. You're not one of the pussies who only goes 41 miles an hour bike.
I don't go super fast, and particularly if I've got my girlfriend behind me, she's not the quickest rider. So I'll usually try to keep her in the rear view.
I took my son up to 90, but I don't like him much.
But I've got an off-road adventure bike. I'm mostly about the poodling around. I'm not a sort of knee-down boy racer rider.
I missed my son. We'd gone to the beach on the bike and coming back late at night after dinner out, and he's sitting on the back there, and all of a sudden I feel his arms go limp on me, and it's like, oh shit, he's going to sleep. So I woke him up and stuff. I'm like, okay, cool. Let's try and make it more exciting for him. So I brought it up to 90, and his arms fell off of me again. I'm like, oh shit, come on, dude. How are you falling asleep on this fucking thumping loud motorcycle? And
But I think it's a nice
Going
nice
90.
indication that somebody's comfortable, trusts you. But I guess also a kid probably not that aware of the inherent risks.
Right.
It's a vibration. It's like brings you like tonic. You just like go out.
Yeah, I stopped at several places that were well lit parking lots and stuff. Got them off, walked them around. It's like, dude, I still got fucking 60 miles to go. Come on, keep awake for a little while. I had to call my wife for a emergency evacuation.
Yeah, but I might become a faster rider now that I'm aware that the Earth is stationary, because I was probably held back a bit by this concern about constantly going over a curve and hurtling through space and changing directions all the time. That, you know, I was worried that
You'd be going
the
like
road-
1,100 miles. If you're traveling east, you'd be going like 1,100 miles per hour.
yeah. So I guess if you look at it that way, like back when I was a Glober, it could have been like, oh, I'm really fast on my bike.
Then again, the faster
Down
you
the
go the
equator.
other direction, you would have been getting closer to zero. So you could go from like 1,100 to 980 or something, 950.
Mm.
Get a crotch rocket, you might even bring it down to 700 mile an hour.
Yeah, went for a ride with it. Go for it, sorry.
Just a story about a quick one. It's just my dad used to ride a really, really fast bike. I think he said he woke up doing 140 miles an hour. Like it just like riding for so long at a high speed, he just fell asleep on the bike.
Nice.
Yeah, I've nodded off a couple of times. I'm now so worried about it. I just like, if I start to get it all tired, I'm like, no, pull over and I'll just go to sleep on a bit of grass if I need to.
I've nodded off on the in the car, never on a bike. I guess how did you figure out you'd nodded off? Like, did you just do a little momentary cat nap, or did you hit the
He's
rumble
probably
strip?
exaggerating a couple miles an hour over this, but anyway, yeah, I think he just like nodded off and then just woke up.
Yeah. For
just
me,
came
it
to.
feels a lot like if you fall asleep on like a bus or a plane or something, you start leaning. Where I like
Right.
start leaning over sideways and then suddenly and like the bike would sort of wiggle back upright. But yeah, had I slept for much longer, I wouldn't have been able to wiggle back upright. I would have hit a guardrail. And I did it once before. The first time I did it, I was up in the Himalayas, and it was partly because I had giardia and altitude sickness, and got so close to going off the side of a mountain, it wasn't funny.
Altitude sickness. Ha! There's no difference in the atmosphere at the top of a mountain except for a little bit less water.
Yeah, go chop some wood. It took me. I came from basically like sea level and then moved to like 12, maybe to about 12,000, 11,000 or something, and it took me about a month to like get my wind back.
I went skiing in Arapahoe Basin. So I flew out from New York, landed in Colorado, and then the guy drives me up the mountain to his chalet or whatever the hell it is, his place of residence. And we, as we're going up the mountain, it's like, I can just feel it. Breathing gets a little bit harder. And the next day I go out to go skiing, and it's like, holy shit. And trying to sleep up there was terrifying the first night because like you have to gasp for air the first night. But by the end of a week, I was pretty acclimated to it.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to come back and be Usain Bolt. Didn't notice any difference, so it wasn't like impressive.
I guess I did close to about a year out in high altitude, and between that and Colorado, and I came back to sea level, I was doing pretty good, even for smoking. It was like I was a non-smoker. That was pretty good
right.
for me. But yeah, it must be like, I guess it's time. I don't ride a motorcycle, so, but on like a long trip, it must get like physically, very tiring holding the bike together.
My hands go to sleep on the bike. I've tried everything. I can't figure out a way to stop it.
Yeah, I imagine it's like weed whacking like a football field.
You're not on like those ape hangers, are you, Moyo? Because you've got them
No.
above heart height. Well, the closer it'll get to heart height, the more likely it'll get go like numb.
You know, it happens on my bicycle also. I don't know, I'm pinching a nerve or something with the weird positions. If I go 100 miles on the bike, yeah, I'm shaking my hands to try and keep them alive. Usually my right hand. So it makes throttle a pain in the ass.
So, guys, I have a quote here from Iron Man, Elon Musk. He claims that college is useless. Anybody could learn anything. What's your guys' take on that?
I mean,
It's an interesting concept.
if you are dedicated to a subject and really want to learn it, I think there's enough resource and educational material about plenty subjects you can acquire.
I think he's
So-
wasn't he referring to without the ability to apply
You
the
can,
knowledge?
but it takes a
it's
little bit
worthless?
more dedication to do that. You've got to learn the vocabulary. You have to learn the basics and stuff, and it's not as much fun as just learning a topic. But you can. I mean, I'm a radio frequency engineer. It's a job that requires a BSEE, but I came up through the ranks and did it. I know there's a lot of deficiencies in my skill set. My math and physics is terrible, but it's not absolutely required for the job. So I was able to learn it sufficiently to hold my own against the regular college engineers. Better than some, worse than others.
Was Elon maybe referring to the lack of ability to apply the knowledge, and practically that maybe that was involved?
No, actually, he says it's useless. It's good for kids to learn skills and stuff like that, like human skills, the way he mentions it, but nothing to do with education. He says anybody could learn anything nowadays.
That's true, but I bet you the proof's in the pudding.
Yeah, the only problem
people
with
can
that
learn
is
anything, but the other side of it, I think, is the average career used to last a whole lifetime, arguably longer than that because you do whatever your dad did. But now the average career lasts less than 4 years, which suggests that you study a degree to enter a career that you will hold on to for less long than you held on to the degree studying for. I mean, I think that's a simplified way of doing it because it's about things you learn and the sort of getting ahead of other people and the skills you develop. But I still think the base point is pretty true, particularly because so many of them are just online now.
Does anybody know his education level, Elon Musk? Does anybody know, like, did he specialize? Does he have a doctorate in anything? I'm curious. Does he have a PhD?
I think I've heard doctorate, but I think that he has learned. Actually, I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, I don't think he has a doctorate.
He's a
what does he have? Does he have like a PhD? Because to me, this guy doesn't seem legit. I'll be straight up with you. When he talks, he doesn't seem like a very intelligent man, honestly. Now you're gonna ask me, what does an intelligent man sound like?
Dude.
I don't know. When you guys hear him speak, does he sound like a very intelligent man to you?
Yeah, he just has a BA and a BS, and he's on the spectrum, so his communication skills are a little bit poor.
He is on the spectrum. Huh? Yeah, it seems that way.
I think it's evident.
Yeah, I will agree.
But he's only got a BA and BS.
But it's a future eggshells role nonetheless, right? Eggshells, you could definitely do a good Elon Musk, I'm sure, if you put some time into it.
Maybe, I'll see.
Just like stare at the table mostly while you're talking to somebody.
I did play
as if you're estimating a number. Yeah.
Go on. I played a nerd on the bus. A university used to have a thing that was like a welcoming, franking thing where they would take, it was just university town, so they'd take you around the town in a bus being like, here's the pizza joints, here's the post office, here are the cool pubs that we hang out at, you know, here's the library, and they'd do like fun activities while you're on the way. And they would have this plant who was a nerd on the bus who would sort of dress really dorky and behave really silly and give dumb answers to all of the questions and stuff. And the O-Week leaders, the yellow shirts, I think they were called, would gang up on this person and sort of like, you know, mock them and be mean to them and stuff. And with the idea that eventually by the end of the trip, the freshers who were on the bus would be like, I'm not standing for this. You know, eventually they'd stand up for this nerd, and everybody would be like, oh, wow, that's a cool lesson about this university. You know, we're not going to put up with that shit anymore. And one time, I played somebody a little bit autistic, and it just got way too out of hand. And then they called the police, and they said somebody felt really threatened and uncomfortable at how the leaders were treating this poor autistic boy. And then it got like banned. Well, they tried to ban it.
You know who else I think was on the spectrum big time? Tesla.
Sure.
I don't know if you guys
Didn't you try to marry a pigeon?
check this out, bro. Check this out. He claims, I don't know if you guys know this, he claims that before he would make one of his contraptions, right? He would envision it in his mind, and he would like make an apparatus, he would make it run, and then he would go back a week later, see if there was any wear and tear. He would walk around the thing like this is what he says. He was able to envision.
Right, he was a tinker.
No, but in his brain, bro. He says he did this in his brain.
So
That's
like
what that's how most of the things we do.
No, you're not getting it, man. You're not getting it. Picture, like, he was, the way he said it, like he saw like a hologram in front of him. You know what I'm saying? And he actually saw the gears, the everything that he was making.
But like, but I mean, you know, yeah, like he's just got so many different like disciplines that he's just like understands. Yeah, I feel like fluid mechanics, turbines, motors, photoelectric effect, high voltage, radiant energy. Like, you guys just like, yeah, I do that. Hold my beer.
Hold my pigeon. In that case,
The spectrum, right? Like some people, the savants, they can't communicate, but they can calculate, pi down to I don't know how many digits in their brain, and all these kind of people. There's people like that exist.
Have you ever seen the guy that's the real life Rain Man?
Yeah.
Or based on him. And they had that guy meet this other guy who's like a synesthesia super savant. And it's just so interesting to hear the two of them talk to each other, like try to have a conversation. This guy's just afflicted with high intelligence, just like, incredible mental acuity. You know what I mean? It's like it's a problem, really. It's
Well, in the
they're
case
so
of
smart.
Rain Man, he wouldn't be in any way what you would call intelligent. He had a few talents.
well, the actual guy.
He couldn't. Go ahead.
I mean, there's the movie, but the actual guy knows so much about you already before he's met you, that because of when you're born, where you are, what your name is, he already knows like 300 different things about people with your last name or first name, and you know what I mean. But like, it's all stacked in an index in his head. You know what I mean? And so it takes him like hours to talk to you because he has to get those things out first. And it might seem like he has very limited intelligence in a way because he's talking about these things that don't seem to make sense. But it's just very slow communication, I guess, that way.
Yeah, but does he ever? God, I'm trying to think of a wave. He seems like a computer. He's wonderful at reciting facts, but can he apply any of those facts in any meaningful way other than telling you dates, times, and
He might have
locations,
to tell
memory
you.
type stuff.
He might have to tell you so much that it would almost make it seem like he wasn't telling you anything. You know.
Sounds like Kosho.
And what you're saying though, Snacks, does remind me of I did some work for like gifted kids at camps. You know, the parents would be like, can you entertain my kid for a week? Because they're like quite hard to entertain. And what was really interesting, because you do both for gifted and special needs, and was if you got gifted kids to write down what it's like being gifted and read it, it was just almost all of it was negative. They'd be like, people don't understand me. Work's not challenging at school. Other students hate me because I just get stuff. You know, we're given an assignment and I straight away just finish it the first 5 minutes and then I'd sit there bored for the rest of the time. You know, like I can't have meaningful conversations with kids of my age. And I was like, oh, that sounds awful.
Well, it's like people with genius level IQs not necessarily have like healthy and productive lives for it. You know, they usually wind up like unfulfilled, unhappy, penniless, broke. Like, pretty funny. It's the middle of the road ones. That's where you want to be. Middle of the road intelligence. It's the best. Yeah. Or like, you know, there's like the mathematics savants. Like, what? I don't know. It's hard to just be a normal person once I guess you would see mathematical relationships in everything, and it would just be like, what a mess, right? So I can't turn it off, right? Kind of thing.
He was like really good with computers, studied pure maths at university, programmed in machine code, but like when it came to people, he was a bit funny. Like he'd be like a really good entertainer, and then he'd be like quite weird the next moment.
So, Eggshells, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Now that you're a flat earther,
Hit me with it.
look at what I just posted.
Uh-huh.
Read what it says.
Yeah. Do you believe or can you imagine a place where the only direction is south, a place where there is no east and west? Can you imagine somewhere where south is every direction? Isn't that the top left and the bottom left are saying the same thing, aren't they?
Sort of, yeah. Yeah.
Be the North Pole.
I can imagine that as the North Pole, if the North Pole's real, if it's not held behind a magnetic force field or a giant mountain that they're hiding from us. But yeah, I mean, I can see that as like if you said, but to me, that would be the same as saying, can you imagine a place where every direction you travel, you're getting further from home? And say, well, yeah, that's my home. So every direction is further from home. So yeah, if I was standing at the North Pole, every direction would be further from north. But it is a little bit funny. It's a little bit mind-bending. You go, okay, if I take one step in any direction, I'm now heading south.
Mm-hmm.
But a step 90 degrees to the right of there, even though it's 90 degrees from due south, is also still mostly southward as a step, rather than I took one step south, so now 90 degrees from either side should be east or west. But if I took another step to either side, I wouldn't have taken a 90-degree step from, you know. So yeah, it's a bit mind-bending or something. So maybe cardinal directions are also a conspiracy.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just asking. Here's a question for you. You're on the equator and you start heading west in a straight line, never deviating, left or right. What do you envision happening? Like, how far west can you go before it becomes east?
That's a very strange question. I'm glad you re-asked that, because I was wondering, you asked that yesterday, and I cannot for the life of me figure out why you asked that question.
Well, there's a reason for the questions I ask. They're to
So essentially,
open your mind, to make you think.
So essentially,
what's
you're
the
asking,
answer?
like,
on a
if I was
ball.
on the
And that's
the
what would
equator
happen.
going east, I would eventually get round to a place that I used to think was west. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, like where? Like, because me, I cannot envision going in one cardinal direction in a straight line
Oh.
and it changing. Like, I can't envision east becoming west. How about you guys?
Doesn't. It doesn't. That's why I wonder why you ask.
You said it doesn't on your globe. You're saying if you go east, you don't come from the west on your globe. Left lane, is that what you're telling us right now?
Yeah,
What do you mean?
if you go east on the equator,
Yeah, when did they become the other
you
one?
will
That's what he's
always
asking.
be going east.
Oh, he's asking you
doesn't
when it
change
becomes
to
west. Yes, it does.
It doesn't.
You come from the west.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, you do. Yes, most certainly.
Well, I would say in the globe, back when I used to believe in it, you'd be going, so you wouldn't be deviating left or right, but there'd be this mysterious, undetectable curvature taking you around on a path that goes down. But I'm a little bit more confused now that I'm flat Earth and hold roughly to the AE model, because I think you're right. At every point I'm going east on that line. Let's say I'm going around the equator line on the AE map. At every point I'm going east, I'm going parallel to somebody else's north, right? So if I started at 6 o'clock on that thing, not 6 o'clock in the day, but imagine it's a clock face, and then I went around to 9 o'clock, now I'm traveling parallel to what was previously my north, but I'm still going west,
So when does that
Parallel?
happen? When does that switch happen?
I don't think it does happen. I think that it's just that we mark east and west as 90 degrees to north and south.
It has to be the same circle, flat or round, is what he's saying. The way it's laid out. If we take a big left and we go to the east, we're going to be coming from the west to other people. Like, where'd they come from? The west, left lane. They're not going to say we came from the east when we left to the east. How would that work? That's what we're asking you. At what point do they flip left lane?
They don't flip.
Then you're not on the globe.
You got ya.
If they don't
yeah.
flip, you ain't on no globe.
Yeah.
Let's take another left lane around this bend. Together, me and
So-
you.
I'm in the curve.
Well, I mean, if I take a left around the circle, right, and you're standing there watching me and I'm coming back around the other way, which way am I coming from now? I'm going to the right, right? So what are you talking about? You don't know how a racetrack works, buddy?
So I'll do this actually. I'll draw it out to explain that. I mean, obviously this model is correct, but how it's sort of confusing in its correctness now, the new flat Earth model I've accepted.
Left, right, up, down are all based upon you, the observer, or the person that you're observing.
Wrong. They're based on the ground under your feet.
Only if you pick a place.
Yeah, under your feet, the dirt. That's where you're standing at.
That would be the observer then, or the observation point.
Yeah, that'd be down. Your feet are down. And then you can go north, south, east, or west, or up from that
California
point.
is west of New York and east of Japan.
Just go down more than that. That's all we want to see you do is more like get in an airplane. Kamikaze,
California is north of South America.
No, not California.
South of Alaska.
No, kamikaze. Where the curve's at, we'll stand there and watch you. You go rent the jet. You kamikaze where your California curve is and keep flying down about 2,000 kilometers.
Observer dependent.
We need globe depth, Moyak. Do you know where that's at? Can you find us a little bit of that?
Hey, Moyak,
Yes.
can you identify 2 points on the globe that you can say this is the North Pole and this is the South Pole?
Yeah, those would be fixed
There's
points.
Two fixed points. Okay, where's the East Pole and the West Pole?
Exactly.
Somewhere around the Antarctica of Brazil. the
Where's the
westmost
prime meridian?
westmost
Lou,
pole.
where's the prime meridian?
Where
They
is
even
the
made a
East
song.
Pole
In
and
the
the West
prime
Pole?
meridian.
Mm-hmm.
They're right where the Mercator map splits and the teleportation happens.
Doesn't change cardinal directions.
Well, this is it. You see, you guys think that Blue can get on Gladys, start riding west, and just go all around the world and come right back on his porch where we started off. That's what you guys believe. Going in one cardinal direction always.
Can you not do that on the AE map?
Well, you'd be going around in circles on that map, no?
If it,
Mm-hmm.
when
We
we do
need
it,
depth.
do it
We
on
need
the
a
AE map,
sphere,
it's
is what
full
we're saying. We don't need the flat track. We need you guys to demonstrate a non-flat track. Do you understand?
You tell them demo.
Yeah, we need depth, buddy. We need depth. Your globe has no depth. It's a flat track.
It's just a
Why is that
big
so hard for you guys to
signal
comprehend? You guys don't have any depth on your globe. No measurement you've ever done has any depth. The globe is supposed to be
back
so
to
many
the-
kilometers thick.
So you're
Thousands
gonna
of
use
kilometers
the
thick,
prime
guys.
meridian.
So, Blue, picture this now. You take out your map, right? You check out your grid, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you say you're going to head west.
Yep.
Right? We have our cardinal directions. We have the cross, like we have the cross, the 4 lines, east, west.
Mm-hmm.
So now, tell me, in your model, which one of those lines, those straight lines, become a circle?
What straight lines now?
Well, we have east, west, north, and south, right? We're looking at a map. We have a grid. We have the lines. The lines are perpendicular, right?
Are you
Now,
talking
which one
about
of those lines, those straight lines, become a circle?
every longitude line is a great circle. The equator is a great circle.
You see what you got to say? You have to say that which one, the east thing or the west? One of those becomes a circle. One of those straight lines becomes a circle. It has to in your model.
No.
When does the sphere present
Wait.
itself? When does the sphere come out?
No, but you get what I'm saying?
No, don't do that.
Their model, right? In their model, one of those lines has to become a circle. Think about it.
Yeah, he's saying walking straight in your model becomes a circle no matter what.
Yes.
Yeah, so in their model,
but can you demonstrate that in real life?
Yeah, in their model, a straight line, one of the cardinal directions, one of those lines becomes a circle.
Yeah, automatically, no matter what you do on your supposed imaginary globe. Now, right now, if we watched you walk one way straight towards the horizon, are you actually going to be coming back from the other side while we wait?
Yes, you
It would never happen.
Yes.
You're just going to be walking towards the horizon.
Well, according to the findings I found with the Hunga Tunga volcano, yes. Actually, all directions.
The Hunga Tunga?
Yeah, you've heard it before.
It walks to the horizon? That's a cool volcano that walks.
Nope, the volcano made a big boom sound, and boom sounds go out radially.
And did it go in a straight line while it walked that way?
Yeah, it's a brilliant
Can you mimic the
statement.
boom
It's
it made
always
and go
great
that
to
way
talk to
for
such
us?
an intellect as yourself.
Well, it's such a cool thing that you could film yourself do anything one of these days, and then you could intellectually prove me wrong one of these days with conservation of momentum that you don't have on your globe, right?
Yeah, you got me,
Nice
man.
try.
It's wonderful talking to you. Now,
Well,
I
it's
guess
wonder
I'm done
having no
talking to you.
demonstrations from you about your nothing that you want us to imagine. Thanks, cartoon guy. We want to see you do your claim. We want to see you walk that way. Walk your walk and talk your talk, buddy boy.
And squawk is
I'd like to
squawk.
follow you. I'd like to walk with you. And then when we don't end up where you say, then what?
Are we going to get stuck in the Democ Drain?
You can
or
walk with us.
can we
Yes.
continue?
I'll hold
Yeah.
your hand too.
We're
Can
already
you
there.
continue to talk? Can you want to walk down imaginary lane, or you want to walk down a real lane?
They
A
would
real
This is
left lane.
this is always so useful. Actually, Democ just fucking
they would rather
Yeah.
themselves deceive us, right? Admittedly act terribly, actually, he admitted that. Then you speak your truth that you have.
I don't think Democ's acting.
You think Democ,
Huh?
not Democ, eggshells.
Hmm? Yeah.
Eggshells, acting like a flat earther. Y'all would rather hear that than hear someone speak his truth.
Well, I came in due to special request.
Yeah, since
I was
when
summoned in
trolling
to share
up,
my truth.
We
trolling
rather
people
listen
in
to
the open?
Moyak just make stuff up all the time. All these guys make stuff up. When does any of them have to back it? That's my question to all Globers and Flat Earthers. When does a Glober have to back their claim live?
I think Moyak does stuff. He backs things he says. He goes out and tests. I respect that.
No, I didn't say.
It's
Yeah,
better
I
to
didn't
make
say.
girls even on purpose, like intentionally acting and wasting time.
Yeah, but what happened to the conversation we were having?
What
We're
conversation
having it.
of
When can we walk?
You think that's a conversation?
Well, I do think it's kind
No,
of silly that you can't figure out how to navigate on the surface of the earth.
Who can't navigate?
Yeah,
I'm
silly.
navigating right now, sir. I think it's
The
silly
question.
to say we don't know how to use compasses. When I use compasses all the time, I just explain how they work, actually. Not just how to use them, but how they work. So y'all said we didn't know how. Now you're saying we don't know how to navigate. I'm navigating right now.
We're talking about the person asking the questions.
What does that mean? I mean,
He's
Well, I
asking
mean,
if I can
so
walk in one
Essie
direction
had a
and come back
question
to
we
the
were
next
trying to
with him.
answer.
He's asking if I know how to walk in one direction. Apparently, he doesn't. Left lane doesn't know how to walk in one direction. It's too complicated. That's why he wants to go to another subject. It's too hard for their IQ to walk one direction. It's just way beyond
Shit.
globe math pay level.
Gotcha. Consider yourself owned.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a struggle they put up to answer one simple question. When you go east, left lane, when do you start? When does that become west?
It doesn't.
Show us.
Answer.
Then where's your globe at? Answer. If you have no west, where is your globe?
Well, that's the difficulty in explaining to you where the globe is.
No, you just start walking and show us with your video camera, pal. I don't think you comprehend what reality is, guys. Get
I'm
your video
confused.
camera.
I'm confused. On a globe, they claim that when you start heading west, you then become east, and when you go east, you become west. I don't think that's their claim, right?
No, that is not our claim.
Yeah. So I don't know why. I don't think that's the claim at all in either model.
No, it has to be.
Hold
If you
up there,
start,
Blue.
if you go,
We
if you go
decide what
north,
your claims are.
if you go to the
We
north
tell you
right
what
now
your claims are.
on a globe and you just start flying to the north, when
I
as soon as you
noticed.
hit the north, it becomes south, and now you're coming from the south, or you're still going to you. Supposedly, you're still going north, but you've already passed the north. Now you're going to the south. Now
Yeah, I
to another
think
right.
both
person
models
standing
they
there.
agree that would be the case. But
Yeah.
y'all are talking about east and west. Neither model changes direction unless you turn around and go in the opposite direction you're heading. You
That's
start
No,
correct.
heading west.
no. If you keep a straight line around the ball, around the basketball, and I'm a little ant standing there, you're going to take off from me going forward, but you're going to come back behind me. You're going to go one direction, and it's going to appear you're coming from the next to me when you're coming back home.
You're
That's just the
still
way it's going to
headed
appear.
west, though. But from the guy
Yes,
that's watching
to you, you're headed west.
you
Yes.
head off away. Yeah, but from the guy watching you, you head off west and you come from the east. That doesn't mean you change directions. You're still headed west. It's just
But
the
at
guy
what point?
perceiving you. You're headed
But at
east
what point
and
are
west.
you coming from the east? Is what we're asking. At what point does that become you going west? Become coming from the east? Because this has to happen. Not that you're still not walking in your straight line. We know you're walking in your straight line. To you, yes, you're walking in a
You're
straight
talking
line.
about from the guy watching you walk.
From the guy watching you come back home. Yes.
I would say
Got
when he can see you.
Right.
Or
Right.
maybe when you're 90 degrees or whatever, like you're
When he
halfway
sees you come
around.
back home. Yeah, he'd see you leave your back door. Yeah, he'd see you leave your back door. You could be going in a circle. You could be going in a straight line. Either way, if you have to come back, you're coming back around that path. It's a circle. So yeah, to them they'd be going west, like I'm walking on the globe west. But to someone else, they're coming from the east, even though they're walking
Yeah,
to
that
the
depends
west.
on who's watching from what. That's the same on both models, though, brother.
I didn't say it wasn't, but what they have to do is show where this happens. They have to show the dirt spot where this happens, where you start walking from that point, and I then, right, when we know you're walking straight on video camera, you're not turning left or right. You're going to walk straight. You're going to keep going straight. Now, at what point can you do this claim? That's what I want to know. On a flat earth, you can keep walking straight and not come back to your location. That's my point. On a globe, you have to get back to that spot.
You dead reckon on a flat Earth and head west, you're going to end up heading south. You head
I
north,
don't know.
you're going to cross over to the north.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know what we're going to do.
In theory. Like
Right,
you put
right.
a map down with a point of north in the middle.
Yes, sir.
And you head west according to that northerly direction. Then at some point at an angle, you're gonna start walking south. But if you use a compass and it's always pointing north and keeping you basically in the same distance away from that point, you're going to travel in a circle west.
Yeah, no, you
Turn
don't follow
around,
the
you're going to
compass.
travel in a circle east.
Yeah, no, you're not following the compass. You're just going to walk straight.
If you're doing that, then you're going to end up heading south.
Yes, and you're going to end up in the South Pole, and you're not going to come back home.
From any point.
Yes, yes,
You
sir.
start walking in any direction and keep that direction constant, you're going to head south at some point.
Exactly, and that's what we need. That's what they're going to point out when they start walking east. They're going to end up south. They're not going to be walking west. Ended up exactly. That's why we're asking them. At what point, when you just walk in a fucking straight line, you're walking down you're walking away from your house.
Demok's completely right. And Globers, have any of you ever done this? Have any of you ever walked east and ended up going south? Have you, Terry?
No.
Left lane? So this is it's going to sound like this is yet another claim that you guys haven't even bothered to support.
Well, we haven't made a claim. We haven't made a claim yet.
Well, we've decided you have. You haven't supported it.
I haven't decided you have. I'm just saying that's in theory. That's what would happen. I haven't done it either.
He's saying to walk in. He's saying to walk in a straight line. So if you say that you're heading east, he didn't say that. He said to walk in a straight line.
Exactly. Walking in a straight line, dead reckoning, headed off into the east, but not following a compass, is not heading east the whole time.
You're just walking a straight line.
Only start off heading east in the easterly direction in a straight line. At some point, you're going to be headed south.
You want to not hit that south wall. You want to keep going east if you're walking straight. But we'll just see what happens. We'll keep walking straight, and when we hit south going east, and then your other buddy walks north and he hits south, and your other buddy walks west and he hits south, and your other buddy walks south and he hits south, and you're all in the south. Yeehaw.
I don't think people realize how hard dead reckoning it actually is without using. I mean, dead reckoning is using things like compass or taking shots of the sky. So it's the way we're saying to do it. Like just head straight off into one direction is damn near impossible.
But that doesn't really excuse the Globers for having not done it.
I don't really care about the Glovers. I mean,
especially on a boat, right? Traveling a straight line on a boat, it's probably impossible. Yeah.
Think about it even on land when you have landmarks. You pick a landmark that's headed east for you, and you get to that landmark. Then what do? Like
another one.
Yeah, but if you use a compass to pick another one, you're following the compass, not dead reckoning.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, which would take you in a circle.
That's right.
Yeah, that's not dead reckoning.
You'd be
And
dead
that's
if you were
not a
reckoning
globe.
that way.
Well, that's not dead reckoning how we're saying, like head in one direction and don't stop.
Like, you know, your house is diagonal across the field. You take a shortcut the fastest way diagonal. You walk your little ass diagonal through the park. You get home, fastest route. Dead reckoning.
Like get in the woods. Have y'all ever seen the movie Good Morning Vietnam when they get lost in the woods and they walk around in a circle and they blame it on his limp? It's actually not like it's been proven that humans have this whatever, you know, like right hand rule or whatever it is. They'll travel in a circle if they walk far enough. Have y'all ever heard of that?
Yep.
What I do is
Yep.
take my ass off running because that's happened to me. When I was younger, me and my buddies used to like skip school, fuck around, get lost in the woods because there was woods right behind the school where we lived, a big woods. And one time I kind of got lost. The way I got out, I was like, like what you're saying, I was like, I don't want to go in a circle. That's what I kept telling myself. So I just kept running straight. I'd run straight, stop for a second, make sure I wasn't going to go in a circle to the left or anything, and try to run straight. And eventually I hit like a road or something or tracks that was like, you know, a noticeable thing to me. But I mean, I ran straight as fast, you know, as much as I could, you know, for whatever that means. But yeah, people will take a left. I've seen a lot of people do it. I did it at first. That's how I got lost. I was like, I don't know where the hell I'm going. I'm going in circles. Now I have to not go in a circle.
So, SC, does that clarify? Does that help you understand the question you were
Oh
asking?
yeah, cleared everything up. Left lane. Yep. To me, this is one of the most puzzling things right now. There's a word for it. It's called epohe. That means you reserve judgment. That's where I am on this. To me, this is a mind melt, right? Either model, it's a mind melt.
Okay.
Because in your guys' model, down is every direction, right?
Maybe we should expand our choice of models and not just stick it to two. Maybe try and think of another model, maybe a third argument, because we're just playing tennis here with single players for years and years.
Good point. Yeah, we're just going around in circles. Pun intended.
I think I kind of feel for you there, Realm, because I think you're right. The concave gets forgotten.
I'm not a concave sphere. I've said that from the start. You can take a flat Earth and you can slightly concave it, and you can reduce the surface area. You change a lot of stuff. The ball they present us, if the dimensions aren't what they present us, then the projection of what they should be would give us a better idea, possibly, of what the hell's going on. But a concave sphere is ridiculous. But a speaker or the Orlando Ferguson map, I think we should all fucking be looking at that and trying to compare stuff, because that was made randomly, like, and everybody never mentions it.
Which map is that?
The Orlando Ferguson. It reminds me of a Hadron Collider, but you know, us living in the bottom and us guys being the top.
Oh, you're talking about the sky where he had the stars looking like a big rabbit, like a dot to dot, and he said it was flat.
No, the Orlando Ferguson map is like a fucking bagel cut in half and hollowed out, but you're at the bottom.
Oh, okay. Well, there's another guy who made a map. He mapped the stars. He said, right? And he along with Galileo and somebody else, they said it was going to be so milky, and that's the Greek word for the stars is milk, like the galaxy or whatever, Milky Way, galaxy, whatever. That's milk. So anyway, this dude mapped it out, and lo and behold, he mapped the stars for like a long time, and he mapped them out flat. He said the stars he's looking at above the fucking Earth make a flat picture. And he drew it out like it looked like it had rabbit ears, and then it went down to look like a map. And he said it was flat. Way back then.
But the Orlando Ferguson map is convex in the northern hemisphere and concave in the southern hemisphere.
This one was just the stars. He was looking at the stars. He said the stars were laid out flat, not the dirt of the ground. the stars.
Yeah, we're not. We're talking about what we're talking about is having a third model and what is possible. The Orlando Ferguson
Right.
map is convex in the north and concave in the south. I would present a bagel cut in half and hollowed out, which means it's concave, but I'm talking about like less than 10 degrees slope over, if you could compare the two. Does it have to be like a half pipe? I don't think so, but like I said,
It could be anything like a sandbox. You could have a half pipe over here, a bagel over there, a muffin top,
but bagels,
a
bananas.
canyon.
But here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing.
No,
I'm out
we're
in the
a
desert.
sandbox.
I'm out in the
all
desert, and I'm looking
Yeah,
out in all
sandbox.
directions, and it's flat, buddy. I mean, it looks flat. All right, but I understand that I'm on a large spherical object.
No,
to
you don't.
me. And so, it looks the way I expect it to, but it
That didn't
doesn't.
make any sense.
It looks flat as a pancake out here in all
If you
directions.
think-
There's no mountains anywhere. All I see is horizon in all directions. So it looks flat. So that's an idea. But
So where does the ball look flat?
but I do know that there are some mountains off in the distance that I should be able to see that I can't. For
Are they
me,
round?
that I understand why I can't see them.
Where's
And
the
then
arc of
Flat
the
Earth
Earth
has
when-
got ideas why they can. So we're down to really.
We're
I
looking
mean,
for the Earth.
I joined that. Democ, shut up for a second, please.
We're looking for the arc of the Earth. You're looking at mountain
Let him
tips.
finish, Democ. Let him finish.
I combine this with the observations in the sky, with the sun and its path across the sky, and the way the stars work, and it all comes together for me that we're on a rotating planet. But still, from y'all's perspective, I'm out here in the desert and I see flat. So I think that's the only two options we have. I don't think concave, donut, and all that crap is even worth our time.
yeah, but
If you demonstrated flat, you said flat, and then you said pointed mountain. I still don't see a curve. I still hear no curve anywhere in that fucking sentence.
if you were on a flat surface, right, but you were sloping up, you wouldn't know because you were on a flat surface. So if you were in a whirlpool, for example, then it would have flat sides. Like, for example, it would have flat sides if you wanted it to be like that. So we can have a flatness, but our orientation is just slightly off. Like our patios for drainage, you need what? One in whatever, but generally speaking, is about 8-degree slope for water to move. So if we were at flat, our water wouldn't move at all. Yes, you might say hot and cold, this, that, and the other, but that's just down to the contour of the actual seabed itself. So, one of this and one of that. And when you say flat donuts and stuff like that, I'm talking about speaker, but possibly with a raised center, with a tweeter in the middle, which is 50 hertz, and then the outer bit, which is going to be at 60 hertz. There's thinking of other models and thinking of other ways this could work. A speaker, to me, is flat north to south, and it's what leaning to the left. If I go in one direction,
Wouldn't we hear the sound if the speaker's going at 50 hertz? Wouldn't we hear the sound, and wouldn't it be a little bit painful?
The Earth sound, the Earth speaker. Would we hear it?
We'd be humming across the ground.
No, but if you get
the vibration of the Earth. Listen, if it spins, you'd feel it, and if it's vibrating like that, you should feel something, right? Unless it's vibrating at the same rate that you are.
Yeah, but you could be using 25 hertz and 30. You could be using 12.5 and 15. We have railways that use 25 hertz. It doesn't have to be 60 and 50. Those are just denominations. You get me?
That doesn't have to be the dirt doing that.
It could be negative. It could be negative when you get so low that actually, how do you make it opposite? It could be anything, things that we don't understand and haven't thought of. But to take a flat surface and turn into a jack hat and turn upside down, it's still 50. It's still flat, isn't it?
I'm saying it's frequency.
How are you going to incorporate the sky with that?
Your
As electrical
orientation.
grid of vision.
If you anything that you can see is at 12 o'clock, uprights and stuff like that. But if we have refraction of everything, then we're seeing the curving of space, no?
If you have a frequency, right? say I got like a little thing would go into a different frequency, right? And it's a frequency. It's a 3D frequency, and it's doing its thing, right? It's moving. It's a frequency. Could you weigh that frequency?
What's a 3D frequency?
A frequency floating in 3D space, like a glob of water.
Frequency
It's a
of
frequency floating in like your imaginary thing of a vacuum. That'd be space, 3D area, right? Just area, right? And then get a glob of frequency, a sound, a frequency, cymatics. Play the sound in that. That would be 3D. And if that sound had a material to react with or interact with, you'd supposedly see your globe form from the gravity cymatics, correct? Pulling everything to the center. What I'm asking for is the cymatics, right? So if you have cymatics that are 3D of a sphere, you got a moving sphere or moving cymatics. At what point in time do you put the next thing to it and not fill the other thing with that thing, right? Momentum, conservation of momentum, correct?
Yeah. I would go look up the all the different shapes there are for schematics or whatever, cymatics, and see which ones actually look similar to a flat Earth type of model.
No, that's not. No, what I'm saying is all the cymatics are flat. I already know this. There are no 3D round globe cymatics. We don't have them. They don't exist. What I'm saying is when you put your finger on there or you put another object, would the cymatics interact with that object? And now would it have to incorporate that too?
Only
like if you put another little ball on there.
Sorry about the echo. Only if they're the same frequency will that make a difference. If they're different frequencies, the results aren't as protruding.
Okay, listen. You got the drum. You got your frequent pattern. It's a C, say. Then you take a little piece of rock. You throw it down there. Now, what happens with that piece of rock?
Don't know.
Does it become part of the C pattern? It should, right? If the drum is playing that frequency, right? Anything that's playing the frequency and you reside upon, the frequency should reside through you now. Conservation of momentum from the frequency, correct?
No, because the thickness of the drum and things like that come into play, which means that. But anyways.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's beating through the drum. So if you add your finger or hand and hold it and compress it, now it's going to be different, right? You interacted. Now that has to go through you too. Now it has to interact with you. Now you have to move and vibrate at the same rate. So if you're on a globe that's going at hertz or spinning, your cup of water should be doing the same thing. And your cup of water should be reacting to a moving ball or a plane that has hertz. Either way, it's the same thing. If you have momentum or movement, the movement should be transferred into whatever thing to get the hertz.
Unless everything has its own hertz, which like I think
that's what I'm going to say. Yeah.
1.5 hertz or something like that. So maybe there's a main power source that's powering everything upstairs to a maximum wattage of X amount of watts, and it's supplying all those things. One takes 1.5, the other one takes 10. You know, and it's basically
it's a potential cycle. Yeah. Yeah.
Christ, guys, we're gonna have to reel this in.
What are you talking about? What's that mean? Reel what in? Who's fishing?
They're making too much sense for you, aren't they, Left Lane? You can't handle these truth bombs being dropped at your doorstep.
I know, man. I know.
He doesn't even know what he's talking. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's fishing somewhere. Where are you fishing at, Left Lane? Are you okay?
Denmark is here. All semblance of conversation is over.
Yeah, we're talking about fishing and reels now. What are we talking about, Left Lane and Moyak? All conversations stopped by you two. Now we're going to go fishing all of a sudden. We're going to reel it in.
Fishing.
Yeah, I know. That's what you started the conversation on. What are you reeling in?
We were talking about navigation there for a minute.
No, you said reeling something in.
And then we talked about other possibilities and other models. And you two are the only two that know anything about what you're saying.
Physical possibilities of what? What can you demonstrate that's physically possible with the globe?
Demonstrate Left Lane.
Hello?
Yep. What?
Where's the globe class we can take of Left Lanes? Globe physics. I'm number 1 in line. I'll be your best student.
Globe physics? Physics 101?
Yeah, what are globe physics?
College.
They don't exist. Did you know that?
Oh, colleges don't exist. Cool.
Globe physics don't exist, Moyak. Globe physics, unless you have some handy. Oh, cool.
Then you should
Look.
try. Then you should try and answer the person who's talking instead of going
Yeah,
off
try
on
to
your
go
own
to the
tangent,
lab
because he said
and answer what
colleges,
I'm
and then
saying.
you said
Globe physics. Yeah, I know.
I'm
you
going to
can't. You're
leave because
right.
it's pointless. Denmark is here. Have a good one.
Hold on,
Yeah,
guys.
it's pointless. Yeah, because I'm
Let's
asking
just
for the
take it.
globe
Denmark,
physics.
chill, Denmark. Gear it down just one gear, bro, because we're doing good. Like,
What do you mean?
What?
This is a real word right here, guys. Globe physics. I don't know how I can gear up or down from this one sentence and phrase that I'm going to repeat till I fucking die. Globe physics. There is
Yeah,
no
just
gearing.
let somebody respond. That's all, bro. Just let
Okay,
somebody
well they're
respond.
not. They're running away like little cowards.
Now that he lets you talk, you're not talking.
I'm just kind of dumbfounded. I don't even know what to say.
Navigation, better navigation.
So Denmark destroyed you guys. That's it. He
Yeah.
silenced you.
I
There you
Destroyed the
go.
globe.
I tried to get in to let you guys talk, but I guess
Well,
Yeah.
I think
There's a
since
thermonuclear
eggshells
truth bomb.
since eggshells is flipped on us, we're going to have to drum up some animosity towards him, and bring it to his attention that he's now a shill, and that he never was really a glober.
yeah.
Shame on you.
Shame.
Look, I can understand that's the natural place I would reach to too if I were you. It's a way to manage your dissonance because you know now that I've shown that I can understand all of your side, but am indeed a flat earther. You need to find a way to explain it. And it could be I'm being paid by Big Flat.
Is there some way they
Okay.
can entice you to go back?
No, like I said, truth is more important than money.
Kind of
I don't
has
know.
to
I'm
be.
running out of money.
I mean, you
So-
can make money while you find out truth too. I mean, money isn't even a part of the situation of truth or not. Like you can go be a billionaire tomorrow, like Jeff Bezos, but you still have to deal with
Tomorrow.
what's true or not in your own mind.
I need the secrets to that because I'm getting poorer day by day. So I'm getting further from. It's like when I was trying to travel west going east. You know, it's like I'm heading the wrong direction from being a billionaire.
Right? You got to manage the shit right. Buy low, sell high. Just find something people want. So something that's cheap that you see that's cheap, and then sell the
They
shit.
don't want
Like
cheap.
eBay.
That's what I'm
They
saying.
want people are weird, bro. They want all kinds of weird stuff you wouldn't believe.
You saying I should sell my underwear? I'm reading it. I
Man,
get
I'm
you.
telling you what. Listen, I don't know what you should sell, but if you put it on eBay, somebody would probably buy it. I mean, they buy ghosts in jars. They buy farts. They buy old man canes with the ghost that comes with it. I mean, I've heard of people buying the weirdest stuff, dude. Not to say you're going to sell that item specifically. I'm just saying, like, you go to the dollar store, you go to a place and you see an item someone's making, you make a deal with them. Hey, man, I'll buy, if I come get these items and I get more than one, say I get 10 at a time, can I get the discount deal of this? That's what Walmart does. They kind of force their hand with people. They'll see them doing some stuff or have a trade. And they'll say, hey, give me this at this amount and take this much, do this with it. And everyone else will get this form of it. And then Walmart will get this form of it because they asked them to do this. And then they take off so much money. So they get it that much cheaper. Now Walmart can outdo everybody. They'll say, hey, don't fill
There's
my
a lot
lighter.
to think about there.
Yeah. No, just find an object. You think someone will pay more for that object than what you just paid. That's it. Anytime, every day, all
It's
day.
easy.
Stuff in the garbage, anything.
Well, you
Really,
just explained commerce. How commerce
Yes,
works.
100,000,000%. Anything in the garbage that's free to you, or anything you can buy for $2 and sell for 5 or 10. If you get 1,000,000 of those items, you just made $1,000,000, man. It just depends on how long it takes for the people to buy it off the internet from you.
You buy a
It's-
crate of
That's
doodads
simple.
for $2 and you sell them for $4. That's how it
Yeah.
works.
Okay, I'm on it.
And
I'm going to
eventually,
become a billionaire. I'm going to do it by tomorrow.
yeah, that's how everybody does it. I mean, literally, items. Listen to this, dude. Car parts and stuff. You know how much money you can get off car parts for insurance companies? Like if you have a car in junkyards and there's like you bought a $200 car that was wrecked in the back, but the front's immaculate, you get $9,000 or $5,000 for the front of the car. You just paid $200 for, just for the plastic pieces you take off.
Well, let's see. If you buy something for $1 and you can sell it for $5 or $10, and you buy 1 million of them and you only make $1 million, the first thing you ought to buy is a better fucking accountant, because somebody is screwing.
I don't know what you're talking about. Are you smoking crack, dude?
Dude,
Hold on.
you
How
have
would
no
you do it,
idea
Lou?
what I just said.
How would
dude.
you do it?
Did
How
you
would you
do
do
the
it, Lou?
math? Did you do the math in your head? You either made $4 per copy or you made $9 per copy. He had 1 million of them and he thinks he only made $1 million. What? Hello.
Who said anybody made only
That's
what?
what
What
you
the fuck
said.
are you talking about? I said that's what you do to
Going
get
back
ahead.
to,
You buy an
going back
item.
to what you said,
I don't
Demo.
think you cleaned your ears out correct. I said you buy an item and sell it for more money. Now, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm using the numbers you used, Demo.
What numbers? How many
The
items
numbers
that
you
you
spit
could
out.
buy?
You
A
want to
lot
replay
of.
it? We can replay
I
it.
said you can buy 1 million items. Now, what's your number say? What are you talking about? You can buy 1 million items. You're the one that implemented the other part, dumbass.
No. I
Clean your
went by
fucking ears
exactly
out.
what you said, Demo.
Hey, no, I think you need to clean your hearing aid out, buddy.
No, buddy, I don't have a hearing aid.
I didn't say you make $1 million off 1 million items, especially if you got a profit of 2 a piece. Don't be so
Sell
stupid.
hearing aids.
Yeah,
What
we'll
you
sell you a
said,
hearing
Demo.
aid at top
Buy them
dollar
for
price. I
$100
got
a
one
piece.
for you if you need it.
Let's
5
not
a
do
piece.
the
Gold
insult,
plate them
guys. Let's
as a
not do
value
the
add.
insult.
No, I'm just going to sell hearing aids. I'm not insulting nobody. I'm a hearing aid
It
salesman.
is.
You want to buy them, you buy them.
me.
If you don't, you
I don't
don't.
care.
Listen,
He
if I
can't do
buy
it.
them at
He
$1 a
doesn't have
piece,
the
everybody
ability to
knows
do
if I
that.
sell them at 15, that's going to be
Still
15
something.
million. I don't know where Blue got his math from, and I don't know who let him be an engineer because that's not good math.
Okay, let him answer. What's your beef with that, Blue?
I just went by
Beef
exactly what
with.
he said. See, I repeated it word for word.
No, I'm
That's all.
saying, do you have a problem with, let's say, what I said, buying a crate of doodads for $2 and selling them for $4, let's say?
No, I got no problem with that at all.
That easy.
Okay. A lot of people do that.
It's a wonder more people don't do this.
Well, they have. You ever hear of the dollar stores?
Yeah. It
Yeah,
just
they
seems
go to
sometimes they
China.
go out of business, and this seems like a sort of guaranteed way to become a billionaire in it. I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe they open a dollar store. It's so easy that they're like cash out when they're a billionaire and close down their dollar store.
I don't think you'd get to a dollar store. You would be an online only thing and you'd only put what people wanted. So if you had 10 of each thing and then they sold out, then you'd get 10 more. You don't never outdo yourself. That's where you have become a problem. Now, Walmarts have trillions and trillions of dollars of wasted items. Yeah, they might make trillions, but they also have to throw tons of stuff away that they can't sell to no one, that just sits there and goes bad forever. So like, and when you got 80 million Walmarts spending all that waste, like they're wasting more than they're making. So in the long run, you can't outdo your what you're doing. You can't say I need to buy 8 million of these because they're never going to sell. You buy 10. If the 10 sell, you buy 5 or 10 more, and you do other items too. You just keep going with it. Eventually, you make more money than you started with. That's the only point. I don't know how much. I wasn't saying a specific amount. I'm saying you can make money if you had 1 million items. You're gonna sell 1 million of those. Whatever your profit is going to be times 1 million. I mean, what the fuck?
Everything
I'm
you've
not
ever
saying.
bought, right? Everything you've ever bought, all of us, somebody had bought it for a cheaper price, and you paid a markup on it.
Yes, sir. Someone put it together for 50 cents and sold it to you for 20 fucking bucks. Somebody has a plastic cell phone in their hand right now. They paid $1,200 for it. It only costs $5 to put together. 1,000,000%, sir.
Yeah, the running shoe is a good example of that, right? Costs them what, $5 to make in the sweatshop, and they sell it for $200. So there you go,
Yeah.
capitalism at work.
Yeah, you just use a name. And once they say, oh, I got them Demox, I don't need to have 1 million Demox in the world. I can only make 1 pair of Demox. And every time I sell, I make another. And I just stay on top of my game.
Wait till they make the robot Demok. Then what happens?
I want a robot named Demok.
They're
We're
bot.
gonna get replaced soon, gentlemen and ladies.
I'm going to get replaced by a robot that spits straight facts.
We're gonna get
Oh, yeah,
replaced
yeah.
by a robot that spits babies.
Baybot.
The eggshell robot's gonna be the robot you can program it to be anything. Flat earther one day, globe earth the next, or vice versa.
Exactly. I'm just sad for other people that don't have the same flexibility.
And you have the G mode and you have the
Like
F mode. So, you know.
Yeah, you want to switch the flat Earth mode, you dial up the truth, dial down the income.
And on the globe mode, all sophistry and made up stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, so, some is like predictions and big numbers, but a lot of sophistry. Answering questions, that kind of stuff.
Well, how
Yeah,
come
like
nobody else's predictions hold the validity of a Einstein prediction, of a Newton prediction? If I predict something and I put a sphere here and I have a video of it, and what I said was true 100%, then what? Then that shouldn't that throw everything they fucking said out the window because my prediction's correct? Now I should be the top guy, right?
Too much truth. I've got like a semantic satiation level of truth, Demok. I think we might need to meditate on what you said and really take it to heart. But in order to do so, we might need a little break, if that's okay.
But speaking of predictions, I predicted the future before.
Awesome. Tell us about that.
I predicted a lot of things, and people think I should be hospitalized for having dreams and shit. And like,
did you predict that they would say you need to be hospitalized?
Well, I feel like people say that to me every day because I dream about like spaceships the size of Jupiter and like gold cities and shit. I don't know. I just I dream about really weird things. But I'll tell you an example. So something that's been happening where I'll have like a dream about like a certain situation, and I will see this person, right? This person I've never met or whatever. They're talking to me in the dream, and then like a week and a half later, after I talked to this person in the dream, this guy hired me to work on a truck with him. I never met him, didn't know, there was no face to him, nothing. And then when I saw him, I was like, what the fuck? This is the dude I had a dream. I had a dream about this guy. And what's weird, so this apartment that I was living in, I was with a couple roommates or whatever, and one of his friends used to live there. So he used to go to that apartment. But I've never seen him before ever in my life. So it was kind of weird that when I moved in that I had a dream about this person without ever meeting him. Just thought that was interesting. And it's just like it's a phenomenon that's been going on for a while. Like I could put some stuff in the live stream VC, some of the things that have been going on. It's a lot more than just one situation or two situations. Where like I feel like
that's amazing.
Some people,
explain that, Globers.
Sorry. So I've noticed I've talked to a bunch of people about this, and I've noticed like some people like, yeah, like there was this crazy accident that happened in my life, and I had a dream about it before it happened, or like so on and so forth. I've noticed that like other people have had like similar situations happen where it's usually like a traumatic or like a life-changing event that someone will basically be able to foresee before it happens. Which to me is very interesting because if we are able to foresee something before it happens, is there a way to tap into that? Is there a way to see the future? Like, and that can turn into time travel.
How would you prove it is the thing? Yeah, you could tap into it if you could prove you're doing it like 100 million%. You'd have to actually come up with a way that could prove you're doing it. And what about if you go to sleep and you think of an invention and you wake up, right? And you tell everybody about it, right? Like the clothes that will charge and make the person shock you, the running shoes and the jogging outfit I came up with a long time ago. They have it. Now you can charge your cell phone off your outfit. Now you can shock somebody by your outfit. But mine was running shoes, but you know, they got the gist.
No, I
Mine was
get
a
that. So
jogging
like,
outfit. Yeah, a jogging outfit
it's
you use to
really
protect yourself.
hard to prove a dream as fact, but I have done things that go
A
beyond.
prediction. The predictive
So,
part's what you have to prove. Yeah.
so I can prove it. I have this physical tweet. I just put it in the live stream VC. This physical tweet that I had, and another tweet towards Kanye, and it was about the next movements he was gonna do with his album or whatever, and his album artwork had like a Saturn look to it, and then hours after I said that I had a dream they were wearing orange as like a movement, he was doing that like directly after I had the dream. So that right there on
They
the
all
on
wear
CBC.
orange. They all
What?
been wearing orange as a movement. You didn't know that? The orange is like one of the 33 symbols.
But see, I had no idea. I kind
You
of
didn't
had a
know
vision
that?
about it without
The
realizing.
Master Mason, one of the Master Mason colors is orange,
Right.
like Tang, Orange Crush, Orange Tang, all that shit. Orange, yes, yes, sir.
So orange is 33 too. Everything's 33, isn't it?
And times that by 20, what do you get?
33 times 20, 666. I don't fucking know.
Right. So if you
Is
times
it?
it by 22,
Times it by 22. I don't know. I don't fucking know.
666, Illuminati confirmed.
Yo, so hold on. Let me try to find some more
I'm just
shit.
saying, like in the media and stuff, when you see the weird guys and whatever and a clown, it's all associated with the orange hair, orange color, orange shoes, or orange shirt, orange wristbands, some bright ass day glow orange.
Okay, so I just put something else in the live stream VC where my image was created in February 15, 2015. I noticed that if I zoomed in on this image, it looks very similar to this image from a Wiz Khalifa video that came out months and months later. And you could see like the pixelation, the design of it. It's so similar. And it's like this video never existed before the image. It existed after the image. And like I have like so many like instances of shit like this happening where like I said, I come out with an 18 song album and then someone does it immediately right after, same genre, very similar like
Write them down and like put them in
position.
an envelope. Like if you did you write the stuff down like as soon as you woke up, write it down, put it in an envelope, and like mail it to someone.
I
Or mail
I
it to
take the
yourself.
screenshots and
That
the
way.
data
Well,
on
the
the
thing
screenshot.
is, when it comes to fruition, and you're sitting there with your buddy, and you're like, "Look, I got an envelope right now. I got an envelope right now." Well, then they're like, "What the fuck you talking about?" I got an envelope I mailed myself. Should be getting here anytime. It's got what kind, everything. You explain it, and then when you open the envelope and it says exactly what, beforehand, you already wrote it down. Now you're seeing it can happen in reality. So if I wrote on the envelope, Susie Boyle is going to be the next president, right, in 5 months. And I mailed the letter to myself and I got it sealed. My friend's sitting here, 5 months go past, Susie Boyle's the president. I show him the letter. You see what I'm saying? I already have like time, dated, stamped, the information's on there. It comes to fruition. I have proof.
I feel like documentation on like maybe a computer might be better because if they might be like, oh, you tampered with it, or I don't know, like because like for me, what I do is the dreams that I have. Actually, I gotta write something out. I had a dream that I fucked my best friend's girl last night. I don't know. I hope that doesn't happen because she's gonna kill me. But
It's
but
not going to happen if because you control what you do. What do you mean you hope it's not going to happen?
I wouldn't want to die from someone that's 6'5". So
Well, you leave his damn woman alone.
I
Prefer to die from
have. I
somebody
don't
who's
know why.
5'4".
This is the second dream where she goes, "Don't tell him we have problems," and then she just starts making out with me and fucking just trying to have sex with me.
Because that's what you want to happen in your mind subliminally.
Jesus
Well, look, there's
Christ!
two possibilities here we've got to try and weigh. And that
And
is,
it's not
do
like I
people
talk.
have subconscious lives and thoughts, or do people predict the future? And I think we know which one's the more rational, reasonable answer, and that is that people predict the future.
I think people.
You go first.
I think coincidences happen. I don't think anybody's predicting the future per se. I think shit happens every day, and I could wake up and say tomorrow somebody's going to die. Tomorrow somebody's going to be born. I'll guarantee you that there's going to be a boy born in the hospital tomorrow. Like, you know, am I going to be wrong?
Those are simplistic predictions where mine are strategic. I'll be like, August 26th, there's going to be a tragedy and a fatality that kills a bunch of people, and it's going to be on the news.
You'd have to.
And
Yeah, you'd have to write down what fatality and how it happened and like maybe how many people. Like you'd have to know some specific thing about it. It couldn't be super vague or else like you're getting fruitions, but you're not like doing the future. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, no, not the exact, but it's enough. If it's enough to be like, okay, this dude was talking about August 26th last year. He said there was going to be fatalities. There was going to be the biggest story on Earth at that time in that period, and it was going to be surrounded about like World War III and all that, and it ended up coming true. So it was pretty specific. That was like one of my most specific guesses. I was on a different server, and they challenged me to predict something on spontaneously, which I don't like to do. I'd rather just kind of have it naturally flow and naturally have things organically come to me. I don't like spontaneous predictions. It's very pretentious and not legitimate, in my opinion. But so they challenged me, and I said that there was going to be a fatality that was surrounded around World War III, around basically, and there was a not the Beirut explosion, the fucking Kabul airport explosion in Iran or whatever. And I literally told everyone that something terrible was going to happen that day.
That's quite a big prediction, actually. To predict that a city will change country, like that's quite specific, right?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
Get up out of Afghanistan and go all the way over to Iran. That's that doesn't happen every day.
Right. Once you get specific and you pinpoint some stuff that you're right about, that's a good thing. Have you ever thought about not really telling the future? Like in the idea that we don't tell the future, but like I said, like a fruition. So like say you'll have a fruition of something, you'll wake up and a roundabout thing will happen. You'll be like, damn, I think it's that thing. What I'm gonna say is like, do you think we are interpreting like the frequency, right? The conservation of momentum idea. So if there's a frequency or a pattern that's moving through reality, right? Do we actually pick up on that frequency in certain aspects? And like, would that be what interprets like a dream? The frequency that we're taking in and we fucking, have our dream or whatever. Certain frequency pattern stuff happens. We see shit happen in our dream and then we wake up, comes to fruition. Are we picking up on like a frequency of reality? Like an earthquake, say we wake up, oh man, I think there's going to be an earthquake over there at Sally's house. And then it happens. Like, what the fuck? What would people say to you?
Right. I posted some more stuff in Livestream VC, but I feel like this kind of goes beyond like the normal like, oh, this Dunkin' Donuts is gonna be on fire tomorrow. Like this is more like I think AI is mind controlling people in a sense, and like I'm getting these glimpses and I'm seeing these things happen, and it's very drastic and insane. Like but right after the Wiz Khalifa,
some of that.
right after the Wiz Khalifa post that I did, I came out with this on M and I came out with this on Z. I used these emojis to specifically give it like a background to it or whatever. And then Ghostman, this guy artist, came out with his song AI after my songs M and Z came out in 2018. It's posted on YouTube. 2018 they came out. His song AI came out in 2020. You could see the artwork is so drastically similar. It's like it's kind of shocking. People think that these people are stealing from me, or if it's like aliens or whatever the hell.
No, there's a frequency apparently.
And there's I came out with this song TZR. I posted it in Discord. This other dude I've never talked to, never met, never seen before, came out with artwork, and it was like the same color scheme. Like literally, he posted in the same chat minutes after I posted it.
Check this out. You know how you have a thought, right? You're like, oh man, I thought of this. And then somebody else across the country or across the world or across the plane will be sitting there and they'll be like, man, I need this information. I need to fix this problem. I need to solve this idea. And when they think at the right time, right? Around the right time for their wanted thought to receive. They become a receiver for thought. You're an amplifier. So if you don't watch it, the thought you amplify or the thought they amplify, someone will receive. So
I
if you don't
feel
act on your thought, someone else is going to receive it and act on it. And that's why you're not a millionaire today and they will be tomorrow.
But the thing is, if I'm coming out with the ideas before they are, they're
You're
getting
not.
the million. But
You're
it's
not.
that.
It's a
I am.
frequency. No, you're not coming up with it. It's just they already have too. Everyone already has. It's a cycle, right? You understand what I'm saying? Like when you want to think of something, you become a receiver. When you have an epiphany, you wake up, you're like, oh my God, you want to tell somebody, you want to transmit that idea, right? Maybe you are automatically when you wake up and go, oh shit, and you start thinking about it. Maybe you put it out there already. You understand what I'm saying? You ain't
Thing
got
if
to
I,
talk to it out.
but like,
If you
give
didn't
you
have
an
to talk,
example.
speak it up.
It's like if I come out with a song in 2013 and the beat sounds extremely similar to someone that comes out with it a year and a half later. I mean, I'm gonna think I
They
need a suit.
probably thought about it that day with you too, and you didn't know it, and they didn't know it, and you never talked to each
That's
other.
an exaggeration, because
No,
now that now I'm
hold
not thinking
on.
that.
Hold on a minute. If you walked up and met them and shook hands and they said, hey, man, I just thought of a cool song today. And you're like, hey, man, I did too. Then what?
That's not what happened. I came out with the
What
song
do
in
you mean that's
2013.
not what happened?
Okay. If I come out with a song in 2013, right, and Nicki Minaj comes out with a song a year and a half later, and it's the same
How do
beat,
you know
same
you're
thing.
not the one that didn't come out with it a year and a half later and they didn't think about it 5 years ago is what I'm trying to tell you. And how
Oh
do you
my
know a little
God.
kid didn't think of it before? Stop saying, oh my God.
I posted it before them. Doesn't
How do you
matter.
know
It's
somebody didn't post it before you?
listen. It's not. That's not what happened. Because if I
We
have
have
the
a billion
documents,
trillion people in the world, dude. What do you
okay.
mean listen?
Well, I'll just get my money, and you can just sit there and just
Well,
not
you get your
not
money
make
off
sense.
being stolen from. That didn't make any sense, but okay.
That's why we have defamation lawsuits, because things like that
Yeah,
can't be
you
happening.
stole your dream. Yeah, I know. Don't you have to patent something for someone to steal it from you, buddy? Don't you have to prove that you did that actually?
It sounds
Well,
like
Don't
this
you
is
have to
going to be an
copyright stuff?
extended conversation where you both got a lot that you'll need to sort of hash through and sort out and test. Do you want to just hop to another VC and do it?
it's stupid. This is, I don't know.
Yeah,
Like I said,
Yeah,
if I
I'm
come up with something
going
in
with you on that.
2013 and someone comes out with it 2 years later, apparently they came
No,
out
we
with it
heard
the
it. We
same
heard
day.
it. No, but what you're
Yeah, the
missing is
Wright
we
brothers
heard it. That's
flew,
how people.
Leonardo da Vinci flew, Newton wanted to fly, Einstein, my little kids, your little kids, nephews. Yeah, but you're the only one that had the flying idea. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, buddy.
It makes a lot of sense. It makes sense because I predict things and you can't.
Yeah, all the
Yeah,
little kid predicts they're gonna
I
fly.
predict that
I've
this
got a
conversation will not become any more sane.
yeah. I've got a question for SE if he's around.
Go on,
Please
Leflin.
rescue
I'm here.
Yeah, I heard Buster talking about last night citing a plumb bob with a theodolite or an auto level, and I never could get the significance of why anyone would do that. Do you know why he was wanting to do that?
Yeah,
Well,
because it was
Buster worked a lot in mines, right? And he was explaining how they do it. So they have a plumb bob, and they align. What did he say? Was it an auto level, or was it a
Yeah,
the auto
an
light?
instrument of either one would do the same thing, I guess. He would
Yeah,
line
he
up
was
the plumb bob
explaining it.
with the vertical crosshair, but I don't understand the significance of it. What does it mean?
Well, the way he was explaining it, right? They drill. They would drill holes down from the earth to make shafts and stuff like that. But he'll explain it. He'll explain it better. They align it with the vertical, and then they go on from there. And he'll probably be on tonight or later, and we'll ask him. He'll explain it. It's quite amazing. He even had some blueprints, and he showed how they did it for long, long distances. And yeah,
Okay,
quite fascinating.
cool.
he said it's the 90-degree machine. When you
The
hang it,
90-degree machine. Yeah, yeah.
So when you hang it, it's going to line up with your line no matter how many. You can hang a billion of them around in the circle. And no matter which one,
Well, I
they're all
mean,
going to be vertical. And you
you,
can cut the bottom off, right? And if you want to see it tilt, you would design the plumb bob in a way with a picture on it. And then if it moves, the picture presents itself. Think about that for thinking people who are smarter than rocks. When you say the plumb bob, you wouldn't be able to tell whether it moved or not. Yes, you certainly would.
That's
Because you as a
profound.
thinking human, you as a human would be able to cut the plumb bob on the bottom and have it slanted with a little picture underneath it of left lane's face. And if the plumb bob is facing towards the ground, his face will face the ground. Now, if it moves towards you, you'll start to see his forehead and his face, and we'll say, hi, there's left lane in the curve.
the thing is, you got both instruments are designed to as sort of indicators. Like the auto level is an instrument that you set up and you level it, and then you work from that, right? You use that instrument to set points and assure that things are on plane and things like that. And then the plumb bob is another instrument used to determine, what's vertical from horizontal. Exactly. So they're both instruments used to denote that, but I don't see what siding one with the other would do for you.
You're looking at the bottom of the plumb bob. You want to see if you can see your picture that I placed on the bottom of it. I cut it in half, right? And I put a picture of left lane on the bottom of the plumb. Now it's like a pyramid, almost half a sphere with your picture on it, right? If it swings left or right, we're going to see your picture pop up to us if it moves anywhere, right? Accordingly. That's all we're looking for. What do you mean you don't comprehend it? If you can see the plumb bob and not left lane's picture at all, then you're on a flat plane. If you can see left lane's picture present itself on the bottom from the bottom of this plumb bob deviating, then you're on a globe. How's that so complex for you, buddy?
It's not.
It's not. That's what I'm here for. I'm trying to bring it down to a 5th grade level to where we can all be set on flat or round with optics. So if we can see your picture on the bottom of that plumb, if it swings or moves, and
Well, and see, I kind of got, Rocky, you got it.
Yeah, no, I like the way it describes it. It makes it it does make it simple. But I have a question of my own. I mean, left lane's fine. You're good with this. So if you take a ruler that's 12 inches long and you draw a line on a piece of paper, that's a horizontal line, basically, right? It's straight. It doesn't deviate. Correct?
Yeah.
It's a straight edge, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, if you take that ruler and 6 inches, the middle point, we'll call those 2 points A and B, the ends. The middle point we're going to call C. You put the end of the ruler there and line up the ruler with the straight line segment that you created in the first place, A to B. And you make a point from C to D, and that D is further than B, right? The line gets extended.
Yes.
You follow me?
Yeah.
How many times could you do that and keep the straight line segment within reason? Like within
Well, you
error
can do
of
infinite.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, guess what you do when you extend a straight line segment with a theodolite?
Well, you shoot A to B.
Yep, straight line
and then,
segment.
And then on a flat earth.
Right.
And then I would move my instrument beyond B. And then I would shoot B to C. And then I would move my instrument beyond C. And then I would shoot C to D.
Well, why don't we do it just like we did the ruler? Make C the middle point of A and B. Shoot back to C, the midpoint. Shoot A and B and C and make sure they all line up. So you still have a straight line segment, but you have a new point at C in the middle, and then you extend A and B out to D using that straight line segment.
But the only problem that of course, everybody's told you about this. Every time you set up that auto level at a different point on a sphere, you're establishing a different horizontal plane than A to B.
Well, to make sure that didn't happen, is you shoot A, B, and C and make sure they're all the same, which means they're not deviating.
That would be a good idea.
Yeah, wow, that would be almost like what I've explained for the last 3 years.
But I don't think if you set up if you set up and shot an A to B, you say from point C in the middle, is that right?
Yeah.
All right, and then you move down and set up a point D, and you shot back at A, C, and B. I don't think that those 3 points would be on the same plane.
Because you've never done it.
Point.
Because if you make a 200-foot straight line segment and then you move your tool to the end of B and you shoot back 100 feet and extend it out 100 feet, you're not shooting any more distance. You're not curving. You're not refracting anymore. You're not doing anything. All you're doing is extending the straight line segment you established in the first place. It's just like a ruler. No different. I think you got it now.
Yeah, when we did this, and I recall, I dug my notes out and looked at them, and we would set up and we'd shoot A to B. I think we were doing a terrace on the side of a hill or something, just setting up flags like a mock terrace, and we would shoot like A to B, and then we'd move down beyond B, and then we would shoot B and have a new C, B to C, and then we would move and shoot C to D. We never did shoot back beyond the end of the previous line.
Well, you can do that as long as your measurements say you establish a straight line segment, and at that where you have your tool set up, it's 6 feet, right? On your story pole, you measure 6 whatever. Just make it 6, right? Just arbitrary. And then you move your tool down to the end and you shoot back, or you move it off to the side, or you move it further, and you shoot back, and both A and B now are 7, but they're both 7. It means you set your tool up horizontal. It's not curving. It's not moving. And then you go out in any direction and mark 7. Those, all 3 points now are coplanar. They're not deviating from each other. Got it?
I just wonder, and just talking about this practically, and I get what you're saying. I'm following exactly what you're saying, and I understand that the error that the proposed or the model curvature over say 300 feet is only like less than a millimeter. So would that show up on those shorter distances? Would you see that amount of error with your instrument in that shorter distance?
No, but the good thing about this is your instrument doesn't give a shit, doesn't know, doesn't care, and can't tell what's under you. It can only do what it's doing, which is confirm that you're extending the straight line segment, no matter what the surface is underneath you. That's the whole point. So the surface is deviating just a fraction off as a curve, right? Then you shoot back, but you create a horizontal straight line segment above it, and then measure down to that surface. Let's say it's water, then you're going to measure the deviation then over distance. When you can add up enough error margin, a human and tool margin that overcomes that margin. We're talking about feet of error. It's all in one direction if you're on a curved surface and it's doing what you're doing. When you've measured the straight line segments and extended it, not to deviate. It's impossible to do.
So if we do this, say, over a mile, 5,280 feet.
Yep.
And from the end, we look back at point A. Are we going to be level with that?
If you look from A to Z or whatever, 1 mile, no.
Yeah.
No, what you're seeing in the distance is your benchmark, or you're not going to be able to see your story pole, so you're not really making a measurement. But let's say you put a light on top of your benchmark, right? That light may appear higher or lower depending on the conditions in your area and on that day. That's not a measurement.
Okay.
I fully agree with that. If I shoot from A to B over a mile, I'm gonna see something that's higher or lower or equal or deviating from my horizontal because of how optics work. It's not a measurement. Now,
It's an
we use,
observation.
yeah, it's observation through an optic with a crosshair in it. You're referencing a crosshair that's inches away from your eyes to something that's a mile away. I mean, come on, man. It doesn't take very much common sense to say that that can't be accurate. And
It's
when you
like
say
lining
that,
up your thumbnail, right? Like I take the tip of my thumbnail and be like, "Oh yeah, that is accurate."
yeah, it's not. I mean, the crosshair is thicker than your measurement rate. You know, the mark you're trying to measure on the story pole.
Yes.
You can't even see the lines on the story pole. They all merge together. But having said that, like 200 feet is small, right? You do that if you want to be really, really accurate. You're only trying to measure 400, 600, 800 feet or whatever. You would set up in the middle maybe and do 400 one way and 400 the other, and then go in between and recheck your measurements and make sure you're accurate. If the measurements add up to be the same, right? You measure 7 feet here, 7 feet there, 7 feet there, move your instrument, measure back, and it's 6 foot, 6 foot, 6 foot, you know, because your instrument has moved up or down. But the measurement you take at the top of whatever you're creating, a form or imaginary, you know, theoretical benchmarks or whatever you're doing, if those are the same, then your horizontal straight line segment, which these tools are designed to establish, is right. If you get some big deviation, either up or down, it means that you made an error, right? It doesn't mean that the land is sloping or what, it means you made the error. So you go back and start over. There's too much human and tool error in you, because error is going to be plus or minus. Moving the tool, resetting up, not getting it perfectly horizontal when you set up or plumb, you know, whatever. Shooting too long of a distance and getting some refraction. Somebody leaning the story pole forward or backward will make you higher or lower, depending. You understand what I'm saying, right? There's human error in this, but if you get something that's it's off more than what you're comfortable with, and you know you've did something wrong, you go back and redo it till it's a straight line segment, not deviating. And then you measure down to the ground. Like I just set a form. The top of the form is dead horizontal. It's not deviating. But the bottom of the form is 6 inches higher than the land in one spot, 0 in one spot, 12 inches in another, 2 foot in another. You see what I'm saying? The land deviates. How do I know
Right.
the land deviates? Because
Surface
I have
becomes
the top of the form to measure down to it.
Well,
right.
what if we did this
Surface
and we looked at it we look back at it at 10 o'clock in the morning and noon and 2 p.m. and we're consistently getting like a 2-inch reading in the middle low and a 8-inch reading on the end low. And then we go back and we redo it because we obviously fucked up, but we redo it. And then we get that same thing after we redo it. And then we scratch our head and we wait and we come back the next day and do those same observations multiple
No, you
times.
do it
And we
closer.
get the same thing. What about that?
No, if you keep messing up, you do it a little closer. Maybe do it at 100 foot or 50 foot to make sure that you can't fuck up this time. And then do it from the 200 mark after you've done it from the smaller increments. And if it lines up or if it fucks up, then you have a problem. Then it would be something like what you're saying. Do you understand? If you did it from 50 feet to 50 feet to 100 foot to 100 foot to 200 to, that's how he's telling you you're keeping it accurate, because it's such a short distance. It's easier to keep it accurate in that distance. It's so much easier. Now, when you get longer distances, it's going to be such a problem.
Yeah, it is. That's kind of part of the point that I was making. If anyone is, understands this practically, it takes a lot of time and it's tedious work, and that's probably why a lot of people don't necessarily do it, like myself. I just don't have the time to do that.
It sucked. When I
Yeah.
tell you I thought it was going to be fun and interesting. Now remember, I was a Glober when I did it. We're all going to get together in boats and water and cooking and food. It sucked.
Yeah. I agree.
Man,
You're with me.
literally sucked. You don't realize how long a mile is until you're in a bateau banging in stakes and measuring off of piers and doing this, that, and the other with 3 or 4 different auto levels and theodolites and 3 different groups, 4 different groups going back to check. What the frick, dude? What we've gone a mile and we don't have any. We have a 1/4 inch deviation from horizontal. Something ain't right. We're doing something wrong, right? That's what we said. It should be showing this water to curve. Now, we didn't know, to be honest, back then, I didn't know anything about an earth curve. But a 1/4 inch I knew wasn't right. You know, we knew that much. But when we started figuring out we needed 8 inches over the first mile and 32 and then whatever it is on the, you know, like feet. We were
To
like,
make a straight line.
How close can you read it at 200 feet, Rocky? What can you
how
read?
close can I read what?
Yeah, how close can you read the story pole? What's the
Millimeters.
millimeters?
Yeah, and I have a auto laser that's at 200 feet is dead balls accurate.
What does that mean?
It means
Means
it
it's the
doesn't
dot. It's the bullseye. If you make a bullseye, a little pin dot on there, it's going to hit it. What does that mean to
beeps
you?
at you. It tells you 0.01 or 0.1 or point, and when you get to 0, you know you've got the same mark that you did your initial benchmark. It's really hard to screw up. It's really made for dummies. Even I can use it.
You talking about a rotating laser?
Yeah, like an auto laser. It self-levels and it shoots out a laser beam to a receiver that you can operate by yourself,
Yeah.
and it'll beep or it'll give you the reading. And when you're
Yeah,
at 0, it means you're at the benchmark you originally set it at. You can go back and check it with an auto level and make sure that that laser is working properly, because I think overall auto levels are more accurate. Theodolite is no different than an auto level using it in this way. It's reading 0 angle. It's a horizontal line.
Right.
Yeah,
And what
it
about
is.
the side
I agree.
views that everybody keeps ignoring, like blue and left lane, right? Like when you get back and you have side views of the city and all this shit, and another person's got a view from over there and they look back this way and everybody's looking at their own direction and orientation back at the city from north, south, east, or west, and nobody sees any deviation of anything. Don't you find that weird? Like when you can draw a straight line from the tip of this thing or from this thing to this thing to this thing to this thing everywhere around, like no matter how far, like it's a straight line. Like
Not
isn't
according to Jesse. Jesse shot a horizon that he measured the angle to that was curving, left to right curvature of a horizon. I mean, come on, man.
No, he did
Yes,
not.
he did. Yes, he did. That's what he said he did.
Well,
Told me last night.
I agree with that part. He'll say he did that, but in
I
actuality,
believe he did it. I believe that's just on that day. That's the way it appeared. He was measuring an angle measurement to an apparent position he could see from miles away.
angle measurements. What's the angle measurement in 0?
Well, that would be 0 horizontal, but he was measuring angles to that horizon
Right.
and plotted
That's his
a curve.
problem.
Yeah, plotted a
Right.
curve.
That's where he's fucked up. He likes to go to the tips of mountains down to somewhere in La La Land and other places that fucking don't exist anywhere. Like, let's go to nowhere.
The day that Jesse put a light over water miles away and shot his crosshair horizontal to it, he had to measure down with his theodolite to get an angle measurement, which was not 0, not horizontal. So it was below the horizontal mark. And he's calling that earth curve. But the day that he measured, hang on. But the day that he measured the light to be above the crosshair from miles away, that's refraction.
Yeah, whenever they need it to be. No, that's how they roll. What if you can't see it, they can, because they can count pixels and frames and whatever weird little words they got for like just like a little grain of something, right? They can count that, but then they can't count it. But then something's too big, but then something's too small. But then so no matter what you come up with, they're gonna have the opposite to hit you with. Well, relative. The Earth's so big. It's always the opposite.
Rocky,
it's always insane double speed. Always. Like, if you got the bendy grains along, so they screen refraction, But then simultaneously, they'll show you Earth curve in a bridge where the bridge is completely distorted and the ramps the cars drive over like stump jokes. But no refraction there, though, to cause any kind of anomaly in the photo. It's all double speed.
But
Right.
can I
We
say
had
something real quick?
I just want to ask a quick question, Rakia. Do you think at 200 feet, can you read 1/100th of an inch with your auto level?
You don't think so?
I think he said his laser was dead balls. Yeah, he's probably dropping out. I mean, cutting out. You know what I mean? He was cutting.
Wait, what's your name? Who's the dude that's talking right now? What's your name?
Blue.
Who, me?
It's like, I don't know. The thing you kind of said just really upset me. It's like, so if someone comes up with the light bulb and electricity, someone else has the idea at the same time. It's like the things you say don't make any sense. So I really don't understand that. So it's like, oh, someone that thought of a car, someone else thought of it at the same time. But it's like whoever creates it first is credited. That person created it first.
What are you referring to?
What the hell?
What are you
We're not
referring
talking
to?
about that, man. If people in your personal life are telling you need to be institutionalized, you probably need to be institutionalized. We weren't even talking about anything like
Let's
that.
not do that, Egg
Oh,
Shells.
what the
Come on,
fuck,
man.
bro?
That
Fuck
was the
you.
first thing he said when he came in.
What's your fucking Twitter, bro? Tell me your Twitter right now. You want to fucking talk shit? Give me your fucking Twitter right now, pussy. Tell me your fucking Twitter.
That's the first thing you're
Relax,
going to
bro.
tell us.
Relax.
Go get some help.
Let's
You
have
want
him
to talk shit?
All right.
Chill out.
Hey, chill out. You just got temporary muted. I didn't do it, but hey, let's keep it kosher, guys. No need for insults and stuff. And that was uncalled for, what you said to him, Egg. Let's not poke at the new
It
people.
was the first information he
Hey,
gave us.
let me step in. Point of moderation. The gentleman who I just muted, who came in, you obviously had to agree to the server rules. No name calling, agitation, anything like that. The way that you were coming in hot, not kosher within this server. Eggshells, you've been here long enough. No need to taunt him like that. This is going to be a verbal warning. Next time you do anything like that today, it's going to be a warning, official warning, right? And those accumulate. You get timed out. You get kicked out, kind of thing. So
What was it? It wasn't towards me because I took a business.
no, you were gone.
Okay, good. Good.
Some other gentleman came in, made a mention of something. Eggshells poked the bear, I think intentionally. So, Eggshells, pay attention.
I had a question, Rocky. What I wanted your opinion on. Do you think at 200 feet, can you read 1/100th of an inch with your auto level?
I'd have to see. I don't even know if my story pole goes down that small. They make different ones.
Yeah, 0.01, 10 1,000ths of an inch is what it is, right?
Yeah, that's
0.01
pretty
inches.
small for what I normally do.
Yeah, I'm not sure you can read that at all.
Yeah, I'm not either.
And that's how
10
much.
thousandths. Yeah, 10 thousandths is the thickness of a Coke can. How
far
that's
away?
10 thousandths.
Yeah, how much of a drop is vitamin D?
And that's how much curvature would cause the reading to deviate from.
I'm not measuring. I'm not measuring curve at all, especially when my machine is first set up, establishing the initial horizontal line. My machine
Yeah, but you guys use
is
measurements
locally
that size
plumb.
for
It
justification
doesn't
of
care
curved
what's
water
under.
all the time.
Who's that talking over? Rakia.
I don't know, but I'll be back. I got to do one more bid here, and I'll be back.
Oh, that was me. I apologize. I can only hear, but it seems like I can only hear like 3 people.
That's been happening to lots of people. We got to DC and reconnect.
Yeah, you might want to reconnect, dude. So the new guy took off?
Yeah, I muted him while I was talking, and then unmuted him, and then he bounced. So.
No, he did the same thing last time. The conversation. Remember, he wasn't in charge of the conversation. He left again, and then he came back talking about the same thing. But
So the crosshair supposedly, you guys are saying the crosshair is curved itself, huh?
No, he's saying that
Is that what they're
the
saying?
crosshair will hide. The crosshair will hide Earth curve in 200 feet.
By being straight.
That's what
But
he's
left
saying.
lane, do you have any
Straight
proof
thing will
that the
hide a
crosshair is
curved
curved?
thing, is what you're saying. So if I take a straight ruler, it's gonna hide the edge of the ball from me, right? When does this happen? Go get a ruler and go get a ball and line them up for me, guys. The ruler is going to represent your crosshair. Yeah, this is the point right here. Your crosshair is the ruler. Make a cross out of them if you need to, buddy. I know everything's too complicated for you. Now show us with the ball.
Basically, what they're saying is extending a straight line segment is impossible, and I disagree with that wholeheartedly.
Right.
I agree that the crosshair is thicker than the measurement of 200 feet, maybe. Okay, I'll agree with that. But it doesn't mean that you can't create a straight line segment and extend it and not create a circle. That would be ridiculous.
Right. 100%. They're basically telling you that crosshair. It's like, how can a straight line hide a curve when a curve would deviate from the straight line to present itself? That's the very thing it would do. That's how you would differentiate a straight line from a curved line.
The only way you know it's curving is if you establish a horizontal straight line plane above it or below it. That's the only way you would know.
Right. And they're saying in their mind that they're saying you can't do it because everything's gonna hide the curve because it's so straight. Your lining your thing is gonna hide their fucking curve. And no matter how far you do it, no matter what, it just doesn't make any sense. It's just.
Well, overall, I think that you have to do it over a great distance, and I think a mile would do it. And I agree with Rakia that atmospheric conditions can cause any curvature to be masked as maybe even concaved in appearance. However, you would have to figure out what conditions and what site you're looking at actually represents reality, and figure out what part of that is the truth. You know,
do it
every foot. I can't just pick a day and measurements that match what I wanted it to be. This sounds like just more global propaganda.
You got it down.
Well, basically, he's saying, when does your number ever match your number? If every day it never matches a number, then what are we talking about? Where's the globe measurement come into play? Where's that number one globe measurement at?
Well, I guess what I said that it is something. There is a measurement that is correct. You just got to figure out which condition will produce the correct measurement.
3,000 years and you guys don't know where the curve is yet? You got to figure it out.
No, we know where it's at.
Well, where? Stick a flag in it.
That presentation Jesse did last night, I don't know if he presented it, but talking about the mountain and missing 3,200 feet, plus or minus 100 feet. That's pretty strong evidence.
Of what?
Did he have a flag?
Listen.
Oh, he had a light.
No. Evidence of a globe is diagonal and horizontal away from you.
He was shooting at a light from a great distance.
No air bubbles, helium balloons. They need to come at you. Things need to sink horizontally and diagonally, and they need to rise from the center of a sphere. Boys.
What'd you say, Blue?
Yeah, a helium balloon. You got a 2 million mile. You don't make no sense. You apparently don't know what a ball is, then, do you? If I tie 1 million balloons around a sphere and they're all tied off at the center, all the helium balloons in your mind are going to go from the center outward, right? One of them, two of them, lots of them are not going to be vertical. Only one of them is going to be perfectly vertical. Only one.
Where are you getting that from?
Show me where it differs. Show me where I'm wrong. Go get a ball.
On the earth, it does.
Yes, go get a ball and show me. Make some string and go get some sticks.
I'm standing on it right now. It's called the earth.
No. Go get a real ball.
That is
Stop
a real ball.
imagining shit.
The really
You're on
big
flat
one,
dirt.
too.
You're on flat dirt. Now go get a ball Now, what you just claimed is I'm wrong. So go get sticks and stick them all to the center, and we'll wait, right, for them all just to be straight vertical, for like you said, which is impossible. If they all touch each other in the center and come out, only one of them is going to be vertical, the top one, and then there's going to be one coming out from the bottom, which is going to be the same stick. You can stick one all the way through.
The problem
You can
is
stick
you
a
don't know
million
what
of
the
them all the
definition of
way
vertical
through.
is, apparently.
Apparently, you don't know. You think vertical's horizontal and
Seemingly.
diagonal is that too.
Yeah,
How
they're
the
all
fuck is
vertical.
diagonal
No, every
horizontal?
one of them's
No, they're
vertical.
not. No, they're not.
By definition,
That's
they're
where you're
vertical.
ignorant right
So
now.
you can just
So
filibuster all you
you
want to,
think
Denmark, but
diagonal is
it's the
vertical.
fact.
So the facts are you don't have a diagonal helium balloon to prove you're on a globe.
Diagonal helium balloon.
Yeah, funny guy. That's
You
what you
make a
need
lot
for
of
a
sense.
globe. Are you all right? Are you fucking stupid?
Enoch, come on, man. You know you can't do that, right?
Yo, just shut that down because he does that all the time. So just like, yeah, he doesn't need warnings or anything. He knows.
Yeah, he just did it. That's why I just said it.
No, I know. I'm saying when he does that, starts doing that shit, just mute him.
Yeah, he starts off kind of slow and cool, and then it seems like it gets worse and worse.
He's vibing at the wrong frequency.
Yeah. So, Blue, what
Yeah.
what did you want to ask Rakia?
Well, no, I think he answered it. That was my question. Over 200.
Okay, I want to ask Rakia something then,
Go ahead.
because he's the man for the job. Rakia, Eggshells asked, why does Buster, when he explained the theodolite, why did he put it under a plumb bob?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't do the cave thing, so I'm gonna let Buster handle that part.
Oh,
He's seen it. Maybe he
Weren't
saw
you
it.
there?
I don't know.
Weren't you there when we had?
I was there when he said it, but I've never seen it. Like, or if I have, I don't remember it. But I get what he's saying. It's just a vertical. It's just a vertical to plumb.
All right, I figured your memory was better than mine.
No,
But
The thing is,
apparently not.
like a year ago or something.
Yeah, it was a while ago. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, your reticle in your instrument is going to have a vertical line, right? And if you sight a plumb bob at any position, 360 degrees around you, it's going to line up with that vertical crosshair, but it's not really telling you anything about whether or not that plumb bob is tilting away or towards you. So I don't see the significance of it.
I don't use plumb bobs in my day-to-day stuff. When I heard what he said, it was in a cave. Something about they drilled holes and they hung plumb bobs down and blah blah blah. I don't know anything about that. I've never even seen that done.
Yeah. I remember him saying that they would drill shafts every so often. So maybe that had something to do with it to achieve like perpendicularity. I remember something like that, but it's vague.
It would make sense that the caves are curved, so you can't shoot. You know what I'm saying? You can't shoot a theodolite through there. So maybe they hang plumb bobs through shafts up, to the top of the to the top and measure there. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't really remember the particulars. I don't even remember that part, right? The drill shaft. So maybe I wasn't there. Or my memory's just failing me. Whatever.
You're getting old.
I get what they're saying about drilling shafts. If the caves are crooked, that would be the reason to drill the shaft and hang a plumb bob down in there, 2 plumb bobs, and then measure to those.
Yeah.
I don't exactly know. I mean, I can't really go from there. So you would make a mark of elevation on those plumb bobs, and then you could lower the plumb bob or raise the plumb bob to an elevation that would give you the height that you need to drill a cave or do whatever. I can see how it would be used, but I don't know how he was describing it.
Yeah, and he said they did this for long, like I think miles or something, if I
Yeah,
remember
he
right.
said something about 6 or 8 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not
That,
shooting one shot 6 or 8 miles. They're making a cave 6 or 8 miles long with this procedure.
Yeah, extending the straight line, I guess. Yeah.
There's no you can't find a surveyor. I'll pay you $100 for each one that you find that's creating a horizontal plane for accuracy over 400 feet.
well, the thing is, shooting a plumb bob is not going to lend to you extending a plane or detecting curvature or anything like that. So it doesn't make sense to me.
But it can help you sight your elevation.
By sighting a plumb bob?
Yeah.
How?
Well, if you hang a string, if you create a horizontal and hang 2 strings on that horizontal plane and mark it, and then measure down to the end of your plumb bob where it's down in the cave, that's going to tell you you're 200 feet below horizontal.
Why wouldn't you just measure the depth
How?
with
You
a
have to,
tape, or measure the string or whatever? The thing is, they're both tools of reference. You know, you use the auto level or the theodolite as a reference point, and you've got confidence that there's a basically establishing a plumb bob beneath the instrument. So you're establishing a horizontal with the instrument, and a plumb bob is used to establish a vertical line at a point. They're both tools of reference, and I don't see what one looking at the other gives you at all. I don't see what the use of it is at all.
well, like I say, maybe we have to ask Buster. I can see how you would do different things with it, but I don't know what they're doing with it. I can see if the cave is curving, they can't shoot down the cave, so they have to drill shafts and put a plumb bob in there and get elevation changes or whatever from a known benchmark. They know they're starting out at X and they want to go down at a certain rate. At this point, they want to be this, at this level. Then they can make that happen.
The only thing I can think of, because he called it his 90-degree machine, is
Right.
they want to achieve perpendicularity. That's the only thing I can think of.
Well, I kind of felt like that maybe by sighting a plumb bob off in the distance somehow indicates that your verticals are parallel, and it doesn't. That's my point.
Well, it would make it, if you lined up your vertical crosshair, it would make it where your machine is set up properly, but that'd be the only thing I would see. It would help you there.
Yeah,
You couldn't
I
tell if
agree
it
with
was
that.
leaning towards you or away from you, but you could tell if it was leaning left or right.
That's correct.
But I don't think that's what he was talking about. Vertical to horizontal being plumb is key, 90 degrees. I mean, that makes sure you have a horizontal plane and that you can measure vertical distances from that horizontal plane. That's what I'm talking about doing over static water. When you do that, you should get a deviation of vertical distances down to the water. The further you go, the further away from horizontal it should get. So you either say that's possible and that you do get these measurements, which good luck, or you say it's not possible, which is what Ruhif does. Not possible to create a straight line segment long enough that's not curving to measure the curvature of the Earth. 2023 Ruhif.
Yeah, that's a statement and a half right there.
You said it last night again. Cannot extend a straight line segment. You can't establish a horizontal line and then extend it because of reasons that he gives. That's
Yeah.
total either ignorance or deception. I don't know which one it is. I don't really
Well,
care which one it is.
Well, I mean, his statement is that each time you set up the instrument, you're establishing a new horizontal plane that's
No,
not
that's his
on a curved
reason.
surface. On a curved surface, would not be parallel with the original. That's his.
Left
That's
lane.
his reason.
Let him finish.
That's his. Yeah, I get it. I'm sorry, left lane, but that's his
That's okay.
reason you can't extend a straight line segment. His statement, his claim is that it's not possible. That's incredible, man. You and I could do it today in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I heard him say that yesterday, as a matter of fact.
And then Jesse telling you he shot a light that's underneath his crosshairs, that's Earth curve, but shot a light above his crosshairs, and that's refraction. Back to back, like within a 5-minute period, they both said that.
Yeah, there was two different observations on that, though, wasn't it?
It's the same thing, though. It's looking through a
Well,
theodolite optic over distance over water, and one time the object is above your crosshair, you call that refraction. And the time that the object is below your crosshair, you call that Earth curve. I don't
yeah.
know how else to say it. Yeah, yeah.
Well, those observations I wouldn't even consider using as determinants on the shape of the surface.
Me
But
neither.
the
That's why I
other
think
observation where he's missing 3,200 feet of mountain, that's significant.
so. If it was 3,200 feet above the crosshair, you would say what?
That's not going to happen.
I'm not saying it does, but if it did, what would you say?
Oh, well, I'd be holy shit. Look at that. Yeah.
Yeah, years ago, y'all were going, holy shit, look at this liar, right? No way the distance horizon or the distant object, the boat or the hotel or whatever, is above the crosshair. No way. It's not possible. You're lying. You're misrepresenting. You're fudging with the pictures, which I don't know how to do, so that's funny, right?
Yeah.
But
Now,
now it's
George
totally
proved that that's
possible.
possible. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
After
George showed
years.
that.
Right. After
Yeah.
years of me being on shows with George and he never said anything. Yeah. Them badgering me for years, Left Lane. Calling
But see
me a liar.
what I've taken from all these conversations that we've had over refraction and observations over the surface, I wouldn't even consider even trying one at anywhere near the surface and to make any determination of its shape. I would definitely want to get up out of that refractive layer, and I would want to make observations of a distance that the drop would be significant enough that it couldn't be hidden within the error margins, nor could it be made up by refraction.
How high do you have to get out of the mirage layer?
Right, I don't know. You know
Exactly.
what? Depends on where you're at. Like 20 feet plus, I would say at least
No, that's
20
what
feet.
you've been
You know?
told. That's what you've been told.
That makes sense, though.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't. When you go
You're
out and
saying
make
if you're
observations, it doesn't.
saying if you're 20 feet high off the ground, you can't see a mirage anymore.
No, he's
No.
saying there's less and less mirages.
Yeah, I mean, the closer to the surface, like if I get out of this truck on the road, I can lay my head down on the pavement, the asphalt, and I can see a mirage all the way out as far as I can see, right? But I can stand up and it disappears. You know, that's what I'm talking about.
Exactly, because distance matters. So when you increase your distance by gaining elevation, you're seeing further. The mirage is extending out further.
I just
Yeah,
wanted to point out
you
something
got
real
it, Left
quick,
Lane.
Rakia. You can do that off the hood of your car with 3 feet of distance.
Yeah.
That's called a heat signature. So there's something different in regards to a heat signature versus like
it's different
an actual
mirages.
mirage. Yeah,
Well, it's
correct.
different
And
types of mirages caused by different condition changes.
right.
So
There's
all
not just
refraction,
one
though.
thing. But
It's
you
all
have to
refraction
add
light.
that perspective.
I just want to say one more thing. They try to say that refraction bends the observation over the curve, but it's kind of redundant because it's either there's a curve that's blocking your limit of view, right? Or refraction is accounted for, but you can't have both. It's like you're trying to have your cake and eat it too, and it's causing a big debacle for you.
See
It's
that
either
statement there? They go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say I was just gonna finish it up real quick. Either the surface of the Earth is curving or the light's curving. You can't have both. That's all I just wanted to say.
They're both curving.
Yeah, I won't say you
But
couldn't have
that's
both, but I will say it's more practical
think about
over a
it.
flat plane that the foreground is obscuring what you're seeing in the background on certain days because of the conditions. And the opposite is happening if the conditions reverse. Because sometimes the foreground is lifted up. I can show you, I have video and picture proof of this. It's cut
Yeah,
and
no,
dry.
I've seen weird shit too, weird anomalies, but I'm just saying they want to have both ways. They want to have the surface bending and the light bending, but it seems overly redundant. I don't know.
It's not one to have. It's just, it's how it's described and explained.
Well, I think the better point is you can't explain it that way and then say this certain thing can't happen over a flat plane. That's ridiculous, because even on a sphere, the local, this is what y'all call it, the local plane, the part that you can't measure curvature, these effects are happening in. I mean, I don't know. You can't have it both ways in that instance. Can't say drop from the horizon is Earth curve when you say the drop starts at the horizon.
The drop starts at your feet.
Right, but it rises towards your eye level, correct?
Well, it appears to. That's your perspective, but it's not actually. You could measure that and detect it.
You can measure what?
The drop from your feet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, please end it now. Tell us the tools and
I
methods
know
you use to do that.
that's it though. Yeah, that's it, Rocky. That's
Yeah,
our
you're
gray
just saying
area.
that in theory, if you lived on a sphere, you should easily be able to measure the drop from your feet, which goes out in every direction. If you're standing in the middle of the lake, the water drops from your feet in all directions until it hits land. And then the land goes up and starts to curve itself.
Yeah, I agree with all of that except the easy part. It's not easy.
It's damn sure
obviously
easy enough
difficult.
it's damn sure easy enough if you create a 8-inch per mile dirt hill and give me a tool to go measure it and tell me how many inches it's curving per mile. I can damn sure measure it with the same exact tools.
Okay.
I can create a straight line segment, establish a horizontal line, and then extend that horizontal line in any direction. And then, oh, by the way, put some plastic in a form like that and fill it with water, and guess what? The water's going to go to the top of that form, not deviating.
Do you guys want to get into some other topics, or are we going to stay on this for a bit?
What do we got here?
I don't know, man. I was thinking about dropping down and maybe doing a little show on either metaphysics, ether, or crypto, but I'm not sure if anybody's interested in that stuff here.
I never heard of none of that stuff.
Crypto, like cryptography? What's that? What's crypto?
Cryptozoology.
Oh yeah, that shit. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Let's see a presentation, bro. I am
Fucking Bigfoot ass motherfucker.
Yeah.
Bigfoot on Ripple.
Dude, Bigfoot was a tranny, by the way.
I don't know. You guys got any topics other than long distance observations?
Why do y'all think that Bigfoot can't exist?
I think Bigfoot exists.
I think it can exist. We just don't have proof that it does.
I
want it to exist.
I've had a weird experience myself camping, so I don't know if anyone else has, but I'll share it if you guys are interested.
Well, I'll make a small statement here. If you're an evolutionist, you damn well better believe in Bigfoot.
Yep, that's true.
That's pretty
No
much
shit.
pretty much your ancestor.
You got to believe in the possibility of it. I mean, we got gorillas, fucking elephants. I mean, there's all kinds of big giant critters roaming the earth. I mean, Bigfoot is not impossible by any means. There's just
Bigfoot
very scant evidence of it.
Bigfoot would be in between a gorilla and a man, right? A big hairy man. Like,
I don't know.
think
It
of
could
your
be.
best friend that was as hairy as you've ever seen, and then think of a gorilla, and then Bigfoot would be in between, right?
Before we get on this Bigfoot thing, did Geo start 2 live streams running all the time, or does anyone know?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think one's for the trains and one's for the Bigfoot.
I'm looking right now.
Yeah, I talked to Gio. He's officially banned the discussion of trains for the next month. Okay.
No, he didn't. He loves trains. He loves when I say choo-choo trains.
You must have a good topic there, Jeremy.
Trains, planes, and Kosho's mom.
Here, I hear you like trains, so I put a train inside your train while you ride the train looking for more trains.
That's what the song. They wrote a song about it. Train, train.
Yeah. Choo choo. But yeah, man. Nobody's had any experiences out there camping with some weird shit.
I did, but I determined what it was.
Oh, okay. Well, let's hear about it.
I was camping with two of my mates from school. We were up at the farm, and yeah, we just started hearing like super weird sounds from around us that like, you know, it's over the course of like an hour. So at first we're like, did you hear that? What was that? Oh, probably nothing.
Wait a minute. Is
And then
this
we're
the
like, there it
cow?
is again.
Is this the cow?
No.
The cow one?
No. And then it's like, it's sort of things like, one sounds like a tree shaking, another one sounds like a rock clacking, like not super sus sounds, but they were just like coming from over here and like over there and all around us. And then it like started getting louder and louder and closer until like was impossible to ignore or pretend it wasn't there anymore. And we were like 15, we were freaking out. We were trying to like figure out what it was. My mate's like, I think it's like rabid crazy kangaroos, and I was like, maybe it's an uncontacted tribe of Aboriginals, and it like just keeps like circling in on us. At one point I was like, that's it, I'm gonna go get him, and I like picked up a flaming log from the fire and went like charging out into the darkness, but once it became pitch black I was too scared and I turned around and ran back to the fire. And yeah, it just kept approaching until like out of the murky darkness these three men just come walking up, and it turns out it's like the manager's son, and he's decided he wants to prank us, and it was just the most incredibly effective prank because we were terrified. But because it was from all around, it sounded really supernatural. You know, we were like, how can somebody get from all the way over there to all the way over there?
That's crazy,
like
dude. They
10
got
seconds?
you good. Got him.
Really got me.
Yeah, I had a weird experience. I was camping with a buddy, and we jumped in my Jeep and we went up the road just to kind of check out where the road went. And we came across this giant prairie, dude, that was like maybe the size of a few football fields put together, surrounded by trees. And there was a bunch of cows out in the pasture. And I got this gnarly train horn on my Jeep. And so I just got a bright idea that I was going to hit the train horn and try to like create a stampede or something. So anyhow, I hit the train horn, and I did it a couple times, and all of a sudden we hear this loud roar coming out from the direction we were headed, even though we were stopped. I'm just trying to give you some bearing. And this roar was so loud that I don't know if you've ever been next to like some subwoofers in a car where you can feel the bass, you know, go through your body, but it felt like that, and it was like equivalent to being next to like some giant concert speakers. So like me and my buddy looked at each other because we couldn't make sense of what the hell that could be. And the only thing my mind could make sense of that somebody was out there, like we came up on somebody's property, and it did it a few more times, and we got the hell out of there. But I've never heard anything that loud in nature. So I scared the shit out of us. Well, yeah, that's my story.
I have a question for the evolutionist, or all the evolutionists on here. If evolution is true, but it can't, or well, if you believe evolution is true, but it comes to find out that these stories of giants were also true, what would that do with your theory of evolution?
I imagine they'd say it fits right into it. You just need to, like, it depends how you just establish it that the giants were real, but I don't think any of these globalist monkey ball evolutionists would deny that they could exist. Just say that until we have, you know, forensic evidence of their, you know, skeletons or something, we don't presume that they do. But I don't think they presume they don't.
Right, they presume that they don't, but there's all stories within Indian culture. Every culture, just about it, has some story of giant people, from within the Bible to
Indian legends, like I said, and even ancient other like even the Greeks had it. The Greeks had legends
I
of
think you
giants.
misheard me.
Or
I
what?
said I don't think they presume they don't exist. I think these globalist monkey ball people just don't presume that they do exist. So they're
No, I
not
heard you.
positive
I
about a
heard you.
negative.
Well, I'm just saying is I would wonder how they would work it in. And here's another thing. I was just thinking about this too. Let's say we lived on Middle Earth, you know, and Middle Earth, the events happened in Middle Earth happened 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. But we started digging up bones of elves and dwarves and humans and all this stuff. Because they're all similar, you can almost make the argument that they evolved from the same thing, right? That's what you would assume if you're using the current paradigm. So there's an assumption within evolutionary theory that these different creatures evolved from the previous one or from each other or whatever however they want to say it. But what if they didn't? What if they're their own species that was created as they are, and they're just kind of monkeying with the numbers and monkeying with the genetics?
Well,
Go ahead,
don't like
Doxler.
don't like current doctors differentiate like the autonomy between different cultures, like a Caucasian versus an Asian man will have like different cranial sutures and stuff due to the fact that Caucasians are Cro-Magnon and these guys aren't. So like, wouldn't that like show this timeline separation between these two things? And
Well,
if there's
they would do that on the phylogeny where they would list them as separate, but they would draw a line back to a common ancestor, right?
right, what the point I'm getting at is depending on the features of whatever this was, like if it had, let's just say, 6 digits on each limb and an extra rib and different cranial sutures, like couldn't they draw conclusions from that and saying that either this predates this or not, and kind of be able to differentiate like which one's older, which one came from what? Like, I mean, isn't that how that works? So basically, to say that they're all came from the same thing um, would be wrong if you could prove that it didn't through these features. And I think that's how they differentiate, who's older versus not in the scheme of evolution.
Well, here's the thing, though. Even if you say we have all humans have the common ancestor, well, that's true. We all came from Adam and Eve. We have a common ancestor. So but saying we have a common ancestor doesn't debunk creationism. That actually can support it. But that don't miss what I'm saying, though. A Cro-Magnon man or a human or some other thing. What if they're not an ancestor, but they're just a creature, maybe like Bigfoot, that existed, and they're saying it's an ancestor of man, but it's not really. It's just another primate that was created. You see my point? Just like in Middle Earth, you've got humans, elves, and dwarves, right? They're not. If you read the story, they're not all from the same. They're not all from the same lineage. They were individually created. But you can impose your worldview onto the evidence, and I think that's what happens. They're imposing their worldview on the evidence.
Mm-hmm. Well, we do have evidence of those elongated skulls, and they did DNA testing on them and showed that they weren't human.
Yeah. So are they an evolutionary offshoot? Well, then they're messing. Or what are they? What are those things?
Right.
No, they showed that they weren't native of that land.
No, they were hybrid. Their DNA was hybrid. It wasn't compared to any human DNA. So I could post a link to it.
I mean, I remember reading an Indian story back when I was researching giants, where, and this is a legend or tale that was passed down, that the Indians chased a giant that was at least, I forget how tall they said it was, but it was at least 10, 20, 30 feet tall. And the giant had captured the women, and the men chased the giant down and trapped it and literally saved the women. Now, it doesn't read like a fairy tale, because when you read it, you read the story or even a myth, because it reads like an event. They talked about what they did. It talked about how long they ran, how long they chased it, how long they did all these things. It doesn't read like some legend or mythos.
It's kind of parallel to the Bigfoot thing, though. Where are the rest of them?
Well, they could have died off. I mean, how many species have died, even within our lifetime, 50 years? How many species have died off? Where are the dinosaurs? Where are they?
We dug the bones up. We got there.
Well, I can show you stories where they said they found human skulls back in the conquistador days, where it says that a man with his sword in his hand stuck his arm and the sword and hit the back of the skull. They found a skull that large, and they said it sounded like it was they didn't say it was a dinosaur. It sounded like they knew it was a human. And I would imagine that people knew what human skulls look like over animal skulls, because they eat. Go ahead.
I posted that video link that I said I would.
I think the question about evolution, I had this thought the other day, isn't actually about whether things diversify over time. It's about the span of time itself. Because I think, like, if I were to throw the question back to you, is it R2R? Yeah, Paul. If you accepted billions of years, would you then not? My assumption would be you would then go, oh yeah, then evolution's kind of normal, like, because billions of years would also mean like a massive sort of change. I guess we'd also have to assume that the landscape or the environment has changed. But if you accept that life has been around for billions of years and it's gotten very hot and gotten very dry and got very cold, it would become sort of weird to go, yeah, during that time all of these species stayed in the current form we know them. So it's more about the time span than it is about the diversification of life.
But even in the time span, they just throw out that number. They just throw it out. But here's the thing. Think about it. From a single cell living, the first protocell, to a human being, how many mutations have to occur between that first protocell to a human being? How many would have to occur? And at what rate would they have to occur for you to get a human being?
No idea. But the question I'm more asking is, like, rather than starting at the start.
Everybody I've ever asked, they have no idea. But they say that, well, it took billions of years or millions of years to occur. That's an assumption that they have no basis in fact or no basis in evidence to give that. They just gave it a number.
That's not true. There is lineages. There's DNA lineage. There's resemblance lineage. There's the phylogenetic studies. There is evidence that indicates it. I mean, you don't have to support or accept, but to say there is no evidence is not true.
Okay, because you hold on a second. I want to
I can direct you back to it.
Okay.
But the question was, if you accepted the time span, wouldn't you say that evolution is just a foregone conclusion? Like, you would, if you accepted billions of years, you'd have to accept that stuff's changed over that time. Or would you say, even at billions of years, foxes were foxes billions of years ago?
Well, when you say change, you have to define what you mean by change. That's why I gave you a very specific thing. Hold on. Well, I gave you a very specific type of change. A protocell to a human being. That is a massive amount of change. Okay, now
let me give you a simple kind of change then. If you wanted me to be specific, let's say a dog, like a fox, getting separated by, let's say, a mountain range or something, such that they no longer intermingled and shared DNA between them, no longer mated between one another. Could you believe that those could through thousands or millions of generations become so different from one another they could no longer share DNA between them? They could no longer
give me the time period. Give me a time period.
1 billion years.
Okay, so you're saying it took 1 billion years 1 billion years for this fox. Think about this. This is what you're telling me. You have a fox, it gets isolated, okay? But it takes it 1 billion years, so that since it's isolated from other foxes, that it took 1 billion years for them not to be able to reproduce with each other. That's just
I'm
one.
asking you a question. I'm not asking. I'm asking you a question.
I'm
inviting you to
analyzing your
answer it.
question.
Right. So I'm
Well,
not suggesting this is the case. I'm saying after 1 billion years, would you think those two things would still be discernibly still the same species? They could
I don't
still
know because I don't know if
mate
I don't know.
successfully with one another.
I don't know because I don't know if that evolution. There's people that even today admit there's problems with evolution. So to make an
You're
assumption
avoiding
about something
answering
I
the
don't know,
question.
I don't know. I'm not. I'm answering. I don't know, but I don't know if
The
I
question
don't
is,
think
could it be possible that they would no longer be the
anything's
same species?
possible. Anything in the world's possible, but is it reasonable? And that's why I'm trying to analyze it. I don't think it's reasonable.
Which bit's not? That after 1 billion years they would be a bit different?
They might be a bit different, but you're saying it took 1 billion years for them to change.
No,
Now, if you
I'm
apply
not.
that,
You're not listening to the question. I'm saying after 1 billion years, what would they be like? I'm not giving you any indication of how long it took them to change. It could have happened in the first 20 seconds. It could have taken them the most of the 1 billion years. I'm just saying after 1 billion years, do you think it would be reasonable to presume that these two species that were used to be from the same common descendant, common ancestor, could be so different they can no longer mate successfully with one another?
I mean, I guess I'll say it again. I think it's possible, but I don't know if it's reasonable. And the thing is, they argue that the changes that for genetic change to occur at a genetic level, to change it to genetic level, that means you have to change the gene. Well, you're changing the gene, which means just changing the proteins. You're saying that the proteins would change enough over the course of 1 billion years that would happen. Well, you would also have to tell me the rate, like which genes are changing, how long does it take for the genes to change? When it does change, how long does it take for that to propagate over the course of the species? There's all kinds of factors that I've asked people, evolutionists, they don't know. They have no idea the rate of change. They don't know.
Yeah, that sounds like a reasonable answer.
Well,
I think
and that's what
spontaneous mutation is like 1 in a million, I think is the number on that.
Okay, 1 in a million.
It's
Okay, how
almost
often does it
always.
happen? Okay, he said it's 1 in a million. Okay, that's a good number. Let's analyze that. 1 in a million. How often?
Well, it depends on the propagation of the group or the species you're talking about. How many of them are there?
Well,
Right.
is it even
Well, wait a minute.
advantageous, this mutation, or is it just a hindrance?
It could
Well, think about
be.
it.
It could be a negative.
Deadly.
Okay, let's analyze it. Okay, what's the lifespan of a fox? What's the lifespan?
Let's just say 10 years.
I've no idea.
18 years.
10 years.
You've got a 1 in a billion chance within over 18 years time period that a mutation is going to occur to cause this fox to be something else.
What?
That's the lifespan.
Why is
it has to happen within the life of the fox. The mutation
No, it doesn't happen within the life of the fox. You're doing it all wrong, man. There's a 1 in a million chance. In a population of 1 million animals, it happens once per generation. It doesn't happen to a fox midway through its life. That's not what these globalist monkey ball people claim.
What's the generation of a fox?
18 years. Or 10 years.
Exactly.
How many litters? No, how many litters do they produce in a year?
Okay, you get a genetic change in one fox. You get a genetic change in one fox. So that genetic chain has to go over into the other fox. So it has to mate with another fox for that genetic change to be able to reproduce. Now the thing is, there's inside that other fox that's got things that maybe counteract that mutation, because then the mutation has to happen both not just in the female but in the male too.
Yeah, it has to be dominant.
Not quite how recessive and
is it dominant or
yeah. But this happens it happens once in a million chance. Once a million, 1 in a million chance that this happens. So it's like, okay, what's the odds of winning the lottery? What's the odds of you winning the lottery? How many years would it take for you to win the lottery?
Well, it's worse than winning lottery. Let's make it
Exactly.
worse to make your case stronger. Yeah, let's make it worse to make
Exactly.
your case stronger. If the mutations are happening at 1 in a million, they are also killing 99% of those things that it does, right? Because one gets sharper teeth, but the other one gets like a blocked esophagus or a too stubby nose or something, so it dies. So it's actually like a millionth of a million.
Well,
What
I
he's
love
saying
the
is if
kind
there's a mutation in the male, for example, it may not transmit to the offspring because the female may not have that
Absolutely.
mutation. So he's saying they
Absolutely.
both have to have a mutation, which is like 1 in a million.
No. That's as Left Lane said. It would just have to
If
be,
it's
according to the monkey ball
yeah,
genetics, just has to be a dominant gene. So I've got
yeah.
slightly sharper teeth, and a girl fancies me and she bangs me, but my slightly sharper teeth get passed on to the kids because they're better than her recessive blunt teeth.
And then you have all those kids that are going to pass that dominant gene on to their offspring. And I mean, you think about rabbits, man. It doesn't take long before there's a bunch of them with sharper teeth.
Yeah, we know that selective breeding will cause things, right? Because we've all seen domesticated species, right? We know that cows don't look like that in the wild, sheep don't look like that in the wild, right? So we know that selective breeding based on attributes will change morphologically. The question is just how does it happen? And you guys are right. According to this monkey ball theory, it's incredibly rare. But that's my point. If you then invoke 1 billion years, it becomes to me illogical to presume things wouldn't change over those time scales, because you're talking, you're just talking billions and billions of opportunities of that happening.
A dominant advantageous trait, to show up in a population. It doesn't take very long at all before it becomes dominant in the group.
Well, what's the dominant trait for humans?
I don't know.
One good example is brown eyes. Brown eyes is dominant. So in order to get blue eyes, if you do the box grid thing in school, this is how we found out. One kid found out in the class that he was either his mum had cheated or he was adopted. I didn't find out the end of it, but he was talking about in order to definitely have a blue-eyed kid, you've got to have 2 blue-eyed parents. Now, you can get a blue-eyed kid out of 2 brown-eyed parents because it's recessive, so they both could have brown eyes, but carrying a recessive blue-eyed gene. But the end result of all of this is blue eyes are going extinct.
I got
Because
brown eyes.
mix them
My
up.
wife's got green eyes, and my kid came out with blue eyes. Makes sense of that.
Yeah.
But how do you know brown eyes isn't the main gene from the beginning? It probably is.
Well, because then blue
that's
eyes
not an
wouldn't exist.
example.
But it's just a mathematical thing. It's like the guy first did it with peas, I think, where you could just draw a little diamond-shaped grid and go big B for brown, little b for blue, and that will give you your probability of a blue-eyed kid.
Yeah. Look at Punnett square, Punet square, and it'll show you what we're talking about. But the thing is, we're kind of getting off on kind of a sidetrack about how can traits show up within a population that makes them more genetically diverse than their ancestors, and how much of that has to occur over time before those individuals become genetically isolated from their ancestors to which they can't breed, producing a new species.
I don't think it's
a
ever
big
happened.
question. It's a big question.
Do you think it could happen, Godric? That if I let's say it happened externally,
not in one species. You can have it depends on what you call dominant. You can have more muscles, for example, or shorter or taller. But that's not going to get you to go from one species to another. That's just That's just like small movements within the same species.
So the question I was asking wasn't from one individual to another. I wouldn't be surprised if you got sort of what I'd be saying is over 1 billion years, you're going to have multiple millions of pairs, of bonding pairs along that, of mating pairs along that chain. And it's just saying from the start of that, with these foxes over here, that for the sake of it, we'll say they remain unchanged. That's the question I'm kind of asking, suggests wouldn't they all change if you invoke 1 billion years? But let's say these ones remain unchanged, and then you've got a chain of millions of mating pairs on the other side. that are being pressured, right? Because it might be colder over that other side. So maybe they're getting a bigger coat and a bigger coat. And it's not like from one to the next, one's wearing a big fluffy jacket. It's like, you know, after millions and millions and millions, you go, whoa, those ones are really floofy over that side of the mountain.
Yeah, they might look completely different, right? But do we have examples of this taking place where, you know, even if you want to talk about species that we have alive right now, they claim that all dogs are descendants from a wolf. But you can still breed dogs and wolves together, right? From any type of dog that you may say looks completely different, might look like it's another species, some sort of like rat chihuahua compared to a wolf. You would look at these and think that these are like completely different species, but they're still able to functionally breed with one another.
Yeah.
So do you have an example where that actually takes place, where the breeding can no longer take place between what is claimed to be the root species and another species that has allegedly arose from the root species?
Yeah, I don't have an example of it. I was just positing it as a question, is because it struck me. The thought struck me that maybe the difference between our beliefs between us and the monkey ball evolution believers is not actually about do things, does speciation occur? It's actually about does billions of years occur? And maybe if anybody entertains the idea of billions of years, then speciation becomes like, oh yeah, of course that would happen. It seems
if you can
weird
let your
to suggest.
mind go off into such wonderful, fanciful places, like anything
I'd
that you
like
could
to.
possibly imagine can become plausible, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the billions of years idea, sure, might open up the door for this to possibly take place, but we haven't one, confirmed the billions of years, or two, confirmed that the process in which we're claiming could happen over a billion years could happen at all to begin with. And furthermore, just as we're talking about this, please, Left Lane, try to refrain from bringing up rabbits. It's a sore subject for me right now. But
Hey, Napalm, that sucks. Sorry to hear that, man. Hey,
yeah,
sorry, man.
Oh, Webby.
Yeah, my
John.
rabbit passed away. I had to bury my rabbit yesterday.
Oh, sorry, man. That sucks.
Yeah, all good.
When's
It's
Easter?
part of life, man. It was a wild rabbit, anyways. But yeah.
Anyway.
Well, see, something I share, there's something that I think that evolutionists and non-evolutionists, I think we have to admit that we share, is it's mind-blowing. It's difficult to conceive the vast, 4 billion years. I mean, God, how do you wrap your head around that? And then you got to also consider, if we're looking for these things to exist within our time span, we're less than a blink of an eye in that lineage. And I'm not surprised that we're not witnessing it happen before our eyes. It happens over very long periods of time. So with
Conveniently long periods of time.
yeah, well, with me, I believe in the science and the evidence and the logic involved in that. So that makes me believe in evolution. And,
Hey,
and maybe
I'm so glad you
if
said.
I do.
Hey,
Yeah.
mods. Johnny's asking if he can come off mute. He says he's sober and he's good.
Well, that's a good
Yeah,
reason
give me a
not to believe it. That it has to be mind blowing.
Yeah.
Well, somebody said evidence, right? Now, this is mind blowing. You know why? Because there is no evidence. We have fossil records of all kinds of creatures, all kinds of weird and amazing, fascinating creatures, but we have no, and I mean no, zero, not one example of one creature turning into another creature. On all these billions of years in the ground, there is not one instance where they can come up with this. So this is where their thing dies. That and irreducible complexity, but that's for another subject.
I so agree with you. I just wanted to know, though, while agreeing with you, what would it look like? What would this thing where you're saying an example of a species turning into another species, what would it look like? The evidence.
Well, it would be, sure, it would be a fish, right? Becoming a land mammal, for example.
Right, but what
Or
would
it
that
would be,
look like? We're not going to see a verb which is becoming. So do you mean like we would dig up a fossil?
Yeah, a chain of fossils,
And what
or pick another species. Once it comes
How
on
about
land, pick a little rodent to a giraffe,
Yeah, there would be
or whatever.
a gill
Yeah.
slowly. A gill would have to slowly turn into a lung, right? But it's not going to happen all at once because that's fucking crazy.
Exactly.
See, that wouldn't happen. So you have to have a fish who slowly evolves a lung. The gill, I guess. I don't know what that would look like. You should tell us because if that's
Oh, we got the
their thing.
lungfish. That fish exists. It's called the lungfish. It's actually developed its pectoral fins into more like a limb, where they can actually move across the mud and they can breathe air and they can
So
breathe
what's
in
it
water
gonna
as
turn
well.
into?
Oh,
Is it gonna
how
turn into a rat?
convenient. How convenient. Now you've got an
Yeah, it
example.
is. It is.
Hold on,
Yeah.
left lane.
This
What's
is
it gonna
very
turn into, that
suspicious.
thing?
Well, who knows? Maybe it's going to end up a lizard. Maybe a lizard. I don't know.
Maybe it was designed exactly the way it is, so it can survive when the water, when the ponds run out of water and stuff. It can just
How about a
swim over
slime
to another
lizard? Can it
pond.
fly too?
Well, see, there could also be some environmental influence that would force it to go the other way and just go back to being a fish.
Okay, so there should be a record of it, right? Slowly going from gill, a fish, and slowly having this ability that it has now. That's a very good example, actually, left lane. So where is this? We should see this in the fossil record, right? A fish in the water with just gills and having this ability that the lungfish has. Can you please show me this evolutionary record?
Can you show me a lungfish? Not lungfish, but the same thing.
No, I'm sure I was clear on what I said.
Checkmate atheists.
Left lane, did you understand what I said?
Yeah. What you would need to see in that record, I would assume that here we have this fish, and then later on we find the fossils that apparently this fish now has lungs, and now it has limbs. And I would presume it would be something like that, where they say this is the fish we think that this used to be, and now it's turned into a lizard, and maybe they've got
Monkey fish
10 or
frog.
20,000 years, but
They don't.
it's difficult.
They don't. There's not one example, left lane. Not one example.
Yeah, there is. They got a monkey fish frog on South Park. If you ever saw that episode.
I mean, the
Cat dog.
lungfish is pretty impressive, I gotta say.
What about the man bear pig?
No, it's impressive in what it does, Jeremy. But there's no actual record that says it was a fish and gained this ability. I could easily say it was created like that, right from the get.
Yeah, that's a good point. Do you have a lungfish where it didn't have the lung, the air breathing part yet?
Yeah, show
Good
me
point,
that, and
Essie.
I'll say, yeah, evolution. It's there. It is, but there's no record
You
of
made a
it.
good point there. You made a good point there, Izzy. I could easily say, nah, and
That
that's how
answers
I interpret
Eggshell's
what you
question,
said.
though, as to what it would look like. It looked like that lungfish thing, probably, but we'd
But
have
I'm
to
not
see it
saying
before.
left lane.
I mean,
I'm
we
saying
just
make me a believer. I'm saying show it to me, and I'll be a believer.
yeah, I understand, and I wish I could lay my hand on that fossil record that shows you that lineage, but I can't, and I'm
You know
not even
why?
sure that it exists, so I'm at a disadvantage on that.
That's what SD's asking for, the progression of events. The fossil record showing that long.
And then I'm
Yeah.
a believer, like the song says.
Worse atheist globers, and that is now you've got two more gaps that you'd have to explain. What's the transition between A and B? And B, no, sorry, worse. If you showed us a transitional fossil. Where's the one between A and B, and the one between B and C?
What about an aqua
So for
lung?
each step forward, you're actually taking 2 steps back.
What about a lung that can breathe water?
That's right.
Yeah, and show us how the
cool.
blue whale, a mammal, went to the to the ocean. I gotta see that one.
We got Kevin Costner in Waterworld.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jethro Tull.
See the act of speciation. It's
You talking about the
stretched
fossil
over such
records?
a long distance. Yeah, it's stretched over such a long distance You know, I wouldn't expect us to be able to see it actually happen from start to finish.
How
But
convenient.
I mean, we could just look at these things like the lungfish that may be in transition. You
What
know,
about
Maybe,
what about animals
maybe.
that
yeah,
what about animals that have been around since like the prehistoric days, like the
Before dinosaurs?
Plecostomus? Yeah, like the Plecostomus and or the alligator. I mean, some of these animals are really old, and they haven't changed their design since the beginning. So I mean,
How
that
old are
just
they?
seems kind of weird. I have no idea, but you can look it up. Look up the Plecostomus or the alligator. I mean, these things have been around for a long fucking time, dude, and their
Or the
design is still
horseshoe
the same.
crab. The horseshoe crab
There
that
you
has
go.
blue blood. How about
There
that
you go.
one?
There's another one. Yep.
Well, the aqua lungfish that goes back quite a ways, right?
How about the octopus? Is that evolution?
Where's the thing between the blue lungfish and the lungs and the blue lungfish and the gills?
Aren't primates
Exactly.
supposed to be descended from octopus because they're cephalopods and they've got brains and thoughts and
yeah,
stuff like that?
yep. Octopus is actually a very smart animal.
And they
Very
don't have a
smart.
blind spot in their eyeballs like we do.
They can figure
I would
out
imagine.
mazes.
I'd imagine they're flat earthers.
So did it evolve from the puppy, or
Oh.
what did it evolve from?
Do what?
They evolved from a single cell. Single
Yeah.
cell.
Primordial ooze,
Yeah. What a
like the
story,
Ninja
man.
Turtles.
It's like we're discussing
And
how unicorns
it's
were made.
it is fantastical. It absolutely is something that to think about for me is practically impossible to get my head around.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
because
mean,
one man
And
named Darwin.
as we know, things that are difficult to imagine or understand are, say it with me now, team, false. Lies spread by the devil.
so do we have
Oh, give
anything?
it up,
Do we
eggshells.
have
Get behind
anything
me,
in
Satan.
modern time where we can see evidence of of a species changing, i.e., evolving, like gaining or losing chromosomes or anything? Like, do you have any evidence of that, or is this all just hearsay?
Oh, I don't know. I would like to see the genome of that lungfish and identify all of their functions, and then you would have to figure out, maybe get a specimen from 10,000 years ago that you could identify as the same or closely
They,
kin, and
they don't even
see
know
if
how
you
to
can
read
figure out.
DNA
It
yet.
would be impossible to pinpoint, I believe. I don't know if you can pinpoint the
Well, I
point
mean,
that it diverged, you know.
yeah, we should see an animal that was, you know, unique in its way, and then change in modern time. Like we don't have that with insects. I don't think we have that with animals. Like, I mean, there's nothing showing us that. We
But
should
even
have
with the
something.
lungfish, so we've got a modern species and we dissect it. We measure the ribs, we measure the vertebra, we measure all these dimensions and characteristics, and then we've got a fossil record of a fish that had all of these exact same characteristics except for the lungs and maybe the pectoral bone. You know, that maybe we could say that's possibly what this fish came from.
Look, all these scientists, right? You're going to tell me now that they can date a dinosaur millions of years ago, right? And say, okay, this is this time period. Now, from that time period to this time period, because you know how they date them, right? In levels in the ground. You're going to tell me they can't find one. And I'm just asking for one species change in that whole evolutionary period of millions of years from when they got dinosaurs till now. Like they say, a dinosaur is the chicken is a dinosaur, they say, right? So isn't there not one evolutionary trace of one species out of the billions and
Well,
billions of species?
technically, we could say cancer is a genetic mutation, right? Therefore, evolution. But the only issue is it's not advantageous. Like this mutation would certainly have to be advantageous for it to carry on and be able to thrive and survive. And I mean, yeah, dude, like that's all you got is like cancer or some like weird, hideous fucking hindrance of a growth. Like
Yeah, but
nothing
cancer
advantageous.
doesn't
Cancer is
mutate
not
into
evolution.
something else, right?
Well,
Cancer doesn't mutate; it stays cancer
no,
throughout it.
that's what cancer is. It's a mutated DNA sequence that doesn't necessarily have any design to it.
We
It's
don't know
just
that
Yeah,
it
it
wasn't here in the
replicates itself.
beginning.
No,
We don't know
it
that it's new.
replicates.
what?
We don't know that cancer wasn't here in the beginning. It could be from the beginning, so not new.
Well, I'm just
Not,
saying, like
not
that's.
evolution.
I mean, I'm just saying, like that's the only evidence I see of anything comparative to what they call evolution. And
But how do
this
you
doesn't
figure
look.
it's evolution, though?
Well, it's a mutation.
It's not evolution.
Yeah, but it doesn't change into something else. It remains cancer, right?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean,
You just
yeah,
can't
I've
make that
never.
claim.
What? What's that?
You can't make that claim. That's evolution
Yeah,
if you don't know what it changed to.
yeah. Maybe you're right, but I'm just saying that's the only thing that seems to fit anything close in resemblance to what it is they're describing. Whether it fits or not, I mean, it's the only thing I can see that comes close. So.
Okay, fair enough. But I'm asking like for a fossil record, right? This is where evolution really has nothing to stand on. It's just an idea. It's like trying to figure out where did Peter Pan come from, or Tinkerbell.
I would call it more of a logical conclusion rather than an idea.
How, bro? It's one man's idea. One man.
Well,
That's
I mean,
it.
there was always everything we know initiated with probably one individual that had the idea that turned into like Einstein and relativity and things like that.
Okay, bad example, but fair enough. Okay, just because it was one man's idea doesn't mean. But there's no proof of it. Show me one instance. We have billions of years, right? Billions of years. Where is it? We
But I
got
kind
rock
of feel like
sediment.
you're asking for something to represent a species being one thing and giving birth to another species, kind of thing, and that's just not the way that happens.
Well, then you don't have evolution, then, sir.
Yeah, evolution is the phenotypic. I think it's called allele frequency, changing allele frequency within a population over time is basically what that is. And I mean, the change in allele frequency is the mutation that happens that produces some characteristic, and time as
How
in
many generations do you
thousands
need?
and thousands of years.
How many generations do you need for the change from one species to another?
Yeah, that's a good
Ballpark.
question.
Well, this is science, so you must know. I mean, it must be a thing.
No, I don't think you can draw a line on that question. I don't think.
It's not science then.
I don't think that disqualifies it as science either.
It certainly does. If you don't have the concrete evidence, the hard fact, it's not science. It's just imagination.
Look, Paul went into it with you. I think that was Paul, right? He went into it with you in the biological level, molecular DNA level. That doesn't make sense there. But you don't have to be like a genius to know anything about this stuff, right? All you have to say is, okay, evolution, right? One species has to turn into another one, and another one, and another one, and another one, because it all started with one cell. Then there's gotta be proof of that. We have billions of years that we should be able to find evidence in shale, in the sediment. Where is it? There isn't one example of this. Now, to me, that's sus.
Are you going to give your opinion on that, Leflin?
I'm just thinking, contemplating. I'm trying to determine what he expects to see that would
Anything.
make him say, "Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm looking
Anything,
for."
man. Anything. I mean, anything you can fathom.
Look at a phylogenetic tree of evolution, and it shows all the creatures and critters that they've discovered and map their characteristics and how they're related to one another, and it's big. It's a big, massive tree. It is hard to get your head around. It really is.
So how old you're talking about? You're talking about within a living tree?
A what?
You're talking about in a living tree or like on a
No,
like someone
the phylogenetic tree. That's what they call it, and it's sort of like your family tree where it shows your parents and the offspring beneath it, and
Oh, post
like
that
that.
because I
Yeah, it branches off, and it's on. It pertains to species rather than family.
I got you. Are you driving there or can you post that? I'm driving.
No, I'm driving.
Huh. I'd never even heard of that through all these discussions. So that's kind of strange, but yeah, but because that would really tell me, that I came from X, right? If it's Bigfoot or a gorilla or ape or then that fit. There was a fish at one point that came out of water and started breathing air. I mean, that's kind of the perception that I've been given over the years. So is that what the tree shows?
Sort of. I'm gonna see if I can get it up.
You're not driving, right? You pulled over.
No, I'm driving. That's why I'm having trouble doing it.
Yeah, don't do it.
You can Google. Yeah,
Don't
you
do
can
it.
Google under images phylogenetic tree, and it brings up all kinds of shit on it.
Yeah, don't be Googling and driving, Left Lane, for real.
Yeah, it's not safe, especially in
Yeah,
traffic.
not worth it. Not worth it.
It was theorized that the whale has a bone that they don't use. It was theorized that they walked on land upright. The whale, but then later on turned into whales. Do you believe this, Left Lane?
That's possible. Yeah.
Right. Just checking on that.
Yeah, I think they said that they've got lineage or evidence or whatever of critters that we came out of the sea and then went back into the sea and then came back out again, back and forth kind of thing. I'm not that versed on all of that stuff though. And I say we, just biology, everything living.
So you have these species that you guys think evolved. Can we believe that maybe these new species that evolved were actually placed on the Earth by aliens? How about that? Is that a chance of that happening?
Yeah, I don't.
Not evolving, but placed by aliens strategically.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I'm not. I think it's kind of I don't know what to call it. Considering the size of the universe and all the possibility for life on other planets and blah blah blah. Yeah, I think absolutely there's possibility of that, but just like we have the difficulty in knowing if that's true or not, being able to go there, they have the same problems we do if they exist. But I think if aliens had been
They have
here
the same
or were
problems
coming or there was any interest,
they have.
I think that they would be here, and I think we would know it. I wouldn't think it would be in question.
So they wouldn't hide them, just be out there. No question.
Yeah, I don't think they would be able to be hidden.
They'd just be walking down at Walmart, hanging out there, and in the aisle buying groceries and stuff, right? Wearing clothes. chilling at the beach.
Wearing whatever 3 titty bras. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if they were advanced enough to make it here, right? Wouldn't they have technology to potentially mask themselves and just appear to look like us?
And also to rule
Why
over the
would
people,
why
right?
why would they do that? Why would they want to mask themselves?
Well, I mean, obviously humans
They can control
by
the earth.
nature, yeah, humans by nature, I mean, aren't really too friendly. Look at what we've done throughout history to, animals around us, like we're not
Yeah,
going
I
to really
agree.
look at them as equal. We're either going to look at them as being above or below, and if they're in either way, they're going to get, routed, and
Look what we did
who
to the
knows.
Native American. The population of Native Americans went from 60 million to 5 million. We kill our own race. You think we would be okay with aliens?
Only because they're a different skin color, not just because they're a different species. Yeah, you add that factor, and it's obviously there's going to be the perception of threat,
And
which
add
is going to
3
create.
dicks and 3 titties, and you got a problem.
Yeah, I think that part of the racist type thing is, I think that's part of human flaw that some people are so ignorant to think that a person with a different color skin is less than they are, kind of thing. I think that racism will eventually go away altogether. Eventually.
And who's to
So
say
what
we're
is
not
man
just being
gonna evolve into? What are we gonna evolve into eventually?
That's a
the
great question.
grays?
And I mean, that's something I've thought about. Tool has got a song called 46 and 2, and it talks about humans going from our current genetic state to the next level, which we would have another set of chromosomes. And that's fascinating to me to think about. And of course,
What
if
are
I
we
believe in
gonna?
evolution, I believe that's going to happen, right?
So we're gonna evolve into a Wi-Fi port or something. We're gonna get like a machine link capability.
Yeah, I don't
Is that
know.
our
I
next
don't know what that
evolutionary
is.
or organic?
I don't know.
I think 2 heads. I think we're gonna definitely get 2 heads because 2 heads is smarter than 1. So that would be the obvious genetic mutation.
But you see how silly this is, right? We ain't gonna evolve into anything.
Yeah, I think I probably have a problem with about 4 separate things that Left Lane said in that last statement. And I think the issue is if you want to actually understand an issue in order to deal with it, then you actually really need to know what the issue is. And so, like when people say, for instance, that groups killed other groups because they have a different skin color, I think that's fundamentally wrong. I don't think. No, I don't think they do. Because I don't think skin color is what differentiates people. For instance,
I would say language, skin color, and customs.
No, it's not skin. Okay, so what differentiates a Nigerian person from a Sri Lankan person, given that their skin tones are virtually identical?
Culture,
language.
Yeah. So everything but the skin color, right? So
Yeah.
So
I just
one of them has a
generalized
weird
that.
accent.
I agree with you.
So what I'm saying is, if you want to solve a problem, you have to understand the problem. You can't just say, "Oh, it's because of skin color." It fucking isn't. It's because of lots of other things. But the color of someone's skin, literally, nobody cares about that. Even racists don't care about that. They care about the race difference. So when people talk about, "Oh, it's just this difference in skin color," you don't suddenly hate someone because they went down the beach and tanned themselves for 2 hours, right? Like no one does that.
No, I understand the depth of the cultural issues that it's way more complicated than just skin color. But that's just a colloquial way to say that people have white people have problems with black people. You know, that's just very shallow and a colloquial statement. Yeah, it's all about culture, how people live, how people believe. One person thinking they're superior over another culture, one culture being superior over another culture. Pretty complicated, but
Yeah, I agree.
I think
But what
the
I'm
end
saying
goal
is,
would be that we should all respect one another, and we could have a more synergistic existence if we all got
Yeah.
along rather than
And you
killing
mean
one
by
another.
respect, like
I don't
for
just,
me and the other guys here, not going to places that believe in the Big Bang and or believe in evolution the way y'all say it, and like making videos about them and all that. That's what you mean, right?
I don't know. I think that's a whole different topic. I don't.
Well, no, I mean we come here with our beliefs or thoughts and really just talk about it, right? We don't say we know. I mean, a lot of us don't. I surely don't know. I just, I've done this, and this, and I want to talk about it and get other people's perspective. But there's people that come here daily and then take what we say and go off and make videos about it.
and so what I find quite ironic about this whole thing, Raki, which is what my point was going to be, is that people will hate another group and try and put them in the mud for all sorts of different reasons. So we pretend, like everyone pretends to be fully woke around the race issue, but then when it comes to flat Earth, it's fully okay to mock any flat earther and treat them exactly the same way that they're saying is wrong when you do it on racial ground. Do you see what I'm saying?
I'm sorry. I missed that. What'd you say?
Really?
No, yeah, I dropped my headset.
Right. So everyone says it's wrong to treat people differently based on race, right? Based on skin color, whatever you say. But fundamentally what's going on is the othering of another group, okay? And what will happen is people will come in and they'll say, oh, racism is wrong, but shitting on flat earthers is totally fine. When fundamentally it's the exact same thing.
Well, I can't speak to that because
why not?
I'm more I don't know, tolerant of other opinions and diversity, and more interested in discussing it for the sake of learning more about reality and gaining knowledge from it, I think, than I am in ridicule or anything like that. I do get pissed off sometimes, and I'll lash out a little bit, but not very often do I do that, So I don't
So,
know. I think each individual would have to answer to that from their own perspective.
You know, Left Lane, I agree with you. I think you are generally very reasonable, even if I disagree with your opinions. I think as a person, you approach it sensibly and reasonably, and I'll agree with you on that. But the point I'm making is a lot more general. Like, you'll get this group of people who will tell you how hyper woke they are and they would never be racist, except whenever there is another group that they can shit on, they go and do it. So they're just hypocrites.
Yeah, there again, I don't know. That's sort of a more individualistic thing that, I mean, we could criticize and they're doing that wrong, or we're doing this wrong, or whatever. I don't know. That gets into the gray area.
Right.
I could speak from my experience and my ideas and what I think and how we should do or how we should do. I see a lot of hit pieces that I cringe at. I'm like, but it's kind of a to and fro. There are parts of this community that's what they do on both sides. That Flatzoid will go make videos and Bev makes videos and Blue makes videos and Dr. Bob makes videos. I don't, that part of it. I don't really. I'll watch the debates a little bit, but the hit pieces I think are more tongue in cheek than they are serious.
But the other thing that I wanted to address that you said, Left Lane, that I disagree with, is the idea that we're going to somehow evolve out of this state. I mean, the thing is that currently socially, like what you're talking about is a set of socially unacceptable behaviors, right? Which is an environmental pressure on the genetics of that organism, which is humans in that social environment, right? But there's no reason to suggest that the evolution would be dictated by that environmental pressure.
Not necessarily, no. It gets into a more complex idea. I feel like with respect to evolution, that a population of life, of beings, all of them as one on a small planet, would eventually reach a point or like a plateau of where all the environmental influences have pretty much done everything it's going to do, and evolution would sort of not cease, but slow down, so to speak.
Oh, I just
It'd be
thought of
less
something. Check
frequent.
this out. If there's evolution between, if there's evolution, like you guys say, sorry to cut in, but I don't want to lose this, right?
No, go ahead. It's fine.
Okay, check this out now. Do you guys think that one species of human started? For example, was it an African? Was it a Caucasian? And then then we got Indian people. Then we got Chinese people. Then we got Norwegian people, and then we got Arabic people. How did that happen? Or were they all created, bang, one shot?
Good question. That's a good thing to contemplate. Yeah, where were the first peoples, and had they migrated to different parts of the world,
But your model
and how they changed
Africa
over time?
before Pangea. I
They
think
say
that's what your
Africa,
model
right?
says.
Yeah.
Yeah, before Pangea or whatever it was, right? The separation of the continents and stuff, and it all stemmed from Africa.
That's the out of Africa theory, which is kind of intertwined with the globe model.
Perfect.
But isn't it interesting? But isn't that interesting though? That people in certain regions of the world have certain traits that we don't share. Dark-skinned people, light-skinned people, different shaped faces. Obvious, like the Aboriginal in Australia. I can spot an Aboriginal,
Well,
just from their facial
like I
features. And why are their features different than mine?
Well, like
Well,
I
that's
said,
my point.
if you take it down to if you take it down to the structure of the skeletal, like even in forensic, like that's how they're able to determine, who the individual was, at least differentiate between black or white or Asian, and it's all
I
based
slows
on
on the
those
ball.
cranial. It's all based on those cranial sutures. Um, said, if you look at Cro-Magnon, there's distinct differences between somebody from East Asia versus somebody that's Cro-Magnon, and it boils down to viruses actually, which change the DNA of each individual throughout their quote unquote evolutionary stages and stuff. So yeah,
Good point,
viruses
bro.
play a big part.
I thought you were gonna go with the skeleton, though. That's where I was heading. Because if that's the case, right? Shouldn't there be a skeletal record of humans? In other words, if
Yeah,
we
that's what I
started
said
in
earlier.
Africa, right? Yeah, we should notice a difference between an African and an Asian, for example, skeletal wise, right? Where is that? What is
Yeah, like I brought up the 6 digits and the extra rib, like, so would that be considered evolution, or is it 5 fingers? That's like, which one predates which? Like, one of them has to be earlier than the other. One design
Oh, you're
has to be
missing the
earlier than
point,
the other.
bro. You're missing the point here.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Africans have dark skin. They have different hair. North Europeans are white. They have blonde hair, straight hair. Africans have curly hair. Asians have different eyes, right?
Right.
Indians have different skin color. They're in the middle. Some Europeans, like myself, are considered olive skinned. right? So how does that happen? Where is the evolution? Where is the skeletal chain? Let's say from an African to an
environment.
Asian. Like I'm trying to make this
Supposedly.
easy for them. Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
this is a good point. Like, because you have generations of Nigerians who have lived in the UK for 100 years, maybe 60 years, however, and the granddad, the son, and the grandson have all got the same skin tone, right? So it seems to be that the only way we can create these people is by replicating from their parents. So then when does a Nigerian, like, do Nigerians exist in the UK for say 600 years and then they become white? Is that how that works? Or
That's my whole point.
are they going to be black the whole time? Or like,
There are
when does it straighten? Like, do you know what I mean?
there are
Yep.
white black people. I mean, it's really
Yeah, but-
rare, and usually they're
Yeah, they're called
murdered.
Yeah, we're not talking about outliers though. We're talking about like the vast majority. Like, if two black people have a child, 99.999% of the time it's going to have the same skin tone as its parents as an aggregate. 0.001% of the time it'll be an albino that still has virtually all of the same characteristics, except it'll have white skin because there's an issue with melanin production. But it's still, when they
What
have
about
children, the children
what about the
are,
Aboriginals that are blonde haired and blue eyed, but yet they're black with kinky hair?
but Aboriginals are actually the most distant genetic population we know of from Africans. They have nothing to do with Africa.
Yep, that's true.
That's so crazy.
Aren't
see,
the
here's-
Australians the oldest race in the world? They go back 50,000 years. The Australian Aborigines.
They're like on
As a
opposite.
living.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't realize you weren't finished, Karen.
No, I was just saying because it just occurred to me the Australian Aborigines are said to be the oldest. How can I say this without sounding racist? The oldest race in the world. How's that?
I think you should be allowed to say true things and not worry about the scorn of idiots.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to make it clear, they're the oldest. They say they can trace their roots back 50,000 years. That's
I believe
Peruvian, right?
If we bring this all down to evolution, what we're talking about, we know that our genotypes dictate the phenotype or how we look, and I think that people of different color skins from different regions and different characteristics is an example of environmental pressures affecting the genotypic expression to produce the phenotype. It's sort of a evidence of evolution.
No, it isn't, because as I said, if you had Nigerians or Jamaicans who have been in the UK for a long time, eventually they would become white, and there's literally no evidence to suggest that that's true.
Can I ask what a phenotype is?
That's what you look like. It's what you look like physically.
Okay, is that would you call that a classification?
It's not just what you look like physically. The phenotype is the genotype applied to an environment.
Well, it's just your expression of the gene. It's what the genotype dictates the phenotype.
It needs to be in an environment, though. That's the key addition.
I know, but basically, real simply, it's a classification, right?
I wouldn't associate that with classification.
How the genes are expressed based on environmental pressures.
Yeah.
So, like, if you have a plant and you put it in a dry environment, it's gonna show different expressions than it would if it was placed in a wet environment, or if there was too much sun or not enough sun, or there was a lot of pests, or there wasn't any pests. So it'll have different expressions based on its environment.
Spot on. Yep.
Okay, so it's something that's encoded in the genes, and because of environmental pressures, the genes get expressed.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just came back in on this, so because I had to get off for a second. So what's the argument that's about the phenotypes?
Oh, I was just tying out, sort of tying in my idea of how people all over the world look different based on where they're from and why they look that way. And not saying that is evolution, but it is evidence of genotypic change based on environmental pressures producing a different phenotype.
Well, here's the thing. Let's think about that. We just said it. It's information that's already in the gene, and because of environmental pressure, those genes are expressed. So really, the thing is not changed into something else. It's just those genes are being expressed. That's all it is, right?
Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you take a Nigerian and you put them in the UK, they still look like Nigerian. And when those two Nigerians have a child, they still look like their parents. So where's the environmental, where's the genotypic change being evidenced?
It's changing allele frequency over time within a population. And I don't think that maybe that's not a change in allele frequency. It's just a change in expression or suppression of the gene.
But Left Lane, your argument is relying on the idea that when you change environment, that this will change the genotype over time. That is the core of your argument, and I'm asking for evidence of that.
Well, the over time part would be thousands of years, maybe. I don't think it's something that we would be able to witness in our lifetime at all.
The future fallacy.
Well, he just spoke to something I said when I left earlier. He said we will not see this expression in our lifetime. He just gave us a time frame. Okay, what's the lifetime of a human? Roughly 80 years. So he's saying every 80 years there's going to be an expression of a new genetic mutation every 80 years, for to see some kind of change to something else. So how long, using that as a baseline, how do you give me a time frame on how you want to change me from that I cannot mate with another human being?
I'm kind of missing your point. How did you come to that ratio? Or
you said you will not see a mutation in our lifetime. That was your statement.
No, you wouldn't see evidence of necessarily speciation within our lifetime.
Exactly. So speciation, that's exactly what I said. Speciation means a new species that can't reproduce with a previous from its ancestor. So you say you will not see within our lifetime a human mutate to the point that another form of human emerges that cannot reproduce with another human within our lifetime. So that's a time frame that you've just given us. So you're saying billions of years. So okay, that's 80 years. So how many mutations would it take to get to the point where you cannot reproduce? So how many 80 years?
I mean, and it's not one mutation. It may be a million mutations that, and there would say we separate two groups of humans and put them in completely different environments, such that they should speciate, right?
Well, we can actually see that today.
How long would that take?
We can see that today. You've got Eskimos that are living in cold climates, eating only seals and polar bears and whatever else they eat. You've got people in Aboriginal countries like Australians that, right. But those are different. All those are not different environments, different environmental pressures, different food sources.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I mean, we're having to do a hypothetical here. I mean, the thing is trying to figure out how long it would take if say we took a group of humans and put them on Mars, and just say there was oxygen and water on Mars, but completely different set of environmental pressures, and we had a group of humans on Earth.
Are you not saying
how long would it take the group that we sent to Mars to change genetically such that they would be considered a different species? I mean, would it be millions of years? I don't know. I don't know how long it would take.
I know, but I mean, just listen to what I said, though. You have that. You already have these environments in place now. Yeah, and this is where you say evolution occurred is on Earth. So you got Aboriginal people live in a very dry climate. Let's either on the plains of Africa or in the dry climates of Australia. You got Eskimos that live in a very cold climate. You've got people
Yeah.
like me that live in a more moderate climate. So you've got three, but you're saying then you should start seeing some sort of change occurring now.
Did you see?
Yeah, I don't
Did you
know.
see the
I don't know. It's a good question. It's kind of a good point. It makes you think more deeply about it. And what would have to occur to cause those the genetic relationship to be so diverse that they couldn't interbreed? I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, and just think about the skeletal. I mean, you guys are focused in on like the small fries. Like you look at that cranial suturing, dude. Like how in the hell does that change depending on your pressures to the environment? I mean, it just doesn't make sense. It's too unique.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
not
the
following
assertion that
the
the
point. I mean, dogs have cranial sutures. I mean, apes
Yeah,
have cranial
I know
sutures.
that.
Humans have
That's not
cranial
the point.
sutures.
That's not the point. The point is the cranial suturing is different based on whether it's Caucasian or sorry, Cro-Magnon, Asian, or African. There's 3 types of cranial suturing, and I'm just saying, like, how does that change? Like, what part of the environment would cause that to change? Like, it just doesn't make sense.
Well, they result from a process of development, and so I really don't know. That's just how your skull develops, and I don't know what environmental pressure would change that or why it would be different.
So the teeth, the size of your teeth, has decreased with our modern diet. The softer the foods we've eaten has made our teeth more compact and our jaws smaller, opposed to in the developing world, opposed to the people that are like in the middle of Africa. They have huge teeth. They have all of their wisdom teeth and huge jaws.
How do we know that was due to environmental? Can I just ask? How do we know that was due to environmental pressure?
They speculate it was from environmental pressure through industrialization and softer foods, because you don't have as much stimulation of harder foods to require larger teeth and larger jaws.
Yeah, so they speculate that, but of course the other way to look at it is that we already had that, and we then developed our environment to suit our genetics, which is what humans always actually do in reality. So we decide, well, I want to be able to travel from X to Y, so we're going to invent cars, right? What we tend to do as humans is we make the environment fit our genetics. Our genetics don't adapt to the environment. They do a little bit, but not at the genetic level. So with regards to like our small teeth, like in my opinion, the other way to see it, and in my opinion, which is true, is that we made those foods to suit what we already had.
Well, that makes sense because I mean, if it's environmental pressure, then the Eskimos should have a lot more fur on them, right? But they've adapted by killing other animals and taking their fur.
Yeah, the Inuits are pretty interesting people. Those are like the furthest northerly people, and they say that their ancestors came from the center of the North Pole, from inside the Earth. I don't know. I thought that was interesting.
Well, let me tell you something about environmental pressures. I mean, when I was in the military, I was stationed at Loring Air Force Base, and these people were white Caucasians, and we had a heat wave of 30 degrees or 20 degrees because average temperature in the wintertime was below 0. And those guys were outside playing football in shorts and a t-shirt. But they're white Caucasian, not an Eskimo. Or someone living in a hot climate that becomes more accustomed to the hot heat. Like, you know, in Florida, if it gets below 50 degrees or 60 degrees in Florida, everybody's got a jacket on. You know what I mean? Or so people adapt. Yeah, that'll happen. Yeah, and I've done it. I've adapted myself. I don't wear shorts when everybody else is because I'm trying to start to adapt my body to the more heat. You know, you
In
can
Mongolia,
do that with yourself.
in Mongolia, there's a Caucasian race of people with blonde hair and blue eyes. I don't know like where they originated from directly, but they're there. They've been there for a very long time. And they look nothing like the people around them. I just thought that's interesting.
Legends.
'Cause-
Hey, Dyslo, guess who we might get at the next summit, bro?
What's that?
Guess who we might have talk at the next summit?
Who's that?
Guess, man.
Don't tell me Wheeler.
Yeah.
Wheeler?
Yeah.
No way.
Yep.
Holy shit.
Sorry, just go back to the previous topic. What I do find interesting is some of the logical conclusions of having an evolution-based mindset as well. Is that like they have to assert that everyone started exactly the same because that's part of the egalitarian doctrine. But then they assert the environment put pressure on genetics and then the genetics changed, right? So that's an assertion. No one has any evidence for it, but they just say it's true. But then, of course, the issue is that those environmental pressures would affect every part of your body. They would affect your legs, they would affect your arms, they would affect your heart, whatever. They would also affect your brain. And this is the issue, is that evolutionists will make the assertion that evolution stopped at the neck and that everyone's brain's exactly the same and evolution couldn't possibly affect it. But of course, it's a natural, logical progression from the evolution mindset that there would be differences in the brains as well. So I don't know how they square that circle.
Whenever you guys are done, I want to hear more about what you had to say. With
That was it. I was just throwing that out there to you. I'm still in the
When is
process
this-
of putting it together.
Okay, yeah. When is this thing gonna take place or whatever?
On the solstice, right after the solstice, so June 23rd and 24th. Yeah. Of course, Kim does not like to make plans that far in advance. But hey, you know what's so funny about the? So I know a lot of people have like strong opinions about EXO. You know that is, but he made a good point. It brought it to my attention. I actually used it in my last evolution debate on MTV. A lot of creationists they just grant the evolutionists this idea of microevolution and adaptation, and in the way that they use that word, it's a terrible concession. You know, it's not real. Like, we do not create additional genetic information based on our environment. That does not happen. We react to our environment, right? And then we typically change our environment relative to our reaction. And whatever we do, it's already built into our information that it's capable of doing that. Right? So like this whole like microevolution concession from creationists is just retarded. It's not a real
They
thing.
shouldn't give him an inch. There's no evolution. There's no record, zero of it. No micro, no macro. The best case they have is the finches on the Galapagos Islands that they bring up here and there. But that's not one species turning into another.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, they even bring up bacteria and stuff, right? You have the idea of micro being the smaller amount, like on the small scale, but whatever changes, it already had information built into its code to be able to take that form. So that's actually proof of creation.
But it's interesting because anything that we create follows that same dynamic, right? So if we create a computer program, all it can do is function based on our programming of it. So why would we be any different? That would be like saying we can dynamically create our own code according to an environment that we're in. But there's no reason to believe that.
If that was the
Exactly.
case, then it would be in the fossil record, like I keep saying. If that code was able to change, then it would be in the record. There's zero evidence of anything changing into anything. Zero.
Well, I think the fossil record, I think that the fossils that we've been able to unearth and discover were pretty much luck. I mean, you think about the conditions required to actually form a fossil and not just deteriorate into mud. You know, how much of the fossil record do we not have because it didn't actually form fossils? There's a bunch of
Correct.
that.
I'm sure a lot of it disappears, but don't forget, Left Lane, we got billions of years, according to you guys, of evolution. And we got different layers of sediment, right? Where all these things should have happened, and we just don't have anything. We
No,
find
but
Here's
all that
another.
doesn't work.
species in different levels, right? But there's never a level where there's like a half fish, half dog. I'm going to the extremes
No,
now,
no,
right?
none of that works.
Yeah.
Not even that works. Like they don't have different layers of animals. That's not even real. Like when you look into it, what they claimed is like a footprint of a dinosaur. They were seen in a valley in California, right beside human feet, human footprints on the same layer, like overlapping at times. What they call dinosaur prints were found beside human footprints. And they don't have
Yeah.
billions of years of sedimentary layers either, which, by the way, they're horizontal layers. But
All of them.
there's
That's right.
something called the Great Unconformity, and that is where there's up to 1.7 billion years of missing rock. In really layman terms, there's the older rock, and then it goes to the younger rock as it stacks up. Well, we have some allegedly really old rock with some allegedly really young rock right on top of it, with 1.7 billion years missing in between. They're not even close to pretending their theory is real.
Yeah, and the thing you said there, that's very important. And you can read up on it. When they classify the sediment layers, they refer to them as horizontal. That's funny, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, they do that for everything. That's how they do sea level.
Not curvizontal or bendizontal, no. Horizontal layers. Imagine that. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, when I was talking to that PhD Tony dude, he's talking about, I got my PhD in flat earth seismology. Flat earth seismology works amazing. It's incredible. It's the most accurate form of seismology that we have. It's just perfectly accurate up to 150 kilometers. It's mind-blowingly accurate. But after that, it falls apart. And I'm like, oh, you assume horizontal layers for 150 kilometers and that's proof of a globe?
They don't realize what they're saying. Yeah.
He got his PhD based on that. His thesis was on flat Earth, studying the flat Earth.
Yeah.
We had a talk with him a year ago. Rakia, tell him a little bit of what happened so we can laugh a bit.
It was either the second or third person, I don't remember, that basically mentally broke down. And someone else posted a video last night of him on Fight the Flat Earth. He broke down again and just like lost his shit, bro. I've never heard men do that until I came to Discord. I mean, just totally lose it. It's weird. You hear
That's
it
all
with
he did.
Doofus. I think that's why Doofus doesn't come on voicemail very much. Yeah, voice chat. Doofus does it a lot. Moyak, I do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a strange thing, right?
That dude just screamed emotionally the entire time like a petulant child when I debated him. But I wasn't even trying to change the subject. I was just saying, like, everything they do, they have to assume the Earth's a plane with parallel horizontal layers. That's how we get everything. That's how we get elevation. We have horizontal sea level adjacent to land masses. That's how we do like barometric. It's called like barometry or something like that, where we send signals from the surface of the water down to map out the topography of the ocean floor. All have to assume horizontal layers. Everything we do in the world, everything with actual data requires horizontal. Everything. What the hell?
Imagine
Why
that.
can't you guys go out there and just assume the curvature rate, bro?
The math is too difficult. That's also what he said. They did it to simplify the math when he was doing his thesis paper on flat Earth.
Yeah, but celestial navigation proves the Earth is sphere.
I agree with that. I believe the sky is a sphere.
Yeah, that's right. That's
I
right. We
actually
live in the
believe.
sphere.
I actually live in. Yeah, I actually believe them when they say that.
I'm
Yep,
so glad you guys
celestial
are
navigation.
catching up that we live in a sphere and not on one. We're making progress.
Exactly.
Celestial navigation proves a celestial sphere. I agree.
Exactly. Exactly. And when you take angle measurements from a plane existence, the surface of a plane, I think you get what you get with perspective and some optical phenomena.
Yeah, we live in a perceived celestial sphere. Yeah, but I think we live in an actual
Yep.
as well.
I mean, just look at the wiki page for azimuth or azimuthal, and it shows you just this little sphere that shows the azimuth angle around it, and it shows an elevation angle. But it's funny because the sphere is cutting through a completely flat surface that you need, and the sphere is just imaginary. It's created by your perspective.
Anytime they draw a cartoon, like in a book or whatever, it's water that is a horizontal line, like a horizontal plane. And then they base elevation change of the land based on that horizontal plane. I agree. I mean, I really haven't seen very much of the curvature or heard about it a lot. I've heard the theories about it. I heard how you would measure it, which they deny the fact that you would have to create a straight line segment to even measure curve, even when their surveying books say that's how you first would establish, the measuring line that you would measure from. Like Ruhif last night said that there's not a way to establish a straight line segment. There's not a way to extend that straight line segment. Well, then it's impossible to measure a curve if you can't extend it out. Does that make
Actually,
sense?
I think I proved that on a piece of paper that you could do it. I don't know how they could say you can't do it.
Where you take a ruler that makes a straight line and then put the ruler, slide it over about halfway and extend that straight line out. You make it longer than the ruler. Straight line segment is now longer than your first A to B straight line, which was the ruler. You extend it out by using the same ruler. That's exactly what any other horizontal measuring tool does. It's a
Yeah, and I
method
think
used.
I think I did that with just you could just use a couple of crosshairs on a scope and some sticks. You could do that. You could create a straight line segment, like you said, as long as you overlap it. I'll see why that couldn't be possible. You can use 3 points and do that, and keep extending 3 points out over the course of however long and do it. I don't see why that
Well,
couldn't be done.
3 coplanar points gives you a plane, right? A horizontal plane. Like if you're just doing straight line, that's just giving you a straight line segment, not curving. But when you connect 3 different points, that gives you a coplanar plane.
Yeah,
Right.
if you do it line of sight, if your line of sight 3 points, it's always going to be coplanar. There's no way around that. So
Well, on a flat Earth, it would be. It wouldn't be on a sphere, though.
No, on
line of
anything. You're
sight.
not doing it line of sight. You're not doing it on the surface of anything. It's above the surface.
Yeah, if you're doing it line of sight, those measurements are going to be coplanar.
See,
And here's
that's
my thing too.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, when I think about of azimuthal angles, right? So azimuth angles, so typically they're done from like north, and then you get an azimuthal angle. When I look that up and I look at the Wikipedia page and it shows me what an azimuth angle is, the one part of that triangle that they're displaying is a curved line. So if you're doing 3 different measurements, all of which have a curved line when you're taking this azimuth angle, to me that seems to be maybe where they're getting some sort of spherical excess, quote unquote. You know what I'm saying? Because the azimuthal angle, even when it's drawn in diagrams of how they get that, it's the same way that when you're doing an elevation angle, you have an arc backwards towards your zenith, right? From your horizon all the way back up to your zenith. Well, when you're doing an azimuth angle, if you're looking north and then you're getting an angle of, 15 degrees or 45 degrees, that the other side of that triangle, opposite to those 2 arms that get you that angle, is always depicted as curved. If that makes sense.
Yeah, hence so we basically made a grid of the sky using our observation point and our limited perspective. And then we try to navigate using this. And when we get too far out south, when we assume symmetry in the north and south, we cannot properly navigate in the southern oceans. And this has been proven time and time again. If you get too close to 50, 55 south latitude, using the globe symmetrical assumption, you cannot navigate. Why is that? What's up with everything in the south being different than the north? Isn't it all the same? Why is everything different in the south? The vegetation and animal life, the plant and animal life, the weather pattern. There's no undersea cables from southern continent to southern continent. Whenever we navigate the south, it doesn't work.
The way waves hit continents because they're so deep.
Magnetism, the way the magnetic field is.
The way compasses work. Yep.
What's going on here? Why is the magnetic field so much weaker there? Why is everything not just symmetrical?
Yeah, even the flora and fauna that do or don't exist based on these areas on Earth as well.
Temperature,
yeah,
don't forget temperature as well. Drastic difference in temperature.
Yeah, there's ice on the bottom.
How do you come here and just listen to that last 5 minutes, right? Say you're just questioning things and you listen to that last 5 minutes. How do you not go investigate that for yourself? Just those 10 facts. It's controlled opposition, right? It has to be. I've changed my mind on this. I think some humans would come here, but they wouldn't be so persistent every day, man. No way. No one does that without money involved. No man spends that many hours away from his fiance unless there's money involved. Does anybody agree with that? I know I wouldn't.
Yes and no. I spend a lot of time on here, and
No. It's like you going to. Do you believe in evolution?
No.
It's like you go into a Discord that is full of evolutionists that are talking about theories of evolution and just losing your shit on a daily basis. Would you ever do that?
No.
Would you do that for money?
No.
Well, most men would, right? I wouldn't either, right? I wouldn't take that job. But you understand what I'm saying, right? You definitely wouldn't do it for not money.
There's things that I do. There's things that I do. There's things that I do for people that I should be getting money that I don't even accept it from people. So I might not be the right person to talk to.
You understand what I'm saying, though. You get my point, though, right?
Yeah, 100%.
It doesn't have to be you. It just, man, I used to not think it, but now I'm like sliding because the same group, brother. You can't tell me. I mean, literally cannot tell me you're traveling the world with your fiance that you just got engaged to and spend 4 days in a row here pretending to be a flat earther. That shit just don't add up, man.
Hey, you got to pay for gas somehow,
Yeah, I guess so.
Hey, now, Rocky, I've taken sales calls on vacation now. Come on now. You can still make money and be on a honeymoon or vacation.
You were getting paid. That's my whole point.
I know. I'm backing your point.
Why? Well, bro, how come every time the sellers went to the south, it didn't work, bro? Well, what's up with that? Like, we've let them get away with this. Like, they're like, celestial navigation works on a sphere, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't. It actually doesn't work. Provably so.
Be careful what you say, man. You're gonna summons the armchair sailor called Drink of the Kool-Aid, who's gonna tell you how he navigates via the Venn D globe from his fucking couch and how you're wrong.
Well, then he's going to end up admitting he uses GPS.
Exactly. That dude told us he sailed around the world navigating with a sextant with his father during homeschooling, right? And that he had a copy of Captain Cook's logs in a safe at his house. I mean,
And
that's
then he,
two things that he told me.
yeah, then he literally came back in here and admitted he uses GPS.
And on the same day said that he didn't have logs of Captain Cook in a safe, didn't know what I was talking about, but actually had them on a PDF file on his computer.
Well, don't we all?
Did he also claim that his dad could beat up your dad?
I'm sure he could, because my dad has passed away. I mean, you know what I'm saying, though. People just embellish things a little bit. I get it, right? I do the same thing. But don't hold to it when you're, like, badgered about. Are you sure, bro? I mean, seriously, you sailed around the world using a sextant? Point Blank told us that for months when he was really hot and heavy, you know, as the sailor.
Hey, we'll have a different one next week.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. You too.
Nice
Right here.
white
Paul,
man,
you're
because
hot
you
mic-ing.
live in mid-America. You're hot mic.
Oh, sorry.
You're succumbing to your environment. I can tell you're a white male because you're privileged.
I'm trying to figure out if the globe is so dope, then why doesn't celestial navigation using a globe work in the South? Why do we have hundreds of examples of super experienced mariners and military personnel in the 1900s using the globe to navigate in the South and being off by hundreds of miles?
Now that's just a claim. Celestial navigation proves the Earth's a sphere.
Yeah, you're lying with it. That's a good voice, actually. I watched a documentary on Captain Cook long before I got into this topic. It was freaking amazing, dude. That guy was a crazy sailor. Like, he had a sense within him that he knew his direction without taking reading. Like, they would be weeks without being able to see the sky, and he would still lead them in the right direction.
You know, he was actually pretty crazy, though. So he did the same thing that Chris Columbus did, where he would like let the Native Americans think that he was a guy because he could predict the eclipses. And he did all kinds of crazy, weirdo stuff, man. But yeah, he was a good seller. And what's funny is when you look into the best sellers, so we're talking about the best. Oh, we got drinking Kool-Aid. Oh, I navigated the world with the sextant. Never mind a GPS. Never mind, I never said that. We have the best sellers in the world to ever use the stars to navigate the Earth. In the world, with decades of experience. With
their life depended on it.
Yeah, intricately documented charts. Dude, they all say that if you assume the globe, if you assume symmetry in the north and south and navigate in the south the same way, you will be drastically off.
Wait, where is that, Winston? I need to see that.
Okay, well, how about you just search my name and look till yesterday where I dropped the book.
Okay. Well, the thing is, the whole thing, I mean, the whole thing in my position in this celestial thing, there are endless examples of people actually demonstrating the use of a sex and actually navigating. Protothad's got some pretty informative videos. And I've not yet seen anyone at all whatsoever demonstrate finding a fix on a flat Earth.
South of the
60th,
south of the 60th south latitude, Protothad's been doing that.
Or even the 50th, cite it.
It doesn't matter where he's doing it at. He's doing it on a globe.
That's the whole thing, bro. That's the whole thing that's in contention. We've already blown
up. No, the contention is flat or globe Earth. That is the contention.
We've already demonstrated thoroughly how you take the concept of the celestial sphere and put it below your feet. Just because you guys don't comprehend
I've heard a lot of talk. And I've heard a lot of talk about it, but I've not seen it demonstrated at
Do
all.
you not know how it works? Hey, do you know what an azimuthal grid is?
Yeah, I do. I
What's an
do
azimuthal grid?
generally know how it works.
What's an azimuthal grid?
It's a grid laid out in a 360-degree circle. It's delineated in
Yeah.
degrees, and then it depicts what direction you're looking.
Okay, so sort of. I don't know a
No, I'm
circle
gonna.
that's.
Mommy's at the doctor's office, so
Aw, I don't
my
know.
truck's there.
You're hot, Mike and
My
Paul.
truck's at the doctor's office.
I don't know a
Hi, Mike
circle that's
Paul.
not 360 degrees. But anyway, so yeah,
No, I followed her
Paul, you're hot
there.
mic.
We swapped
Hi,
out,
Mike
and I
Paul.
came and got you.
we
Just
got a
move him
mod
to the
in the
hot mic
room.
room.
I'm
Move him
trying
to the
to.
hot mic room, guys.
I'm trying to, man.
You take your azimuth and your altitude, and you get a dome above you relative to the position of the observer. Admittedly, your paradigm uses a celestial sphere and then applies that to the Earth. This is basic stuff, dude.
Okay.
Okay, so you get
Well,
it.
I mean,
We
it's
perceive
still,
the Earth.
it's still. I haven't. No, my point was, I've not seen anyone at all demonstrate finding a fix with celestial navigation on flat Earth. I haven't seen that.
Yeah. So if I show you tons of people that actually ran navigation schools and veteran mariners, all specifically stating that they do that very thing, and that for all intents and purposes, for all the charts we use a plane, you'll just admit you were wrong.
No, that wouldn't mean that they're navigating on a flat Earth or a globe.
Actually, they couldn't get their position with the plane.
And the thing is, they have to be using this spherical maths to get their distance to the GP and all that stuff. You got to contend with that.
You know more
No,
than the
you
people
don't.
that actually run navigation schools about navigation.
We don't have to know
Yeah,
more than them, Winston. We just have to know more than you.
Let me ask
Yeah.
you.
That was a good one. Jesse, you always
His
say really
first
intelligent
comment.
things.
His
Yeah,
first
man.
comment when he came in. He.
So let me ask you guys a question. So when you say celestial navigation and you're talking about a sphere, taken into the equations that you use for celestial navigation, how many spherical assumptions do you make within those calculations? One or two?
I would say it starts with assuming you're on a sphere because you use all spherical maths to make it work.
Right. So within your spherical math that you say is making it work, how many surfaces are you assuming are spherical? One or two?
Just the one you're on. Of course,
Okay.
your celestial dome. They consider the sky a celestial dome, and all stars are an infinite distance, such that the light comes in parallel.
Sure. So when you're taking measurements to that and you're getting degrees, right? Degrees would denotate a sphere or a arc or some sort of spherical shape, right?
But just the degrees wouldn't. The part that dictates the spherical surface is the linear relationship to distance and elevation.
No. So here's the point: is when you're taking elevation angles and you're using the degrees, you're drawing an arc in the sky. Now you're updating your position to that arc, which updates the way that things are presented within that arc. So where is the second portion of your equation that takes into account the sphericity and or the degrees within the shape below you? So we're taking into account the shape of the sky being the celestial sphere. So when does the shape of the surface being curved, when does that become factored into the equations you're using for celestial navigation?
And using the Haversine to get your distance to the GP.
That's still based on the sky. So where does the surface?
No, it
equation
doesn't.
take
In calculating the distance to the star is on a flat surface is a trigonometric function rather than a linear function.
That's hilarious. That linear function
not if you're
equals
calculating
slope.
not if you're calculating based on something that's updating in the sky, right?
What do you mean updating in the sky? What do you mean?
So you're talking angles to objects in the sky, right? And you're talking about a GP, which is a relationship to something in the sky to the ground, right?
Yeah.
So as all of these objects in the sky present themselves to us in what we call a celestial sphere, we're taking that celestial sphere into account as we move across the surface. That celestial sphere is updating. So all of our
No.
calculations are utilizing the celestial sphere as the only celestial object that, or spherical or curved object that we're taking into account within all of our calculations.
No, the only thing about the sky that we're interested in is the star we're looking at, where its GP is. The rest of it is done based on the surface.
So
You're
you're looking
assuming
at the
the
sky
relationship.
and how this star presents itself to you compared to how it presents itself to another observer.
Yes.
And the way that the
exactly.
sky is presenting itself between the two of you, meaning if you moved from one spot to another, you would see an update of the position of the star based on an angle that we get in degrees, which gives us an arc. So that gives us an arc of vision, that gives us a spherical or a celestial sphere that we're using within our calculations of distance. Where do we actually factor in the sphericity of the ground below us?
Calculating the distance to the GP.
I don't think you're understanding that's done based on our angles to the celestial sphere and how the stars present themselves to us in perspective. And as we update our observer point, the relationship between the stars and us, the only sphericity that we utilize is the elevation angle to these things, meaning the way that those things present themselves to us in the sky.
Exactly. They're assuming we're wrapping backwards around the globe, but if it's dropping due to perspective, it would work the same. It's just silly.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't work the same. No, it wouldn't.
Okay, it would still be a linear relationship. And you guys
No,
say
it
linear
wouldn't.
relationship
On a
equals
flat
slow.
surface, it would not be linear. No, it wouldn't.
Yeah, it would if it drops in perspective, the star, as we move
No,
away.
it's a different
Yeah, it would. It would be
relationship.
exactly the same. No, it wouldn't.
No.
You can say it's trigonometric,
Dude,
but
you
that's
could draw. You
assuming,
can draw it out on a
that's
piece of
assuming that you're
paper
not.
and prove I'm right. I mean,
Dude, it's so funny.
it's
You
just
think
simple
linear
geometry.
relationship equals globe. It's so
Yeah, the
stupid.
spherical surface that you're
A
on. Yes,
simple
that's
linear
what that linear
relationship
relationship.
equals a spherical surface.
Yes.
Cool. Right.
So if
That
the
totally checks out.
So if the spherical calculation that you are utilizing within celestial navigation is solely based off the ground below you, what do you assume the sky's dimensions to be? What shape do you assume the sky to be? If you're saying that all of these degrees only has to do with the ground below you, then what is the sky within celestial navigation? How does
Well, they
that
call it
present?
this. They just call it the spherical dome. But the star's location and its position, its zenith position over the Earth is really all they're interested in, so that they can calculate their distance to that GP in order to get their circle of equal altitude.
Yeah. Yep. Are circles of equal altitude coplanar?
No, two different circles of equal altitude would not be coplanar. No.
Interesting. So how do they all intersect?
That's probably a more difficult answer. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that.
You already knew that though, and you're still fighting it.
That's okay.
You didn't
I don't know
No, it's
every
okay. We
in
still
and
love
out
you,
of
man.
it. I mean, you ask a
It's okay,
question that
bro.
I didn't spit the
I
answer
understand
to.
it's a fair answer, but through the whole presentation, you knew you had to answer that because you answered it
No, I
so
don't.
quickly. We know you know already.
I know
Hey,
already. I don't
Left Lane,
know.
is it possible to you
How
that?
fast you had to say, well, that's where it gets tough. That was
Hey,
the whole
Left
point
Lane.
of the whole presentation. Anyway.
Left Lane, is it possible that you may have jumped the gun? Turns out that actually You could look at the sky on a flat Earth.
No, I mean, it sticks with the simple geometry of that linear relationship to distance and the elevation of the star. That's something, from my perspective, you can't get around it. It's like, it's just not a possibility.
Except for the part you don't quite get.
You said it's not a
Well,
possibility.
it was something about the intersection of the circles of equal altitude and something. So I wasn't sure what the question was actually, and how to answer that.
It's not a possibility that the sky changes the way we see it based on how we see.
I think the position of the stars changed based on our position in space.
Oh, so it's impossible that it changes based on how we see.
I don't know what you mean by how we see. I don't know what you're talking about there. We see light comes into our lens. It's focused on a focal point, and we see, what we're looking at.
Yeah, we see all kinds of optical effects in the distance.
Oh, you're talking about refraction and things like that.
No.
Well, like what then?
We see in curved visual space, bro.
Yeah, but we are still able to discern straight lines from curved lines with our eyesight.
Hey, Left Lane, when you see street lights appearing to go down towards the center of your field of view as they go off in the distance, do you equate that light presenting itself that way to you as refraction?
No, that's perspective. We know what that is.
Okay, just making sure.
But it's
so then
not
when we
Earth
do the
curve, right?
same for the stars, right, and you guys say it would have to be this crazy bendy light in order for the stars to present themselves in the way that they do, could you understand that maybe that's just perspective as well?
Well, that's just a point of light. I don't know how you would equate perspective to a point of light.
What?
Oh
so
my
how do you
God!
how do you
No,
equate
it's legitimate. How do you
perspective to the
equate
point of light of the
perspective
sun? How do you
to a
equate
point
perspective to
source
the
of light?
how do
The
you
size of the
equate
sun based on
perspective?
its distance.
Oh, so then it is perspective.
Well, the sun is not I mean, it's a star, but it's not a point of light. It's a big half a degree fireball in the sky.
So does perspective change the way we see the sun?
Yes, because it's
How
close
so?
enough for us to actually. It's not so far away that it's beyond our eyes' ability to discern it as a size. We can still see the body of it.
Wow, dude. So I thought everything in the sky was so far away that we don't see it change angular size.
Yeah, the sun we don't change in distance in relation to how far away we are from it that it would affect us. It does change. Some numbers past the decimal point, but we can't discern that with our human senses.
Oh. So perspective makes the light from the sun look different than it actually is, but you know that it couldn't do that for stars.
That didn't make sense to me.
I know it doesn't make
changes the
sense.
way we see the light from the sun. Perspective just pertains to the size something is related to how far away from you it is.
Okay. So why do we see divergent rays if it's just about how big it is?
That's just like the railroad tracks.
Oh, that was not an answer. So, like, you just said perspective just about the size we see things. But it's not just about that, right? Because in your own paradigm, you
the
got
rays, the closer they are to us, the wider apart they seem. The further away from us, they appear to converge, which they don't actually. It just looks that way due to perspective.
Oh, so it's an optical illusion based on perspective.
I wouldn't call it an illusion. I wouldn't call perspective an illusion. No.
Okay. Well, can you define illusion?
Something that appears to be there that's not there. Maybe.
Or something that appears where it's not.
Yeah,
I said actual
not
definition.
exactly.
Well, that's the
I
exact
mean, we
definition.
get into the minutia of all this, you know, that you would say because the sun's light takes 8.5 minutes to get to us, that the sun is an illusion in the sky. I wouldn't say that.
No, what the no.
I've
If
heard
I'm
that
looking at
said. Maybe
if
you
I
don't say
have
that.
dude, okay, I have a ruler, okay? So each side of the ruler, it's parallel to each other. Right?
Yep.
Okay. Now if I tip the ruler away from me and I extended it, it's going to look like those parallel sides are moving towards each other and converging. Now they're not though.
Yep.
We just held
Yep.
it and it was okay. So they look like they're moving in when in fact they are not moving in. They are remaining parallel. So as things get further away from us, due to perspective, we see them change position apparently.
I would have to equate depth perception to that. You're able to perceive it going further away. I just wouldn't classify it as an illusion.
Of course you guys wouldn't, because it's just a talking point at this point.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, because you guys all just you guys are afraid to like follow us back all the way down to the conclusion. But so like if example we have anti-crepuscular rays. In your own paradigm, you have a 360-degree field of view that wraps around you. Because we can look straight ahead of us, we can turn 180, we can see the anti-crepuscular rays. We can only see them so far. So do you think that the anti-crepuscular rays are coming from underneath the earth?
No, those I've seen those more than once. It's you could see them like from their source, from the sun at near sunset or sunset, whatever. And you see them coming, and you can look overhead, and you can also see those, and they are parallel. They're straight lines overhead. And then you look behind you as they go off into the distance, they converge again.
Okay, so when I look behind me, away from the sun, are those light rays coming from underneath the earth?
No,
So they
they're
just look
shooting
like
across the atmosphere. Yeah, they're shooting across the still lit atmosphere above your head.
Yeah, but if the parallel rays are just moving parallel over my head away from me, then why does it look like they're coming from underneath the alleged curve?
I think looking at anti-crepuscular rays, that you could possibly consider that as an illusion because it looks like the sun is over there when you know it's not.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So that's my point is like even in your paradigm to explain phenomena, we have to invoke perspective causing an illusion in a 360-degree field of view, an optical convergence wrapped around us that's not actually there. Right. So that's the point. And this is something else. Like globers also bring up like the bottom of clouds being lit up proves the Earth's a globe. Well, that's also stupid because we see the bottom of clouds lit up when the sun is 2-3 degrees above the horizon, which 1 degree above the horizon in your model, the sun would be over 1 million miles above the Earth. So if the sun's 1 million miles above the Earth, then it can't be lighting up the bottom of clouds maybe a few hundred feet, right? Like that doesn't make sense. Or say even thousands of feet, right? So that's also not proof of a globe. That's stupid. It's also an optical illusion based on the way the light scatters relative to our perspective. So we have go ahead.
Well, I mean, if the light from the sun was above the clouds, how is it actually lighting up the bottom of the clouds?
That's what I'm asking you because in your own paradigm that happens, right? The globers say that the fact that the clouds are lit up on the bottom proves the Earth's a globe, but the sun will be multiple degrees above the horizon when we see that. And in your paradigm, if it's just 1 degree above the horizon, that's 1 million miles, like 1.3 million miles above the Earth.
What is that? What is that represented in an angular sense, though? I mean, how much has the sun moved in the sky by 1 degree? So if it's 93 million miles away, and what is 1 million miles? I mean, what does that look like? What's the
totally
angular
relevant.
size? What's the angular size of 1 million miles at 93 million miles away?
Dude, that's irrelevant, Left Lane. You guys are claiming the
It's
reason that the
not.
bottom of it is because you're claiming the reason that the bottom of the clouds are lit up is because the sun's underneath it.
Well, I mean, as far as that observation, and I've watched it many times, especially out here in the desert. I mean, I watched the sun come up. I watched the underlit, the clouds light up on the bottom, and I watch the sun come up, and I watch it until the point that the sun gets high enough that you start seeing the shadows, and then the light goes away as the sun goes up, and I can just draw the lines, imaginary lines from the sun to the bottom of the clouds. It's obviously the sun's lighting the bottom of the clouds, just as you would hold up a sheet of paper in front of you and tilt a little bit,
Oh
and
my God.
eventually the sun would get high enough that it wouldn't light the bottom of the paper.
How is it
Kind of the same thing.
obvious if I just pointed out that we see it when the sun is multiple degrees above the horizon?
Well, the
That means
multiple
it's
degrees,
way higher than the clouds.
I would say, see, your finger's about 5 degrees. So I would say once it gets more than 5 degrees above the horizon, it won't be under lighting clouds.
It does. We see the sun multiple degrees above the horizon, and then we see the bottom of the clouds appear to be lit up. Okay, this is a picture I took in my car in my Jeep the other day. I took this picture right here, right? Okay, this has nothing to do with the sun going behind the curve of the earth. You actually see the top of the clouds lit up. You see the
they're
top
lit
of the
up from
clouds
the
lit up.
other side. The sun's shining through the opaqueness of the cloud. Yeah, it's shining through part of them, the thin parts, but not through the thick parts.
Wow! So it's an optical illusion based on the makeup of the clouds and the scattering in the atmosphere combined with our perspective. Just like these converging rays. Are these rays really diverging?
Yeah, it's just perspective, and I wouldn't call what I'm looking at in that image an illusion at all. I see that all the time.
Okay, like, and we just fallen all throughout the weeds. Like, the point, it shouldn't even have been a debate part, right? Like, a bunch of globers say that the fact that clouds light up on the bottom is proof that the Earth's a globe. That's probably not true. If we assume your paradigm and then we go look at the sun, we'll see the sun over 2-3 degrees above the horizon while the clouds are lit up from the bottom. At 1 degree, that would mean the sun is 1.3 million miles or so above the Earth. So it can't be underneath the clouds if it's 1 million miles above the Earth, which shows you it isn't actually because the sun is physically below the clouds. That isn't how it works. My point is that we have a 360 field of view. We have an optical illusion behind us that looks like the sun's coming from underneath the Earth behind us in your paradigm, but it's not. It's on the 180 degree other side. Okay, so even in your paradigm, we look around. If we do a full circle, there's a limit to how far we can see in all directions. Have you ever been on a mountain, bro? Go to a mountain and do a 360. You can only see so far in each direction. Okay, but and how far you can see will change day to day, right? But we have like what you see in the distance. So technically, how far you can see wouldn't change. Just what you're able to see in the distance would change. But the point is that we have a 360 field of view in your own paradigm, or that's what we're trying. That's the same. The anti-crepuscular rays, the excuse or the explanation for the globe, is the same explanation for the southern star trails. It's the same thing. We have a 360 field of view. We turn the other way away from the light and the actual motion. We turn and look away. And we see, based on where it reaches our limit of perspective, we see optical convergence that's not really there. It's not actually happening. There's not a source of light over there that's actually converging around a point. It's just an illusion. It's based on perspective. We see in a dome. We see in a dome, bro. Right? It's like you can prove this in many ways. Go look at what a plane does in the sky. The plane's not flying over the curve of the Earth. The plane looks like it's going down and compressing and curving down. It's not, though. It's not. Even in your own paradigm, that would be the smallest Earth ever. So we see in a dome. When we look out, we see in a 360 degree field of view. Right? Like, this is simple. So when we went and looked at the stars, we took that same field of view and we mapped out all the stars. We got our positions. And it gives us the same thing. We have a 360 degree field of view. We then make our measurements. It gives us an azimuthal grid, a dome over top of it. Then we did that in different places on the Earth. And then you guys took the way that the stars look based on that 360 field of view and you actually said, no, it's not because of how we see, even though it provably is how we see. That's only because the Earth itself is curving. It's not complicated. This goes in the flat Earth and globe basket. It doesn't prove anything. And the only time it would prove something is if you go far enough south and you try to navigate with the stars. That would prove something. Because it has to be symmetrical on the globe.
I don't know. You said a lot of things there, and I
Yeah,
guess
sorry.
I'll go back to the first thing that maybe 2 points I want to make. As far as the sun lighting at the bottom of the clouds, you can draw that out on a piece of paper and show how that works, and draw the lines and do the geometry and everything, and it's pretty easy to show how that works. And as far as like being up on a mountain and looking in your 360 degree view and calling the horizon a limit of vision, I think is a misnomer, because I think I can see further than that. There's just nothing there to see because the Earth's curving away from you, and that's as far as you can see the surface.
Yeah, that's your interpretation, yes. Even though that changes, okay?
So
But
how would
in
it change day to
reality,
day?
yeah, in your own paradigm, we have a 360-degree field of view, man. Why are we bringing up the clouds again? Is everyone in the room understanding? It's so simple. If you guys are saying this proves the Earth's a globe because the bottom of the clouds are lit up, which means the sun has to be below it. But in your own paradigm, we see that phenomena when, according to you, the sun is over 1 million miles above the Earth. It can't be because it's below it. You can't say, the bottom of the clouds can't appear lit up if the sun's above it on the flat Earth, because the sun's always above it. If in your own paradigm, we see the bottom of the clouds lit up when you claim the sun is 1 million miles above the Earth.
There again, I go back
It's
to
very
saying, what
simple.
is that million miles? What's the angular value of that million miles at 93 million miles away?
That
I
doesn't
bet it's
matter.
very small.
It's physically. You're claiming that it's physically below the clouds, but in your own model, it's physically above the clouds. So you can't claim it's
I
impossible on a
disagree.
flat Earth. What do you mean you disagree? That's what the model says. If the sun is 1 degree above the horizon, it's over 1 million miles above the Earth.
I would just simply say that there's no way that the sun can light the bottom of the clouds if it's above the clouds. I mean, that doesn't make sense.
So then you just debunk the globe.
Okay.
Seriously, because we see it when the sun is in your own model over 1 million miles above the Earth. I don't mean what's not being understood. Anyway, man, I'm talking a lot. You guys get it, dude. Anti-crepuscular rays show that even in your own paradigm, you have to invoke optical illusion 180 degrees away from the sun that makes it appear that there's something converging to a point source that's not actually there. And also, the next point that no glober ever answered, it's like if I look at the sunset and I see crepuscular rays, okay, it's right on it's on the horizon. And then I look 180 degrees behind me and I see anti-crepuscular rays on the horizon. And you guys are claiming that the light goes above our head. If I draw from the point on the horizon and I draw over my head back to the other point on the horizon, what would that give me? If I draw a point on the horizon and then I draw a line over my head back down to a point on the horizon on the other side of me, what would that give me?
Straight line.
What the? No, Lane. No. Okay, let's use a house. If I'm in my room and I see a point on the ground and I draw a line from the point on the ground to the right of me and I draw it over my head towards the ceiling and then back down to the point on the ground on the left side of me, what would I get?
left side of you.
Yeah, so there's a point. We take some tape and we make an X on the ground, and I make two X's on the ground, one on the right side, one on the left side of the room. I stand in the middle of the room. So there's an X on the ground on the right. There's an X on the ground on the left. If I draw from the X on the right and I draw up towards my ceiling over my head, back down to the X on the left, what do I get?
So you've drawn a line there.
What, dude? I went from the ground up over my head, back down
Yeah.
to the other X.
Yeah, I don't understand your dimensions on that. You know
Okay.
what? How are you picking
Yeah.
your point on the ceiling?
That
How do you
doesn't-
draw the line from the floor to the ceiling and come
Oh,
back
it
over
doesn't
your
matter.
head?
It's just that it's over my head. It doesn't even matter how high you go. It makes a dome, dude. It makes a dome. It makes an inverted U, right? Like if
Okay.
I take a point on the ground, draw a point over my head to the next point, it's going to make a dome. So, like in your own paradigm, corpuscular and anti-corpuscular rays are perceived through a 360-degree field of view that creates a dome. Because you guys claim the parallel rays go over our head, right? Basically, you guys claim like it's standing in the middle of a railroad track. If I look one way, it looks like they're converging. If I look the other way, it looks like they're converging because the light rays are parallel from the sun, right?
Yeah.
And they're over our heads. So, like if we draw points based on what we see, then we would be drawing a dome. We would go from point over our head back to the other point where it looks like the sun's coming from below the earth on the opposite side of the sun, which is just an illusion. We would get a dome. So in the globe model, you see things in a dome. That's why we use a celestial sphere for navigation, even if the earth is a globe, because that's how we see things. Your model doesn't actually claim there's a celestial sphere, right? It's just optics.
Yeah, it's just treated as such.
Right. It's a construct. It's a construct we've come up with based on how we see. And it's the same for both models. The where we differ is you guys take that construct and say the reason for the construct is that the earth itself is curving. We say, no, the reason for that construct is what made the construct, which is how we see the sky.
Yeah, I think we would see the sky.
Good. All right. You good, bro?
Hey, I'm getting a call. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, have you ever seen like Bill Gates getting asked when he's in the lawyer, like he's being cross-examined or something, or like they're questioning him? Have you ever seen that footage? What's it?
Yeah. He's in court. Yeah.
It's like that's what I feel like. It's like talking about these subjects.
Dude, that's such a good analogy. Yeah, he's like, I don't know what you're asking.
He's like, what do you mean by concerned? Like, what the fuck?
The dude said, well, what do you think I mean by concern? Like, what could I mean by that? That's funny, bro. I almost want to play that clip on my YouTube and be like, this is like talking to a Glober.
Do it, please do it. I was just thinking about it. Like, oh God.
That's such a good analogy. It has depth too, because it's like they're like defense attorneys.
Well, yeah, that was my whole thing about Flat Earth Court, man. My whole thing with Flat Earth Court was that whole thing of how to use conditional acceptances to show how these conditional acceptances of negative averment in the right way is essentially the Socratic method. And like, once you recognize like you can't prove anything, everything is merely evidence that leads one to suggest that this X, Y, or Z.
And once you grab that, it's like, all these guys who are stuck in a position can't help but lose because they take the position of the debtor, not the creditor. It's kind of formulaic. It's fucking dope. But yeah, fucking Bill Gates, man. Fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it's so funny, dude. I never even put that together. It's such a perfect analogy. I do call them defense attorneys a lot, but it's more like they're on trial. But it's weird, right? Because like Bill Gates actually did all that, right? But they didn't do this. Like this is just some other story that someone told them.
Well,
But they
that's what
don't
makes it
actually have to be
attorney.
on the
See,
stand.
that's what makes it the attorney position, because that's what's interesting about an attorney is that an attorney doesn't have any firsthand knowledge of the events, and they're merely they're arguing from a. That's what's interesting is that why once you get an attorney, it's like all you have is two parties arguing, so both parties are a debtor because they're arguing, and that's what gives the court jurisdiction over the subject matter because the two parties cannot come to an agreement and neither one of them has any fucking firsthand knowledge anyway.
Yeah, it's like they are globularist defense attorneys that are working pro bono.
Yeah, it is interesting. That's a good way to look at it.
I'm gonna start calling them globularlists, dude. I was reading this older book, a flat earther, and he calls them globularist as an insult.
Yeah, I liked what did I see one time? It's that quote with it's a John Calvin quote. I'm sure you're maybe familiar with it. He doesn't get into the degradation so much of it, but let's see if I can find it. Oh, where did I see it? Oh man. Oh yeah. It says John Calvin. He said, "We will see some who are so deranged, not only in religion, but who in all things reveal their monstrous nature, that they will say that the sun does not move, and that it is the earth which shifts and turns. When we see such minds, we must indeed confess that the devil possessed them, and that God sets them before us as mirrors, in order to keep us in his fear."
Yeah, very good quote. I'm actually trying to look for another one. I'm gonna find it. I think you'll like it.
Yeah, I like the way you just put the that point about the seeing things as in a dome, and then it's almost like only someone so fucking naive would think that the earth conforms to their personal perspective. You know what I mean? Like we know that it's a dome that you see things as, so to consider that dome as like reality outside of, or you know what I mean, as the corporeal reality is like ignorant. You know what I mean? It's just. And then it kind of likens me when they try to come to us and say, "No, but you're spinning and you just don't feel it, and it's just relativity. And why are you so stupid for not understanding it?" It's like, well, why do you just fucking superimpose your fucking, because they say, "Oh, you just see like it is and you think it's like that." It's like, yeah, when it comes to fucking movement and fucking, and then they can't actually make the mental exercise happen in their head that dome that you're experiencing possibly is not reality. I don't know. You were hitting me. It was hitting me what you're saying, man. Fucking good shit.
Yeah. I think it's important that we all kind of get on board with this because it just if they can't invoke stuff in the sky, they literally have nothing. Dude, check this quote. I think this might be the most elegant quote about heliocentrism ever penned. It says, "For many minds, the chief charm of astronomy is the immense stimulus that it offers to the imagination. With all the universe before him where to choose, a man can make worlds, suns, and solar systems to suit himself, while science furnishes him with stupendous figures, illimitable prospects, mysterious objects, suggestions of uncomprehended laws, and of a boundless variety of conditions based upon an essential unity of composition which can be pressed into service to support almost any theory, however extraordinary and however contrary to human experience.
Who is that? From Calvin?
Professor G.P. Service.
Professor G.P. Service.
Yeah, he posted it in the live stream. Hey, Lee, Issa, could you also post the one that was an awesome one you had. It'd be great if you had just a name at least. I forget.
Yeah, I got a little meme of it. Hold on.
I like spinning sphericist because it works in the whole idea that they think they're spinning plus. Sphericist. I like globularist too. It's just hard to say.
Yeah, but just like they were so much more articulate and elegant back then. Like their insults were like almost considered compliments nowadays. You know, like everyone was given like a basic intellectual minimum, where now it's like, yeah, it's just like nothing. So like to call someone like a globularist, it is like specifically defined as someone who believes in the globular theory, like based on presupposition. But yeah, it's a tongue twister.
Yep, it's all about presupposition.
I do really like heliosexual too. Like,
yeah,
like they're recovering heliosexuals.
Right.
But I don't know. I like to make my content where like a child can watch it, like children watch it with their parents. Someone just sent me a video where this little like 7-year-old kid is like dancing to my intro song with the astronauts dancing, you know.
Nice.
So I kind of heliosexual kind of pushed it the line a bit.
It's so difficult.
Sapien.
Mm.
Yeah,
Heliosapiens.
I dig that approach, man. You know, keep it like friendly. That's awesome.
It's just so hard because the darkness of the conspiracy has to at least be realized at some point. So
well, no, what really?
Yeah, but not really.
You know what I think, bro? Is that like and this is where like we've had a couple years of doing this, and whatever. It's almost like some of the guys were right from the gate. You know what I mean? It's like the idea that like we just need to not deal with that. Like we've already argued these points ad infinitum. It's just a matter of like continuing cool conversations and having and then it's always fun to try to open someone's head up to something or find jokes in the fact that they won't. I don't know, but at the same time, like there's no real reason to focus on any of these types other than the sense that some of them are cool people. But the ones that show themselves to not be, just like there's no reason giving them any attention. They don't deserve it. And what's so cool is that now the rest of the world knows about these types. That's what's cool. Do you know what I mean? Like, because initially, like, people would just lambaste you, attack you, and all this kind of shit like that, and nobody had any context. Now it just happens if you post that men can't get pregnant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, your average person fully understands that the lefty fucking zombie is a complete retard, and there's something more going on to the story. So
that's correct.
Cool.
Yeah, dude.
That's what gets me about the whole awakening thing, the whole political element. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I'm invested a little bit in that world, because we're watching the normies adjust. You know what I mean? Like there's like a bell curve of those of us who consider ourselves like kind of awoken a little bit, or waking up and fucking trying to figure shit out. And then there's like a bell curve on the opposite spectrum of that is these lefties trying to fight us. And then in the middle is like, your mom trying to fucking make the mortgage payment. And and the mom trying to make the mortgage payment knows full well that there's a bunch of lefty libtards trying to teach your kid a bunch of bullshit in school. So, something's up. You know what I mean? Flat earthers may be right. Like that. Our sense
dude,
of
it's spilling over, bro. I just dropped a commercial.
Right.
It's called it's a business called TD in this commercial. It's a new commercial, and they literally bring up flat Earth. And then Justin Trudeau is going around talking about flat Earth now. So it's just funny. It's like, just like you're saying, Justin Trudeau thing is a perfect example of what you're saying. Do you know how many people, just out of pure spite of how insanely leftist he is, are going to be like, wait, maybe flat Earth, there's something to it?
Oh,
And
dude, all
he's
day long. I've had actually like probably about 6 friends of mine that were like, when I brought up flat Earth fucking years ago, were like, dude, stop. Like, just stop. Like, because they're like, I've been right about 9/11. You know what I mean? I blew them their heads open about so many other things prior that they never thought. And then fucking, you talk about flat Earth and they're like, dude, that's just, I'm not ready, like, and then fucking like 5 years later, I see them and they're like, yeah, man, Earth's flat. Fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty cool to see, it's really fucking cool to see.
Yeah, it's happening right now for sure.
That
Yeah.
Justin Trudeau thing was a total promotion for it too, because he's like,
What
I'm,
is this?
I'm
Hey, hold on
fascinated
real
with
quick.
these
Where's
people.
the link to that? Can I get a link to that? The Justin Trudeau bit?
Yeah, I'll drop it.
Yeah, he's like, I'm fascinated with these. He's like, a whole bunch of people are deciding they think the Earth is flat. And like, why? Like anybody that knows about anything, like a whole bunch of people just are deciding that. Why would a whole bunch of people all of a sudden think that? They're gonna find out why if they've never heard of it. At least it's gonna open the door. I totally think
Well, yeah.
they're gonna.
Hey, you know what too? Hey, man, you know what too is like, don't miss our like. This is something I used to talk about. Is do not miss our victories. Like just like they celebrate, whatever the fuck and all this. Do not miss the victories that we're having. I.e., like, there's no fucking mandates. Like, i.e., that like satellites were just explained to everybody through this Chinese shit.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean, dude? Like, all this shit's just coming out.
Really is. Milo came out as not gay, as well as a flat earther. You know about him, right? You heard about that? Milo.
I have not heard about that. I'm a fan of Milo, though.
Okay, so now he's ungay, and he's a flat earther. I'll post the thing that what's posted on that.
Yeah, you got to read what he said. It's so elegant.
Let me check this out.
Trying to find the Justin Trudeau thing.
Too bad for all these globies that end up
Well, I'll
becoming
watch him
flat
in a bit.
earthers. They're
I
gonna
do
have
want
to
to
stop
see
being
him.
gay.
Say that again, man. What's that?
I said all these globies that are gonna also realize the Earth is flat are also gonna have to stop being so gay.
Yeah, it'll never happen.
Well,
But I
here's
don't
the
want.
problem
But
for them.
bro, you can't have that though. You cannot. You have to have. You have to have secularism, man. Like I've talked about before.
Right.
Like you gotta have it, dude, because you can't have a monarchical, fucking tyrannical. You just can't. We can't go that way. That's why the globe. That's why. Yeah, what's up?
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no. Just. I mean, I've said it 1,000 times, man. You can say whatever. Say it. Speak, brother.
Okay, yeah. I was going to say that the problem with Justin Trudeau talking shit about flat Earth is he's oops.
You're roboting. Flat globe.
Oh,
Son, you're robot.
awesome! Every time I want to talk. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, that sucks. I've been there. You're like getting into the deepest points and like, yeah, dude, you come back to the conversation, people are talking about other shit. You're like, ah.
Sorry. Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. So anyway, I think it's unfortunate for Globers because Justin Trudeau can talk all the shit he wants about flat Earth. He's doing the Globers a disservice by talking about it at all because now people are going to be curious.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I always like that Rupert Sheldrake said. He said the enemies of an idea are the ones that spread it.
Right. Yep. It's like they've been on our side this whole time. If it wasn't a thing, it wouldn't be a thing without the debates.
Well, no, the debate is personal. You know what I mean? Like, not everybody. Think of it. There's like only a limited. This is a limited hangout. You know what I mean? It's always the same people. It's always the same. You know what I mean, bro? It's like there's something, whatever. We've been pigeonholed in a certain way. I don't know how or what. I feel like I have.
Yeah, but there's, I
And
mean, if
fucking, but
anyone went
whatever.
back and
It doesn't matter though. It just doesn't matter because, like, it's also it's not about the debate because the debate's about you going through your ideas. And and enough people once they start talking to other people that have no clue that start turning into like the Mr. Smith effect. Like once they see that, they start waking up on their own. They never need these Discord rooms. They never need these debates. You know what I
This
mean?
dude literally says that no one in history ever thought that the Earth was flat, and he brings up the Incans and the Mayans. I'm like, bruh, except all of them. So now people are gonna be like, wait, what? Flat Earth is dumb. But Justin Trudeau says something about it, and they're gonna go look up what he said, and it's provably wrong. Like he just made probably a million flat Earth.
I just like the same people that are like, there's no one ever believed the Earth is flat, and then it's got a Wikipedia entry under the video that said flat Earth is an ancient cosmology that people believe.
Right.
That, it's like, what the fuck are you? What's going on here? Who's
Right.
right?
Why?
Wikipedia or fucking
Right.
this dickhead?
Right.
Because either Wikipedia is wrong, which is fucking bullshit. Because if you read, and that's why I love Nathaniel Bowditch's book, The American Navigator, is that fucking it says in the beginning of it. Yeah, the Babylonians were flat earthers. They predict eclipses, and it's a fact.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it's
the
easily
American.
verified.
Yeah, but you know how addictive this subject is, though. People are going to go back and check out the debates and watch Witset's, uh, encounter with some of these guys that are just so fallacious and they're supposed to be PhDs and scientists and all that. They're going to have to check it out. People are going to be addicted as we are, and once they realize we're right, or we might be right, even though to look into it.
What's the biggest difference between the two camps? Is you've got one camp that's logical, i.e., the competent flat earthers, in the sense that they're willing to say like, "Hey, I don't know what it is, but I don't know if it's what you're saying." And then you've got another party that's like, "I know that it's this much. I know
Right.
how much Polaris weighs." And it's like, and then automatically, like, people like, a penny drops and they're like, "Oh, you can't know that, and you're a fucking tool." And that's why there are not going to be any women for those people, and they're just going to not be able to procreate because who would remain with someone who still just hasn't adopted how to build a fire?
Yeah, and just the argument, the tactics, using a tactic and concentrating on feeling like you win the argument or having it be seen as you won the argument by yelling over people and using tactics. That's more important than actually getting to the truth, which is apparent for anyone with common sense to see it. Watch the back.
It's interesting, like watching the like those, like the people that are coming under the congressional hearings, and they're just like, we're like trying not to answer questions, and they're like, "Thank you for the question, Senator." And like, they just go on to say nothing for 5 minutes and try to use up the person's time. And it's like that's what people are. That's what that's why we were saying earlier. They're like attorneys, but they're not even attorneys. They're like congressional. Like they've been brought in, and we're going to question them, and they're just coming up with non-answers to avoid the legal responsibilities.
Right. Speaking of legal responsibilities, what's up with Trump? You could see what's its stream on Trump and some of the things he was talking
No,
about.
I didn't. But yo, dude, I don't care. I'm in love. I don't care.
No. He was
I don't care. I
regardless,
don't care if
but
he
it's
talks shit
more like
about DeSantis.
I don't think there's anybody else that they even
I
have.
don't give
Like,
a
I
fuck.
mean, it's basically it seems like there's like half the country thinks, or less than half probably, thinks there's no way that he's going to go to jail, and the other half of the country thinks he's going to be president.
Yeah, well, I
Couldn't
mean,
be
like, I think,
better
you know,
set
like
up.
I've said, I mean, I'm rooting for the whole president side of it. I think, you know, I think either something's up with DeSantis that we don't know, or something's up where they're just creating division in the ranks of their own enemies. So as to, like, you know, nobody knows who's really friends. And I mean, but, you know, even then, it's like it's politics. I have no fucking idea. You know, I'm just rooting for America in that regard, because it seems like we're kind of fucked if you know, they go down this road. But I told you, man, I think it's all about the discharge of the national debt. I think
Right. I was
way
mentioning
more
it.
to it.
Yeah, I was saying
Way
it seems
more
like
to
it's
it than
all
that.
coming into. It's all going to turn out the way you were saying. If all the signs are, you know.
Yeah, it has to be that way, and it just makes
Yeah.
sense to me that it has to be that way because of
Really does.
the contracts that are in play and that nobody knows about and thinks is bullshit. And I really don't give a fuck.
Oh yeah, I was mentioning you when somebody, I think it was Kosher, said that they just reported that they're going to come out with disclosure on the origins of the thing that we were all locked down for. Right, it's the origin, right?
Oh, the thing
So
that doesn't exist.
yeah, but they're going to say it was China. So then Trump can go, it was China.
Yeah, they're gonna find the pig carcass that it came from. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're going to say it's China, and then Trump can say the China virus, right?
Well,
And
personally,
then
I'm excited about that.
cost
Like, if
the debt.
Trump becomes president again, think about how much more entertaining life becomes again. Like, now all of a sudden he'll go back to Twitter and it'll just be hilarious.
Yeah,
Right.
man. If you've seen Back to the Future, I forget which one it is, but the one where it's a dystopian future and Trump was president or something like that. I think also in I may be wrong, but Idiocracy, there's some kind of reference to that. I'm not sure.
Did we basically have a corpse pretending to be our president right now, right? So I mean,
Right.
dude, think
Yeah.
about this though. There are people that are like real deal all about it. Like they're like, see, I don't know. I'm so detached from thinking politics is like legitimate at this point that I can't even. You know, I
Well,
just
we
look
all
at it
know
as
it's
entertainment.
we know it's kabuki theater. You know, we just have to accept that. But there are real consequences. You know, with what happens because they have to play out the whole thing. You know, like the economy's got to go like really bad before Trump steps in and saves it. You know, and unfortunately, that's the best we really have to hope for at this point.
What do you mean a corpse? As POTUS? I got 2 words for you, bro. Made in America.
Yeah, it's 3 words, bud.
Wait, sounds like you attended our education system with that logic.
Maybe he said made and America.
Imagine calling out a member that is already dead. Didn't he do that too? He called for some senator that died in a car crash the day before or something. It's definitely a walking something. Fuck up. I don't know.
I didn't hear that one. What's up,
I've
P-Mac? How
never
are you, bro?
seen I've never seen a president look so different in every different interview. Like it's like he woke up and forgot how to be himself and just put it back together real lazily, and then when it did an interview, it's like Biden 2.0 or 5.0 or 3.0. It just all depends on what city he's in. What you know what I mean? Like he's got a tan one day, next day he doesn't. He's got a haircut one day, the next day it's way longer. I don't get it.
Haven't been paying enough attention to him at all. But it's the fact that his ears are attached and not attached is very suspicious to begin with.
I mean, Bush used to make a lot of faux pas. He used to talk about fool me once and fool me twice and all that there, and then he tried to exit the stage through
Yeah,
a closet, and I thought
that,
that
that was all an act, wasn't it? That was a good act.
I
I
thought
think they
that
do
was
that.
bad.
The whole
This is
idea is to convince people that idiots run the world, so we have someone to blame when shit goes down and they lose all their money and everything, or something happens bad to the country, and you just point the finger at somebody, and then we move on to the next 4 years to somebody else and wash your hands of it. Perfect.
yeah, that's probably on the horizon, the horizontal horizon. There are some. Yeah.
I mean, he's been campaigning, strongly for a long time already, like he did before. I mean, he's not wasting his time just going out there and having these rallies. It's definitely set up. I mean, I can't think of anybody else that could be president in 2024. They're not even talking about anybody else. And maybe that's why all these guys had to just be so obvious with all this shit that's just completely against common sense.
It's a very strange theater at the moment, and that's what it is, theater, isn't it? I mean, the guy with the head outfit with the bull horns, he was. I don't know if we get allowed to talk about politics on here.
We can talk about politics. You just can't say that when they count the people that are signing things to put people in office, you can't talk about that being not real.
Oh, that thing, yeah. No, that's not a
Can't
problem.
talk about that particular thing.
Yeah, there's lots of other shit we could talk about then. Yeah, the guy with the bull horns walking through, and then the cops.
Oh yeah,
showing
being
him the
escorted
way
by
and-
the cops. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty much mainstream, well known. That's out there. I heard a couple people mention that as if it's like, okay, they finally admitted it, even if it's not on CNN. It's pretty much out there now, right? There's a good shot of him standing with the other guys too, with a green screen behind him. They're all like posing for for a photo op, It's like, oh wait, we're gonna pause here for a photo op that's gonna make the perfect front page news. Right? We're all positioned perfectly.
Well, I didn't see that one.
Nothing staged here. Oh, I'll put it in the live stream.
I haven't seen that one yet. Round about let's see, it was Obama. There was lots of Hillary Clinton. So many things that their party was fined for. They were fined like $105,000 or something, and it was really bad shit. And now Trump is Trump has been done for paying off a hooker or whatever. And they're talking impeachment, and they're talking this, and they're talking that. I mean, they're trying everything not to let him run again. But that's the worst thing they could find about his campaign is that somebody paid off a hooker. Whereas if you go back and look at Obama's and Hillary's, there's shit that's far worse. Like there's actual breaches of stuff that you could be locked up for, but they just paid like $105,000 fine, and that it was hushed up. It's almost like the Democrats are in charge of everything.
Yeah, it was cool. There was a congressman recently that came out and he asked, he goes, "How many years do you get if you're lying on a, you go on one of these, like, military FBI thing, and, if you lie?" And the guy was like, "Oh, 15 years." And he goes, "So how come you guys haven't prosecuted Hunter Biden?" And fucking everyone, it was interesting, man. And he fucking went in. He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "We know there's two tiers of justice." And he goes, "The American people are talking about it all across the land." Da, 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 da. It was pretty interesting, man. Like, it's kind of going down right now with the Senate being in control of the Republicans, and they're like kind of grilling these guys, which is kind of intriguing.
And it was proven that the Russian collusion thing was a complete fucking hoax. and it was proven that the Hunter Biden laptop was a complete hush up. It was actually hushed up, and nothing happens. Whereas if the roles were reverses, they'd be held to pay.
I look at it like, like when like if they're trying to bust people for drugs or something, like they let the low level guy slide and they let the next level guy slide and the next level guy slide because they want to find out who the fuck's at the top. And I think that's kind of what I think. It's just a big op. I think it's already over with. I think these people are already dead to rights, and they're just, this is how they have to do it. It's something weird like that.
Like I know it's two sides of the same coin out there, but it is entertaining. I like how Gutfield is now the #1 show on American primetime TV. No longer this Saturday Night Live or whatever, and them other things. It's Gutfield, and Tucker Carlson. And I like them guys. I think they speak more truth than the other side, anyway.
You think they speak more truth than Saturday Night Live?
No, well, yeah. Well, you know what I mean. Or do you?
Well, Saturday Night Live is just like some lefty bullshit that's not even funny anymore. That's the
Oh,
problem.
right.
They used to like make fun of shit and kind of poke at the bear, but now they're just lames. They've always kind of really been lames though. But what gets me with Tucker Carlson and those guys is like back in the day, he used to poo-poo all the 9/11 heads that were like, "Yo, 9/11 was an inside job," and he like laughed all about that. I guess he's had to come around about some of that info. But,
Dude, he literally belittled and degraded people that questioned
he
it.
did. Oh yeah. But man, you got to show mercy when they come around too. But you're right. That's something I always noted.
That dude works for the CIA, bro.
Right, but the CIA is working for the Illuminati, and the Illuminati's looking out for me and you, buddy.
Okay, all I'm saying. You notice that what he does, his whole shtick is like when someone goes on there and says something, he acts like so surprised, and he just makes like the dumbest looking face when he just stares with like.
But man, it's reporting and it's TV. It's TV world, that's.
I'm just saying, am I the only one that thinks it's hilarious when Tucker Carlson like stares and doesn't change his facial expression, just looks retarded?
No, I thought you guys didn't watch mainstream media though.
What did you say?
I thought you guys didn't watch mainstream media.
Yeah, sometimes we see clips, buddy. One of my friends got on Tucker Carlson, so I watched a clip.
I watch. I'm not ashamed to admit I watch it. I watch it for shits and giggles.
Yeah, we don't live under a rock or anything over there, Chuck.
I do.
I know. We can tell. You still got the furrowed eyebrows and shit, waiting for the fucking next evolutional development going on. We're with you though. We're rooting for you and your bloodline.
I would say flat earthers tend to keep a track of most everything that's going on, whether it's fake or real or whatever it is. Just keep track of the bigger picture.
But yeah, Tucker Carlson's pretty cool. But I like him. I like all these characters are just characters, man. I don't even know them. I've had friends that hated 9/11 facts back in the day, and that are totally against what happened now. So who knows?
Well, and Tucker Carlson did admit that he did that, and he's actually ashamed of it. Yeah. Anyway, it's not to say that he's my best friend, though.
No, I like him. I dig that dude. He's cool, man. A lot of people that are, it's like, shit, man. A lot of us would be fucking pretty cool with each other if we were met out. It's just opinions about shit we don't even know about. All of a sudden, we're becoming attorneys for shit we don't know about.
Wait. You said if you took flat Earth out of the scenario, you think that you would really vibe with a lot of these ballers,
Not on a fucking no, of course not, bro. I mean, there'd be levels, but at the same time, I think there's some of them. You know what I mean? Take fucking Grimm. You know what I mean? Take there's certain, and not that I lump him at all with those people at all. He's more with us than with them, whatever. But take Gem Panda. I know I could have an awesome evening hanging out with Gem Panda. I just know that I would, and as ridiculous as that sounds, I know that me and him could have a sophisticated dinner somewhere with wine and a band in the background. You know what I mean? Playing violin music. I could just see a good evening with the dude. He's hilarious.
La La Land, bro.
He's fucking hilarious to me, bro. I have always been one for like slights and like jibs, like, you know, funny shit like that. Like when you just, and he's really good at it, and he's never been cruel enough for me to warrant him as someone who's a bad guy. But he hangs out with all these people who've warranted themselves as worthless.
As
You know,
long as
that's
he
how I
doesn't,
feel.
as long as he doesn't lose his shit over fucking main course.
No, but I get why he loses his shit when he's talking to flat earthers. I get it. I've been there with him. I've nursed him through his episodes. Like literally, like I have no problem with Jem. Like I really don't mind. Like I don't know. We disagree on a lot, but he reminds me of. I've always told him he reminds me of my aunt that I grew up with.
He suckled on your teat of sanity there.
What is it?
You nursed him through it. He suckled on the teat of your sanity.
Oh, no doubt. And you know what? And he'll fucking admit it too, brother. You know what I mean? Like, you know, Jem has sat there with me. I let him and fucking Mark Taylor rip on Ranty one time, like, because Ranty was coming in with a bunch of them. And I let him have it, you know? Like, because some flat earthers fucking have proved themselves to be fucking dickheads or idiots on these certain subjects. And, like, I was more open to somebody of the logical line of thinking, even if they're a baller, to rip apart some naive flat earther.
Yeah, it seems like Ranty might have been a plant from the start. You know?
Well, right, and I let him have it. We knew right away. I knew there's a couple of characters. As soon as they came in, I got wind.
Yeah,
we all, you know, and we just got wind, and like, you know, and it was act accordingly. And I just think like fucking, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for one, and two, like they've all, you know, this shit is like self-evident. It's not from us. It's just from God. I don't fucking know.
well, if you explain it as like they made the game board a spinning ball, and you know, instead of the dark conspiracy part of it, like they just made a game board, and then people, you know, went too far, and you know, so they had to do all this other stuff to kind of support that idea. But now people realize that how ridiculous it is, and now we're going to move on. So,
But do you guys agree it's not really about the shape of the Earth?
Yeah,
yeah,
I agree.
That's the gateway.
That's what Trudeau was saying, by the way.
Sure, dude. The fact that do you support what he said?
Yeah.
Wow. When he just
I think
blatantly,
Chucky's just trolling. Chucky's trolling. Don't forget.
No,
that.
Chucky.
Yeah.
I think you're underestimating that he's like lost in the sauce, dude. He is drowning in the sauce, my friend.
I am not in the sauce right now.
Like he literally said that no one in the history of the world ever thought the Earth was flat.
I guess I misread that part because I thought he said for a long time they didn't think the Earth was flat, even as far back as.
He said no one ever.
Oh, well, he's wrong about that. But generally, what he said was, he pointed out
You're a
that
Justin
it's not
Trudeau
just
fan, huh? Hey, Issa, remember when I told you that you wouldn't get along with these ballers even if flat Earth was taken out of the equation? Like
what he was saying. What he was saying was, it's not about the shape of the Earth; it's about their general mistrust of authority and science in general.
No, but that's just a talking point to try to undermine us intellectually.
Undermined?
Undermine, yeah. I didn't say mind.
No, that's not what it was. That's the whole point, is that just the flat Earth is not dangerous, but what else it leads to is, or can be.
Oh yeah, let's talk to the guy. Let's talk to the guy who plays dress up. Let's talk to Justin Trudeau.
On Halloween.
Can you
No, when
elaborate
he goes to any
what
country,
is?
not just Halloween. So you're lost.
Okay.
Can you elaborate what is?
So when he went to India, he dressed up, and when he went out for Halloween, he dressed up. Cool.
Okay, we get it. You're a Justin Trudeau fan. No one's surprised.
Can you elaborate?
You don't know what you're talking about. No one's surprised.
Hey, Brad,
Dude,
can
you
you
like Justin Trudeau? You're just lame.
Oh, lame. I've never heard that one before. Oh, sorry, I have. My kids were.
Hey, Napalm's trying to say something. Hey, go ahead, Napalm.
Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Brad, can you elaborate on what is dangerous? You said that talking about the shape of the Earth is not dangerous, but something that could lead to is dangerous. Can you elaborate on what would be considered dangerous in your mind with people discussing topics?
That's what I was going to ask. Thank you, Nathan.
No problem.
Well, without getting into too much detail that Geo might not want, that general mistrust for science health sciences, and more. But health sciences being an important one, that would be dangerous.
So really, you're just basically saying that using discernment and skepticism is somewhat dangerous. That's what you're alluding to.
That's
Like
the
you can
application
only apply
criteria.
skepticism to certain things, and certain
When
things
it comes to
shouldn't.
science, just believe it. Just believe it.
No,
And don't
you know what?
it's
Hey, yo,
dangerous.
you know why these people monitor this shit? And I don't mean to. I'm not going to put you in that category, Chuck. But let's say why these conversations would be monitored. Let's say why people would be interested. And they're not wrong for it, because there's a certain swath of people that if they like really believed that the government lied to them, that they would react on it in an outward fashion, and they wouldn't be able to, let's say, intellectually develop it. And whereas what we're about is intellectually developing these ideas. We're not looking to externally, express. I mean, like, unless, like, like yourself, and that's why with it, you might come under the scrutiny of it because you've been around the world, like talking about the stuff. And the problem is that it has the potential to incite people to think that their government has been lied to them and that they would do something outlandish. And like,
Shouldn't the
for
same
that reason, there's certain heads that there's certain heads that would not even, like, let's say all of a sudden, like, they might stop taking their kid to the fucking doctor. Do you know what I mean? Because, well, you know what I mean? Like all that kind of crazy implicational shit that comes into play. And that's where I could see like general concern being there. However, we also have that as the guise of this fucking Gestapo is the problem. Is that
Yeah,
they're
we should
also
probably just like sexually mutilate children. That's the only way.
well, right,
Like,
and that's what's right. It's like, and they won't look at that. They won't look at that. Well, that's what the fucking left is saying.
That's a bit of a stretch.
No, that's what the left is doing, bro. He's making the point because literally they're trying to
Sexually
defend.
mutilating children.
That's what gender reassignment surgery is, dude. Right?
Who's saying to sexually mutilate children?
Gender
Yeah.
reassignment doctors. How
wait,
about
real
that?
fast. I want to make a point here. So, like, when there's this little like stupid ass argument about how like, oh, it's dangerous not to trust the science. Dude, science is always progressing, and all it ever does is show us that we were previously wrong constantly in every single subject, in every single scenario, every single time. So we should give it up to the arbitrary discretion of governmental powers to dictate what we're allowed to discuss based on the current rhetoric of consensus regarding of quote unquote science, even though it's assuredly going to change and assuredly cannot be entirely accurate as is. We should let the government arbitrarily determine what you should say based on what the current consensus is. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, I think learning more
aware
subjects and topics, I think learning more about them and better understanding them does not mean that they were wrong to begin with.
What does that have to do with the
And
government dictating it?
May I please ask a question?
Conservative governments have routinely stifled and muzzled science for generations. I don't.
Can I please ask Chucky's question? Is that okay? Chucky, you there?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, brother, I got two questions for you. Quick one. Number one, do you think there's such a thing as healthy skepticism?
Yes.
Great. Last question for now. Do you think flat earthers as a whole, as a group, are capable of healthy skepticism and not unhealthy, counterproductive skepticism?
Capable, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Dude, you notice that like I just completely logically refuted the entire talking point about how it's dangerous to question science bullshit, and then you get him bringing up conservative governments. Like, what a freaking red herring douchebag response!
So governments, I was going to say governments shouldn't have anything to say about science. Unfortunately, they do.
So try and
they
follow.
choose to muzzle it.
Try and follow it. So, like, the point is that the whole idea that it's dangerous that people question science. Oh, just a second, I gotta go.
It can be dangerous.
Yo, Issa, speaking of Flat Earth going mainstream, did you see Conspiracy Music Guru on Jim Brewer? Jim Brewer had him on.
Stop.
Yep.
I didn't see it. That's
I'll
cool.
post.
Jim Brewer, huh? Fucking good.
Who's that?
Comedian.
Pretty sure Jim Brewer is a flat earther. FYI.
Yeah, man. Fuck yeah. There's so many.
Comedians are pretty intelligent.
There's so many like closet flat earthers out there, man. They're gonna start peeking their heads out soon, I think.
Why would you be ashamed to be a flat earther, though?
Because people don't want to face like the lefty cancel culture thing that comes with it.
Hey Brad,
lefty
do me a favor.
culture.
Brad,
Yeah.
do you plan on being in a social situation in the next week?
Oh yeah.
Cool. Next time you're in a social situation, you know enough about this topic, right, from both sides. Just go about it completely straight-faced, alluding to the fact that you are a flat earther now, right? And just kind of approach the topic gingerly with people within your social group if they don't already know that you come online and like debate people about it. Or if you have a new group of people, and allude to that within a public setting and see why people might be apprehensive. Let's put it that way.
For two reasons.
You're cutting out.
One, they know I'm smarter than that, and two, they know I'm full of shit, so they won't buy it for those two reasons.
Well, here's the thing. It's not just because they think you're smarter than that, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that my friend group or the people around me think that I'm unintelligent?
I think they have trouble believing that you're a flat earther. If
they do.
think you're intelligent. Yeah, because I think you're intelligent.
So they do,
I have trouble
right?
Yes. So they have trouble believing it. So they think you're full of shit.
No. They don't think I'm full of shit. They have trouble understanding that I am intelligent, and I also have this other understanding that goes counter to what most everybody else believes in. It's not that they think I'm just BSing. It's hard for them to compute in their mind, oh, here's somebody that I perceive as an intelligent individual, and he's putting forth these ideas, which to me seemed unintelligent. So that's where the mental break is, not because they think I'm bullshitting, just because they can't wrap their head around the idea of something they've been taught their whole entire life as possibly being incorrect information.
Well, but you didn't lose friends over it, did you?
No, because I'm a good dude to get along with.
Yeah. So
but I could see where people. Yeah, I could see where people do, and I'm also the kind of guy where, like, one of my good friends who's extremely intelligent, he's actually a lawyer, will try to bring up this topic in social settings to try to make me look like stupid around people if he feels that, like, I don't know, he needs to try to prove himself for some reason, for some ego reasons. But I also allow it to take place, and I don't like emotionally get invested in trying to like refute what he's saying. I just allow that vibe to reverberate around the room, and yeah, it actually makes him look like the idiot.
Would you say a good measure of intelligence is an ability to learn?
100%. Yeah.
Okay. So in certain things that you may or may not know about, presented to you in a way that could or could not be correct, how are you able to discern whether you've learned something the right way or learned something the incorrect way?
Can you give me an example?
Like the Foucault pendulum, for example, how that actually operates. Why the precession, how the precession actually works. Witsit failed it miserably. I wonder if you could explain to me how it works in the globe model. I mean, just
like
to learn about how the mechanism actually works.
What the globe model's theory is on why allegedly this takes place.
Right.
It's due to the rotation of the Earth, right? So you're creating a, for lack of a better term, like a a different reference frame that this pendulum is swinging in. So as the pendulum swings in its own reference frame, the other reference frame is moving, and that movement isn't affecting the reference frame that's established with the moving pendulum. So as it's moving, it's progressing in this what appears to be like a rotational procession of the pendulum with a specific rate based on its location to the moving object over time.
What if the pendulum stopped, just sitting there at a plate hanging from a string from a real tall tower?
Right. So in your guys' model or conception, right, you don't establish that independent reference frame until the movement is created, similar to like a gyroscope.
So what would happen if I was just hanging a plate from a tall tower on the North Pole in the model? Tell me exactly what happened to this pendulum that's not moving, that's not swinging.
Nothing.
Would it rotate?
Nick is Bill Gates getting
No.
questioned.
If the Earth is rotating, would it rotate?
No.
Why not?
Because you haven't moved the pendulum and thus establishing an independent reference frame from the one in which you're measuring it against.
The reason I'm going there is because you're talking about reference frames, and you made it a little more complicated than you had to, but that's fine. So let's talk about the reference frame. You got the Earth.
Okay.
Looking at it from a rotating reference
let's not
frame.
go down this line of argumentation, right? Because you were trying to ask me these questions to prove a point about discernment that I pass or
dude,
fail.
you're proving to me that you have
Zenek, what are you doing, man?
No, I want to see the final answer here, because you got the last one wrong. If the Earth is rotating, and we have the pendulum on the Earth, on top, the North Pole, and it's not swinging, is the pendulum rotating?
No.
Zenek, is now a bad time for me to tell you I'm now a flat earther and I can't explain it on the globe, but I can't explain it on a flat earth.
Yeah, in a second.
Ooh,
yeah,
there you go.
We don't accept you.
That's the last question, Napalm. I mean, seriously, I appreciate your responding. I do, really do.
Boo.
You don't need to
Is that it?
Wait,
Is that the crescendo?
I'm going to say it real. This is intelligence. This is
Is that the crescendo? Did anybody get what just took place?
Here's the crescendo right here. We're building up to it. I have the Earth, and it is rotating.
We don't want it.
Tower, is that plate also rotating? Napalm.
Let's go, Zenek.
Is the plate rotating?
Yeah, is it spinning on an axis?
With the Earth or independent?
I made it really clear. You got the Earth. You got a tower, hanging string, plate, a dinner plate hanging on a string.
Mm-hmm.
Would you see the Earth rotates? Would you also see the plate? Now it's not swinging. Would you see it rotate?
Is it on a swivel?
It's on a frictionless gimbal.
Yeah.
While it was rotating,
on a frictionless gimbal.
I'll give you more of a hint.
Then I would say it would appear to be rotating from the standpoint of the Earth, but in reality would not be rotating. The Earth would be rotating.
You got it.
No, not really.
No.
Does anyone know the best way to jump out of this moving vehicle?
We're spinning. I'll give you a better hint. Last time, just because I wanted clarification, he's close. We have this Earth is spinning, and we construct while it's spinning. We're constructing this tower, and we hang a plate on a string, and it's sitting there. Not
same scenario. Same scenario.
Same scenario.
Hey, whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. Just
I'm giving you a hint. It's not for Witsit. You had your chance a while ago. It's now for
no,
Napalm.
I promise I'm not.
He's almost there. I want Napalm to answer. I have confidence in him. I have confidence in Napalm.
Dude, if you stop it and the Earth is just rotating, it would follow. It would follow around. So it would technically be moving non-perceptible to the person on the Earth.
No, forget about stopping anything. We have the rotating Earth. While it's rotating, we build this tower. We hang a string. We hang a plate. The plate's fixed. It's not swinging back and forth. What do we see from looking outside the Earth, looking at this Earth spinning? Tell me what happens. Tell me what we see.
We can't get outside the Earth.
I want. Come on, Zanuck. I want to say your mom at this point.
Is the plate rotating in reference to what?
To us, the outside, the inertial observer, looking at the Earth rotating.
Yes.
Good. Passed.
All right. Well,
that's what I said in the first place. Anyways, whatever.
No, not really. First, you said no, and then you said, with respect to someone, you made some kind of a weird, strange statement, and then
I feel eternally indebted
now
to you guys.
Witsit thought initially
Oh,
that if you had this independent. He said you made a real.
We're done with this.
An independent reference frame.
We're
you
done.
said that plate would rotate. Process.
Did you guys ever have the person at school that would like just always try to sit at your lunch
I
table?
think you just forgot all about the ether and the centripetal convergence and the centrifugal divergence and the resulting conjugate hyperboloid.
Yeah, I think
now
you guys don't even know how to say it.
Yeah, Zanuck just rips a couple of lines and fucking joins on Discord. It's just
Yeah, I swear, he just hits a couple of lines and he just throws everyone else's trays off the table. He's like, I'm sitting here.
You have a radio voice,
Let's
Lisa.
do this. Sitting there like Al Pacino and fucking what do you call it? Scarface.
Same question
at his table doing fucking lines of blow, arguing about now what you don't understand is it's all about the reference frame.
Dude, I'd almost rather go just like join a gang and get jumped in at this point. Just let it go.
No, it's your turn. Your turn.
Oh my god.
Slightly different scenario.
No, we're done. No, Zanuck, you realize
you wanted to jump in. I was there for you.
You just hijacked and diverted the whole entire
can you not see like
your
Zanuck
bullshit.
trying to hit on a chick in a bar? Just like.
I want to go back to Witsit's
Dude,
independent.
Xanax going around the flat earth bar, slipping roofies, trying the conversation.
The globe earther for this long, but you still can't explain why, if that pendulum was still, it wouldn't start swinging due to the motion of the Earth.
Oh my God! We all understand your. It's a 7th grade talking point. It's moving with the angular momentum of the Earth.
You're so smart.
The angular momentum of the Earth.
Actually, I was impressed with Napalm. He got it right. So.
Okay, let's move on. No,
see, you're right, Napalm. Zanuck doesn't like me anymore because I'm a flat Earth. Flat Earth confirmed.
Well, yeah. Either way, it's ridiculous line of questioning, and it totally diverted us away from the point in which we were talking about previously. And yeah,
we were talking about intelligence. That was a simple intelligence question and about learning. So
well, I don't care whether you think I'm intelligent or not. Like,
no,
I don't
you
even care if I am intelligent.
I think you're intelligent. And a lawyer likes to. You talk about how intelligent you are. Everyone here talks about how intelligent they are.
I don't talk about how intelligent I am. Like
you did.
No, I said that people think that I'm intelligent, right? That's not me saying that I'm intelligent.
Are they right?
I don't know. Right. Like I don't think of myself as intelligent, but sometimes I get around people and they just look at me like with a blank stare, and they're like, "How the fuck do you know that? And what are you even talking about?"
Okay.
So I don't know.
Okay. Napalm. Now that same scenario, I swing the pendulum back and forth. What happens now? Just to make sure we understand everything.
Hopefully it hits you in the nuts and you bow out of the fucking conversation.
Okay. What happens is swinging back and forth. What happens?
In the nuts.
I just want to make sure.
I gotta learn to be less
95%. You're good. I just want to make the last icing on the cake. So I swing it back and forth as I constructed it, and the Earth is spinning. What happens now?
Is there coconut in the icing? If not, I don't.
There's coconut for sure.
Yeah.
And some pineapple.
No, then definitely not. Oh, sorry.
Pineapple. Wifey likey.
It's all in a glass of Bacardi or in the rocks.
Hey, Zanuck. Hey,
spherical ice cubes.
Hey, Zanuck, in your pendulum that your example that you're giving, does the bottom where you guys set up the pegs to be knocked over, does that bottom spin or does it stand still?
From what?
In reference to?
Yeah, okay, you're in a room, okay, and you set up a pendulum, and you set up like dominoes, like sticks facing in towards the center of your round, little device you got here. Do you spin that round plate and then you let the ball on the string hit
they're all spinning.
Okay, so the bottom is spinning, right?
The Earth spinning, the bottom spinning, the structure, the tower holding the pendulum spinning, everything's spinning, and even the hanging pendulum from what Napalm just said. Everything's
wait, hold on. Just hear me out. So that bottom plate is spinning, right?
With the Earth, yes, because it's attached to the Earth.
No. I'm not even talking about the Earth. I'm just saying the
You have
bottom
to be
is
because it's
spinning,
attached to
right?
the Earth.
Listen. If you go to a park and you spin a merry-go-round, is the
Different scenario.
merry-go-round spinning? Yes or no?
Different scenario altogether.
No. But that's what I'm trying to ask you. Is that bottom plate spinning?
Say no, man. Just say no. No, it's attached to the earth.
Is it
From your
stationary
reference frame,
or
it's
is it
not.
spinning?
It's stationary to you standing on the earth.
Okay. So that's what I'm trying to get at. So it's almost like if you were to stand next to a merry-go-round, the merry-go-round is not in motion. It's just standing still. Is that what you're saying, Zanuck?
Is it spinning with respect to you?
No. Yes, in respect to me, is it
And it's
spinning?
spinning in respect to you.
Yes, is it? Yes or no?
If it's spinning, then it's spinning in respect to you.
What's
Okay,
so funny is Zanuck always brings this up, and I ended up getting him to admit that there would be some slight movement if it has an independent frame of reference. It just wouldn't be much.
No.
All right,
Why would
Zanuck.
it?
So Zanuck, so that spinning of that bottom plate with the little dominoes, with the dominoes set up on it, and do they spin it like a merry-go-round, or that stands still, and then that ball and rope, it just keeps swinging back and forth and back and forth?
Zanuck, if it was on a frictionless gimbal, it would persist.
No, not unless it's going back and forth.
I'm just trying to get I just want you to answer, Zanuck. Is that bottom plate spinning? Yes or no?
I really don't know what you're asking.
Okay, listen, Zanuck. You're like a child, bro. But even a child will understand what I'm saying. You're retarded. So listen.
Yo, don't do that.
You can't say the retarded word. You're right. My bad. He's not retarded.
Don't say he's
okay,
like
you got
a
a merry-go-round.
child or he's
You got a merry-go-round
retarded.
is
Come on,
spinning.
man.
I got it.
It's drunk Ocraphon, so give him
So look at. So listen. If you went to a park and you built this huge like crane little thing above a merry-go-round, okay, and then you hang a plumb bob from it, and then you tip you move the plumb bob, you swing it towards you, like you grab it, and then you pull it up towards you, and then you let it go. Okay, now that's obviously has weight in the bottom, so it's gonna go ahead and take its little course. It's gonna fall back towards the center of the merry-go-round. Now, do you spin the merry-go-round as well, or do you leave the merry-go-round as is?
You leave the merry-go-round as is.
Okay, so you're saying that when that ball is going back and forth, and over time, it starts to hit. So the ball, in your perspective, that ball on the rope, that's actually going to swing and change directions, right? In your perspective.
That's called precession.
Okay, so eventually, it's going to go swinging like you're looking forward at it. Eventually, it'll be looking left and right in front of you, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what keeps that thing swinging though? What mechanism is keeping that thing swinging back and forth from one side to the other?
You don't have to have anything. Just have it swing for 20, 30 minutes, and it can do it by itself.
No. What is keeping it swinging?
It's weight. It's weight.
Okay, so the weight's keeping it swinging. So you can pull up and like a tether ball, right? You can pull it back and let it go, and you're saying it will swing and keep its same maximum, like it'll go all the way out to the edge for 23 minutes. You're saying you can do that? It will
Of course not.
Not
what
all
keeps
the way
it
to
from
the edge,
slowing
but it will
down?
swing for 23 minutes if it's long
What
enough and
keeps
heavy
it from
enough.
slowing down, Zanuck?
No, the precession will not change. The period will not change, but the distance it travels in either direction will decrease with every swing.
Okay, so but it'll still hit the outside pegs, right? That means it still has the same force. 20 minutes later, it's still able to swing just as far out as it is in.
Well, if the pegs were in a tighter circle where it has 20 minutes to decay that distance, then yes, it would keep on hitting the pegs for 20 minutes, as long as the ring was as far as the last motion of that pendulum.
Have you ever been to the Griffith Observatory?
In LA?
Yeah.
I went to observe. I don't know if that was a Griffith or not. I'm not sure. Why?
Yeah, over there in LA. I think it's like Glendale or whatever. No, I guess it's considered LA. Have you ever been there?
I went to an observatory there. I can't remember which one I went to, but it might have been Griffith.
Okay, so inside there, they have a huge pendulum, right? And they kind of like give this example, right, for the kids. that go there for a vacation, like a little trip, a school trip.
Yep.
And I remember as a kid, it was just staying perfectly still in the center. And the teacher asked the tour guide, "Oh, so is it not like, are we not able to see it today?" And the person said, "No, it's not on right now, but we'll turn it on later." So what I'm trying to say is, like, what gets it going is obviously someone has to first move it, right? It just doesn't start swinging on its own. But technically, like, why? How are you even invoking this, like, this idea that the Earth is moving it when it takes us to initially create a force upon it?
So you're missing the
So you
point.
remember that he's basically asking the joke question that I asked earlier, but he's being serious.
About the force of whatever gets the pendulum going.
Well, I mean, you have an idea.
You lift it up, and you hold it. And if the Earth is rotating underneath you, it's still rotating with you. You're still rotating with the Earth. The pendulum, you're holding it. Your fingers, the plumb bob, everybody's rotating on the Earth, but nothing's moving. Everything's rotating. Even this plumb bob's moving with the Earth. Now, once you let go of it, you just let go of it. And you've seen those connections. They talk about how they want to not impart any other motion other than letting it drop straight down. They use a string, and they burn the string with a candle or a lighter, and it breaks the string, and so there's no forces that are imparted to either direction for any preference. That's the best way to do it. And that way, now you start the swing of the plane.
So
and the swing of the plane now will be straight, and it cannot be altered because there'll be no forces acting. If you have a frictionless gimbal, it's basically established this independent reference frame, as Witz had mentioned earlier.
Okay,
so in that case, the Earth would rotate underneath that plane.
Okay. So Zanuck,
the structure that holds it, everything
okay.
but the pendulum swinging is now going to be rotating underneath it. That's called precession.
Okay, but Zanuck, here's the thing, though. Here's my next question. Here's what I was leading up to. Okay, now you have this ball and swing, and it's swinging, and it's going. Now you're in front of it. Okay, everyone has their position on this round thing of the pendulum. Okay, you let the ball go. Now, if we're all turning with the Earth, how does it ever get to where you're looking at it? Now it's going left and right. Why didn't I turn with it? Why shouldn't I always be looking at it forward? If I'm turning with it too, shouldn't I be perception?
Are you hanging from a string?
You're just confused.
Are you hanging from a string?
He's confusing himself rotating.
Put yourself down.
No. No. Listen, I'm standing on the ground. I pulled back the string and I let go. And he said 23 minutes later, it's going to have like moved, and now it's going left and right, knocking down all the dominoes.
Because the bob is not rotating.
You're
are
moving. You're rotating. The structure, the tower, everything is rotating.
Why is that funny?
I explained it. I explained it really.
Wait.
Hey,
Listen. This thing isn't hanging from the sky; it's hanging from the building.
I know that's.
Oh my god!
Be spinning.
I know, right?
It's a frictionless gimbal.
Paco, is he drunk? Are you drunk, Apoc?
No,
that's right. I forgot he's drinking.
Oh, that's worse.
I forgot. Dude, I totally forgot. Sorry.
Yeah. No. I'm just trying to visualize this.
Well, if you're trying, let me do it one more time. I made it really clear that everything, the Earth, the little dowel pins that are going to be knocked over, the structure holding this apparatus, everything is rotating. The gimbal is rotating, but inside the gimbal is a frictionless connection, completely establishing an independent reference frame, is what it likes to say, and that's hanging the string. And then the weight's below that. So what happens is everything rotates. Everything. But the swing of the plane does not rotate. So you precess. That's what they call it, precession, not rotation. It's precession. It looks like we're all rotating around the plane, but in actuality, we're not. I mean, what you see is we're just sitting there, and it looks like the plane is going back and forth, knocking over the dowels. But in actuality, we are rotating. It's fixed. We're rotating, and we are forcing each dowel to be knocked over as it moves with respect to the swinging fixed plane Plumb Bob.
All right. When you guys are
Everybody
done with this,
understands
when you
that
guys are done with this pendulum thing, I got a reference frame thing for Zanuck after. I'll wait till you guys are done.
we're done, Jeremy. We're done because everybody
not
understands
trains.
what Zanuck
No,
thinks
no
he's
trains.
teaching.
Okay, Zanuck. Zanuck, you
Yes,
there?
I'm here.
You're on a train. All
Oh
right.
God.
Oh boy, here we go again.
You're on a train. I have a clock on the train. Can I use my clock on the train to calculate how much distance I went on the ground?
You have a big clock or a little clock?
Doesn't matter. Does it matter? An atomic clock. It's an atomic clock.
A really, really tiny clock.
It's a regular sized atomic clock. Can I use that atomic clock to tell how far I've traveled on the ground through space?
Yes, of course you can.
Okay, cool. So I have this clock on the train. Okay, and I'm moving the train. The train's now going at 1,000 miles an hour.
Can I make one question though? On the ground, do we have markers that have been measured off to show the distance, like a mile or 100 feet or whatever?
Yeah, we can put stakes in the ground from where you start
stakes.
and
We
when
have
you
a mile
stop.
stake. Okay, good.
Well, so you can just have them wherever. You can time it for a half mile, 10 feet, whatever distance you want, right?
Okay, good.
Okay, now the train's moving at 1,000 miles an hour. I'm going to shoot light through a vacuum from the back of the train to the front of the train. And I got my clock on the train. How fast is the light moving? How fast do I clock the light going through the train with my clock on the train?
You're measuring it on the train, 186,000 miles a second.
So C. We're going to come up with C in that instance, right?
Right.
That's how fast. If I were to put stakes where the photon leaves and the photon ends, I'm going to come up with C, right?
Stakes on the train, yes.
Stakes on the train. Yeah, they're on the floor of the train, connected to the train. Yes, I'll come up with C. Okay, cool.
Right.
All right. Now instead of putting the stakes on the train, when the photon leaves, I'm going to put the stakes on the ground.
You're shooting the photons from the train to the ground?
Nope, I'm shooting the photons shooting from the back of the train to the front of the train, moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
But instead of letting the stakes stay on the floor of the train, like we did in the last one where we came up with C,
right?
I'm going to put the stakes on the ground, on the non-moving earth underneath it. There's a little hole in the bottom of the train.
Oh, okay.
We can shoot stakes in the actual ground now.
So we got a clear bottom, like a glass bottom train.
Yeah, with holes in it, so you can shoot stakes in the ground where the photon leaves and where the photon ends.
So as soon as the photon leaves, we shoot a stake through the floor and sticks in the ground.
And then when the photon stops, you'd basically be shooting the same stakes that you did in the first example when they stuck to the floor. But in this instance, they're not sticking to the floor of the train. Now they're going to go the whole way through, right to the ground.
Yeah, but there's also the problems with that right now, because
What's the problem?
You're gonna have to put the stakes.
There's no Sam Jackson in it.
What's the problem, Zanuck?
Well, you're doing something mechanically that can't react at the speed of light, so relativity can apply to it. Why don't you shoot the light out the train to something that we see outside the window?
No, we're shooting light in the train. The light's in the train going from the front of the back of the
below the train. That's the problem I have right now.
What's the problem?
You can't time a stake going down and hitting the ground, and then going a certain distance and having a stake go to the ground that's beneath you. It won't.
As soon as the photon leaves,
your Lane's contraction would make everything on the ground beneath this train that's going. How fast is the train going? 1,000 miles an hour.
Lane's contraction. What does that mean with the ground?
Yeah, dude, we're shooting stakes. You're saying we can't. So you're saying I can't shoot a stake when a photon leaves one spot and it lands in another spot? That's where your problem lies?
You can't instantaneously put a stake in the ground. at the speed of light because it's got mass.
Yeah, the second the stake hits the ground, we release the photon. Hello.
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
Can you
Okay,
smell that?
This is where
You're getting
relativity. Yeah,
smoked.
it smells like decomposition.
You're
well,
getting
I'm just trying
smoked.
to.
I smell smoke.
Well, maybe you should stop smoking.
He's asking ChatGPT real quick. He's asking his handlers, like, wait, how do I answer this, guys?
Yeah.
No, I'm just trying to make
I
sure
tried
I
watching
take
that
in
video
all
you
the
sent me with
words
it.
and try to find any questions I might have with your scenario. So right now, okay. So
Have
now
any
I'm
questions? When the
soon
photon,
as
when the
the
stake
stake
hits the ground,
I shoot a photon.
when the stake hits the ground, you shoot the photon. When the stake lands, you make sure the stake hits the ground right when the same instant the photon lands.
Oh boy! So now we're
at the front of
timing
the train.
stake hitting the ground with the photon.
Well, let's just say it's railroad ties, right? So there's a specific railroad tie, and as that railroad tie goes underneath the light ray emitter underneath the train, it triggers the photon to be shot. And we're measuring the same, like we would make the marks of a railroad tie on the inside of the train, right? So we can measure it in the inside, and then we would have a delineation as to the amount of railroad ties underneath the train from the same scenario. Is that easier for you to comprehend?
Well, I comprehend it. I'm just wondering if he comprehends what he's actually asking, because we do have length contraction because we are moving faster than the ground, so it'll appear to be shorter. The distance will appear to be shorter than
Have a good night.
the train. Just like the train,
So
like on the ground, looking
Xanax.
at the train looks shorter as it goes by us.
Okay, listen to me carefully. The photon, it leaves the second this first stake hits the ground. We shoot the photon. When the photon ends, when the photon lands in the back of the train, we shoot another stake in the ground. Right. So now we have a distance. Now we have a distance that the photon traveled, right, through space.
Yeah, but it took time for it to actuate this.
Yeah, we know. We got the clock. We got the guy's
Mhm.
clock on the train. We got the guy's clock on the train. He's got the time. Yep. But we now have a distance.
Okay.
We have
Right? Do we
distance
have
in
a
the
distance?
train,
Do we have
and
the
we have a
distance?
distance in
Hold
the
on,
track.
man. Do we have the
distance of the
distance?
track relative to the train is going to be shorter as it appears from the train.
Guys, give me 2 minutes. Do we have the distance the photon has now traveled through space with the stakes on the ground that are affixed into the ground?
Yes.
And we have the time.
We have the time.
The guy's clock. Yep. And the first time we did it, it measured C. Right? First time we did it, it measured C, right? But then this time we have a larger distance. The distance is going to be longer if we shoot the stakes in the ground than if we shoot the stakes on the train, the moving train, right?
Oh, yeah, for
You're
the
done.
time. Yeah, you've added 1,000 miles an hour to it.
Yeah. So now we have what would be our what's our distance now? Is it greater than is our speed greater than the speed we first measured?
No, because it shrank by it shrank by that same percentage.
Okay, hold on. We have hold on, man. We got stakes in the ground. The stakes we shot in the ground, are they longer than the stakes that were on the floor of the train?
Contracted.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
The ground contracted. The outside of the train that was not going 1,000 miles an hour actually became smaller with respect to the train. It's moving at 1,000 miles an hour faster.
So you're telling me the stakes on the ground are the same length apart than the stakes on the train?
Yes.
Dude, that's not true. Who told you that?
Say that's not true. Isn't it true?
That's not true because we know they can't be the same because the train was moving.
Yeah, but you're not taking into consideration length contraction.
Dude, that's only an optic. Length contraction is only optical, dude. That's not a physical shrinkage.
Well, there's several paradoxes that talk about this kind of logic and understanding of special relativity.
Okay, so you're saying that if we if I throw a baseball a baseball on a train and put stakes down, and then do it on the ground of a 1,000-mile-an-hour train, those stakes are going to be the same length. Dude,
what is going on?
I don't
we're
know.
getting a lot of,
Xanax saying the stakes
we're
on the
getting a lot of
ground and the
things
train
about
are going to be
here.
the same. Xanax saying the stakes on the ground and the stakes on the train are going to be the same distance apart for some reason. I don't know why. He thinks it's length contraction.
Jeremy, are you like beside someone washing dishes? Because
or mopping a floor?
Yes, I'm mopping the floor with Xanax right now. Yes.
Oh, you are?
Yeah. Are you also mopping the floor of a school?
It doesn't matter, Chucky.
So
well,
that's
it's
a
just
yes.
loud. It's all good.
Okay.
I hear Jay's dog in the background.
The noise is over with. The noise is over with. Xanax, why are the stakes in the ground and the stakes on the floor of the train are going to be the same length? Why?
Because
the train is moved.
First of all, the speed of light of constant is in all reference frames, and you're implying that if you go faster, if something's got a flashlight and then going, let's say, any speed at all, that anything relative to that train or rocket or whatever is going to be traveling faster than the speed of light, and that's not how relativity works. It doesn't allow that to happen.
Don't worry about the speed of light right now. We're just worried about the stakes.
It's the most important.
We're just worried about the stakes.
This example.
We're just worried about the stakes on the ground. Why are the stakes on the ground? Like, there's no way you could shoot stakes on the ground of a moving train and the same time shoot stakes on the ground outside Earth. There's no scenario where those stakes are going to be the same distance apart.
Well, that's true. But according to relativity, if you were throwing if you're throwing a baseball and did this test, yes, the distance would be much further on the tracks, much further, because you allow
hey,
second.
Jeremy,
You're
how
going
do you like your steaks cooked?
You're going 1,000 feet a second. You waited a second on the train. The ball went 1,000 feet, but on the train tracks, you went 1,000 feet plus whatever fast speed the train was going. Let's say it's going 1,000 feet a second also, so you'd be going 2,000 feet. So there'd be 2,000 feet that would be on the track. That's no relativity involved there. That's just basic.
Okay, forget about the light. Just forget about the light. And I like my thing cooked up slow like a London broil. That's what I'm doing right now with these guys. Listen to me. Forget the baseball. Forget the photons. Forget everything. You're on a train. You shoot a stake in the ground of the train, and you shoot it at the same time. You shoot a stake in the ground on Earth. Then you wait any amount of time. I don't care if it's a split second or 3 years. And then you shoot it, and then you shoot another stake at the front of the train. You shoot one stake in the ground on the train, and then you shoot another stake on the railroad track. There's no scenario in which the stakes on the ground aren't longer than the stakes on the train. No scenario.
If you ignore special relativity, that's true, but you can't.
We're not ignoring anything. Forget special relativity. We just have stakes on a train.
No situation where that isn't true. And I said there is a situation when you ignore special relativity, then that can be true.
Just stop, Xanax. Forget relativity. Forget all this stuff. All we have is stakes and a train.
There's no scenario. Don't say that then.
Okay, what is the scenario where the stakes are not longer on the ground than they are on the train? Tell me the scenario.
Using special relativity, where light is the same velocity and all.
Pretend you're shooting the stakes. Pretend you're shooting the stakes, and then you tell me the scenario, and you tell me how you shoot the stakes in order to get them the same distance. Let's hear it.
I go light
before they became stakes.
What, Chucky?
Said hopefully you shot them before they became stakes. Otherwise, it's brutal. Why don't you just, Xanax? He's been going on about this for about 4 days. Just saying he's right. He broke.
This is the fifth. This is the fifth or sixth day.
Okay, you broke relativity. Just
give me
argument.
Hey man,
this is just like the V brick, the V block magnet.
Yeah, you're a V gatekeeper. We know. Just give me the scenario in which.
Listen, I could get a good look at a T-bone steak by sticking my head up a bull's ass, but I'd rather take the butcher's word for it. You feel me?
I feel you. See, when you talk about it, makes all the sense to you that I got this thing that gets accelerated through this V block, and it goes up and just goes any height at all, and it comes around, makes a turn, and gets into the V block again, and it'll be perpetual motion. And you convince yourself that that's what's going to happen. You are totally convinced that you're right. Just like you are here, you can't. There's other things that you're not understanding that preclude you from being able to grasp the fact that that doesn't happen. That light is
Okay.
constant in all reference frames.
Okay, forget the light speed and all that relativity nonsense. We're on the train and you got stakes. Tell me how you shoot the stakes into the ground so that the ones on the actual ground of the non-moving earth are the same distance as the ones on the floor of the train. Tell me how you do that. It's not possible, but tell me how.
You just do what you're talking about doing, whatever mechanism you have in place, and realize that whatever you're shooting it into, that length contraction has been a part. Special relativity has been dominant here because light cannot go different speeds in different reference frames.
Dude, forget relativity. I know that's what somebody told you. Forget relativity.
Okay,
It's just
so if I
stakes
think
on the
like you
train.
do, like
Xanax.
you do, it has to be further. It has to be this 1,000 for a second is 1,000 feet further. Whatever
Just
the
tell
distance
me
is,
the scenario,
1,000 feet
Xanax.
further. You've got 1,000 feet a second in your train.
Okay, dude, just tell me the scenario in which the stakes on the ground are the same length as the stakes on the train. How do you shoot them?
I don't know. Backward.
No, you're just shooting them down at the ground. So we have points
Then
of,
it's going to be
of
longer. You're
reference
right.
for when movement
Chucky's
started.
right. You're right.
You're asking him questions that he cannot answer because you're constraining
Because
him
it
with the
can't
question.
happen. I know, because it can't happen. I know.
Right.
Just like
He just told me it could happen. He just told, the thing is, Chucky, he just told me it could happen though. And now he can't describe how. Because it can't. You know and I know it can't.
Of course it can.
Okay, tell me how you shoot the stakes. Chucky, Xanax, tell me how you shoot the stakes to where you get them the same distance on the moving train.
Length contraction will be the exact proportion that you've exceeded that speed of light with the distance that you're talking about. So you're talking about speed of light plus the 1,000 miles.
Forget the speed of light, Xanax. Forget the speed of light.
Right?
Xanax, stop with the speed of light. Stop with relativity. Just all you know about. All you know about is you have four stakes. You're on a train. You want to shoot these stakes at the ground and the floor train at the same time, at different times, but the two of them will be at the same time in the back and the two will be at the same time in the front. You need to shoot those stakes so that the one on the ground is the same distance as the one on the train. Explain to me how you do that.
Without relativity, I cannot.
No, just, dude, you don't need to know anything. You don't need to know Newton. You don't need to know anything. You're just shooting stakes on the ground, and we have distances. All you need to know is how a tape measure
You don't
works.
need to know anything, but give me the answer. Okay, I'll give you a flat earth answer. Well, we have the ether, which is moving. Can I talk about ether? Is flowing against us, and that ether wind will, due to a dielectric and convergence and central impedance convergence, allow this waveform of the stake, which turns into a wave as it obliterates it atomically, and the electromagnetism takes over, and it gets into this thermohydrodynamic equilibrium, time displaced inertial plane.
Okay.
I mean, fuck. What do you want me to say? You win. You got me.
I want you to give I want you to tell me the
I don't know
scenario
how
in which you.
If you don't invoke, okay, here's the honest answer. If you don't invoke special relativity, I don't know how it's possible for that to happen, because it would be.
Dude, you're just shooting stakes in the ground, and we have a distance and a tape measure. At the end of the stake shooting, we're gonna pull our tape measure out and see which one's longer.
Bro, you won't even let me concede. I said I can't do it without special relativity. It doesn't work.
You don't need to know about special relativity. We're just shooting stakes in the ground and know how. All you need to know is how a tape measure.
Okay, it would always be longer. It'll always be longer by 1,000 feet, because we're going 1,000 feet a second in this train, and speed of light plus the 1,000 feet a second gives an extra 1,000 feet. The stakes that I'm shooting through the bottom of the floor will be 1,000 feet longer. Is that what you want to hear? Because we shot it for a second. Hello? Test.
You would have to do this thing and analyze your results and then figure out why they don't look like you think they should. Kind of circular, though.
Yeah, my thing cut out. Is there left lane? Do you think there's a way to shoot the stakes like I'm saying on a moving train and have them be the same distance?
The train's like a light second long train, and we shoot the light. It takes a second to get there, and the
Forget the light, dude.
The train's going
Forget the
1,000 feet a
light.
second.
Stop with the light, Zana.
So it's whatever that distance by the train is plus the 1,000 feet. That's what you're saying. Okay, I agree.
No.
You don't use special relativity. It's 1,000 feet further.
You don't have to use special relativity to measure the distance of stakes on the ground. I don't know why you keep bringing it up. We're just talking about.
I gave what you wanted. I said get this train that is. Let's say it's so long. It takes a second. It's a light second long train. Very huge train on this huge Earth. The Earth's the size of the freaking solar system. Doesn't matter. I shoot the light. It goes on for a second, just to keep things nice and rounded, nice whole numbers. I shoot the light. It takes a second to get to the target, and at that point, I push the stake down into the train tracks beneath me through the hole. And this train is only going 1,000 feet a second. So what we'll find is the stake on the train tracks will be 1,000 feet further than the distance we traveled inside the train, which was only a light second.
So are you now changing your mind and you're agreeing?
No, I'm saying if I don't use relativity, you're right. It's going to be 1,000 feet.
Dude, this has nothing to do with dude.
But it
forget
does.
Relativity. Forget the speed of. I should have started this off different. You know what? I'm done. I'm going to start this off with someone else differently, and I'm not going to use the photon at first, and then it's going to go a whole different way because they won't be mumbling about relativity the whole time. They'll just be worried about. They'll just be worried about. Oh no. How do I shoot how do I shoot all these stakes? They'll just be worried about, oh, how do I shoot all these stakes and have them be the same distance?
I get it. But listen, Jeremy, that's why I said let's bring up the baseball and use a baseball analogy. We can start from a common ground, right? We all know that if I'm throwing the baseball at 100 miles an hour and the train's going 100 miles an hour, that the distance that the stakes would be in the train would be longer. However long it go for 100 miles a second. So however far that distance is for the tracks, it will be that much longer than the baseball you threw at 100 miles an hour. Be twice as far, right?
I'm done. I'm not. No, I don't know. I'm not engaging with you anymore. You're not.
I'm
you're
trying.
not being.
Oh,
you're
dude,
not being honest.
Believe me, I was playing along as best I could. I didn't know what you were asking. I didn't know how to answer it. So you got
I'm asking
me.
you.
You
If
won.
we have two.
You won.
I'm asking a very clear question. We have stakes on the train. If you shoot them in the ground and on the floor of the train, on the moving train, which stakes are going to be longer?
The one on the ground. The ones that are on the ground will be longer.
Yeah. Okay. I know that'll always happen, right? Is there any scenario you can pose to where they're not longer?
Yeah. If the speed at which you're shooting the light is light speed.
Not the light, just the stakes. Is there any scenario where you can pose where the stakes are not longer?
Yeah, if you're timing it via the light traveling to that stake.
If you're timing it via the light dude, we're on the train.
I know, but everything beneath the train is contracted.
That's only visual. Light contraction is not a physical thing. It's only visual, dude. Otherwise, you would have one object be multiple different sizes at the same time.
With respect to one another, yes.
Yeah, so it's not physical. It's only optical. I know.
Okay. So
it's not a physical thing. It's not shrinking the ground underneath you. The stakes are where the stakes are going to be.
Yeah, but where you push the stake into the ground, that ground will appear. You still know where you are.
Dude, the train's not even moving that fast for length contraction to even be a thing. This is about the movement of the train.
You're right. It is a thing. No, hold on. Every percentage over C, every percentage over C that equate to the over C would be the percentage that would shrink. So if you're
there is no shrinkage, Peter Dinklage.
If you're 1.01 C or something, then that 0.01 is what it would shrink, and then it would be also C. So then it would be no difference.
Okay, anyone here knows realistically if you shoot the stakes in the ground, there'll be a longer distance. There's no scenario you can pose where they're not a longer distance.
Not saying it's not a good question, but I mean, you're just being really hard on me. I'm trying to play along.
Well, you're making shit up like the stakes will be the same length. You're saying the stakes will be the same length apart when that's literally impossible.
Let's say we're going.
Kosho's already conceded to this that the stakes would be a different length apart.
Yeah, the good thing about this scenario, Jeremy, is if like you did the same thing with the train, right? And just the front of the train and the back of the train. So at any point throughout its travel, you threw a stake at the front and the back, right? And as if you measured those stakes, they would be the length of the train when it stopped, in theory, right? So you could measure it that way. So the claim that the train might be shrinking as it travels due to whatever relativistic BS, right? That it physically contracts. Well, the problem is it's on the track.
No,
So it's still somewhat attached to the track. So if you threw the stakes at the front and the back of the train at any point throughout its travel at this speed, would those stakes be greater than or less than the stakes for the thing that's being thrown inside the train? So you got many various ways to test this. And I think this is where their whole idea of relativity completely falls apart, because you would have to see some sort of physical contraction within the moving train in order for their theory to be.
The train's not even going that fast to have length contraction. It's going 1,000 miles an hour. There's no length contraction going on.
I know, but that's always going to be their claim, though.
No, I got rid of the length contraction with the stakes in the ground, because this would have worked for them if I hadn't put the stakes down. But now that there's stakes in the ground, we have an actual distance, a physical measurable distance. They're done. Which I watched that video you sent me. I couldn't really make heads or tails of it, to be honest. That was a little bit in depth.
That's what I'm saying, Jeremy. I'm saying that your idea perfectly illustrates that there is no physical length contraction. That's
Have you heard of the ladder
that.
paradox? You know, you both have heard of the ladder paradox, right? This
Dude,
is kind of a version. This is the version of the ladder paradox.
Nope, the train's only moving at 1,000 miles an hour. It's not going to fit in any barns or anything.
But you're referencing it to the speed of light. The time that
you're in the train, in the ladder thing, there's a guy watching it. And this thing, the guy's on the train.
That's why, I mean,
the guy
I'm not
with
going
the
to fault
watch.
you for not making a creative question. I do commend you for that.
This is more than creative. This is the end of. This is the end of SR right here.
So you're single-handedly with your stake in the ground train light inside the train scenario, you've single-handedly dispelled 150 years of special and general, or 100 years of special relativity.
Yes, the janitor.
He's
with one eye.
God bless
now
you.
All you need to do is do it now. Actually do it.
Do what?
This observation. Get you a train, get you some stakes, and a train that'll go 1,000 miles an hour, and do the experiment.
You know, the ladder paradox is actually similar to what you're talking about here. I mean, I know you're talking about being on the train and things, but you're not taking consideration. So yeah, if special relativity wasn't a thing, then you'd be absolutely right. The track would be however percentage over that speed of light and distance in the train you were. That's where that's how much further the track's poles would be. You would have gone that much further because you're going exactly 1,000 feet a second. So in whatever fraction of a second you've gone for how long the light took to go from one end to the other, that's how much further the poles would be from one another on the tracks. But that's not what we see or know about. So by you saying it true,
there's no scenario in which you can throw the stakes and have them be the same distance. The train's not moving fast enough for Lorentz contraction. It's only going 1,000 miles an hour.
How far? How many miles per hour?
The train is going 1,000 miles an hour. You're not going
Right.
to have the Lorentz contraction. Even
Yeah,
if you did use
the Lorentz contraction would be exactly that percentage over the speed of light.
The Lorentz contraction is only optical from the guy on the ground viewing it. No one's on the ground even viewing it. Dude, I've been telling Kosho for the past 5 days.
You're looking at the ground. Aren't you looking at the ground? So if you're looking at the ground, it is contracted.
What are you talking about? That would be the percentage over.
Why are you talking over me? Guys, come on. You are looking at the ground. It's contracted.
Because it's not the speed of light that's contracting, though.
Any speed you go above, that's how relative motion. Any speed.
No, it's the source though that's contracting. The source that it's coming from.
No. It's relative to whoever. If you're looking at something going faster than you, it will contract.
Yeah, the source of the light. Whatever device is emitting the light.
No, the object itself.
What do you mean? The light? The light doesn't change speed.
The object will contract.
The object emitting the light. Yes.
No, the object that you're looking at.
Which is
the
what?
Ground. The ground. If you look at the ground, it'll contract. And the ground, if you're on the ground looking at the train, it contracts. We're both seeing contraction, both ways. Nobody
it's
knows.
Not going fast enough.
Yeah, any speed.
The only thing going fast enough is light.
Any speed works for length contraction. So the speed of light difference between, the 1,000 feet a second and the 186,000 miles per second, that 1,000 feet divided by 186,000 miles per second, that percentage, 1,000 divided by 186,000, that's the percentage you'll see the length contraction.
Percent that the speed of light would reduce by, or what it would appear to reduce by, because of the contraction.
186,000.
You're wrong.
186,000 divided by 1. .0000537634486. That's the percentage of length contraction. You get that? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros. 5 zeros and a 5. That's the length contraction you would see by that speed difference.
So that's not perceivable to us, right? So is that how much different the stakes would be off? Is that what you're saying? It just would be imperceivable?
I would say so.
Yeah. In conclusion, this length contraction does not help you. It doesn't help you. It's not going to save you from having traveled from the stakes being a different distance. It's unperceivable.
We agree that
we know.
The
left lane just said it. Tell me again how it's unperceivable, Zanuck.
Okay. So
and then tell me how they're going to be the same distance.
Okay. So playing your game, I just gave you the number.
This ain't a game, bro.
If there was no other factors involved, no special relativity or anything, I just told you that this 1,000 feet a second as a percentage of the speed of light would tell you how much further it would be. And it would be further by 5 zeros and a 5, 0.5 zeros and a 5. That's how much further that stake would be if there was no such thing as special relativity.
No, it would be.
So how does something that's imperceptible? How do you measure something that's imperceptible?
Well, this is a thought experiment, so we're just going with thought experiment.
Oh, so it doesn't have any real world applications?
Well, talk to Jeremy about that. He's the one that brought it up, not me.
When you're making that calculation, Zanuck, and you're saying it's going to be contracted by 0.005, whatever number you just said, what is that in reference to? A unit of measurement?
Speed of light.
And so we have what unit?
So we have what's that?
Dude, the speed of light, that's not what's contracting. It's the device emitting.
We're eliminating this light. We're just talking about the relative
motion.
Dude,
he's asking you what's the number in reference to, man.
The speed of light is a known value. We know that value. It's concrete.
What that doesn't answer at all.
He hasn't even formulated a cohesive. Okay,
you said
you're not
0.005. What? is that number referencing? What do you understand about the question?
The
Seriously.
percentage that 1,000 miles an hour added to 186,000 miles an hour would be. That percentage will be how much further the stake will be with respect to the one in the train if there is no such thing as special relativity. Is that clear enough for you, Witsit, and everybody else that's listening?
Okay, got it.
Okay. So 187,000 miles an hour divided by 186,000 miles.
But
If it
you're
was
saying
1,000.
would and if, as if this would ever happen, but this never actually happens. We can't perceive it, and it's all a thought experiment. So what exactly are
Talk
we
to
talking
Jeremy.
about?
It's his question. Don't blame
Well, no,
me
but I
for
mean, are you saying though that special relativity and all this? What we're talking, why do we have a Lorentz contraction that's imperceptible and can't be measured?
probably can be measured.
Oh,
Or maybe
exactly.
not directly, but indirectly it can be measured.
Oh, indirectly. So, which real world application do you measure it or use it in?
Well, I'll tell you what you do. Get on a plane. I'll pay for your flight. We'll go to Slack. I'll get an appointment, and we're going to explain to you exactly every day how they talk about how they experience length contraction. And if you're not satisfied, I'll pay for your flight, and you can go home a happy camper.
That's so
Okay?
stupid. So anyway, let's see if you can actually get this question right. The Globers can never get this question. Does quote unquote indirect measurement require presupposition?
We can presuppose things we've already proven
Is
in
a yes
prior
or no
tests.
question, buddy? Yes or no
Not
question?
a yes or no. Well, presupposition is a defined presupposition.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know what it means, but how are you using? What's your kind? For example, if I say I can detect your speed with a laser gun, yes, that involves presupposition that the laser actually has light. That light travels 160. So yes, it does
No,
involve. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to play your
non-sequitur.
game. Yes, it involves presupposition.
Thank you. Okay. Duh. So just like whenever people say they have indirect measurements of dark matter, well, it presupposes that dark matter's there. Duh.
No,
Duh.
not necessarily.
Yes, necessarily, buddy. If you
No, it
can't
doesn't
directly
necessitate
measure it,
that.
you have to
It
assume what is
doesn't
there.
necessitate that at all.
Okay, I'm sorry, you don't understand
measure.
basic, but
Yeah, dude, you have to
You're the one that
measure
thought
the
fucking independent reference gimbals will allow a reference frame so that the Falco pendulum will rotate without rotating.
no, you always straw me when I actually said.
You
Just
said
stop
that so
bringing it up.
clear. I wrote it down.
over and over again.
I wrote it
You didn't
down.
write
Witsit.
anything down.
You said
Yeah,
if it wasn't
did.
swinging and you had an
I'm not
independent
talking about that with you,
reference
man.
frame
Shut
gimbal,
up.
that it would still process. You said that. Don't
Wrong.
lie.
You're lying.
You're lying. Go back to the
I
tape.
never said it would
I
still
wrote it
process.
down.
I never said no. Shut up. And you actually ended up conceding I was right. You said that it would move. Just it would be not very much. It'd be negligible. It's hilarious. And
Why
you
would it be
still
not
bring
very
it up
much?
with the made up straw man version of what I said for years now.
Well, then tell
Every
me what it
single
is.
time
Then
I
tell me.
expose you,
I'm here to listen.
you.
Let it be.
Stop
Let it
interrupting.
for the record. Let it
Stop
be known that he will not
interrupting,
defend his
dude.
position because he hasn't anything to possess.
Every
That's
single
weird,
time that I
Janet, because I
expose
remember it.
Sanic, what he just brings it up. He brings up the pendulum. Like no matter what we're talking about, as soon as I expose him in this specific conversation, he's like, "Says the guy, blah, 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 pendulum." Every single time, it's so hilarious. What a weirdo! Yeah. Anyway,
Go ahead, clear the air. Then tell me one more time. I know you got it maybe now, but let's hear it.
No, you don't. Did you
Let
don't
him talk,
understand
Buzzy.
about
You don't need to white
you don't
knight
know.
for him.
I'm asking
Don't
you.
white knight for him.
You're the one avoiding the question. He asked you about presuppositions and dark matter, and you are now avoiding the question.
I answered him specifically. I said yes, it involves presupposition.
but then you double.
No, and then you double
no.
exactly. You said not necessarily when it comes to dark matter.
It involves presupposition. He said something else besides presupposition for dark matter. He said it presupposes.
No,
he said because he said it presupposes.
He said
dark
indirect
matter.
measurements. He said
Buzzy.
He said indirect
it doesn't
measurements.
presuppose dark matter. It doesn't.
So how do you measure
Yes,
dark
it
matter
does. This is
without
so
a
dumb.
presupposed? How do you measure dark matter without presupposing or indirectly measuring it?
Exactly. If I go directly measure my table, okay, I don't have to presuppose that the table's there or that I'm measuring a physical table. It's there. It's a direct measurement. If I go to look at the sky and I'm claiming to make indirect measurements of dark matter, I'm showing the discrepancy in our current model and then saying dark matter must be there. This is how much must be there. Okay, it requires the presupposition that something known as dark matter is there whenever we see the discrepancy, and you guys call that an indirect measurement. Okay, so it requires the presupposition of what it is that's there that you're indirectly measuring. Same thing with your length contraction nonsense. You see muons on the surface of the Earth. You presuppose that length contraction is real, and that based on your presupposition, there's like 50 of them, right? Like where the muons are, how many are in space, how they shouldn't make it to the Earth, how their decay rate should exist based on where you presuppose their actual location is, and then you say, okay, there's more than that here, which means that there must be length contracting its path because I presuppose that length contraction is a thing because we can't directly measure it.
But didn't dark matter come after the observation?
Exactly.
What?
Yes,
that's the point.
buddy. That's the point.
That's not a presupposition. That's not.
Wow.
You're not presupposing anything.
Why don't you listen to Left Lane?
What are
He's
you
making
talking about?
perfect
They
sense.
didn't measure.
Here, I'll
No,
talk to
he's
Left Lane.
not.
Left
They
Lane,
didn't
here's the
measure it when they
problem,
discovered it.
right?
Or
You make the
quote
measurement.
unquote.
So Left Lane, you make the measurement,
Uh-huh.
and you have this gaping hole in what you assumed was going to be there. So then that gaping hole you fill with something you call dark matter. So then when you go to measure dark matter, now you're presupposing it's there after your initial assessment was so wrong that you had to fill the hole with something that was never there to begin with.
By
And you just
99%.
call it a name.
It wasn't like a gaping hole. They observe a
99%.
gravitational effect by some mass that they can't see, and they called it dark matter. That's all it was.
Buddy,
Scott.
they don't even know what it is. Okay, and it was a gaping hole. It was 99%.
That's insane.
99%.
No, you're combining dark energy with dark matter. That's
No, he's not.
No,
No, he's not.
no, I'm not. You don't
1943.
understand it. So they looked at galaxy clusters, and then they saw the gravitational effect of galaxy clusters, and it had 1% of the predicted mass for that gravitational effect. It was off by 9. It was missing 99% of the mass that gravity predicted.
In order to keep the galaxy together, spinning at the rate that it was.
So
but the point is that they saw the effect, and they saw this effect, and they can't see what's causing it, and they called it dark matter. That's not presupposing dark matter. That's like drawing a conclusion, a theory based on your observation.
If you truly can't see this and understand what they did, I don't even know what to tell you.
It's not a presupposition, though.
I figured out how to get Zanuck on this. I think I figured out how to get Zanuck on this train thing. Give me 2 more minutes, guys. Can you?
Train's already left the station.
Let me just say something. I wanted to get in. First of all, it's not just about the one presupposition. These are nested presuppositions. Like they've presupposed that the sky works in the way that they say it does. They've presupposed that gravity works in the way they say it does. And then the third presupposition on top forms dark matter, right? So that these are actually nested presuppositions. It's way worse than you're saying it is.
Well,
Okay.
as far as like the gravity,
stand and it will crumble because it doesn't have foundation.
Okay,
well,
Zanuck,
go ahead.
hold on, just 2 minutes. This won't take long. I'll back out real quick if this doesn't work. Zanuck, you there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we're going 1,000 miles an hour. The ground's going to contract a certain amount, right?
Right.
So the stakes will be different lengths.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now, if I go 500 miles an hour, the stakes are going to be a different distance from the 1,000-mile-an-hour one, right?
Right.
Okay. So how do you see the problem here? When we put stakes in the ground and shoot the light, the light's traveled. It could be all different amounts. Now that only makes it worse. If we're going 1,000 miles an hour, we have a distance. The guy in the train has a distance of how far the light traveled through the 2 stakes. You say it's the same, I'll just change the speed of the train, and now we have a different distance according to you, which I don't even believe, but okay. According to you, there's a different distance now. Not the same distance as the stakes on the train. You're done, dude. You're done. Go ahead, guys. Continue.
Oh, you can't just go in there and gish gallop and then claim victory. That doesn't how it's
Not gish gallop. I just showed you how you have different distances for the stakes on the ground now.
Well, yeah.
But, I mean, who can measure the speed of light with stakes in the ground? Like, what is this?
Well, you can actually. Well, you can. You can have
just with a stopwatch, a stopwatch and a flashlight.
What's your margin of error with the stake measurement of the speed of light?
Oh, we can with lasers and
with stakes in the ground.
We can measure things with lasers to a millimeter over 3,000 miles.
Okay.
Geo, obviously you could set up sensors and have some other kind of thing going on, but yeah, we're just
incredibly accurate
stakes.
But I mean, the point is, the speed of light is.
How does a laser curve over 3,000 miles of curvature? That's a lot of refraction.
It could be.
You haven't heard about bendy lasers?
It sure could be 3,000 miles worth of refraction with a laser to be that accurate. That's
we have a tunnel that's bored through. We have a tunnel that's bored through the crust and ends up in New York from San Francisco.
Okay, I just want to point out by Xanax logic, we now have different length stakes depending on how fast the train is going to go. 500, 10 miles an hour, 1,000 miles an hour. They're not going to match the stakes on the floor of the train, which is what gave us C.
If you ignore relativity, yes, they would be different lengths.
This is proving relativity wrong. Of course, we're going to ignore it.
Well, then don't say that Xanax said this, because I just said I'm agreeing with you. If you don't use special relativity and we do something much slower than the speed of light, those stakes will be longer on the railroad tracks. Like I said, throwing a baseball, having the same type of timing device, and put the stakes in for the baseball throw on a plane on a train going 100 miles an hour. Yes, it'll be longer.
Okay, bro. You told me because of length contraction, the 1,000-mile-an-hour train was going to be the same distance on the floor of the train and on the ground outside the train. But now we're going to have a different length. But now we're going to have a different length contraction if we speed the train up or slow it down. So the distances on the ground outside the train are going to be different.
No, you keep on speeding up.
Not the same as the stakes inside the train, dude.
Yes.
You can't reconcile this.
Yes, always. No matter how fast you go, that percentage that you go faster than the speed of light will be directly related to the amount of length contraction that you would see. So that would be a constant. You'd have to work out to be the same. The light speed for all reference frames is the same. That's the answer you're looking for. And I can't stop looking at Napalm's train guy. That's fucking hilarious. That guy could have died so easy. If that's real.
You can, I think that it's relatively easy to test whether the speed of light is constant at given speeds, like on the train and stuff. All you would do is you basically have a measuring device that measures 1 meter of distance between sensors, and you calculate how long it takes to cross that meter, and then you have one that's at a fixed location on the ground, and you'll see that even on the train, it'll still take the same amount of time to cross that distance.
It's
1
funny.
meter.
We definitely can measure, like, for example, using a laser speed gun. If you're following a guy going 100 miles an hour and you're going 100 miles, you measure the. If you stop under a bridge and pick off this guy going 100 miles an hour, you still measure 100 miles an hour perfectly. There's no difference between measuring the 100 miles an hour guy, which blows out Richard's idea that there's some ether in effect of that, or if you're following 100 miles an hour and catching a guy going 100 miles an hour faster than me. The same exact laser, no matter how fast I'm going, well, not no matter, but up to the speed of light, we'll be able to measure that differential speed, regardless of whether you're moving or not.
But lasers aren't moving the speed of light?
Lasers do have a return and emitted signal that is the speed of light. And that's how they know that with incredible accuracy. And that's how they can track you, following you, see how much faster than you are going.
And
it can also measure you coming to me or going away from you. Redshift and blue shift radar. I mean, it's not a big deal.
Yeah. Where is the entrance to the bored out hole from San Francisco to New York?
For what?
You said that we could. There's a bored out hole from San
No,
Francisco
I
to
said
New
if
York
you
to
could,
measure
if you
this
did,
3,000 miles. Oh,
well,
if that's not possible. Oh, okay.
well, then let's just look at the moon then.
Oh, and assume the distance. Okay.
Actually, it's a human hair for 3,000 miles. To the moon, like 1 millimeter accuracy on the moon.
And that the problem with the moon is measured in several different ways and come up with about the same answer.
Right. I mean, think about it. We can show the distance to the moon within a millimeter with lasers.
That's dumb.
Okay. I just want to point out,
It's
Zanuck
not.
said we're going to
We
do
do
the
things
Lorentz
far more accurately
contraction.
than that in things like Slack or LIGO. They've done these tests that shows amazing results for the type of accuracy they can achieve.
Yeah, super
Okay,
amazing.
I just
It's
want to.
almost unbelievable.
Okay, I just want to point out 5 minutes ago, Zanuck told me he was going to do the length contraction for the 1,000-mile-an-hour train, and the stakes on the ground would be the same distance apart, and the train and on the ground. Now, if we move the train 500 miles an hour, you're going to get a different distance, meaning it's not going to be the same distance as the length on the train. That really just happened, Zanuck.
Yeah, I mean, first off, I don't even know how you measure that because I mean, at 1,000 miles an hour compared to the speed of light is going to be a fleet part. On a moving object, it'd be challenging to measure that compared to two.
Yeah, you could have sensors on the ground. You could have sensors on the ground that trigger sensors on the ground of the train and on the ground outside. Obviously, we're not going to actually use stakes. Okay, you'd use some kind of sensors or something. You can just change the sensors for stakes. It doesn't really matter.
We can use the same technology we use for GPS that measures or the atomic clocks, right? For relativity, where it measures down to a billionth of a second. Can't we just use that same shit?
Yeah, I think the problem is that for 1,000 miles an hour, measuring over a meter or 2 or 10 or 20 is still going to be pushing those limits pretty hard.
Where there's a will, there's a way. Let's do it for science.
Why? They'll just disregard it even if it does come out in the affirmative.
Disregard what?
The findings.
The findings would probably be detrimental to your guys' ideas or concepts.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird comment, Moyank.
Of course it is.
I mean, it's verifiable and repeatable, and that's what we're all about. We wouldn't deny it.
No, you're verifiable and repeatable only until you decide that you don't like the measurement, then you throw it away. Measurements to the moon are done frequently, virtually.
About what you're saying. Measurements to the moon using a laser. Sorry, I don't believe it.
Yep, you can repeat
That's not the same at all as us doing an experiment that we can actually do here on Earth. I don't
Those
know why
measurements.
this is so hard for you to understand.
When you shoot, every time you shoot a laser at the moon, it proves Earth's not moving. Otherwise, you'd have to lead the moon by thousands of miles with the laser.
How wide is the beam?
Oh no, we're just going to
How wide is the beam when it reflects back?
30, 70, maybe 100 miles. You'd have to lead the moon by you'd have to lead the moon by thousands of miles if we're moving through the galaxy at one point. If we're moving through space, we're all moving together.
No,
now you
Jeremy.
have to have a mechanism. What's up, Left Lane?
No, I mean, just think about it. Standing in the backyard looking at the moon, shining a laser at it. 2.5 seconds. What's up with that?
Yeah,
what's up with it? It proves Earth's not moving. That's what's up with it.
Yeah, what he's saying is, how far does the Earth and the Moon move in 2.5 seconds, according to your model?
Well, as we determine, through your discussions with this, Jeremy, we've determined that light conserves momentum, and as such, it's already moving 1 million miles an hour with the Earth. The only thing that varies is the moon.
Yeah, but the moon.
So how far does the moon move in 2 seconds?
It doesn't conserve momentum. That's what they've been arguing for 5 days now about how the light doesn't conserve momentum.
Oh, I think it does, but okay.
Well, that's been the
hear
argument on the with the light on the train about how it doesn't conserve momentum. They've been arguing feverishly for that. They can't have it conserve momentum, otherwise you break the speed of light. I think this is called like a catch-22.
Yeah, the Earth is also rotating during that time too.
Yeah, a flea part in 2 seconds.
What's
Nope,
Compared to
1.3 million
100-mile
miles.
line beam.
Flea fart, 1.3 million miles an hour. That's what you got us moving through space doing.
No. Now I haven't heard their arguments, but as far as I'm concerned, conserving light. If you shoot light off at the moon, and the moon is perpendicular to the travel of that 1.5 million miles, apparently it conserves the momentum. So I don't know
If you're
what
both
they've been
going through
saying.
space at 1,000,000 miles an hour, you shoot a light beam across to your buddy in another rocket, it's going to get it right square in the eye. No problem.
Are the moon and the Earth moving at the same speed?
No, and that's why you have to. That's why you have to get some very elaborate controls to be able to hit the targets, even though it fans out and has scattering. You have and diverges. You have to be able to account for that motion or what happens at that speed of 2,000 miles an hour and 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, Jeremy, you're spot on, because what they'll do is they'll talk about motion as being relative to something else, right? But they'll also doublespeak and they'll say the motion is almost inherent to the thing, but they'll flip between those two, as is convenient. So, for instance, speed of light is x, right? But if you got two beams of light moving opposite each other, then relative to each other, they're both going to x, obviously. But then they'll say, well, you can't go faster than x, except in their paradigm, according to relativity, the two light beams going in opposite directions are doing exactly that. So you can't have it both ways, but they try to.
Going off the conversation me and Zanuck just had, he used the Lorentz contraction math for the train moving at 1,000 miles an hour and came up with the same distance on the ground and the same distance inside the train. So if you just change the speed of the train, the Lorentz contraction isn't going to give you the same math. It's not going to be the same distance. It can't be. So there's a serious issue here.
There's more than one.
What does the Lorentz contraction have to do? Jeremy, you seem up on this. What does the Lorentz contraction have to do with conserving momentum in this argument?
It has literally nothing to do with it. It's an optical effect. It's not even a physical thing. It's just optical from someone viewing the motion from an outside frame. It's not even a physical thing that happens. It's optical.
Is somebody
It literally has
chewing
nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with it. They're just trying everything. They're scraping the bottom of the barrel. They're on their last straw. I don't know what kind of phrase you would use here, but they've tried everything.
Jeremy, is that you making the chewing sounds, or is it somebody else doing that?
It may be me. I don't know. I'll go on mute.
Sorry, I've got a bit of background noise, but I'll be gone in a sec. So.
Yeah, if Jeremy's muted, then it's you.
Yeah, all right, I'll be gone in a sec anyway. Sorry about that.
God, I feel like curved water. He can complain about any sound.
Why are you old and miserable?
Yeah, but he can complain about any sound, that's for sure.
Is that why Jace can't go there anymore?
I don't know.
So, Moya, can you think of any scenario in which we shoot a stake in the ground of the train and a stake in the ground outside the train, and those stakes are the same distance apart, and a moving train? The train's moving while this is happening.
Okay, so you're talking about, let's just say I'm measuring something. I'm measuring 100 feet of train and 100 feet of ground.
No.
No,
you're just gonna throw it. You're on a moving train. You're gonna throw a stake down on the train and on the ground outside the train, at the same time in the back of the train, and then you're going to do that same thing in the front of the train. Is there any perceivable scenario where those stakes will be the same distance apart?
I think that's what I was saying. I don't know why you said no to what I was saying.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
Only if the train's not moving.
Yeah, the train's moving.
Why
Yeah,
is
that's what I
it
mean.
taking 3 days to explain to these people?
I don't know, because they're trying every trick in the book, dude. This is SR. They gotta have this. They
No, I mean,
have
I gotta
to have
say,
this.
I mean, Lorentz contraction and all that stuff is, I'm not real familiar with it. I can't argue it either way.
Okay, the train's going 1,000 miles an hour, though, bro. Is there any way you could do that on a 1,000-mile-an-hour train where the stakes would be the same distance apart?
So you're saying that the guy, all these stakes are on the ground, or they are measuring pieces of the train and the ground?
Where you got someone in the back of a train, someone in the front of the train. They both got 2 stakes. The guy in the back of the train is going to throw his stake on the floor of the train, and then one in the ground at the same. They're going to hit the floor of the train and the ground outside in the same moment.
Okay. So
is there any perceivable scenario going 1,000 miles an hour where you could have those now? So now you have stakes, train, and there's another set of stakes on the ground outside. Is there any scenario on the 1,000-mile-an-hour moving train where those stakes will be the same distance apart?
I think the answer to that is no. But again,
correct.
And I think, trying to throw stakes is not going to be a precise enough method of measurement for anything that you could do.
Okay, you could use sensors or something. We're just using stakes so you can visualize it easier.
Right. No, I get it.
Yes, but the stakes will always be if you time it good and you have them be the hit at the same moment. The longer you wait, the greater the distance is going to be. But no matter how much you wait, they're always going to be a different distance, right?
The longer you wait.
Yeah, the longer you wait, the bigger the distance variation will be. Yeah.
I don't know what you mean by longer you wait.
Well, if I shoot a stake down and then 1 second later I shoot another stake down, they'll be off a little bit in distance. But then if I wait 3 hours in between, there's going to be a huge distance.
They'll be 100 miles apart on a bullet train.
Yeah, they'll be however many miles you traveled minus the length of the train. Yeah.
Yeah, no, this would have to be done virtually instantaneously, like shooting a bullet in the ground and a bullet into the front and the back of the train.
Yeah, but no matter how fast you do it, the lengths are always going to be different because you've moved since you shoot. After you shoot your first set of stakes, you've now moved. The train didn't move. The train's the same length, but you've moved underneath the train.
I don't know what experimental proof they have for Lorentz contraction. You'd have to look into that. I mean, I can't, like I said, I can't argue it either way. It defies.
There isn't any. There's literally none.
All right, let's go see what they got.
It's a mathematical formula that was invented to try to give an explanation for the results of the Michelson-Morley experiment.
There's one scenario that they try to come up, like basically come up with like a indirect measurement using like muons, which is also not even directly measured either. So that's the only one that they claim with muons. And then Zanuck will go on about something about Slack and how he thinks it was indirectly detected there or something.
I still can't believe that this is all based on the fact that something that's imperceptible and has no real world application and can't be measured has a measurement.
I think it does have real world implications.
Whatever problems they have.
No, not implicate. No, not implications. Practical, actual.
No, that's what I meant. But I'm not sure what those are.
What practical applications does some imperceptible thing that can't be measured have?
Well, imperceptible is by human terms, like just looking at it with your eyeballs, versus some kind of super precision timing being done would be the difference. Your eyeballs are absolutely useless for measuring whether your head on your engine is warped or not.
Yeah,
But
but you wouldn't be
you
able to
break
do it
out
anyway. You'd have to be
your feeler
outside the.
gauges and stuff, and you start saying, "Oh shit, this is a thousandth of an inch off."
So, all right. So what actual real world implication is it?
I'm not sure. Again, I'm just saying that I would question whether there's no perceivable use for it.
Well,
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
you said your eyes can't perceive it, right? And then you say, "Oh, but you can lay this tool of measure upon it and get the difference." Can that scenario ever take place within this Lorentz contraction?
That's what I'm looking at right now. I'm trying to find out what is written for dummies that I can parse through.
You would have to do it from an outside reference frame. So I don't know how you would do that.
Right, and that's the point. You can't lay a measure upon it, because the minute you actually go to physically lay a measure upon it, you are within the reference frame that is claimed to be perceived from an outside reference frame, which is where the only contraction is actually taking place is based on the perception from another reference frame. So it's not physically contracting. I mean, Witset's gone around and around and around with this multiple times, over the years about, is it a physical contraction or is it not? And yeah, if it's physical, it would need to be measured. It can't be measured except outside the reference frame. But the minute you go to lay a physical measurement on it, then it becomes imperceptible. But it's okay. It makes relativity work, so it's a thing, right?
I actually love trains. I really do.
It was so funny. It's like you can't even talk about relativity without a Glober bringing up a train.
Jeremy's got the trains. I hate trains.
Can't
Jeremy's
talk about
using your train
anything
against
with
you.
Glover.
He's using a hostile witness.
Oh
Yep,
yeah.
yep.
Well,
My hate-
how about this? How about this train of thought? Like, why is it taking 3 days plus to explain this to grown adult men?
5 or 6 days.
Okay, that doesn't help your case either.
It's a matter of concurrence and being able to agree on it.
Here's the problem. If you agree with us, it means that goes against the globe, and you better not do that.
I don't think Lorentz contraction has anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
We're talking about the speed of light and relative. So
literally
if listen, I don't talk about relativity. I don't give a fuck about it. But if relativity is possible, or it's the thing, then that implicates gravity. It implicates speed of light being affected by the bending warping of space time, or what the fuck ever. Like that all works together.
It supports the heliocentric model.
Yeah,
It
you
does,
literally
correct.
need it, Leflo. You need it because without it, it looks like we're stationary. So you need Lorentz contraction.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem with you guys most of the time is you want to look with blinders at specific aspects of your model and say, well, this works here. Okay, let me put the blinders back on and look over at this section. All right, this works here. But then when you take the blinders off and you look at everything as a whole, right, they don't work congruently with one another. So when we find holes in relativity, then hole in relativity breaks down your ideas of the bending and warping of space-time, which takes away your gravity, which takes away, all this kind of shit. Like it's a house of
takes
cards.
away the cause of gravity. It doesn't take away gravity. There's still a downity force, whether it's caused by static electricity or tiny little unicorns or whatever you want to call it. There is an organizing force that
we agree. Welcome to flat Earth.
Well, no, because a lot of flat earthers don't agree that there's an organizing force.
Welcome to the electric universe, or welcome to the electrostatic world in which we live in. I don't know.
It doesn't change
What
a
do
thing.
you welcome?
Hold on, but that electrostatic universe, you still need gravity to be causing planets to happen. How do you have a downward force in the middle of space? How did the planet get there?
It's the same thing. It's the same thing that's keeping you from floating off. It's what's holding the moon in orbit. It's the same thing.
But how did the moon get
Why?
created in the first place without some sort of like? Are you serious?
I
Well,
love
if
how they say the
electrostatics
only thing that
causes
keeps you.
an attractive force, then you have the force necessary for planets to coalesce and create
If you're on
more
a
force.
if you're on a stationary
What
plane,
attractive force attracted what to the creation of a planet? If there was no planet there, what attracted something to create a planet there?
The material, the dust and gases that are there will have an attractive force that attracts them together. What's the problem?
they
Dude,
they
don't
use
prove that. You just made that shit
they
up.
use
Made it
they
up.
use their models and their ideas to try to disprove what we're saying, right? Like when Left Lane says, "Well, if you didn't have the gravity, then you'd be flying off." Well, we don't imagine that we're on a ball spinning in space that would fling us off.
You're
Yeah,
Right?
this
still
is why.
attached to the ground, though.
This is why the definitions matter, because what they've done and managed to do is conflate gravity with gravitation, because gravity is just what we colloquially call gravity, is just an effect of what then they presume to be gravitation. So just because you have an effect of something doesn't mean, like, you're trying to conflate the effect and the cause as being the same thing. And this is where I think, and have said for years, people lose the ball, because you drop the ball, whatever. Like,
Who can prove that we would float off without gravity? Okay, go.
well, I mean, gravity is not gravitation. Like that's the whole point. Maybe that I'm missing part of that question or something. I don't know.
So
But
one thing to float off the Earth or the Moon without because of gravity.
is that a question to me?
No, to the other guy, to the Glober that said we would float off without gravity. How can you prove that?
Well, in the absence of a force that makes us go down at E, then any energy we would exert going up at E would we would continue to go up at E.
Show us.
Show us.
Because this is what my second grade teacher told me in second grade, and we believed it,
Well,
but she had no proof.
There's a down at E. We can see the down at E. Everything drops at roughly 9.8 meters per second squared.
Not everything.
Not everything.
Every single thing.
That doesn't even work in
9.8
water.
meters per second squared, unless you're in a medium that causes friction or buoyancy.
So what you're talking about is specific to a medium? So the medium determines what something does? Is that what
The
you just
medium
said?
can affect it, but the medium is defined by the 9.8 meters per second squared.
Oh, different. So the medium is what determines the effective object.
That makes no sense because it has no direction. There has to be an organizing force that causes the directionality of it.
No.
And the
no, you just
directionality
said-
is where everything piles up on the ground and you get density from that.
In water, something will float very easily on the surface going up, where in a different medium, it definitely would go down. So the medium is exactly what it is that's specifically determining what is happening to an object.
No,
and nothing
not at
else.
all.
Right?
That is ridiculous.
You
Why is
just
it
said it. You
ridiculous?
just
It
said
could
it.
be.
You
You
need
literally
something
said
to
it.
cause the first fucking medium to organize. When you have a vacuum, there's no buoyancy.
No, it's because there's no a vacuum is a medium. The medium is now a vacuum, which has nothing to support stuff, so it goes down.
Right. So in the absence of anything to support it, hence you put the first thing in there, you put the first drop of water in there, it will go down, and you put in more, the pressure will go up at the bottom of that column of water as you put more and more and more in. But there was something that made that water go down.
Well, that's how density. That's the different materials do different things, like you just said.
How does nothing create a direction?
Well, if there's nothing, if I'm trying to support something, I lift it up in the air. Now, if I remove my body from lifting it up in the air, what's supporting it from going back down?
Nothing.
From
There's
where it
something
was.
pulling down on it, so it goes down. The
Right.
primary organizing force.
So all right. So in water, if something is going to float in water, if you remove the water, object will go down because there's nothing supporting it up. So if it's a vacuum, you're removing all the air, you're removing everything, all the water. Now you put an object in there, it's going to go down because there's nothing supporting it.
I know
pretty simple.
I know it's not a like for like example, but take a centrifuge, and now I'm going to apply another force to it, centripetal or centrifugal force. I'm going to spin that shit up, and now buoyant things will move towards the center, away from the force, opposite the force, and it'll have the same buoyancy effect in that centrifuge as it does on the when you drop things to the ground. There's a force that causes buoyancy.
So Earth is a centrifuge?
Yeah, that's a childish answer, but you can say that if you want.
No, if you're in your example of things moving, doing stuff, that Earth would be an analogy of what you're talking about. Earth is a centrifuge, right?
I'm demonstrating how a force works. If I accelerate it and put it on a jet aircraft, it'll the buoyancy will organize itself opposite to the direction of travel.
I mean, you talk about picking up a rock and it drops because you picked it up. You pick the rock up, you feel the rock has weight, right? That rock is wanting to go down, and there's a reason for that.
It's more dense than the air around it. Yeah.
No, there's a force drawing it to the ground.
So that same force, is that same force drawing a basketball down? Also,
Draws everything down.
Okay, but if I put that basketball in water, what force is drawing it upwards?
Well, because it's got so much air in it, the water being more dense, it floats. It's simple.
So density based on the medium of the thing the object is in determines what it does.
And the gravity that's pulling the water down.
How do you isolate the gravity from the medium?
What?
You eliminate all the mediums if you want. That's the best of your ability.
No, what do you mean? Then you're changing the medium.
I'm eliminating.
See, that's the thing. You can put it in a vacuum chamber, and evacuate the medium, like with a helium balloon, and the helium balloon will go down when you evacuate it.
Yeah, because there's nothing supporting it. There's nothing supporting it to go upwards because you've just removed the entire medium. Now the medium is a vacuum. That is the medium.
It's a vacuum, and gravity pulls the helium balloon down.
Yeah, vacuum is a medium.
Right, but so if you change the medium to non-vacuum, the object changes what it does, right?
Yeah, when you introduce air that's got more density than the helium, then the helium balloon will float.
Right, so how did you isolate something pulling it down versus what's actually going on with the mediums? How do you need to be able to determine what's actually doing something?
You needed something to organize that medium.
Yeah.
Yeah, density of it's like a density tower. There are certain things, like a natural law. Oil and water just are going to separate. That's what they do.
But it seems like every time I apply a force to a medium, I can change the properties of that medium. Like I can use the centrifuge as my example. I can use acceleration. If I use acceleration, I can make the medium go, or I can make that density and buoyancy relationship cease.
The sky is pulling light stuff up, heavy stuff away. That's the same explanation you're giving, except the opposite. Now what? How do you prove it's not the sky pulling light stuff up and pushing heavy stuff away?
Okay, I'm waiting for some evidence of that. Right now, we have a force that we can reproduce. We have a force that we can reproduce, whether it be electrostatic or not. We have Cavendish, which shows that objects of mass have an attraction. And you'd have to explain to me why they have that attraction. And if they have that attraction, for whatever reason, whether it be time-space bending or whether it be because mass attracts mass or because it's electrostatic, irrelevant, there is an attraction, an organizing force.
Cavendish doesn't show that.
What?
The Cavendish doesn't show that.
Well,
you can say that.
It does.
Have you ever done a Cavendish?
Personally, no. I've observed what I thought were well-conceived Cavendish experiments.
What I see is little balls going back and forth, but not ever sticking together.
They're not supposed to
So
stick together. That's not how the test was designed.
No, they
The
don't
end
stick
result of
together.
the interaction is they would stick together, but they don't. They just kind of wobble, which is easily explained with electrostatics.
And you could do that if you had a zero friction bearing. You could have it go over to one.
Show us.
So it's easily explained with electrostatics. Give me that explanation, please.
It's just two objects have a electric field. Like if I put my hand over your arm, it won't. You'll feel my hand before I touch your skin. Okay, all objects have an electrostatic. That's provable.
Except that some don't.
And the way you debunk your Cavendish is if you think two balls can have a little effect, all you'd have to do is get two huge balls, like two wrecking balls. And they should really stick together because that should be a bigger effect.
They
But there
do.
isn't a bigger effect.
It's
It doesn't
proportional.
make the big balls. So yeah.
The effect is proportional.
No mass attracting mass.
The
The end result of
effect
mass
is proportional
attracting
to
mass is if
the
they would
mass.
stick together. That would be the end result, but it never happens.
Dude, they are proportional.
It's not.
It is.
It is.
Show two big balls sticking together.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Doesn't work with big ones. I'll help you out there.
Two giant balls are going to have lots of mass that you have to initiate motion in. You're going to have friction of your bearings or whatever, or your torsion bar is going to have to be huge in order to maintain the weight. You don't just magically make all the little problems go away, but they have done Cavendish, and when you do it with different materials, different masses, the effects are in keeping with the mass of those objects.
Too bad it hasn't been done.
Okay, well, it has been done, and it's been done thousands of times.
Right, I see like little college experiments, little balls, and they have some kind of effect.
I've seen it done
No
with turkey.
conclusive result, just maybe going back and forth. No conclusive result, no sticking together, nothing attracting anything.
I've seen it done with turkey.
Yeah, you could say that, Godric, but it's just not true. It's the thing.
Well, show us a video. Put a video in the live stream of sticking together.
They don't stick together. Why would you expect something that's not designed to stick together to stick together? Why are you so fundamentally bereft of understanding of this experiment and how it's designed?
Attracting is they stick together. That means it's attracting.
No, what they do is they put torsion on the wire. When it comes to rest, even though there's a piece of spring steel essentially sitting there trying to keep them apart, it comes to rest closer to the masses.
So you have gravity pulling down your wire and stopping your experiment from concluding. That's all you're saying.
What?
What? No, it has nothing to do with gravity.
That's the problem you're having your experiment. If you're saying that the Earth is pulling down on your torsion bars and not letting them to stick together well,
the gravity downward has nothing to do with whether they come together or not. You
I'm
choose
sorry.
a torsion wire that has a certain amount of resistance to
you can't
motion
control
to
for
torque.
gravity. You can't control
You
the gravity
take a
variable.
torsion bar, which has a certain amount of torsion, resistance.
You can't control the gravity variable to nullify to see if they're really going.
All right, you go ahead and talk to yourself.
Can't control the gravity vector to stop it from getting pulled down and stopping your experiment from attracting each other. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what he's saying.
Now you just get a little bit stupid.
The rotation is horizontal. It's a horizontal pendulum, not a vertical one.
So the Earth, the size of it
It's a sideways vector. So show us them sticking together. That's all I'm asking. Put it in right.
The experiment is specifically designed not to let the balls stick together. You would have no experiment if you do that.
So no mass attracting mass then.
Yeah.
You're measuring the force. You're not just measuring the just a qualitative measurement of the effect. We're trying to actually measure that force of attraction. In order to do that, you've got to measure the torque in the wire. You can't let the two balls bang into each other and make that measurement. It's that simple.
Yeah, because they won't. That's why.
So where's the torque on the torsion wire coming from? The fact that it's off center from where it started, in the direction of the attraction.
It's going off into la la land here.
Okay, that's fine. Now, explain to me why there's torsion on that wire. Why there is a torquing force
It can be explained with electrostatics. All objects
there. Okay,
have.
I'm happy with that. We can use
Which is just an
electrostatics for the
explanation.
sake of
Which
this
is
argument.
just what you have. It's just an explanation.
There is a universal electrostatic force that is associated with mass. Okay, so we now have gravity by another name and a slightly different mechanism.
By the way, can you do a Cavendish with water balloons?
Yes, I've seen it done with water bottles. I've seen it done with sand. I've seen it done with bowling balls, oranges, turkey. I've even seen it done with magnets.
Do any of them stick together or just wobble on the torsion bar?
They oscillate.
They oscillate with a tendency towards one direction.
That's what I'm saying. Electrostatics.
No, that's how you measure the torsion.
The reason why I suggested big ass wrecking balls is because then you would probably see some kind of effect, some kind of real gravity effect, not just oscillating. Because if they're huge, right, they would stick together. Wouldn't they be more force of gravity on the sideways vector going towards each other?
It's a horizontal. It is a horizontal pendulum.
The point of
is a harmonic oscillator. That's what it does.
I guess what he's asking is, what if you took
actively
2 30-ton balls and put them on a torsion balance? Shouldn't they attract much stronger to each other?
That's what I'm saying.
You're actively trying to not. You're actively in the experiment trying to not let the balls stick together, Godric. So what you're saying doesn't make any sense. It's against what the experiment is trying to do.
Right. It's not trying to attract you. Okay, got it.
I need to. You need to determine what the torsional constant is, and in order to do that, you measure the period of oscillation, because the period of oscillation is 2 pi times the square root of the moment of inertia of the torsion balance divided by the torsional constant. That's how you get that number. If you can't measure the period of oscillation, if you let the balls go banging into each other, you can't measure that oscillation period any longer. And then you don't know what the torsional constant is.
Right, so show me a BB sticking to a wrecking ball.
There's not enough force to do that.
Show me a cotton ball sticking to a wrecking ball then. Feathers.
Jesus Christ.
Whatever.
What's the mass of your cotton ball?
I don't know, but that would be mass attracting mass.
Well, the problem is
you're going to be stuck doing that in space.
Yeah, the problem with that is, Godric, you've got a gigantic planet beneath your feet that inhibits that from happening.
And the fact that has to be stated every time
that's a begging a question fallacy. That's a begging a question.
No,
you haven't actually proven that the Earth is a globe. That's the contention.
No, I'm not begging it.
So you can't
no, Jen. I look down, and there's a great big fucking planet under my feet. I'm not begging any questions.
It's not a planet at all. You haven't substantiated that is a planet. So that's a fallacy, sir. You're fantasizing. You haven't proven it. Okay? That's a firm the consequence fallacy right there and then. Yeah,
okay, whether it's flat or round, there's a big chunk of dirt under my feet. There's a big chunk of dirt under my feet.
Can you show me a cotton ball?
You're dreaming. You're just dreaming.
Can you show me a cotton ball sticking to a mountain, the side of a mountain?
Yeah. And the other problem you have is if mass attracting mass was a thing for real, then here on Earth we would see mass attracting mass and we'd have miniature spheres everywhere, all over the place. We don't witness that.
No, you sticking to the ground, Jen, is mass attracting mass.
No, we would stop dreaming, man. You're just talking crap, rubbish. You've got no argument. That's a hollow argument you got there. Because if mass attracting mass was a thing, we would see little spherical balls all over the place. Out in the natural world, we would see this. And we do not.
You're demonstrating your lack of understanding of the forces involved.
My understanding is very, very good indeed. It's not my lack of understanding at all. I understand what the fantasy is. I choose not to believe the fantasy and stick myself firmly in reality of God's flat earth. That's the thing. Real time, right now, in your face. We're not doing this Cavendish experiment, and he was the only one who observed it. No rubbish.
You're
We don't have to.
monologuing and you're just playing
I'm not
pretend.
monologuing.
This is the
You're
Jim
playing
hour right now.
pretend.
They're not going to get to talk anymore.
I don't speak much. I don't
You're
speak
playing
much, and I've
adult
got what to
make
say.
believe, Jim.
So you shut up and let me finish what I got to say. I have a lot to say. I don't speak.
Yeah, but there are other people here too, Jen. You
Yes,
can't
yes,
monologue.
but he hasn't been speaking for long.
I've been here for like 40 minutes listening.
Yeah, we know what he's going to do, though.
Now.
Well, shut up and let him fucking finish.
Shut up. Yeah, exactly. Let me finish what I was saying. And that's all I'm saying for now anyway. That mass attracting mass is an unproven fallacy. And Sir Isaac Newton himself disagreed with that theory because he thought it was absurd. He could not prove it. End of story.
That's hilarious. You're just playing adult make-believe, Jen. You're trying to tell us, you want us to believe that Isaac Newton spent decades of his life working on the theory of gravity, and that he didn't believe it. He was just wasting his time. That's what normal people do.
Don't disregard his words. His words are his
That's what
words.
normal people do. They spend all their
Exactly.
time
Normal
working
people with
on an
integrity,
idea
normal
that they
people
don't
with
believe in.
integrity,
That makes a lot of
listen to what
sense.
they're being told
Makes a
and
lot of
take that
sense,
into
Jen.
consideration, yeah? So Sir Isaac Newton said that mass attracting mass was an absurd idea, and he didn't want his name ascribed to that theory. He didn't want that because he couldn't prove it.
Except
That's
for all
his
of
words.
his
Now, if you're going
attempts
to
to
ignore
take
his
the
words
credit of
and
it.
inject fantasy in there, good
I'm
luck.
gonna
You are the
mod a little
truth
bit.
denier.
Jen,
You're a truth denier, and you live in fantasy fallacy land. Okay,
Jen,
thank
You're
you.
misquoting.
Jen, please,
Yeah.
people, one at a time. We all I hear is audio chaos.
Yeah.
Calm
Sorry.
down.
I'm calm.
And doesn't know how to do one at a time. And yeah, Newton didn't want to be credited with it, except for the extreme lengths he went through to discredit people like Leibniz and all of his other competitors, gaining the head position at the Royal Society, also that he can take the credit for the universal law of gravitation and calculus. But yeah, he didn't want any credit for that. He just wasted all of his time doing all those things, Jen. Makes a lot of sense, man.
It makes a lot of sense to me because gravity is an unproven theory at this point right now. When you take the theory and you subject it to the scientific method, it fails 1,000 times. And then,
Well, for the sake of argument, I'm
you're
pretty
ignoring.
happy.
And I'm nearly
don't
there.
know.
I'm nearly there. You're now ignoring that the current gravity standard, supposedly theory again, is the Albert Einstein bending and warping of space-time fabric. So you're ignoring the facts. You're ignoring the facts and building a fantasy. That's what you guys are doing, okay?
Jen, you don't know what the theory of gravity even is, dude.
Yeah, I do know what it is. It's a
Go
shitty
ahead,
theory
tell us.
that you cannot prove. And you're hanging on to Cavendish shit that doesn't prove fuck all, and the bending and warping of space-time fabric with fake formulas from Albert Einstein. Fake formulas that lie, that have no reference to the reality
work.
we live. That's
Preach
what
it,
you're
brah.
hanging on. You've
Preach
got
it.
nothing. And remember, your massive Achilles heel is that you can't measure curvature. You can't measure curvature, and you cannot measure the spin of this earth. And you do not have pressure without containment. They're your problems, okay? So no matter where you go into your fantasy world, you must always address the lack of curvature, lack of spin, and the second law of thermodynamics. Second law of thermodynamics violation. Sorry.
Okay, can we stay on one topic though? You're all over the place. Let's stay on one topic, please. You're all over the
Jen,
place.
It's all related. I am on
Jen.
one topic. Jeremy, I'm on one topic, and that is the heliocentric model and its flaws.
Yeah, you talked about
Thank you.
thermodynamics and then gravity and then curvature. I mean, just one at a time, dude. One at a time. You're all fired up.
I'm just
Relax
laying
a little
down.
bit.
I'm just laying down the basic foundational flaws that they have, all related to the heliocentric deception. That's all. Thank you.
All right, Jen. Well, since you're such an expert, you said that you know all about gravity, right? If I have an object that weighs 100 kilograms, and then I have another object that weighs, say, 1,000 kilograms, what would I expect to be the gravitational attraction between them?
As far as I'm concerned, zero.
What gravity?
Zero, because one gravity does not exist. So
That's
I wouldn't be looking
hilarious.
for that
So you
waste
don't
of
know.
time.
You
Well,
don't know
you're
anything.
not letting me answer. I would not be wasting my good, precious time on this flat Earth on shit like that. Okay? So the answer to you is zero.
Yeah,
how far apart they are.
unfortunately, that's not the fucking answer,
That
right?
is the answer, boy.
Engineers do this all the time, and it's not zero, or else you wouldn't be able to build
It is
buildings.
zero. It's
I'm sorry,
zero.
So you lied, or you were wrong, I guess,
No,
because
I'm
you
not
weren't
lying at all. I'm not
intentionally.
lying at all because gravity doesn't exist.
You keep
Gravity is not
interrupting
a
me,
thing that
which
I'm going
is
to waste
quite
my time with.
annoying, because you're
Bullshit.
terrified.
I'm not terrified at all. Do
But
I sound like a
anyways,
man who's terrified?
so you were
Do I
wrong.
sound like
It's
I'm
not
terrified?
zero.
It's zero, mate. That is the answer. It's
Yeah,
zero.
that's wrong. Sorry.
It's not wrong. You're wrong. Whatever number you're going to bring up as a value is wrong. Whatever that number is, has no relation to the world that we live in.
No,
Okay?
what you're saying has no relation to the world
No, what you're
that we
saying
live
has
in.
no relation
The
to what we
people
live
who
in.
actually
Mass does not
build
attract
and
mass.
engineer the world
Mass
that
does
we
not
live in
attract mass.
disagree with your interrupting, obnoxious, no self-awareness
Couldn't give a
self.
shit about that. It's not obnoxious. It's fact. It's reality. It's common sense. It is
Okay,
what
but
it
No,
let's
is.
not
I'm
your
interrupt.
telling you.
Let's not
interrupting
interrupt,
Mass
though.
of
does
I
not
know.
everyone is
Hold on,
attract
Jace. I'm
mass.
here
obnoxious.
now. Jace, I'm here now.
Mass does
Relax.
not attract mass.
Jen,
Yeah.
stop interrupting, please. Thanks.
Well, tell them to stop the
Everyone. No one
insults.
interrupt.
Moderator, tell them to stop the insults or I will interrupt.
No insulting, no
Yeah,
interrupting.
calling me obnoxious is an insult, sir. I'm not calling him. I'm not insulting anyone.
Okay, no insult. Well, it's just don't
Get more
insult. Don't.
offended, why don't you?
Yeah, all right. Stick to the facts that you cannot prove, sir.
You have no facts, Jen.
No, we have the facts. Flat Earth. That is the fact right in your face.
Hilarious.
You're hilarious with your two different weights. Please tell me the gravitational attraction. There is no
Well,
gravity.
then don't say you have any idea about gravity if you
I
can't
have
even
more
tell
idea
me
than you
the
think. And
basics.
the answer is
Of
zero.
it,
It doesn't
right?
happen.
When
Zero
someone
value.
tells me they're an expert in a field and I ask them a basic question about that field, I expect that they're able to answer it. Otherwise,
I
in my
answered it
mind,
perfectly.
that just means they're not an expert and they're just talking out of their ass.
No, you're talking out of your house and it's at the side of your neck. You might want to give your ass a chance. Sorry, your map a chance and shut your ass. Because there's nothing but verbal diarrhea coming up. But anyway,
Yeah, well, you're the one who told us
as
you
I
know
was
all about
saying,
gravity.
gravity doesn't exist. So anything built up on that fake premise is null and void. So you can give your values, but they have no meaning. They have no validity. They have no reference in the reality that we live. So the answer, the intellectual answer is zero, and it stops it in its tracks immediately.
I have a point.
Any flat earther entertaining
Go ahead,
the value
Godric.
is
Let's have an
wasting good time.
actual conversation.
I have a
in
point.
this fucking room.
If mass attracted mass, wouldn't all the planets just stick together like grapes? So I agree with Jin. I have not seen any mass attracted mass in space or on Earth.
Exactly. We don't witness that. Fantasy.
Wouldn't the moon just collide with the Earth because there's attraction?
No, because it's moving. It's moving. It's orbital velocity.
Orbital velocity is so no mass attracted mass. Yes?
If there was no attraction, the moon would fuck off into space.
You can't demonstrate it. No evidence to demonstrate this. It's just a baseless statement.
Exactly. There is no scientific proof or experiment to prove it.
You can pretend that.
Can we do it with magnets? Can we make two magnets revolve around each other if they're the right distance apart and the right speed or whatever?
Yes, we could, but that's magnetism, not mass attracted mass, right? So don't get them confused.
No, I'm just wondering. I've never seen it done. I was wondering if that was even possible.
You can
I know they're different.
Yeah, that's a good question, and I've
Actually,
never seen it done.
to be
I've
fair,
never
magnets
seen it.
have a repelling side and also an attracting side. So they have both, actually.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm wondering if it's something possible, or a magnet around like a steel ball or something. You know?
Yeah, it's a great question. That's right. It should have been done by now. Seems, because it's a raging question. It's been going on for hundreds of years. So, it should have been
The
done
answer's
by
no.
now.
Left Lane said orbits. Can you show us an orbit happening on Earth?
Yeah. Driving in the wrong lane. Left
Easily.
lane's
Look
driving
up
in the
at the
wrong lane
moon.
again. Look.
Did one of the Globers say no? It's not possible. I thought I heard somebody say no. No, my bad.
Can anybody show an orbit happening on Earth?
Yeah,
Yeah, look up at the moon.
Satellites?
Yeah, that's
Asteroids,
it's not
moons?
proving your globe though. That's the
moon
problem.
orbits the Earth.
It's orbiting on a
By
flat
the way,
Earth.
I'm gonna help you out. What if you have like a big metal ball that floated in the water, right? Because it has air inside, and then you put a little piece of popcorn at the edge. Would it orbit around the metal ball or no? What's this orbit you're talking about? How does that work?
How are you going to keep it in motion in water with all that friction?
I was trying to help you out. You tell me.
I understand that,
I don't
but
believe in these orbits.
your help isn't very helpful if it's totally useless and bereft of logic.
I just
Which
wanted to
is
show
a
us an
lack.
example. I can see the space stuff, but nothing is attracting anything. Well, going around it is not attracting it. So where is this attracting at?
Yeah, I
It's
mean, if mass
Cavendish.
You're looking at it and saying, I don't see it.
I mean, if mass attracting mass was a thing, we would see spherical balls of dust and grit and junk all attracting to each other eventually all over the natural world. You'd see it everywhere, especially in the cities we live in, the amount of junk and rubbish that's flying around. But we don't see that. It'd be out of your mind.
Have you guys ever heard of a comet? Like Halley's Comet?
Yes.
Hale Bop?
Never seen. Yeah, never seen.
Doo
Now,
Wop?
wouldn't these comments
Kids Bop?
eventually attract to something
Never
like
seen it.
Earth
Never
or a
seen
planet
it. Never seen
and
it.
crash right into it?
All right.
Eventually
All right,
attract to
yeah.
it because of gravity?
Good answers. Great answers. So the reason I'm asking this question is because comets don't just go wherever they please, right? They almost all take the same sort of pattern where they speed steadily to the towards the sun. Some of them don't make it back. Some of them loop around it real fast. But do you think that's odd that maybe they all head towards the sun?
Unestablished story, that is. That's not been proven anywhere. We hear about these things.
No, we see them. We see them.
I've never seen Halley's Comets. I've never seen a
I've seen a
meteorite.
bunch of
I've never
comments.
seen an
Halley's
asteroid
Comet.
coming
Halley's
down
Comet.
to Earth.
Everybody saw Halley's
Did
Comet.
Halley's
What are you
Comet go to
doing?
the sun, Coach?
Went around
Yeah.
the sun.
Absolutely.
Have you
So
seen, have you
it went
seen
through
it?
the sun and
Have
came
you
back?
witnessed it? Have you witnessed this? You're going on like you
Yeah.
have, definitely. Yeah? What,
Yeah.
you witnessed Halley's Comet going to the sun? Yeah?
Everybody
and everybody on the planet saw it.
Yeah? When?
Gee, I forgot now when it was. I'll look it up for you.
Will it burn up if it went too close to the sun, guys, or no? This is
Some of them do.
That's bullshit. That was a man-made event. Bullshit.
Anyway,
Oh
the
my
point is,
god.
Another man-made event. Guarantee you.
point is, you guys request this stuff that I would say is simple. Is like you see, like oh, you've never seen something in orbit. We have seen things in orbit all the time. You say, oh, we've never seen something mass attracting mass in space. Well, I don't know how you'd explain what the pattern that comets are always going towards the sun. If that's not a coincidence or something.
Like I said, that's a man-made event. It's not a natural occurring event by God. That's a man-made
But Kosha, wouldn't they burn it in the sun or no?
trickery going on there.
Yeah, some of them do, guys.
It's got nothing to do with God's creation. So that's what I say.
Okay, so
Yeah, reality has nothing to do with God's creation.
put in live
God's creation
stream.
is reality.
Comet
What you're
going into
saying
the
is so
sun.
fantastical. It goes against natural law. That's why I say it's not anything that God created in the natural world that we live in. So that cosmic, that's Halley's Comet. That's BS.
Your creation is just your creation in
Not my
your
creation.
mind.
It's Allah's creation. Allahu Akbar.
No, it's your little
Boom.
made up creation, Jen.
Not made up at all. It's a fact. God made this earth that we live on. No man made it.
Jumped up in your
All the
mind.
lies you
Move
get, that's
on, dude.
man-made.
Move on.
Man-made lie. That's a man-made lie. Halley's Comet, man-made lie.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, Jin,
how can
you're
anyone
just
take this seriously? I don't understand.
there's no chance to possibly have a conversation with somebody who's just denying things that are in front
We're
of
not
their face.
denying anything. I'm not denying anything.
No,
You're the one,
you
you're the
are.
one that
Other
not
people,
intellectually
other
being
people
honest.
aren't denying it.
In order for that Halley's Comet to be real for me, I'd have to be up in space and being on that comet. Then I'd know, it's a real comet, yo. You can't
Great.
validate anything from Earth. You just cannot validate it. That's what you're ignoring. You're ignoring the integrity of that situation. Is that you can't confirm anything from Earth. You just can't.
You're saying it's a man-made event.
I'm saying it's a man-made event somehow. Yeah, somehow.
Wow.
You agree with Jin that it's a man-made event?
Wow, that's amazing.
Halley's Comet.
Yeah, to keep you
There
invested
you
in
have it,
space.
folks. Can we have a
Keep you invested
serious
in space
conversation?
travel.
No,
Gotta be that skeptical.
Jen is here. Jen doesn't let conversations progress.
Yeah, no, that's it.
Yeah, that seems to be the case.
Well, I mean, that's my point. That's my position. It's a man-made event.
I think it's fair, Jin, that you post these videos and stuff and have people look at what you want to share with them, but you're not really having a fair. You're not having a fair back and forth if you're going to say stuff like that. Because I don't.
Entity. I'm a free entity, cherry picking, flat earther, and that's how I roll. I'll give you the information.
It's okay. Hopefully the moderators will see that and correct it.
If you don't, you don't. Simple, really. At the end of the day, I'm not breaking any laws here.
That's
No
true, but
laws
I mean,
are being broken.
But why would you expect anybody? Why would you expect anybody to take what you say seriously if you admit that you're cherry picking?
Because I will always cherry pick all the best information to present my case every single time when I come to the court of the debates that we have here. I'm always going to do that. That's a fact. But everything that I will put down on the table will be facts from reputable sources, and that's that. That's what I mean by I cherry pick. Of course, I'm not going to be cherry picking things that are not going to present my case in a positive light. That would be stupid of me, wouldn't it?
Okay, well that's just not what that means. So I would
That's
probably
what it means
not
for me.
use that.
That's how I use cherry picking. Okay, thank you. But don't misunderstand me. But that's how I use my cherry picking, and it's done with integrity of the highest level.
Cherry picking done with integrity of the highest level. I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
That's how it works, man.
That's how you live well, live long.
Are you still teaching kids
Any
English?
any of you motherfuckers detected motion yet?
Abortion.
What did we detect?
Motion.
Motion. You can't detect motion. What's going on, bro? Got some problems in your ear?
What's wrong with you, man?
Yeah. Are you not
Why
healthy
are
enough?
you asking us if we can detect motion? Are you unable to? You having some inner ear problems?
No, have any of you detected motion of the Earth? It's a simple question.
It's
That's not what you said at first. You said
Okay,
just
well, I
motion.
might have a wee accent, right? So don't be fucking racist. I'm just kidding.
Anyway, I did Cavendish. I mean, I did the Foucault's pension at one point.
Did you write a Foucault's pension?
Miley Cyrus in that music video.
Remember, we're doing 2.3 million miles an hour as we speak.
You can't feel velocity. You can't feel velocity. You can't feel velocity. You cannot feel velocity. You can't feel velocity. Jen, did you hear it that time?
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, it's ridiculous. You can't feel velocity. All the senses are given.
Oh God, go
we
get on
can't
the
feel
bullet
velocity.
train. Go get on the Shinkansen.
And yet you feel the breeze whistling round the back of your ear.
Not on a bullet train, you don't.
Well, anyways, that's not velocity that you're feeling. That's obviously wind resistance.
We're not talking about a fucking bullet train, you retard.
Yeah, and you're
Why
inside the
not?
bullet
It's
train,
directly
traveling
equivalent.
you're traveling at 300 kilometers an hour, 180 miles an hour inside the bullet train, and you do feel it. Any, by the way, when it goes round corners,
when you have acceleration.
when it begins to take off. It's not
When you have
acceleration.
acceleration,
you mean
feel it.
acceleration, right?
You're not. Well, if it's acceleration, but you're feeling it. That's the point. You
correct.
are feeling it.
You feel
You're
acceleration.
There you go, Jen.
Thank you.
There you go, Jen. Now you've gotten it.
Thank you. I think you're
So
going to
you're
think you'll actually learn it this
that
time.
motion.
No, you're feeling
the motion.
you're feeling the
feeling the motion.
acceleration. Do you understand the difference?
Feeling the motion.
Do you understand the difference between
So
motion
by rights,
and acceleration?
We should be feeling the spin from the up on its axis, 23.4 degrees. We should be feeling the yearly orbit. We should feel all this.
Wrong.
Why the hell would we feel 24 degrees?
Not wrong at all. Those speeds don't lend themselves to invisibility that you can't notice. And no, that's rubbish.
Actually, they do. That's another issue.
We'd all be dead anyway. We'd all be flung off the earth. Period.
No, we wouldn't, since we evolved on this
we
planet,
would. It's clearly
and we don't
obvious.
feel
When
motion.
you're sitting on a car, and the car's doing 60 miles an hour, and suddenly it turns, you just fly off.
Oh, thank you. You feel acceleration. Thank you again, Jen.
No,
Thank you.
it's the centrifugal force that's
Which
throwing
is
you off.
acceleration.
Yes.
It
Yeah, Jen.
doesn't
So
matter. It's still a change in direction. You're
yeah,
gonna feel
Correction,
that.
which is
You're right, Jen.
acceleration.
That's why
Thank you.
on Earth, if Earth was
Thank you. A
rotating,
change in direction
we
or a
would
change in
all-
velocity
we
is
would
called
all-
acceleration.
We would
That's
all
Now it
be
has to.
flying
Now it has
off,
to be
which
sufficiently
means
strong for
the
you to
Earth
feel it.
is not moving. Because we're not being thrown off, the Earth is stationary. Clearly obvious. Thank
All
you.
right.
So I'm on an airplane
expressed
going
myself.
600 miles an hour, but I don't feel any motion, so I must not be
You
moving
do
600
feel the
miles an hour.
motion, even
No, you
inside the
don't.
plane.
Again, you don't.
And if you're on the fuselage,
You can hear. You can see out the
if you're
windows.
on the fuselage of that aircraft,
all right,
you would have
Jen.
been
Try
thrown
to
off.
try to allow people to respond to you so they don't have to interrupt you. Okay.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Sometimes I'm speaking and they interrupt when I'm speaking.
Yeah, no, I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying try to let them speak.
Tell others to not do that
Yeah.
when you're
Yeah.
speaking. Shut your mouths.
So,
Yeah, Jen.
Tell them. Thank
If
you.
you allow them to respond, they won't interrupt you.
So you're traveling at 600 miles an hour towards New York, and you get there at such a time, and you're traveling from at the same towards London, and you get there at the same time. Isn't the Earth moving? Shouldn't you get there sooner when you're going towards?
Why?
New
Oh
York?
my God!
Excellent point.
Isn't that? Oh, sorry. Is that a dumb thing to say?
Yes, absolutely.
I
You've
wouldn't
had
say
it
I wouldn't
explained
say
to you
that, but it's
1,000
true.
times. No, it isn't. It's a dumb thing. He's had it explained to him before.
Well, I agree with
The
you. I
atmosphere is moving.
I wouldn't say that,
Yeah.
but it's true.
What?
It's an excellent question, and your explanation cannot be proven in any scientific
All right,
experiment.
I'm leaving. It's
What
not
you
worth
propose-
it, Jen, here.
Moyak,
what you
let's hear.
propose
Hold on, guys.
is legit.
Jane,
The question-
hold up,
look,
man.
I'm talking, man.
I know.
No, you
this-
interrupted Moyak, man.
The
This
question
is
is
brutal
legit.
with this
The
guy.
question that was asked was intelligent. It was legit.
Does anybody else want to
And the
drop to another room and have a
explanations-
conversation?
What can I not finish? And the explanations that you
Yeah,
you
I'll go to
rebut-
live
you
stream too.
rebut
Hold on.
with-
I'll go
hang
live
on.
stream too.
Your
Hold on, give
explanations that you
give it half a
rebut
second.
with are not satisfactory.
It's not worth it. He's going to keep on doing
All
it.
right, Jen, time to just let people respond.
Hang on a minute. I was talking and they were all jumping in. So
No,
I couldn't
Jen,
get my
you're
explanation.
interrupted. So
No, I didn't. I responded to the when there was a gap. I responded by saying that the question that was asked was intelligent and legit. Then people started
Thank you,
jumping
Jen.
in. And hang on.
all right,
and
yeah,
then
Jen,
the
we don't have to talk about
I
it
then
anymore.
tried
We don't have to
carry
talk
on.
about it.
I tried to carry on by saying the response that you guys give is totally unsatisfactory. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay.
But, right.
Okay.
Thank you. So it's
Thanks,
legit.
Well, half the people are gone now, Jen. So
Well, never
appreciate
mind.
that.
Yeah, because
Thanks for
they
clearing that
can
up.
see the lack of integrity, people are leaving, or the fact that we're bringing the questions with a serious level of integrity. You're going to run now because you're not going to
Right,
face
Jen.
the truth. That's what's going on now. Good.
I'm not an expert here, man, but I'm sure that if you can't allow people to respond,
Don't say anything silly because you're only going to put yourself in a hole where I'll beat you into your hole. Okay, so don't do that.
All right.
All right. So keep
Fair
it
enough,
amicable.
Jim.
We can get along. If you want to be silly, you're the one that's going to have the egg on the face plus my shit. So don't do it. Yeah. Know your
Fair enough,
place.
Jim.
Right. So basically, people are leaving. It's because they have no integrity, or certain people are fed up with the lack of integrity, perhaps. So anyway, the question that was asked was legit. If you're going to New York from England, right, and from England to New York, in either direction, one, you never make it, and the other one is, if you go with the spin, you should arrive earlier. Yeah, that's a great point with your spinning ball that we cannot see measure. Great point. And your explanation that everything's moving with the atmosphere, Velcro to the earth, is ridiculous. And Quantum Razor let you know that. He told you that.
Quantum Razor. Quantum Razor. All right, man.
Quantum Razor told you how stupid that was. So you're saying that the planes are moving backwards whilst they're moving forwards. I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Children would laugh. Children would laugh.
They're laughing right now, yeah.
Children would laugh when you tell them that.
My best of luck
The
to you,
aeroplane
Jim.
can move forward.
I'll be black.
Okay, back boys and girls. The aeroplane is moving forward, heading westward, but yet the ball is moving eastward, so the plane is actually moving backwards. And never in our lives have we witnessed that. And if the satellites were in place, geostationary, we would be able to see that wonderful, spectacular spectacle. But we don't see that. It's never been seen, and we can't replicate it in any experiment. See your problems. It's just the integrity of the situation will have you beaten every time. Every time. We don't have to cheat here. It's just the integrity of what you say. The lack of is what's destroying your position. You have nothing. That's why people are leaving, because they know that the thing is done. Done and dusted. They don't want to waste any more time with this nonsense. We're living on a flat stationary earth. We have over 150 government agency documents in that regard. Yeah? So stop lying about the earth and talk about something more realistic. Is the current Ramadan change of time going to cause a problem? It's Ramadan in the Islamic religion now. And I think, Lebanon, there's a big argument because they've had to change the Ramadan time. And now all aeroplane flights are messed up. There might be a sectarial fighting between the two sects of Islams. There you go. This is going on here on the flat earth. Real things in reality. Isn't that nice? See? I bring you the reality. I don't bring you this fantasy stuff. I mean, if you want to talk fantasy, make sure you mention, I'm speculating. We can't prove any of this stuff. That's what integrity is. You say, I can't prove any of this stuff. Planes are moving backwards whilst they're moving forward. We can't prove it, but this is what we speak like it's a proven thing, you see, and that's disgusting. That's what I totally detest with every atom that God gave me, my body. Okay, no, you got to speak with integrity. You have to say this is purely speculation. Can't prove any of this stuff. We haven't proven the Earth is a globe either, but this is what we're saying. Whilst we haven't proven the Earth is an oblate spheroid, these are the things we feel that are happening but we can't prove it. You never speak like that at all. Ever do you speak like that? Of course you're going to meet with resistance. Yeah, that's right. The word. Lovely. I love it when I can do this. People, lies just cease. Isn't that good? In CBR1, the neutralizer. I will neutralize your lies instantly. You must always try to tell the truth and stop lying. Earth is an oblate spheroid spinning on an axis of 24.3 degrees, spinning at 1,038 miles per hour on at the equator, whilst on a yearly orbit of 66,600 miles, whilst the solar system is moving at, what is it? 558,000 miles per hour, let's say 600,000 miles per hour. And then the whole universe, the whole planet system with the great attractor moving at 2.3 million miles an hour. I mean, these are just ridiculous numbers.
I know they're big numbers.
And we don't
They're
notice
scary.
a single.
They're scary.
They're not scary to me. They're
They
not.
are.
I'm not scared. They're
You are
just
too.
absurd
They're
to the
big
point.
numbers. You're scared of big numbers.
They're laughable numbers.
You're
They're
scared
just
of big numbers. I
laughable
got it.
numbers.
Yeah, I know. Big.
No, they're just laughable numbers.
No, they're not.
We know we're not
Oh,
moving at those
I see.
speeds. They're just
I see your
laughable.
incredulity alert.
And then the very idea that from the documentary called The Principle, and what's the other one? Scientism Exposed 1 and Scientism Exposed 2. The very idea that the cosmologists think they can see on 40 billion light years is just ridiculous again. Meanwhile, they're arguing strongly that they're realizing that Earth is the center of everything going on. They're now coming to that conclusion. Now,
No, they're not.
yes, they
No
are.
one believes that except you.
What's the principle? Have you watched The Principle?
Let
All
me
your
guess.
cosmologists,
It's done by.
Lawrence Krauss, for
Lawrence
example, Michio Kaku, for example, your
Yeah.
Neil deGrasse Tysons,
Yeah,
all
all
sitting there
really smart
trying
guys.
to debate this thing, and they've come to the conclusion that Earth is the center. Okay, they're coming to that
No, they
conclusion now. We've known for years.
No, they
Flat
haven't,
Earthers have known
Jen.
for a
That's
long,
just an
long time.
out and out lie.
But they're all coming to it now. So, the point is, it's nice to know that they're arguing and there's a mismatch by 1 to the 120,000 zeros or whatever.
Yeah, which you misinterpreted again.
120 zeros or whatever it is.
I know you
It's
misinterpreted
okay,
that
yeah?
again too.
In cosmology.
I know it's a big
Not
number
using
too.
the scientific method.
It's a big
Okay?
number, so you have to be scared of it. I got you.
I'm not scared of big numbers. I
you
just know they're ridiculous numbers that don't really exist in our reality. That's the thing. They're just numbers on a
Because
piece
your
of paper.
incredulity
It's
alert.
not at all. It's just it doesn't exist in our reality.
Of course not,
It's
because
just
you say
numbers
so.
on 40 billion light years, ladies and gentlemen.
I know another big number.
That'll be
Another scary
one
big
light year
number.
being 6 trillion miles.
I know, it's big number. So
One
scary.
light year being, keep interrupting. One light
Oh, you
year.
keep on saying bullshit.
I'm going to keep going on.
I know.
One light year
You can't
being
shut
6 trillion miles, ladies and gentlemen. I put it to you, we don't even have a distance of 1 trillion miles, yet alone 6 trillion miles times 40 billion, ladies and gents. And that's how big space is supposed to be. But it's bigger than that, but that's a number that the cosmologists just threw out there in the mix of other big numbers. So no, I love the big numbers because they're hideous. And break it down for the people to understand, And when they start to think, they go, yeah, we're not looking at things at those distances. We're just not. And we don't have any technological equipment that can prove that. We don't have any. That's the beauty of what's going on with these lies now. We, the flat earthers, are redefining the language to make sure that people, the ordinary man on the woman on the streets, can understand it. Yeah, and now we're giving them the breakdown, the numbers in some relationship. And then they start to think, yeah, we can't see 1 trillion miles, can we? No. I mean, that's ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely. Can you imagine if you were to go that distance, those stars would be so humongous and we're not anywhere near them yet. We're using the inverse square, the inverse square law. Yeah, so come on, man. Your fantasy stops once you put some reality there, some realness to what you're saying. Absurd, isn't it? That people could be upside down in Australia from my reference frame. They're upside down under the ball behind that curve, spinning, upside down, antipodal, walking around, upside down. Ladies and gentlemen, that is absurd, isn't it? Sorry?
Be like Lionel Richie dancing on the ceiling, man.
That's right. We're dancing on the ceiling. Yeah. Oh. That's right. Brilliant. It would be, wouldn't it? Literally.
Gravity's electromagnetic. Here's a hostile witness.
Yeah, the hostile witness is the heliocentric model and those who believe it. The witnesses who think they are living in that frame of reference. The heliocentric model. Shit. So what do you say when you hear that people are upside down in Australia? What do you Globers, how do you feel about that? Or that aeroplanes are moving backwards whilst flying forward? Because they're velcroed to the atmosphere, which is velcroed to the Earth ball. Is that correct? So it's moving through the atmosphere forward, but yet it's moving backwards. Yeah? When Quantum Eraser explained that, man, I just laughed. He laughed, we laughed, everybody laughed. Crazy, isn't it? But you're flying from South Africa to North Africa, okay? And then so everything's moving, spinning eastwards, okay? But you're moving, so that means we're flying northwards, but we're still moving sideways as well. Sideways. Yeah? Really? That's right. Of course there's going to be silence. Because your model doesn't exist. There is no globe hurtling through the universe.
Dude, this is
First they
hilarious,
come-
dude. Yeah, every time I bring up like gravity being electrostatic, you guys ridicule me. It's so funny. Like right here, it says, in addition, we show that the gravitational constant G is expressed explicitly through the electromagnetic quantum vacuum constants, putting in evidence the electromagnetic nature of gravity. The equivalence between Newton's gravitational law and Coulomb's electrostatic law results naturally. We draw that G is the same for matter and antimatter, but gravitational forces should be repulsive between particles and antiparticles because their masses bear naturally opposite signs. The electromagnetic quantum vacuum appears to be the natural link between quantum electrodynamics, particle physics, gravitation, and cosmology, and constitutes a basic step towards a unified field theory. Huh. Oh man, maybe I wasn't so crazy. Oh, maybe you guys are just wrong this whole time. And you guys ridicule and mock people because you just stick to chanting the current mainstream consensus based on ignorance.
There you go.
Who was that? Who's that quote from?
This is a paper called The Electromagnetic Nature of Gravitation and Matter / Antimatter, Anti-Gravity, Surmise on Quantum Vacuum Gravitation and Cosmology. I dropped the link in the chat. Every time I tell them, dude, there are people in your own paradigm that are admitting it looks like gravity is actually just electrostatic and or intrinsically electromagnetic. And it seems to be the only route to even try to fix some of the problems. They just all make fun of you. Things would float if you changed the charge. The dumbest stuff I've ever heard. Start cramming their own paradigms, hostile witnesses down their throat.
There you go.
Things would change if you change the charge.
Yeah, it looks like you should go talk to this guy then.
And why don't you demonstrate what you say? Why don't you show us that change if you change the charge?
I think the claim in this case is on Witz's side.
Yeah, I can make things float with manipulation of electrostatics, but
Turn the power off. What happens?
do you think that's a rebuttal? Like seriously, I just exposed you guys for doing it and dropped a paper from your own paradigm that goes in depth with how everything that I've been trying to tell you guys is actually viable and more accurate than what you believe. And then you just went right back to doing it with like 7th grade alleged refutations of changing the charge. I just gave you a paper from your own paradigm. And see, here you go with this guy, this shield dude. I thought theoretical cosmology was a pseudoscience, yet you quote it when you need to support. Hypocrite much? It's a hostile witness. That's the whole point. I tried to tell you guys that your paradigm's falling apart and that many different physicists within your own belief system is trying to acknowledge these problems by introducing an electric version of gravity. And you guys said I was wrong and making stuff up and think you can say stuff like, didn't make things fly with electrostatics. Then I give you your own people saying it. It's a hostile witness to refute your claim that it isn't true in your own paradigm. That's the point. All right, anyway. I got a Zoom call. Don't worry, that's just one of many that I'm going to find. Tired of hearing you guys talk about it. You guys all you hear one person say something, you guys just all repeat it ad nauseum. Look, you see, like they're already going into full like damage control, like back just like what the PhD Tony did, where he's like, I'm invoking all of his own paradigms, citations that refute his claim, and he's like, none of these people say the Earth is flat. You know, like you guys are funny, man. All right, anyway, all love. I gotta go to a meeting.
Of truth rising, baby. Of truth. The year we throw out the trash. Yes. Haha. With our steel caps on our heads, we are destroying that heliocentric model into a gazillion pieces. Gazillions, smithereens, gazillions, if you will. And if you won't, never mind. Flat Earth, baby. Flat Earth. Yeah! And quiet on the flat Earth. No, not in the vacuum of space. No curvature. Everything leveled, stationary. This was it was created. Beautiful. I just love it. Eh? No need to be shouting at the top of your head. You're a lying bastard because you haven't got any fucking clue, you cunt. None of that. Just, yeah, it's flat. Contemplate that. The flatness. The fact that we can see at great distances. It's leveled. And to back it up, there's 19 pilots who have come out and spoken out that the Earth's flat. The video, if you want it. See,
Hey, Jen.
Yeah.
I'm about 20 miles south of Dallas Fort Worth. It's flat out here.
All right.
But I can't see Dallas Fort Worth from where I'm at. How come?
That's just beyond
Is there any
your
monuments,
eyeball's
like
ability
tall
to see.
buildings? Is there any like tall buildings or structures that you would see?
No, I'm looking north in the direction of Dallas Fort Worth, and just trees, but it's pretty flat out here. But I can't see Dallas Fort Worth.
Yeah, but like, what kind of structure would you expect to see? Are there
City.
tall buildings? The city. So what kind of height
After I
along
get on
the?
after I get on the interstate, I'm about 5 miles up the interstate. I can see Dallas peeping up, and the closer I get, the more I see of it.
Tell us the height of those buildings. You're talking 100 stories, 50 stories, what?
I would say
You're
probably the
saying
tallest one in Dallas is probably, I was just guessing at it. There's some pretty big buildings, probably 60 or 70 stories, 700 feet.
Is it only 10 feet per story? Isn't it more than that?
I think that's kind of a standard, isn't it?
Well, if it is 10 feet, then yeah, so you're at 600 to 700 feet, right? So let's use a global Earth calculator, I think.
Yeah, we would have to get a proper sample of your location and where you are and that, and let's see for truth, because we know how you people don't ever tell the truth. You see, that's the problem with you lot. You never tell the truth. I can't see it, but then when we get there, we can see. You know what I mean? And then that deserves a slap in the mouth, really, for that kind of life. You're like a child. Pull your pants down, smack your bottom with a slipper. You know what I mean?
Jen, there's no need in all that, man.
Well, those lies are worthy of that, though, as far as I'm concerned. I don't care.
Left lane, give me a distance that you start to see the buildings peeping up. How many miles is that being away?
Just put 20 miles in, see what it does.
Target distance 20 miles. I'm gonna say 5 feet observer height, which is about you. Okay.
I'd say 8 feet.
Oh, you're tall.
I'm in a truck.
8 feet observer height. Okay, let's see. 20 miles. Let's see what it says here. We're looking at the horizon distance should be exactly 10 miles, and there should be 8 feet of hidden curvature at that. The 8 feet height, 20 miles distance, there should be 8 feet of hidden curvature if it was a globe. So if you can see these buildings, then that indicates no globe. Because at 20 miles, you should only be, there should be 8 feet of hidden curvature. Well, really what that means is that you should see them.
I should be able to see them, though. I should be able to see them in that case, even if it was a globe.
That's right. Yeah, you should be able to see them. Yeah, you should. Unless you're on a hill.
I'm waiting to load, I'm gonna pay really close attention when I leave. And
only 8 feet should be below the supposed Earth curve. So you should be able to see them at 20 feet. I'm sorry, at 8 feet at 20 miles.
Yeah.
Let me do this. Let me do 15 miles to make it easier for you. Let's see. So at 15 miles, there should only be 1.8 feet hidden height. So you should be able to see basically all the buildings at 15 miles.
Cool.
Now there could be some elevation happening between you and the city. That's a possibility.
That's what I'm not sure about. I say it's flat. Of course there's undulations and hills, and it could be a long slope. It could be. I'm not sure what the elevation is.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That if you can't sit and you've got hills and like high elevations in places, topography is in the way. But when you take a higher view from a higher altitude from the sky now, you're not seeing any curvature at all. And Jay Tolman Media One, all his aerial photography with the highest of integrity, they are beautiful, showing you everything. Hudson Bay, I was totally moved to see Hudson Bay in its entirety for the first time in my life. And that back in 2016, I think it was, or 17. It was beautiful. Yeah. Couldn't believe how flat it was. And then I was thinking people fly over that and not realize it. Wow. Yeah. And he used the infrared. Yeah. He shows you it with the regular lens and the glare there, so you don't get to see much, but it's there. And then change the lens to the infrared now, and wow, everything's just leveled out. Beautiful. Hudson Bay.
Left line.
Yeah.
From an 8-foot observer height, 20 miles away using standard refraction, you got 145 feet hidden.
Okay. So I should be able to see the city if it was a.
Should be able to see the tops of it, I would think. Those buildings are a lot taller than 145 feet.
Well, it's a globe because left lane can't see Dallas, Fort Worth, 20 miles away. Okay.
He's driving on the wrong lane. That's why.
Said standard refraction. How do you come up with standard refraction?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Just a number.
And which way is it refracting? Left, right, which way?
There is no such thing as standard refraction. That's another fantasy. That evokes that you have tables with numbers, times, dates, and you would have to know what the weather is doing for every second. Now you can't do that. There is no standard refraction. Just another fallacy.
Fine, Jan. I'll take it out. Now you got 182 feet hidden. Does that make you happy? No refraction.
Well, like I said, refraction's not moving things to beyond your eyeballs and then bringing it up. That's just not happening. When you see what you see, you are indeed seeing what you're seeing. There is no refraction that is picking up things and ending light. I'm sorry.
I'm glad you don't understand it.
It's just not like that at all. And that black swan really does it nicely for us. Just it gives us a small piece of reality right there, and there's no refraction going on. You know, not with those O-rings. One, those O-rings are fixed with the GPS and that, so they're there forever. And if I set my weapon up to knock them out, right, doesn't matter what the weather's doing, I'm going to knock them out. But according to your geometric horizon, I shouldn't be able to see those things. If the Earth is 24,901 miles, this is the thing we're saying. And then we can see the islands 29 miles away from there, just from 12 inches off the Earth's surface. Brilliant. There's no curving. We're not on a ball. You know that. We all know this. You know, desperate people will use refraction because you're desperate. Ex-military people like myself, we just go boom, boom, boom. I shouldn't be able to do this. Boom, we're blowing it up, man. Boom, where's the refraction? Boom, 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 boom.
I mean, you say ex-military, but you were part of the British military, so
that doesn't matter. It matters not. I still use my weapon and boom, 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 boom. We're you know, you're trying to split the atom there. What does that mean? Anything? Doesn't mean anything. But because I was in the British military, it doesn't matter, does it? We have weapons that we can use to destroy objects.
You're not very good at it, though.
Sorry?
Yeah, he's not very good at it.
We're the best. The Brits are the best at this stuff. The Americans are undisciplined bunch of rebels. And then when you strip them of their equipment, they're very weak indeed. Very weak individuals. Take all that fucking fancy gear off of them, buck naked, let's get it on. Yeah. You find yourselves fucking getting battered every day of the week. You're a weak bunch. Undisciplined.
I've never tried that, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Or stripped the American militaries naked.
Yeah.
Just bare bones.
Yeah. When I say strip them naked, that means take all your equipment off you and then let's hand to hand. No, we know the Americans. We know them well. We see them as an undisciplined bunch, a rabble.
Well, definitely the most undisciplined out of all the American military is probably the U.S. Navy.
I don't know. I wouldn't know that. But today's language I'm using against that lot now is that you're not doing a good job. You're dishonoring the human race, whilst at the same time honoring the elite scumbags who are sacrificing your lives ten a penny. That's all you're doing, Air Force man, Naval man, Royal Marines, Rangers, boots on the ground. You're not giving us freedom. You're securing tyranny. That's all you're doing, whilst at the same time you're being poisoned by your own government through the injections they give you to take. They poison you, and then you go out and then secure tyranny for them. That's all they're doing.
We don't have a branch called Boots on the Ground, Jen.
You know who I mean.
I thought for sure.
No.
Boots.
No.
The boots on the ground mob. Yeah, it's true. You don't now. It's all done by ear now, isn't it? Yeah. Cowards in planes.
Yeah, I got 2 words for you, Jen. Dunkirk.
Yeah, Dunkirk. That was a tough one. That's what they call a meat grinder. It was a meat grinder, wasn't it? It was just a waste of human life, obviously.
Thought for sure that would shut him the fuck up, but apparently not.
No, absolutely not. I've told you that you can't shut me up because that was a meat grinder. What fools died that day? Idiots.
Jesus
like
Christ.
I said, the legacy of that is we're getting injected now with poisons. That was the legacy of that shit. Okay, like I said, there was no honor in that war. You bring up Dunkirk, I show you dishonor to the human race. Get out of here, man. I think you love your slavery, obviously.
Yeah, what's funny is when the Germans. I always think this is funny. When the Germans captured Paris, and it was seen that they were under German control. The French were. Yeah. The British military blew up all the French ships. I think they killed like almost 1,000 French sailors because they just blew all the ships out of the.
That was stupid.
He didn't waste 2 seconds.
That was stupid, wasn't it? That was fucking.
Well, I mean, actually, it was pragmatic, but still, it was just kind of funny. Didn't really have any regard for.
I mean, I laugh at that as well, stupidity. But then again, that's what it was all about. It's a game of soldiers by the elites, and we are the pawns who pay for it. Simple, really.
And to be fair, they weren't British sailors, so he still was, shooting at somebody else. It just happened to be allies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a mess. It still is. We're still in that legacy today. So yeah, and I know there's no honor in that stuff. They're helping to secure tyranny, dictatorship, slavery. That's all they're doing. They're not doing.
There can be honor in that too. Securing tyranny.
No, there's no honor in that. There's no honor in that. No, that's dishonor. That's dishonor to God's creation because God didn't create us to be hijacked by a 1% scumbag elites to put upon earth a system of slavery, tyranny, and dictatorship. No, that's wrong. But that's our mess that we need to tidy up. So people like me who are calling for revolution are making the right noises. Okay?
Yeah, I remember your utopia. We had a long talk that night about your utopia and
that utopia thing. Yeah, everybody, all my Japanese students love it. They love utopia. Gintopia, they love it.
Gintopia, that's right.
Yeah, no money. Yeah, no money at all. The money is you. You are the currency.
You single-handedly would do all of the plumbing and custodial work.
Well, like I said, I don't mind being the oily rag, and when they see the honor that's in that, there'll be loads of people. I mean, plumbers, there are so many people who love their job of plumbing. There's going to be no problem with the plumbing. And we'll have some technological aid as well, to aid that job, but there's going to be no problem, you'll never have a blocked drain in your lives in Gintopia. That's never going to happen. and
There's
all the
Mario
feces
Brothers.
and that, all that feces and that will be utilized as fertilizing, and that, you know, everything would be recycled. There'd be no problems, man. That's a given. That's not going to be a problem.
Well, I'm glad you're going to do all the dirty work.
Yeah, that's okay. No problem, man. I don't mind that. That's not going to be a problem in Gintopia. There'll be loads of people like me out there who want to do that job.
If I want to sit around and eat ice cream, because I just want to eat ice cream all day, and can I eat ice cream and just watch
Well, you're going to ruin your health. You're going to be ruining your health.
That's
doing
fine.
that.
Well, it's Gintopia, so I want to be able to do anything I want. So I just want to watch cartoons,
Yeah, well,
eat
you
ice
ruin
cream.
your health. That's fine. You know, that's no problem. I doubt it. Really. I doubt that you'd really do that, because you'd be having you'd be ruining your possibility of having such a great time. Ice cream will not be doing it for you. I guarantee you that. In Gintopia, you think ice cream is going to be the thing?
Well, no, I'm going to get free money from the Utopias.
There will be no
you
money.
said there's no money.
There will be no money, so you don't have
You
to
pay
worry
for
about that.
how do you pay for prostitutes?
There is no look. Get with the idea that you are the currency. So that ice cream is free. You just go and get it. You don't have to buy ice cream. But ice cream won't be a thing for you. I think.
Well, the prostitutes are free.
I think you'll be doing better things than stuffing yourself full of ice cream. I'm sure. In Gintopia, there's much better things.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Fairly
Kids might
fat.
like ice cream. The children might like ice cream. And again, it'll be, if they've got good parents, the parents will say, well, you can't have ice cream every day, Johnny. Not every day, Johnny. No. There you go. You know? No, you know Gintopia would work. You know it.
We got the bathrooms taken care of. That's good.
Sorry?
Bathrooms? The bathrooms are taken care of. We don't have to worry about cleaning those anymore because we have somebody
Well,
to do that.
yeah. Well, you mean you're going to have to clean your own bathroom yourself. Of course. That's your property. But the external parts, the runnings, you know, the pipes, the feeding of the water to yours, the removing of the feces and urine and the waste, that's going to be done by the plumbers. And they'll be proud to do that. Remember, that'll be technologically aided as well. So, you know, you could practically see a plumber in a suit doing that job. It'd be that clean.
Like Mario Brothers.
Yeah.
They were plumbers.
Oh, yeah. So, you know, that's once you get that sorted out, that's, you know, Utopia is going to run smoothly anyway. There'd be no problem with the plumbing. That's going to be.
I'm surprised you and Jeremy haven't teamed up, because both you and Jeremy obsessed with plumbing, obsessed with Utopia, obsessed with no money.
Right. Because it's the correct way to go, isn't it? It's logic. It's a no-brainer. You are the currency. Every one of you is a currency in your own right. And the fact that you contribute 3 days a week to your living is very, very easy. Isn't it? 4 days off to enjoy life on Earth. Huh? Beautiful.
Fantastic. All right, when are we going to start?
And then you're doing, well, let's have the revolution first, like I said.
Oh, wait, what? We got to fight in a war first?
In order to get this utopia going, we have to remove the cancer that's known as government. That's the cancer, parasitic cancer. Once you remove that, right, and then
I feel like this is a scam,
in order to do that, we need to utilize the Air Force, the Navy, the military, bring them back into our fold. They have to realize the error in their job, that they are the reason why we've got this is because you're being used to keep us under tyranny. Once they realize that connection, that there is no freedom, then they'll stop doing what they're doing, and the revolution begins right there.
I feel like I feel like this is one of those YouTube ads where, like, you know, a YouTube ad you watch like, oh wow, this thing they're offering, oh, they say it's free, and you click on it, and then they're like, oh, by the way, pay this price or whatever. So it's like I'm like, okay, I want this Utopia, yeah, it's great. And they're like, okay, well, maybe you should make a YouTube ad. You should make a YouTube ad where you're offering people this Utopia, and then they watch the video and they click on it, and then they say, oh, by the way, join my militia, because we're gonna do a revolution to make this happen.
Join my revolution, especially all you military and Air Force personnel. naval personnel. You all need to come back, come home, because we need you here. You're not doing freedom. We're still slaves, and you're keeping us slaves. When you come home, the war stops. You look towards the government and you say, "Step down." That's what you say to them, and they will be stepping down quickly because they have no military to protect them.
Rally up the dudes over here.
Might have one or two stupid have-a-go heroes want to be a hero. You just take them out to the cerebellum. They've gone. Right. Anybody else want the same? No, I didn't think so. Right. Fuck off.
This is like a totalitarian utopia. Totalitarian utopia.
No. That we're getting rid. Remember, we're getting rid of the cancer. This is strategic, precise cleaning up of the cancer known as government, tyrannical government. Get rid of that. Now the people are now beginning to have some remnants of freedom. Now the people can start to speak about what they need. And okay, now we have to work hard. There's no money now, people. So all those pieces of paper you got, you can just burn them, use them as whatever you like, souvenirs. They have no bearing here now. This is how it begins. So what if I want my food? Then we have to grow it now. Yes, this is it. There you go. So all the farmers that you got your farm now, it belongs to everybody. That's it.
Let me run a scenario by you. Let's say that you are very interested in a prostitute and you want to employ her services. How do you go about doing that in this world?
It's going to be free, so she's going to be doing it for nothing, really. There is no money.
There we go.
There is no money there.
Okay.
Literally free love, mate. Because she's got her house is free. Do you know what I mean? So if she's offering it up, it's going to be for free. What money are you going to give her? And vice versa, by the way. You have your male prostitutes as well.
Just can't come to terms. You just can't come to terms with reality, so enjoy.
No, I mean, I'm on board with this. I can fight the good fight.
Yeah, the current reality is tyranny, slavery, dictatorship. Anybody liking that is an idiot. Okay.
You also said anybody who maybe misses the old system and they're just like they're not part of the government, but they don't like what we're doing, our revolution, and they speak up against us. You said we're going to shoot them in the head.
No. What we do is we'll put those on Slackers Island. Go and live over there under close
Slackers Island.
Yeah, go on to Slackers Island. Put them on Slackers Island. No tools.
Madagascar.
They've got to make everything to survive. They've got to start from scratch. There'll be no metal tools for them. Nothing like that. They've got to make everything from scratch.
Yep. It's funny that this has been my solution for years and years, to send like all the criminals to Antarctica, like the murderers and the rapists. They send them to Antarctica and just have them start from scratch, basically.
Yeah. That's it. That'll wake them up, won't
it? We're on the same page, man.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. You see, utopia. You're living for free, and then you want to start stealing, and that's silly, isn't it? I mean, come on.
That is silly.
So yeah, utopia.
I always find it odd that there's people like who want to get a helicopter or airplane or really anything. Pencil. People want a pencil. It's hard to find people to develop those, without paying them. You know what I mean? So it's like you have to hope that somebody's making pencils for you. Otherwise, it's not going to get made.
Well, no. That will be made because everybody needs pencil. That person who's making a pencil needed a house, needed a car, needed food, needed clothing. That person got it for free. So if he or she is working in a factory making pencils, that's their job. That's the job they want to do. Simple. No big deal.
Yeah, but I told you, if I want to sit around and eat ice cream and watch cartoons, I mean, how many people are going to want to do the same thing? Like, probably a lot. Probably people are going to want to get free prostitutes all day.
I doubt that very
Prostitutes
much
are free now.
It's going to be detrimental to health, and if you're going to destroy your health like that, it might be down to having to restrict the amount of ice cream you're getting in a year.
Destroy their lives in the same way they pay to do it. If you make all that stuff free, they're going to it's going to go through the roof, I think.
Yeah, but then if you're detrimental to your health and then you're unable to do your job because of your consumption of ice cream, you're going to receive counseling, obviously, because it's detrimental. You as a currency, you're not able to fulfill your 3-day quota because look at you, you're overweight, you're sick, you've overdone it with the ice cream and that. No. So, you won't be able to do those sort of things won't happen anyway. People,
I see.
in Gintopia, people will be very, very healthy people because that's the integrity of that situation. The situation itself of Gintopia breeds healthy people.
Okay, so the 3 days are mandatory. I guess I forgot to realize. So 3 days are mandatory, and also counseling is mandatory if
Absolutely.
advised.
If you get into trouble, that is, yeah. That's the only reason why you'd need it. I mean, and it's there for your benefit because you truly want to benefit yourself, and in doing so, you're benefiting Gintopia.
Okay, I can see how this would work. It doesn't seem, like I said, you said it's not totalitarian, but it does seem sort of a lot more totalitarian than our current system. But I could see how people could be happy.
I don't know how that is. There's no wars going on. No one's killing each other here. No wars. Weapons have gone. Everyone's living now.
After the revolution, though.
It's not. It's freedom. It's actually freedom, isn't it? It's not totalitarian. There's no leader, is there? There's no one leader. These are rules put in place by the people, and the people have elected certain groups of people to facilitate that. What I call the oily rags, basically, because they have no power. They have no power but to do what the people say. That's it. They don't have the power to start grouping people. They don't have that power. That's no power, no weapons.
You know what you should do? You should make that a duty. I've always thought of that too. Like in America, we have jury duty, where you don't get to, you don't just volunteer to do jury. You get chosen to do jury duty, and so I think if the same way we should do the same thing with like Congress and Parliament. Instead of having people who volunteer to do Parliament and Congress and get voted in, it should be a selected. Like you should be randomly selected to be the representative for a little while.
Yeah, that's excellent. You could say the same with the plumbing if you like as well, but I'm sure the plumbers are so proud of themselves anyway. They don't care. They don't worry. But yeah, I would agree with that. That's a good system that can be implemented. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, because then you don't have people who are like career politicians who are kind of just rigging the system. You have if you have random selection, you're gonna have some people suck, but most people are just trying to be. They don't want to represent the people they're representing in a bad way. That they're going to try to do right by the people they're representing. So
the thing about Gintopia is that anybody trying to rig the system would stand out like a sore thumb, like an orange ball in a green field. It's just it's so stupid. It's laughable because you have everything you need. There is no point in trying to gain because that trying to gain one-upmanship on another person disappears because you can have what you need. You know what I mean? So there will be no politician trying to get the one-upmanship. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah. But it's still I still stand by what I say though, that even though this does sound like it could be a more successful, happier place overall in the end, possibly, it definitely does seem a little bit more totalitarian than any system that currently exists today.
Totalitarian. What do you mean by that exactly? Because I always see a dictatorship behind that, like one man ruling or one woman ruling for a matter.
Well, you say there's no person ruling it, but the rules that you're insisting exist have to be enforced.
Come from the people.
Yeah. Enforced by who?
The people who have elected, and they're not enforced as such. You either do it or you go to Slackers Island. It's simple.
Well, what I'm saying is who enforces that?
Well, that would be, again, the people who have elected the police force who have what we would call not weapons that will kill you, but they will, slow you down. So it's tasers. They slow you down, right? You're not going to be killed. You're not going to shed blood. But, the technology will employ will stop you in your tracks. Then you will go to the counseling. It's not, you go to the police station. No, You go to the counsellors now. What's up, Johnny? Why can't you live in Utopia? What's your problem? Do you know what I mean? And then they get counselling. And if they continue to be slack, then they'll go to Slackers Island for maybe 6 months. And when you go to Slackers Island, there's nothing there. You got to grow your food. You got to start from scratch. There you go. Survival now. Real survival. Good luck. All your property is still in its place. No one can take your stuff. You don't lose your property. That's still there. So when you finish your 6 months, you ready to come back now, Johnny? Yeah, go ahead. Quick counselling, check everything went well. Did you understand the meaning of being on Slackers Island? Yeah? Did you know why you went there? Did you understand that? Do you want to go back there now? No, yeah. Good. Get back to Utopia. Start living. There you go. Simple, really.
Slackers Island almost sounds like prison, except for you can go there for not going to work. Like you don't go to work and now you're going to prison, basically.
Well, yeah, if you don't want to contribute your currency to the your effort to Gintopia, you're going to go to Slackers Island, where you're going to have to put all your effort into building your shelter. And remember, you've got no tools. You'll be given no tools, no weapons, of course, no metal. You've got to make the tool to make your house. Wow, man, good luck. Good luck with that.
I agree with that punishment or that solution, but I don't agree for people who don't go to work. I just like people who break the unforgivable rules, the unforgivable agreements, like no killing,
that is an
diddling
unforgivable
kids.
rule. That is an unforgivable rule that you don't want to contribute to your freedom. You go to Slackers Island. Simple. The smallest thing can lead to a massive problem. So anyone who's just thinking they're not going to work, but everybody else is going to work and you're not going to work, that's not happening. You're going to Slackers Island. You're definitely.
Well, that's why some people don't mind the system we currently have, because in the system we currently have, that metric is decided by the tokens we reward each other to do this labor. And so, like, you get these tickets, and you use those tickets to get resources. And if you don't want to participate, then you just don't get those tickets. But you're not going to be punished otherwise for it.
No, but the problem with the system we have at the moment is that
what are you talking about?
People using currency, people using money, and in his utopia, there is no money. You have mandatory labor 3 days out of the week, but all the resources that you ever need are given to you for free. Prostitutes, cars, food, everything.
Yeah, it's all
You
free.
own nothing and be happy.
No, it's yours. Of course you own it. It's your property. No one can take it away from you. What you own is yours.
Yeah, that's capitalism, nothing fucking Marxism.
It's not capitalism at all, because at the end of the day, you're not paying for it. It's free. You're only paying for it through your labor. So the job you do 3 days a week entitles you to have everything that is on earth, that is being made and manufactured. Everything. And everybody gets it. Your house, your solar panels, your cars, your holidays with your family, everything. There's no money transaction. Stays in the hotels. It's all free.
And if the political landscape changes?
There will be there's no weapons, so politics really that's gone. There's only one party, Utopia. That's it, Gintopia party. There is no party.
Any opposition are going to be removed to Slackers Island immediately.
Absolutely right. Yeah, because you're going against freedom now. The current is dictatorship. Now you're given real freedom. Now you want to argue with that? You go to fucking Slackers Island, where there's nothing there for you, but you have to build everything. You have to grow your own food. Good luck. 6 months. We see how you get on, yeah?
We'll come back and get you in 6 months, but yeah, you're not gonna hear from anybody for 6 months.
Yeah, it's got to be 6 months so you get the feeling. 1 week, 2 weeks, that's just too short. 6 months, bang, flat rate on the flat Earth. 6 months, good luck. Just drop them off there. 6 months of that. When they get back to Utopia, they're going to think, I made a mistake. That's right. When they're speaking to the counsellor. Do you understand why you went there? You went there because you were stupid enough to fight against freedom after we come from tyranny. You were exhibiting the tyrannical mentality. Did you understand that? Do you understand what it means to now work the job that you chose to do? Get back in there.
Wait, hold on. The job you chose to do?
Fucking hell,
Go ahead,
dude!
Left Lane.
I've worked in the United States all my life since I was 14 years old. Made a great living all my life, and I enjoy my freedoms, and I will fight for them.
Yeah, you haven't got free, but you haven't got
Can we
freedom.
make you
You've
some?
got tyranny. You haven't
I'll
got
make you
freedom
some.
at the moment. Don't
I'll
give
make
up.
you some. What?
You are, we are under
Yeah.
tyranny at the moment.
I don't like them.
Yeah, there is no freedom.
Amen.
There is no democracy. Only dictatorship and slavery.
Well, do you really want democracy? Democracy is not good, anyways, even if it was a democracy.
Well, I mean, we've got to have a system whereby we can sit down and agree on what's going to be done and how we make our lives better. So we need some way of getting
Yeah,
that
but
across.
democracy is ruled by the masses, and the masses are not fit to govern
No,
them.
there will be no masters. No, there's no masters. You see, the masters are the people.
No, I said masses.
Oh, masses. Yes, sorry. Yeah, well, that's correct. I think the people have to decide.
You
Absolutely.
believe in Isaac Newton, masses attract masses.
Okay, that's
And,
a good perspective.
Funny bastard.
So yeah, I'm all for
But
the
the
people.
average person is a globe earther. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
The average
The average person is the globe earther who is unaware that he or she is a flat earther. Yes, correct.
They might
You're all
even be
flat
unaware
earthers
that.
by default.
Yeah.
You are all flat earthers by default. You're all flat earthers gonnabes, and you're all flat earthers in denials at the moment. You globers.
And anybody who doesn't accept the flat Earth as the truth will have to go to Psycher's Island.
Oh, absolutely. That's an automatic 1 year.
Damn. I see. I got something to think about.
That's an automatic 1 year. That's evoking memories of rockets that didn't go to space, but money's going into people's pockets. Yeah, lying about things they can never prove, satellites, things like that. That's a 1 year. 1 year Slackers Island instantly.
Well, what if my job
Your
that I do
feet
for 3
don't
days?
touch the ground. Your feet don't touch the ground. You're straight there. Bang, one clean
What
sweep.
if my job, the 3-day job that I want? What if I want to go? I want to explore and see if I can go to space. Will I be able to get a rocket for free?
No, because we know that you can't do that. We already know right now today we can't do that. So no, you will not be able to.
No,
do
you
that.
can't say no. You have
Yes,
to say
we
yes.
can.
Yes, go ahead, bro.
No, I'd say to the person, no, you cannot do that.
No, but you can't. You can't. If they believe that space is a possibility, give them the fucking rocket and let them go.
No, but what if what if I admit that? What if I?
That would be a waste of resources. Gintopia doesn't do waste. We don't waste.
No, not so much.
That would be a waste of the resource. No, they will not be having rockets. That's outlawed.
No, but Jin, what if I what if I don't believe in space and I don't believe in the globe, but I'm one of those explorers. That's what I want as my job. I want to be an explorer and I want to test the truths of what we can possibly know. And so I want to test it.
Now we can't do that now. It's impossible.
You can test it now.
Possibility. So
yeah, but you can still test. You can still test it.
You can have your telescope by all means. You will never be able to have a rocket because it's the technology will never work. The environment has been so designed that we will never have that technology to do that.
Yeah, but what if that's the whole point of the test is to show that that's true, to show that you can't actually go to space.
Well,
but
I mean, if we need, I mean, as an educational thing, that will be taught in the schools already. So you don't have to do that. You want to be a teacher then, so you're being the teacher teaching that. That's your vote.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Me right now, that's my counselor.
Yeah.
My counselor just counseled me.
Gintopia, man. Anybody making rockets? Instant Slackers Island. Boom.
Slackers Island's probably gonna be full for the first few years, huh?
Yeah, that's why we're gonna have a few of those. Don't worry. All different distances apart. Yeah. They're gonna be thinking, what the hell are we doing here? What have we done? You got it wrong, boys. We're living free. Now you're free on Slackers Island. Okay, good luck. Meanwhile, you got the police drone boards. You know those, like in Oblivion. You know those lovely black and white boards. They looked really neat and slick, flying around, making sure you're not making anything silly.
Yeah, we have those now. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing if I was going to do that in Antarctica. But we have those in Texas now. We have those in Austin. Police drones.
No way.
Yeah, I know you
Yeah.
do. Yeah, that's
Really?
right. Yeah.
Yeah, I seen them the other night too.
Fuck off.
Oh, for real.
It's like
In
China.
Utopia, that's the kind of thing I'd like to see. Those drones like that in boards, you know, with the tasers either side. You have 5 seconds to comply. No, and then you're down. That's it. You're not killed. You'll never be killed by them, but you'll be tased, shut down, and then the policemen on boots on the ground come along, pick you up, take you to the counsellors. You don't go to the police station. You go to the counsellors. What's going on, John?
America's fucked up, bro.
Yeah.
There's going to be a revolution there. I'm telling you now. I'm telling you now. No doubt.
We're talking about it
What
right
you want-
now.
Yeah, what you want to do is put Gin CBR1 in there with a microphone and that, and just let me explain what's going on. They wake up soon.
There's going to be a major upheaval in America. People are not going to take what's going on. Like, there's no chance.
Well, Jin's in the process of telling us how that revolution is going to take place, because that's how we're going to get the Gintopia, is by first having a revolution. He says.
That's correct, yeah. And that revolution has to be facilitated with the military, Air Force, and the Navy and the Marines all on our side, because they have to realize that they are busy building not freedom but tyranny, dictatorship, and slavery. That's all the military's been doing all these years. They haven't been giving anyone freedom. That was an illusion. And when they wake up from that brainwashed state,
Well, the whole world is
state in
an
mind,
illusion, bro.
then the revolution begins.
Everything's an illusion.
Yeah, that's right. You're right there, boss.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that.
We're actually in an illusion. We're told what we're living in. What we're living in is not true. We're told that politics matter and things matter. That's not true. We're told science is one way and things is another. And when you finally wake up, you realize you're living in a world of fucking make believe.
That's right. There you are. I love this guy speaking because he just lays it down crystal clear. That's right. Carry on,
Yeah,
buddy.
PMAC. Yeah, he's got a clear mind.
Yeah. He always has.
Beautiful. Yeah. Beautiful.
He'll excel. He'll excel in Gintopia, no problem.
He has a beautiful mind.
I will bow down to the Gintopia leader.
And I say, I'm not your leader, people. I'm your family, your father, your mother. I'm your friend. That's it.
Have you guys seen the movie A Beautiful Mind?
Yes.
I've heard of it.
Amen. That's
One
PMAC.
best picture.
Thank you very much.
2001.
I don't know maths, but I do have a beautiful mind.
Best picture 2001. About John Nash.
Yep.
Now, did you hear about the latest news that a woman, I think, has been arrested for killing some people in the US recently?
No way.
Oh yeah, no, the
Yes.
transgender. She's transgender. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that. No, I just caught the tail end of the news. Can you give us some more information on that? Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's a transgender woman to male, so they identify as a male, and they specifically targeted a Christian school, and
Oh, yeah, I
apparently
saw that.
they have a manifesto that they wrote about it. Apparently,
Wow.
Is that in Tennessee?
yeah, Nashville, yeah.
Yeah, Nashville. That was it. Yeah, Nashville.
That's so disgusting. It's not disgusting
the home with
that she
country
decided to
music.
be a dude. It's disgusting that she did that to kids. How many kids did she kill? Or he kill, or whatever.
Yeah, it's like I think that they think that Christianity is like I don't know, like they see Christianity as the worst evil because they're transgender, so they're like opposed
Well,
to
that's not. No, that's not a statement about transgender people. That's just this person killed people. It wasn't transgender people that killed these people. But how many children did he kill?
6.
Damn, dude. That's
6,
such a
yeah.
disgusting waste of.
Yeah, but but can we look beyond that just for a second? I mean, what this is again the government trying to attack your gun rights here. Surely, I don't understand it. Why a transgender would go in and kill children? You know,
Well, it's because the manifesto and all that. There's people who feel like they're not heard, and they want so many people to hear them. They just basically they want to scream. They want to scream, and they want to have everybody hear them because they don't feel heard. And they see that by this is very sick, disgusting. But they see that by doing something like this, like by making a loud enough noise, people will be forced to have to hear what they have to say. And
what is it that they want us to know? What is it that they want us to know then? What is
That
it?
they're
you
insane.
have to read the manifesto.
Okay.
No, listen, bro. There's a guy in New York. It was in New York about 5-6 years ago. Killed his entire family. Killed kids and everything. There's a recording of him speaking on the phone to the guy, or to the girl. Sorry. He's just listen. I just killed my entire family. What? Any guns in the house? No, there's no guns. I'm sitting on the back porch. Just call the cops. Get the cops out here. And when they come, I'm going to shoot myself in the head. And he did. And he killed about 3 of his daughters, 4 of his grandkids. And you think that's... I don't know. What do you think that is? What world...
Admirable? Yes, that's extremely admirable.
Admirable would be the wrong word to say.
Yeah, I think it would be the wrong word. I think so too. Yeah.
Do any of yous ever look at these as like psyops, like the moon landing?
That's what I think. That's why I'm questioning
Yeah,
it. Thank you.
I
I'm glad you
definitely
said
think
that.
that. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, you can't deny these things happen because they pulled bodies out.
Well, no, but in real life, though, if somebody gets shot, you can see the family bawling their eyes out, and you can see evidence of it being real. On TV, you don't see that same evidence.
Yeah,
Like the
like-
paramedics never do what they should do. And my
Right.
daughter's a paramedic, and I mean, she will tell you that this is not normal procedure for any paramedic to do some of the crap they do. Like in the
Possible that
Boston
just-
bombing, letting a civilian wheel a guy that just lost his legs or whatever across the parking lot. Yeah, that doesn't happen in real life. Doesn't happen.
And this person who
That
shot
definitely does
the
happen in
kids-
real life. I don't know why you think that doesn't happen in real life.
In a mass casualty situation, you use discernment in any type of recruiting
No,
situation.
I understand. I understand the mass casualty thing or whatever, but I mean, like, Las Vegas or whatever. 50 of the same people that got shot at in Las Vegas got shot at Parkland. I mean, how much of a coincidence do people need to question it?
Yeah, but how can you be sure that that's the case? Like, is that something that's
Yeah,
like
they
real
actually
truth or just an
they
assumption?
knew. And even the train wreck in Ohio was based. I mean, it's exactly the same thing as White Noise movie. Same location.
That's right.
No, but I mean, no, but hold on. But I mean, talking about Parkland in Las Vegas. Like, how can you be sure that these were the same people? Are you saying that it's on record that these are the same people, or they look the same?
Yeah,
or...
it's on record. It's the same people. Yeah, it's on record. Yeah, and they
got shot
called
in
it an
both
eerie
cases?
coincidence. They called it an eerie coincidence.
I mean,
The news.
How many
did.
people did you say?
50. Traveling crisis actors, in my opinion, but that's just me.
You took the words out of my mouth. I'm glad she's here. Look at that. Now this is what I was trying to say. We need to check that side of the story. Could this be a psyop? Because Sandy Hook was a real thing, They tried to use Alex Jones as a scapegoat there to try and lead everyone away from that. That was the real event. But Sandy Hook was a psyop, without a doubt.
Yes, without a doubt. I mean,
Yeah,
those
without a
kids
doubt.
aren't gone. They're just
Yeah.
older, and they showed the pictures of them younger, and
Yeah.
that's how they pulled that off. And you can tell by the clothes
Thank
because
you.
they were rich people, and they should be wearing all the clothes of the today society, and they weren't. They were wearing older clothes.
Yeah. Two
So
people that I follow. One partially now, and that's Alex Jones, because he's kind of like redeemed himself a little bit in my eyes over the years. He did some good work. He was a little bit controversial, and then just before the pandemic happened, or during the pandemic, he tried to alert us to what's going on in there. So he redeemed himself a little bit there. And Jim, does anybody know Jim Fetzer, Professor Jim Fetzer? Do you remember him?
yeah, I know
Right.
him. Yep.
He covered Sandy Hooks very well indeed, and I thank him for that because he opened my eyes to the crisis actors. But of course, he's removed himself all his material. You can't find that stuff now because I've been looking hard for his stuff. But he really covered it beautifully, like he covered the Kennedy assassination and various other topic matters. He covered Sandy Hook, and you know I cannot find his material now because he removed it. Okay, Jim Fetzer. Do you remember that?
Well, I question. I think he told a lot of truth, but I also think he's a guardrail. I mean, that's what I
Yes.
call it. He
Yes.
keeps you in the mainstream scenario
Yes,
that
he
everything
does.
is real.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Yeah,
Yep.
especially with when Dave Weiss put to him the reasons why the Earth was flat versus not being a globe. He stood firmly in the heliocentric model. So that's when I put a question mark on Jim Fetzer. Okay, so I'm with you. You know, you're absolutely correct in the position you've taken, and I agree with you. Thank you.
Well, I mean, the way that I look at the news now is that they have lied to us so many times. Why would you believe anything they say on the offset of it? You know what I mean? Like, just assume it's a psyop until you can prove it otherwise.
Yeah, yeah. Is that Jenny?
Nope, my name's Linda.
Okay, Linda, you sound like Jenny. Sorry, Linda. I'm not looking at the screen, so. But Linda, yeah, I'm glad you came in. You're that voice of reason that I was looking for there. So thanks. Yeah, that's right.
Well, you're welcome. I'm glad I came in when you weren't talking flat Earth versus round Earth because I usually leave because I'm done over that shit. So.
Oh yeah. That's okay. I'm glad you are. And what's your position? Just quickly.
Well, I know the globe's not real, but other than
Okay,
that, I
fine.
don't know, and I'm okay with not knowing because I don't think anybody can know for certain.
Oh, well, I mean, we know. I mean, well, you know, it's not a globe, so we know what it isn't, and we know that the Earth is that what we've experienced is a stationary flat plane. As to the shape, how could we know? We don't know that. I'm interested in finding out,
That's
though.
what I'm saying. I don't think it's moving or anything like that.
Yeah,
And I think the stars and the sun move around us and all that stuff. I just don't know the shape of it or
yeah,
how it exists and all the other things.
yeah. I am
So,
interested in finding out, and I think being allowed to go to Antarctica would explain a lot. North Pole visit, Antarctica visit is necessary for me, just to give me an
Yep.
understanding.
Just the one visit, please. Just one time, go to Southern Africa, Antarctica.
Yeah, I'd go to Antarctica. Don't worry, I'm very
Just the one time.
environmentally person. I wouldn't pollute anything. I wouldn't leave any rubbish, a trail of rubbish
No
behind
chance.
me. No,
No
yeah,
chance.
I'd tread lightly. I would definitely be treading lightly. That would be the
You'd
first
be
and
locked
foremost.
up as a lunatic.
Sorry?
You'd be locked up as a lunatic. Somebody who
Yeah.
tried to find the outer edges of the poles. Come up
I'd love to
again,
go there.
like the Truman Show. You come up. I can picture you, Jen. Like you come up against, and you're like, it's like a glass wall, and you're like, what the fuck is this thing, man? I knew it.
Now, I'd want to find out. It would answer a lot of questions. You know, it would answer a lot of questions. Being allowed to go to Antarctica, it's going to require some serious finance because, you know, you can easily die.
There's no chance, bro.
No, there's no chance. Like I said, not
No,
until
you've
we
no
get
chance.
Gentopia on the go. Once
No,
Gentopia
you're never ever
starts,
gonna do that. Trust me.
I'd love to do it though. That's the point. I'd love to do that.
Well, you can try.
The desire is there for sure to do that.
Well, I mean, some of these flat earthers that are out there, I don't know if it's David Wise, but I mean, Jeranism and some of the other ones or whatever are basically saying that, you know, there's no way that Antarctica could have a 24-hour sun
That's
in
correct.
the wintertime. But
It
yet, if
doesn't.
it's a circle, I don't see how it couldn't.
Brilliant. And that's correct.
So,
There are no 24-hour suns in the South Pole. 18 hours max. That's it. That's what's been recorded down there. So you're right. Generism was right there, yeah. It's a nice documentary called Antarctica Denied. Sorry, we're closed. That documentary, it's only like 30 minutes long. It shows you all the loopholes, all the hoops you've got to jump through just to get down there.
Sometimes you look out, there's no fucking moon.
Yeah.
well, that could be explained because a new moon doesn't show up.
How can that be explained?
Because a new moon is just
Sorry, because it's new. It's not there.
yeah, it's not there. It's being born again.
Okay.
So,
I
but
get
if you watch the moon, it doesn't travel in a circular pattern. It travels in like a sort of
Elliptical?
like a spirograph type
Yeah.
of thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Elliptical spirograph thing. Yes. And that's why we don't see it a lot because it's not, I mean, we see it for a bit and then it's gone and somebody else sees it. And I think that would explain that. Like somebody else in the world sees
Sorry,
it and
I
we
see
don't.
it now. You don't see it? Yeah.
So-
What the hell?
I don't see the moon every night when it's out.
Ah, come on. It's there every night. It's supposed to be.
The only reason why I don't see the moon every night is because there's cloud cover. That's the only reason why.
Yeah, but if you actually watch its location, though, that's what I'm saying.
So their excuse for no moon in the northern hemisphere is because it's not there and it's clouds. What?
No, the moon is there every day, man. The moon is there. It's just that
Supposed to
sometimes
be.
at night you can't see it because you know, currently, I mean, we're in spring just
Dips.
coming up. It's been raining a lot. It's
dips.
raining now.
Yeah, it dips. So it's doing this, it's doing that, and then it dips. Sure.
Definitely there. I mean, there's no doubt about it. The moon is
Oh yeah,
there.
so is there, yeah.
The moon is definitely there. I mean, I used to think it. As a kid and even as an adult as well, I used to think it was like a spaceship.
You might be onto something.
Yeah.
It's a possible spaceship.
Yeah.
It disappears now and then because it has an invisible cloak. What the fuck are these people talking about?
But yeah, going back to that Antarctica thing, currently there's some really nice vehicles that we could use, that we could employ. They're called Sherpas, the Sherpa. Really nice. They're made by Russia. They are fantastic. They keep you warm. You can cook inside them. You know, you can live in them, basically. No need to have tents. But the problem is it's the fuel. Because you're going to be limited to how far you can go, to the amount of fuel. They're very frugal with fuel. Don't get me wrong. They don't drink the fuel. They're very, very frugal. They're really economical. Good mileage for sure. The logistics is that we'd need like a plane to come across and drop down some fuel so we could continue. You know? That'd be the only problem. They light up the roads well, easy to maintain. They're chain driven. So you can easily maintain it. 6-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive. Maximum speed, I think, is about 30 miles an hour. So you don't need to be traveling at breakneck speeds anyway over the ice. And they're amphibious, so they swim as well as.
Jesus, what can't they do?
Yeah. You want to look them up. They're called the Sherpa. You look up Sherpa, right, and you will be amazed at what they can do. Bomb-proof, bulletproof vehicles, you know, and 8-man, 10-man vehicle, right? So what you do, what I'm thinking is that one vehicle, 4-man, that's it. So you don't even have to have 10 men in them, just 4-man, and you've got all that space in there, comfortable, and you move on.
Hey, if you kick them the 3 men out, you can live for like 4 men. Not great.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that they're a 10-man vehicle or an 8-man vehicle. But if you limit it to 4 men, then you've got a lot of room there, and you can really be relaxed, non-stress.
Yeah.
All your equipment's in there. Yeah.
If you kill all the 4 men that were supposed to live in there, you could live for like 4 men. Fuck them.
Yeah, but I'm not going to kill them. I mean, it's big enough for 10 men. So if you reduce it to 4 men, because you're going to need to work in groups of at least 4 anyway, you know, as a square number. And we're not talking 1 or 2. You know, I'm talking like a fleet of us. 10-man fleet, 10 of these vehicles, 20. Big money. It's going to cost money. I mean, this thing that I'm thinking about going to Antarctica, it's not like on a threat on a shoestring. No. That's what's the word? Courting death. Don't want to do that. Want to do it properly. No one's going to die on this exploration. No. Do it properly, and let's go and see how far this thing goes. Let's see. And leaving, what's the word? Responders. What are they called? Those electronic things. Responders. You know, where you put them in the ice, and they're sending out a signal.
That's a transponder.
That's the word I was looking for. Thanks. Transponder. Yeah. So you're leaving transponders on your route so you don't get lost.
So are they both male and female? Just asking.
Sorry.
male and female.
Which toilet am I supposed to be in?
I think that would be a wicked expedition. Nice. All the food is there, and if we need any more stuff, it'll be flown in. Oh, yeah. Or you could use an aeroplane and fly across. You might just want to fly across and check it. Another person said a hot air balloon type thing, flying across. That would be nice. Yeah.
You know, I have a thought of a movie, and people are going to pick up on this. I swear to God, it's like there's this big vehicle, and people are like moving across a very frozen landscape. They come across a barrier, right, and they hit it, and they go, "Fuck, we proved it," and they're like, "Shit."
Yeah.
We can't go through, and then that was the end of the world as we know it. And then they try to come back. It's all about getting the message back, and they're, bro, it's a barrier. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's a barrier there. We're under
There's
a
a
dome.
barrier, but can they get back and to give the true message across and all this kind of stuff?
Yeah. That's why we're making sure that the return has to be a given. That's why the transponders come into play, and shelter as well. You know, that dome type shelters, suspended. Yeah,
Yeah, but
why I said-
honestly, we don't even know if Antarctica is what they explained to us it being.
That's why it's important for us to go there to find out.
Right.
Yeah. And if we're going to do that, we have to ensure that nobody dies, not a single death. Can't be going out there gung-ho. Safety is paramount. Life is precious. And we're not going to be driven by adrenaline. You've got to just get there safely, step by step, transponders. Methodically, we're going to get there. We want to make it there and back, of course. We've got the technologies to do that now. And I think we should be allowed to do that. But because we're living in a world of make-believe at the moment, people are not even on that level out there.
Can you imagine living on a spinning ball? Spinning water ball. It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what's keeping it up there? Why is it spinning and flying through the universe? How big is space? And what about all that space that we've left behind in my 61 years as we're hurtling through this universe? Supposed
Fucking
universe.
math, bro.
Yeah, all that stuff left behind. I don't think the creator creates waste. I mean, that would be literally a waste of space, pun intended. Yeah,
That's pretty good.
yes. I don't presume to think God wastes a space. So no, we're not moving through.
So Jen, why do you deny gravity exists?
I don't deny it at all. I'm not a gravity denier. Things drop down to the ground. Hang on. First of all, let me put this out there as a disclaimer. Things are happening in the order of nature, the natural order of things. That's God's creation. Now, things drop down because the air around it cannot support it, so it has to flow down. That's the natural order. Things rise up above it. Things lighter than air rise up. That's the natural order of things. There's our up and down. I'm not denying that, am I? I'm not denying
No,
that.
but
What I'm denying, is what doesn't exist. And that's gravity.
But for something to move in a direction requires a force, right? I mean, things don't just move out of nowhere, right? So if you're holding a rock, you feel the weight of that rock in your hand, right?
Right.
There's got weight in the rock. What I mean,
yeah, the materials that make
that's
it.
the force. The force that's causing that weight in your hand is what I'm talking about.
That's not the force. That's the molecules that make up that object that now has what's called inertial mass.
Yes.
It does have inertial mass. Yes, sir. Exactly. And the mass being subjected to a force is what gives it weight.
There is no force being exerted on that mass at all. No.
So where does the weight come from?
I picked it up from its resting point. It was resting. I pick it up. Right now, if I let it go, it's just going to drop back down to the ground. There's nothing pulling it down. There's nothing pulling it down.
Then why does it have weight, Jen? Why is there weight to the rock?
Because each molecule. Let me explain. Each molecule has weight in itself, and the molecules that make up that rock, that dense rock, gives it its weight. That's why.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, being subjected to a force, which gives
it's
it weight.
not subjected to any force.
Well, you're saying that it has something out of nothing. I mean, you have to describe something that's giving it weight besides it having mass.
You're not
something is the dense molecule.
Yeah, I am.
Because molecules come in different shapes and sizes and densities. So the densities of the. Let me finish with you. The molecules.
I'm agreeing with you.
Well, okay. Well, the molecules that make up the rock are more dense than the molecules that make up a piece of wood. Okay.
Yep, I agree.
Right.
That's why the rock's heavier than wood.
Yes, because of the molecules that make up the rock are denser molecules. Now that rock now has weight now. Okay, has weight, has mass. Okay, weight, inertial mass.
So describe the weight. Describe the weight of it without referring to its mass.
Well, I mean, like I've given you the explanation. Each molecule that makes up that rock to the size of the rock we have there is dense. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Nothing more.
Nothing more to
there's nothing more to explain.
I know it's an old argument, but sometimes I just like to kind of revisit and talk about it.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, I understand it fully well. It's not proving gravity, though. That's the thing. Okay, because a force pulling something down should be able to pull down a light balloon as well because of the balloon itself. I mean, let's take it step by step. We have a children's balloon. It's not inflated. I let go. It drops to the ground. I pick it up. I inflate it with the air from my lungs. I tighten it up. I let go, and now it drops down, but it's dropping down slowly. But that was the same rubber balloon, but now it's dropping down slowly. And then I
You've
removed
given
it
it
from there.
you've given it a
And then I
little bit of a
inflate. Hang on a
buoyant
second. I then
force opposing
hang
it.
on a second, please. I then inflate it with helium. I let go. Now it's going up. Now it's not going down. That's that same balloon. Okay, so it's got nothing to
Yeah,
do with
that's
gravity.
yeah. Well, I mean, we can describe that with the use of gravity. Buoyancy utilizes gravity in the equation to
No, it
describe
doesn't.
buoyancy. You
Buoyancy
can't
doesn't
describe the
utilize
buoyant
gravity.
force without gravity.
No,
for
you
fuck's
can.
sake, bro.
You can. And the word gravity is just a word you put in there in the mix. There is no gravitational anything going on with a balloon going up. Got nothing to do with gravity. Nothing.
Yeah.
In fact,
Okay. I mean, you can say that, but
no,
Yeah,
in
no,
fact,
it's, but
when
it's
I'm
true.
when I'm on my motorbike and I accelerate from 0 to 60 in 2.6 seconds, right? Now the forces I'm feeling that's hitting my body, that's not gravity force, that's acceleration force. Because
that's
I'm
right.
forcing my right. But they like to say G, don't they? Or when I'm cornering, the G force is no, that's lateral force. I don't even use G force anymore because it's got nothing to do with gravity. Acceleration force, lateral force.
So if I told you that going around that corner would produce a force like a G force of 2, you would understand that would be like twice of what you feel in weight, all right?
It's supposed to be twice your body weight. Yeah, a force
Yeah.
exerted on it's supposed to be but it's not gravity. That's the
Hey,
thing.
hey, Left Lane, you're kind of conflating the measured effect with the proposed cause, right? And you're saying that they're one and the same, and that's kind of the problem, right? Just because you utilize a metric or a measured effect within the equation doesn't mean that the causal nature or the explanation for the cause of that is what it's claimed to be. I mean, that's what's in contention. It's not density and relative density, the buoyant force that is experienced is only possible because of the bending and warping of space-time, right? It's just utilizing the measured downward acceleration that we experience, right? So that's the effect, not necessarily the cause of the effect. So to say, hey, we use 9.8 meters per second squared in this equation, therefore there's confirmation of the bending and warping of space-time being the causal nature of what we're seeing, and that's kind of conflating the two.
Well, I mean, when you use that 9.8 meters per second squared, and you're using gravity. I mean, you don't have to
No,
admit
we're
it
not.
or acknowledge
No,
it,
we're
but
not.
that
No, we're
is
not.
gravity. Yeah.
No, we're not. No, we're not in
We-
any
we-
way, shape, or form. We're
We can
not.
call it gravity.
Because no.
That-
Let me explain to you
here's
now.
the
Let me
thing.
explain to you now. We're in a
Give me
vacuum.
just a second, Jen. You've talked for
Yeah,
quite
go
a
ahead.
while.
Yeah,
Give me just
go
a
ahead.
second. Yeah. So we can call it gravity. I mean, I could say gravity is caused by the downward flow of energy that we experience here on this flat and stationary realm, and the downward energetic flow, which we can measure, also is the causal nature of the 9.8 meters per second squared, and I can call that gravity. But you and I would disagree on what the causal nature of that is. Would you agree with that statement?
Yeah,
I can
it's
say
sort
it's
of,
due.
and I've heard people do that. I mean, so we have to attribute this acceleration. Is my point. It has to be attributed to something. And if you don't want to call it gravity, you call it electrostatics or whatever. But that acceleration, there is something causing that to happen, and
Correct.
and you
And
can't
that's
ignore it with it. Nothing. We can't figure out what things weigh based on their mass. We can't calculate buoyant forces. We couldn't build ships and make them float, knowing that they would float when you launched them.
But we
Things like
can
that.
though.
common
But we can and we
misconception is
do though.
that
But we do.
here's the
We
thing.
do
That's
do
the
that.
common misconception is that you guys think you have some sort of ownership of the measured effect because of your explanation that you think is correct. Even though we have a different explanation, you think somehow that you have some sort of ownership to the measured effect. The measured
No,
effect is the measure effect, whether we call it gravity, whether we call it, you know,
Dropity.
dropity, whether we call it gravitas, whether we call it dropity, doesn't matter. The 9.8 meters per second squared, the measured effect is the effect. What's in contention is the causal nature of that, right? So just because you use the measured effect doesn't mean you own the sole cause or the sole theory to a cause of that effect. So you,
Well, it's
like
not
what you
a
said before,
ownership.
well, you said, well, we use gravity in that equation, therefore gravity exists. No, you use the measured effects of what you call gravity, and the measured effects are not what's in contention. It's the explanation as to what is the causal nature of the measured effect, and that's where you're conflating the two.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I just get this little point out, and that is like objects of different mass and weight in a vacuum fall at different rates. That's a fact, proven fact. And in
No,
Earth's
that's not true.
atmosphere, that is true. It's a proven fact that if you have a vacuum chamber, like I always say, the size of the Twin Towers, 110 stories high vacuum chamber, and you have your bowling ball and a baseball, and you drop them. Now, at the initial start of that drop, they will appear to be going at the same rate. But before it hits the ground, the bowling ball will hit the ground first. Always. The heavier object will always outrun the lighter object. And it's been proven. Proven by Pete in a vacuum chamber. Not as big as the Twin Tower.
Pete and
2
Pete.
meters.
Come on, man.
No, but they proved the point. In water,
No, Pete and Pete are
in
charlatans,
water,
man.
Come on, in water and in a vacuum as well. They proved it. They
Okay.
proved it with their experiments. It's been proven. It's been proven. That's
Okay,
why
Pete. Jen, I would give you a little more credibility if you would not refer to Pete and Pete as a source, because they are proven charlatans.
They are a great source of integrity. You see the experiments they do. They're right in front of your eyes. There's no trickery, no cheating. Clear as glass every time. Transparency. More so than any government that I trust them more than any government official. Any. So
there's your trouble.
or any professor or scientist speaking. Peter and Pete.
And throwing the government and stuff. Yeah, I don't trust the government either. That's what we have in common.
Yeah, right. So basically, they've demonstrated that objects of different weights land in a vacuum, land at different rates. They do not land at the same time. The problem with the chamber that was used in America to show the bowling ball and the feathers, there was a bunch of feathers there, was one, it wasn't high enough to allow the bowling ball to reach its maximum drop rate. So it was just too short. If you'd had those feathers and that bowling ball in a vacuum chamber the height of the Twin Towers, okay, like I said, and you drop them, that bowling ball is going to hit the ground first before the feathers, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Okay?
It's absolute hogwash.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, it's like Blue. I mean, I kind of talk about these things and we go back and forth, and I'll kind of make a statement and then kind of let the other statement, and then I guess I have to leave it up for discernment because we're never going to agree on it.
Yeah, because I've seen the experiments that prove that fact, and that adheres to natural nature. It is impossible. Hang on a sec. Let me finish. It is impossible that objects of different rates are going to land on the ground at the same time. That's impossible. That's never going to happen.
No, it's not. It's not.
Impossible.
You say you've got evidence. I'd like to see the evidence.
Well, yeah. I'll post all the material for you if you allow me to get it.
Not Pete and Pete though. Not Pete and Pete. I won't look at Pete and Pete.
That's the only place I've seen it being demonstrated thus far.
Well, I just have to leave it, charge it to the dust, and let the rain settle it.
Well, then if you don't want to see the material, I won't post it. But if anyone's interested, I'll post it because that's the only place that I've seen that happen. It's in Pete and Pete, and they demonstrate it in Earth's atmosphere, in normal atmosphere from a high vantage point, and then they demonstrate the objects that they drop in water. They demonstrate the objects that they drop in a vacuum tube as well. 2-meter vacuum tubes. Brilliant, perfectly done, well executed, and it proves it without a doubt, which is in keeping with natural law, that a heavy object will always hit the ground. Yeah. Just 2 meters.
What are you quoting?
Yeah, it was 2 meter long vacuum tubes.
What natural law are you quoting?
I am quoting the natural law that belongs and that is attached to this flat earth realm that we live on. God's natural law, which supersedes all other laws that man has made.
Okay, fine. Tell me what the law says.
Man-made laws are secondary to God's natural law.
So God's got a law for you that says heavy things fall faster. Is that what you're telling me?
That's natural law. The heavier object will always hit the ground before the lighter object, whether in Earth's atmosphere or in a vacuum.
Where is this natural law written down, Jen?
It doesn't have to be written down. It's self-evident and observable. And those of us who are connected to the real world, to reality and natural law and God's flat earth know this quite easily. It's common sense. It doesn't have to be written down. And it won't be written down really because you're living in a world that is deceptive. So the language they use to describe things keeps you invested in the deception, like G-force, for example, which is not a thing.
G-force.
Got nothing to do with gravity.
Yeah.
Got nothing to do with gravity, yes. That kind of language, you know? Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Gravity.
Well, there's nothing stopping you from writing it down, Jen.
I don't have to write it down. There's no need for me to. I don't need to. It's in my head already. I know it. I don't have to write that down. I know. I live, breathe, eat that.
We don't know it, so maybe you could help us and write it.
Well, that's why I'm going to post. I'm going to post you the material.
Quotations, the
I'm going to post you my source.
That goes with it.
I can post you my
Peter
source.
And Pete, don't waste your time. Those two wouldn't even make a pair of good circus clowns. Come on.
I can post you my sources, and you can see it for yourself. See it in evidence. You know, irrefutable evidence, because that's common sense.
Did you say that they dropped something in a 2-meter tube? Is that what you said?
Yeah, they scaled it down. Yeah,
He said
2 meter
then he said the NASA chamber wasn't tall enough.
Yeah, that's kind of my
It's
point.
only 100 and something feet tall. And
yeah,
Pete and Peter got away with it being 6 feet though. Somehow that's perfectly executed.
The point. It was more than enough to prove the point. So different rates fall at different rates. Different weights fall at different rates. No doubt about it. In a vacuum, without a doubt, and that is in keeping with that. Is a lie. That's fabricated.
Mic check.
Get me in.
I got mine.
What's good? You guys got anything or? Where's Kosho at? Because Zanuck said some other shit about the train. Like this shit, we gotta get the shit sorted out. Left lane.
I don't like trains.
I don't like trains. You never heard me talk about a train in any serious manner before this.
I think the dilemma has enough validity to present it to someone that could model this and demonstrate it. You know, they would have to use graphics, you know, CGI stuff, but I think it would be interesting to see what would happen.
Well, it would
Brother.
blow out of the water anybody's.
Go ahead, Napalm.
Oh, go ahead.
I was saying, go ahead. My bad.
I was just going to say that it would blow out of the water anybody's conception that there is something called length contraction that is actually physically taking place and not just some sort of apparent optical effect that has no relation to actual reality itself, but only a perception that somebody may have should they be outside of some sort of frame in which this thing is not actually physically taking place.
Yeah, I think the effect we're talking about is definitely going to be in the numbers, and it's something that we can't observe with the human eye.
Well, it's not even that there is a claim on the table of length contraction, and there's certain people that would say that length contraction physically is something that's physically taking place to objects, and then there's others that would say, well, technically it's not physically taking place, it's only optically that this would be taking place, meaning it would only be an observational length contraction, but not an actual length contraction. Which side would you say you're on there, Left Lane?
Oh, I'm not sure. I mean, it's hard to imagine being in a vessel going near the speed of light and looking out and seeing everything contracted, and then people on the ground watching that vessel go by and seeing it contract. I mean, it's just not. I can't imagine seeing it.
Yeah, that's kind of like saying, when I'm going really fast on a bullet train, since we're talking about trains and the mountains look blurred, that the mountains are actually physically blurred because I'm moving fast. Kind of the same kind of idea. Or is it just that the mountains appear blurred, but remain as the mountains always have been,
Yeah. But didn't the argument stem from talking about shooting a laser at the moon, and that you wouldn't be able to hit the moon with a laser?
I wasn't here for the initial argument when it first started, so I don't know. I've heard people draw back to the moon, whether you have to lead the moon, meaning you have to shoot in front of the moon so that the moon catches up to the beam of light as it's traveling and then bounces it back, and yeah. No clue. But I know lots of times within relativity, the answer is contraction. Length contraction, physical contraction, time dilation.
Yeah, I think it goes back to, since we're supposedly moving through space at like 1.3 million miles an hour or something like that, that since light doesn't conserve its momentum, that you would have to lead the moon some crazy thing that light would never get there. And since we don't have to do that from the flat Earth side, since we don't have to do that, that means that we're stationary.
So, does light conserve momentum or not? I'm confused. I can never really pin down what your side is claiming. I feel like it depends on which argument's being put forth.
I would say it does. And I think it's said to conserve momentum. It doesn't necessarily have mass, but it does conserve its momentum. But it's kind of like
it conserves its momentum.
Go ahead.
Hold on. It conserves its momentum by changing color. It doesn't change its speed or direction momentum. It only conserves momentum by gaining energy, which changes the wavelength, which makes it a different color.
And then we have the idea of like a prism or splitting visible light into its components and its various wavelengths of color. And kind of the explanation I got in, like back in school for that effect was that the slower light or the faster light would be how it exits that prism, it splits it into the slower and the faster forms of that light, and that's why we get the rainbow stacked in the direction we do. So is it speed involved in that, or not?
It's wait,
Or did they
wavelength.
teach it incorrectly? Yeah. Wavelength would have to do with amplitude, right? Frequency. Frequency would be the amount of times that energy would be hitting a certain point within a given time. So is red light faster or slower than violet?
Well, Jeremy, what would you imagine if light didn't conserve momentum, and we are moving through space at over 1 million miles an hour, and you shot a laser at the moon? What would you imagine the light would do?
Save that question. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
If okay, say Earth is moving through space at 1.4 million miles an hour, Earth and Moon, and light didn't conserve its momentum, and you shot a laser at the moon, what would the laser look like? I mean, for me, it's just as simple as standing in my backyard looking at the moon, shooting a laser at it. I mean, it's that simple. I mean, to me, but this is a pretty complex argument, and I'm trying to figure out exactly what the position is on it.
So what do you think, left lane? Is red light faster or slower than violet light, or do they travel at the same speed? You think light travels, right?
Yeah, and I understand it that they're different wavelengths, and more subject to being refracted at different rates. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. And so when you shine it through that prism with the 42.5 degree or whatever prism, that's why it breaks up into its component parts. The white light breaks up into its component parts, and you can see the different colors.
So let's say we start with the two separate components and we fire just those wavelengths of light at a specified target. Do they both reach the target at the same time?
So we could do that with use a green or a blue laser versus a red laser. Is there a difference in those? And I don't know. I wouldn't think there would be, but I don't know that.
I don't know. You tell me.
I think the red would be, because it's a longer wavelength, would be more subjective to being bent by refraction than the blue light would. Is all I would think. I don't think it moves any slower. Hard to talk about light moving, though, isn't it?
It is
You know, they
hard to
show
talk about light moving, especially in
yeah.
that kind of idea, right? So think of it this way. If I
And
had guns that shot tennis balls at different frequencies, would you say that one would get there faster than the other? Or does it just have a reduction in the amount of tennis balls that would hit, or an increase in the amount of tennis balls that would hit the target over a specified time? When we're talking about light, is that light traveling faster? Or is it somehow just having more packets of energy that we call photons hitting a specified target over a period of time?
they wouldn't necessarily have to be moving at different speeds, but you know, the ones that are being fired with a greater frequency are going to impart, you know, more energy, and you're going to have more impacts per minute or per second, whatever.
Yeah. So it could be something where each tennis ball gun is shooting tennis balls at 50 miles an hour. One just shoots one every half second, the other one just shoots it every second.
Yeah.
Is that how you see conceptually the two varying wavelengths of light traveling, or do you see it?
That's not a bad analogy. Yeah, that's not a bad analogy. All the balls are going the same velocity, but you're getting more balls with the higher frequency.
Yeah. Do you think that's the case for the entire electromagnetic spectrum?
Well, yeah, they say that information travels at the speed of light, right? And they don't talk about this frequency goes this fast and this frequency goes that fast. They just say that it all travels at the speed of light. Depending on the medium, right? I mean, depending on what you shoot it through.
Yeah.
But I do believe if we were going 1,000,000 miles an hour through space or 10 million miles an hour through space, the Earth and Moon, I think we could shoot the Moon just fine.
That's cool. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I've thought deeply enough on that, or the components that would be taking place for that, to give an answer or an opinion.
Yeah. And then we went to trains, and then we went to Lorentz contraction and throwing stakes in the ground and trains inside of trains and baseballs in trains and trains.
Yeah.
See, the problem is most of the time the relativistic answers somehow always involve trains within their analogies. So
Yeah. In conservation of momentum, we talk about trains.
trains get talked about a lot.
Relativity. Yeah.
Hey, left lane. Can
Yeah,
you
man.
hear me?
Yeah.
It's man. Hey, so last question, I didn't get to respond to it, but before you guys move on to trains again, how did you measure the 1.4 million mile an hour Earth travel?
See, that's just I haven't given that a lot of thought and to voice an opinion about our
Maybe you should.
single vector through the universe. You know, I mean, I understand our rotation and our orbit, and then once we get outside of our solar system description, I'm kind of sitting back listening. You know.
Well, we got all the way to, that was your first thing that you prefaced your whole statement with. And from then on, we just, it was off to the races. But It's like, how are we going to get past that? If we're traveling 1.4 million miles through space, is what you said. Now that right there, like just that statement alone, like you can't get past that. Like you have to deal with that first.
Well, that goes into the observations and astronomy, that or astrology, that astronomy, that they talk about how fast our solar system is moving through the galaxy and how fast the galaxy is moving through the universe and all that, and that's out of my wheelhouse. Once it gets, like I said, out of, we could, it's easy for us, well, from a globe perspective, to see the one rotation per day of the Earth and the 365 days of orbit around the sun and things like that. But once it gets outside of that, I sit back and let other people talk about it.
Well,
I mean,
it's convenient that it's.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you
Yeah, you go. But
No, you, no,
yeah, I
you,
mean,
no, you
go
go.
ahead.
we talk about these we talk about these things based on the mainstream narrative, right? That this is what they say, and if this, and what would happen, and things like that. But I don't profess any expertise in any of that stuff.
So after the world stops moving and things that or hang on, did I hear that right?
What now?
Within the solar system, anything outside of that, you just shut down.
Not really shut down. I just I haven't observed that. I don't have any way to observe that, and I'm I had to plead ignorance on it, and I'm at the mercy of the people that claim that they do know. And of course, we have to put the faith in that. I mean, that's all. That's my only choice is to put faith in that that is correct. Because I can't refute it.
What do you mean you can't refute it, but you can't prove it? Like you can't measure the speed. We can't replicate it here on Earth in a vacuum chamber. There's, my gosh, like you see what happens to a car going 100 miles an hour that say it has some sort of, it has drag on it, right? So we have to make things aerodynamic. So, but it's convenient that the atmosphere is being pulled to the center of the Earth, but yet how come Earth doesn't get pulled away at that speed? It doesn't get ripped to shreds.
Ripped to shreds by what?
By that speed.
Forces.
Oh, well, we're traveling through a vacuum. There's no resistance out there outside the atmosphere. There's nothing to slow us down, really.
So if there's no resistance, then why do we lose part of our atmosphere every day?
We talk about the solar winds and things like that, and then there are some gas molecules that actually have enough energy, and a lack of collision or interaction will allow it to shoot off into space, right? And then there is the solar winds that kind of blow things off, that happens. And that's not hard for me to understand.
You believe it, yeah. Solar winds a lot.
That's another thing. Solar winds, man. Like there you go. Like,
Well, we can directly observe the effects of that, like the CMEs, and then they predict, when it's going to impact, and then we have the aurora borealis, that is the interaction of, the ions and stuff interacting with our atmosphere coming from the sun, and
those
stuff
things,
like that.
but those things have always been there, bro.
Yeah, well, the sun's always been there.
Yeah,
a long time.
Hey, Left Lane, you mentioned in a vacuum, right? So pretty much all this stuff is allowed to happen in a vacuum. Thanks to this vacuum, Earth is untouched by these breakneck speeds. But can we replicate this in a vacuum chamber?
No.
Well, we can replicate the lack of resistance. I mean,
No.
I could just off
How
the
about
cuff, I could imagine putting some sort of a fan type apparatus. I've used these fan restrictors that I put impact wrenches on and spin them up, and I can test the
My
output, the power of the impact wrench based on the resistance. And we could put these things inside the vacuum chamber, and we could measure a lack of resistance.
Why did you submit that there is no measurable model? There's no model for your spinning ball Earth. Just a minute.
No, there is. That's said a lot, but I disagree that there's no model. There's. I mean, how many different examples, and it's just piles and piles of evidence and information.
Excuse me, what?
It's not piles of evidence, Left Lane. You can't even replicate orbits in a vacuum. You can't replicate formations of planets, things clumping together, forming spheres. You can't do that on a small scale in a vacuum. Those are your conditions that you claim this Earth resides in, yet you can't replicate it. What does that mean?
It's because of the laws of physics that we understand work the way they do that we can't show you an orbit in a vacuum on the surface of the Earth.
I'm sorry. Are you appealing to authority?
Come on, man.
No, no. I understand that you're actually
appeal to
on
ignorance.
a big ball that's got gravity that's pulling everything down. It won't allow you to reproduce an orbit on the surface of the Earth.
That big ball of ignorance.
No, it's a big ball called planet Earth.
No, we got hey, hold on. We got don't we got the ISS?
Yep.
And why can't we do it there?
Yeah, that's show me, an orbit. I always say the ISS because we can see it. We can watch it go overhead. And if you catch it just right, you can see it twice in one evening.
I'm talking show me orbits in the ISS on a small scale. Can you do it?
Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think that would work either. I mean,
well,
are you
going to demonstrate your Earth then?
It would require. What would that require? What would they? It would require something big enough to exert enough force, the force of gravity. I mean, I think it would just be unpractical to do something like that, even on the ISS.
It's moving within the Earth's atmosphere. It's not outside. It's not in fucking space, bro. Whatever it is that they see, granted, they see it. It's moving within Earth's atmosphere. Whatever
I would agree that there is an amount of atmosphere out there at the ISS, but it's so low. I mean, there is an amount of drag because they have to boost it back up due to drag, but it's it's practically moving friction free out there.
So they're not
actually. It's not up there. This is all supposed stuff. It's not actually a fact. The ISS can't be up there because, hang on, the zone that it's supposed to be in is highly radiated to the tune of 25,000 rems, instantaneous step levels. And that radiation belt was left and the radiation belt that I'm speaking of was left behind back in 1962 by Operation Starfish Prime, Operation Fishbowl of the Lord, and Operation Dominic, right? And according to the British astronomer, Sir Bernard Lovell, he said that event created a radiation belt 100 times more lethal than the Van Allen radiation belt. And back in 1962, it would have been 250,000 rems back then. So there's no way the ISS is there. It's at 250 miles from the Earth's surface. That's impossible. It's not there. They'd be dead.
Yet I see it. You can see it, Jim.
It's not what you. If you do the maths
Jim,
properly,
can I ask you a question?
Hang on a minute. You don't know what you're seeing. It is not the ISS.
They say you can see it. Now go.
Yeah, I mean, I've witnessed
Okay,
it many
Jen.
times, and
You've
people,
not seen.
you
You're
know,
a liar. You ain't
have
seen it.
actually
You ain't
taken
seen the
pictures of it.
ISS.
You know,
It's not up there.
so
Yeah,
Hey,
why don't you show us
Jen.
the pictures that you've taken? Show us those pictures that you've taken of the
Hold on, Jen. Can
ISS.
I ask you a question?
Yeah, go on.
This deadly radiation you're talking about. So when you leave the Earth's atmosphere, it's going to be more intense. But when you're here in this atmosphere, inside the atmosphere, it's not as intense. We all get that, right?
Yeah, what we're saying is that what the experts have said is that it's instantaneous because it's a mixture of gamma, neutron, solar flare particles. The alpha particles are very scarce. Okay, so and it's deadly to any living organism or human beings, astronauts. It's deadly, instantaneous death. They said instantaneous, and this is according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA. They're the ones who are
Why?
credited for this information.
Yeah. Okay. So good. So one last question. Why do you believe the mainstream authority when it comes to radiation and REM levels, but yet you don't believe in, say, the ISS?
Yeah, to be quite
That's
honest,
kind of weird.
I don't believe in any of this stuff that I'm telling you. This is the information that is out there that the experts are using to question the validity of the ISS, the moon landing hoax, Mars rovers, and everything. Because these things have been put out there by the astronomers, the cosmologists, the astronomers, theoretical physicists, professors, and scientists. They're the ones who put all this stuff out there. So I'm bringing it all together and saying, how can it be if this is what the environment is supposed to be like? Do you understand now?
Don't
Okay,
forget you can
thank you.
find the ISS with a Pokemon app. Just saying.
There you go. So basically, it would be impossible for the ISS to be where it's claimed to be operating. Remember, you haven't established the Office of Globe Ball yet. That hasn't been established. We're saying it's flat. Then you're telling us it's spin. No established spin. Then you have the second law of thermodynamics violation problem. So these things haven't been settled yet, and now you're talking ISS. And according to those experts, it couldn't be there because the radiation levels there would instantaneously kill them. 70 rems of radiation to an astronaut passing through. Just 70 rems would leave the astronaut with partial vision loss, nausea, vomit. 170 rems would equal complete vision loss, according to them, right? Vomit, nausea, diarrhea, death within 60 days. A 20 to 30% probability of
Vomiting
death.
and nausea. Wow.
Yes,
yeah.
the whole lot. This
Vomiting
is
and
just that,
nausea. Both.
but this is
Both
just hang
vomiting
on,
and nausea.
hang on a second. This is just at 170 rems. Remember, the belts that I'm talking about contain 25,000 rems, and then the Van Allen radiation belts contain 2,500 rems apiece. So, as far as I'm concerned, there is no ISS up there. It's impossible. It's in a zone by which the equipment should have blown up because it's too what's the word? Too intense, the radiation levels, and no human would be alive. No human would be alive up there. So no,
Rem,
no.
Jin, if equipment blows up when at that position, how do they put the equipment there to measure it?
As far as I'm concerned, it's all BS.
Right.
There is no ISS.
Shit,
There is
he
no ISS up there.
So they've
preaches it, but
measured it.
it's all BS.
Yeah, they've measured it, but the equipment they send it to measure it would have blown up. That's airtight. That's
Well, as
airtight,
far
Jin.
as I'm
That's airtight.
concerned, it's all BS. This is what they tell us, yeah. So we know it's BS. We know the ISS is
I don't
not up there.
understand why you preach this stuff, but you think it's all BS.
I've got to preach it because I've got to bring it to your attention that there's a lot of conflicting information out there that doesn't make sense. They describe the environment of space as cosmic ray particles, vacuum, radiation of the varying kinds. All of them will kill you, except for the alpha, the beta one, but which is scarce. It's in scarcity. It's not really a thing. Right, according to them, this is, yeah. So how did they go through? Now, if you look at, they've also come out and said that aluminium is the worst material to build your spacecraft to go to space, because when the radiation passes through the aluminium, it intensifies in the environment where the astronauts are occupying. As it goes through, it intensifies that radiation, so it will kill you on contact. Basically, this is according to Noah again. Okay, and then if they were to shield, let's say, the Apollo missions, the capsule, they would have needed 10 centimeters thick of aluminium all the way round to protect themselves. Had that. It was 2 millimeters thick. The LEM was even less than that, less than a millimeter thick, or a millimeter, let's say. Sheet foil aluminium. It was ridiculous, they said. And this is according to Bill Wood. Okay, because he was asked if NASA built any shielding for the aluminum, for the radiation. And he said they couldn't do it because it would have posed a problem for the Saturn rocket to take off, to lift off, basically. So there you go. 10 centimeters thick of aluminium. They didn't have anywhere near that. 2 millimeters. Okay.
The gold
foil.
foil.
Right?
Right?
Wonder how much water.
Did the gold foil.
Didn't they have water jackets on it that protected them from the radiation?
That would have been a waste of water, and they didn't have that. Bill Wood said they didn't have any shielding, is the words he used. So there was no water jackets, and that would have been posing a problem there. What if that's been hit with solar particles? You know, the solar particles and the cosmic ray particles. That it would have destroyed those water bags, or whatever you call them. Because they move at the speed of light, you see. Almost at the speed of light. So no, you still would need, hang on. With water, they said you need 2 meters thick of water shielding. 2 meters
That's not
is what
true.
you would require.
That's not true.
That's what they said. That's what they've said. 2 meters thick.
But these are like alpha particles too. Like they'll rip right through you. Like they'll rewrite your DNA for you. Those guys should have had a lot of, I would think, possibly physical problems, but it doesn't seem that they did at all.
Right. And the article that I will post for you to read for yourselves.
Obviously, they built themselves back now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to post the article for you to read. It's from the Herald of the United States. And it was saying that the NASA was reticent in giving them the biological information of the doses that the astronauts were supposedly exposed to. It's all conflicting, doesn't make sense. It's not enough, okay? And they need to get this right before they send them on to Mars. Let me post this article for you.
Alpha particles can't get past the outer layer of your skin, and they're shielded by a single sheet of paper. But other than that,
The alpha particles are of no concern because they're scarce. The alpha particles are scarce. They're not around almost, right?
Scarce.
They're not around. Yes, you got it. Scarce or scarce, as you say, right? They're like non-existent. The problems are the gamma, the neutron, the solar flare particles, cosmic ray particles. These are the ones that will kill you. These are the problems, okay? Alpha that you mentioned are almost non-existent out there. Thank you very much. But they're very quick to mention those. So I thought I'd dispel that immediately.
Yeah, no.
What? Why are they scarce?
Huh?
Because they're
Why are they scarce?
not there. They're not there. They're just not there. That's why they're scarce. Scarce because they're not there, obviously. Why? Why would that be a problem? Because they're not there. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
They're scarce. They're scarce because they're scarce. They're not being produced in abundance to cause a problem. Okay? Man, questions they ask you. Fucking are they scarce? Why are you a fucking glober who's in disbelief?
Have you got any citations for any of this, Jin?
You
or
ever
is it
seen
just,
alpha particles?
It's coming your way shortly. Just bear with me.
Yeah.
Bear with me.
I've heard
It's
that-
coming
I've
your
heard
way.
that before, Jin.
It's coming your way, definitely. Don't worry. I mean, I posted a lot of stuff on the gravity stuff. No one picked it up.
Oh, Jin posted some scientific evidence from Pete and Pete. Go look at that, guys. You might learn something.
Pete and Pete. Oh, well, there we are. Then. If they've said it, it's true.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back. I'm back, guys. What's up?
Oh. No, now we're in trouble.
What I
Right,
learned.
right. What are you on about? The radiation and the ISS? They're going to the moon or something?
He's Van Allen belts. He's done the lot.
I thought it was the Van Halen belts. I keep hearing somebody say.
Jin is just whipping these ballers. They have no response because they have no integrity.
It's
Jeremy,
it's
that's-
like I'm sitting here thinking, you know, I mean, he's like he like bombards you with so much nonsense that you don't even know where to start. I mean, it's like it leaves you speechless.
Well, it's not so much nonsense. It's reality.
Yeah, I disagree.
Or is it because you realize how deeply you are like bought into this lie, and that you're like, oh, help me get out? Maybe it's that.
No, I think 99.9% of what Jen said is false.
99.9%. Are you for fucking real, bro?
He doesn't even believe it himself.
0.9% of what you just said is fucking untrue.
But he was citing like actual numbers, man. So like, how could that be false?
Well,
He's saying your guys.
He wasn't.
The amount of radiation.
He wasn't citing numbers. He was stating numbers. You got any citations for any of it?
Yeah. Where do you think he got those numbers from? You think Jin?
I don't know.
You
He
think
hasn't
Jin made
shown
those
me.
numbers up?
Well, what do you reckon?
All right, let's see some numbers, Jin. No, that's a good.
Don't
I would
worry.
want to see the numbers too from the citations. It's perfectly acceptable.
Fair enough, isn't it?
Post them
Yeah,
up,
that's
Jin.
an acceptable
That's
request.
fair.
But the only thing is, some of them are not cited. No citations because they come from a video called "What Happened on the Moon" Part 1, "What Happened on the Moon" Part 2 and 3, where they talk about radiation and the problems with rockets, and they mention these things in passing. You see. Okay? Experts. But I'm going to post an article. I'm actually
you
currently
write it
looking for
down?
an article that tells you. I'm going to post everything that I've got. That's what I'm going to do. Just give me a chance.
Surely
I'm going to post my sources,
surely
and
it's
you
not
read
hard
it
to
for
get.
yourself. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, surely it's not hard though to get the actual numbers that NASA or whoever claims is actually up there for the Van Allen belts and all that, right?
It's not
That's
coming.
got to be
It's
easy
not
to
coming
find. I
from
mean, come on,
NASA,
guys.
is it? It's coming from Sir Bernard Lovell and David Percy, David Groves, Bill Woods, Bill Casing, Ralph Renee, NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. It's all over the
There's
place.
one.
Yeah.
All right, there's one. Surely NASA has the numbers on the temperature and how much radiation and all that is in space. So that shouldn't be too hard to.
Yeah,
But
hard to
they've
come
been
across,
resident.
right?
They've been resident in bringing up the actual numbers. This is why the article that I'm posting is actually questioning the validity of the information they gave out because it's conflicting and it's not enough. You see, it doesn't make sense to the established knowledge of radiation. Okay.
Again, I've just posted the link to the PDF from the Apollo Experience Report, radiation on the Apollo missions.
I really couldn't give a
Robert
shit about
A.
that.
English, Richard E. Benson, J. Vernon Bailey, and Charles M. Barnes of the Manned Spacecraft Center, Houston, Texas 77058. March 1973.
Well done. Would I believe it? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't believe that for a second.
That's fair
Yeah,
enough.
you
That's fair
wouldn't
enough if
believe
you don't want to
actual
believe it.
data. You wouldn't believe actual data from actual doctors studying the actual people, but you'll
I'm
believe
not gonna
something
follow
made up.
those
You
scumbags.
follow up something made up by some flat earther who just
I'm
made
not
up shit and doesn't understand radiation. But that's
definitely not
okay.
going to be following those scumbags.
Yeah, we're definitely not going to be
That's for sure.
swallowing like real data. Let's just make shit up. It's much
I'm not making any shit up at all.
Yes, you are. You're
No, I'm
making
not.
total
Doris.
shit up.
That's a wild and baseless claim. You have
No,
no
it's not.
evidence for that.
We just gave
I'm
you.
going to be
Excuse
posting
me.
my sources.
We just
I'm
gave you
going to
the
be posting
data.
my sources.
We
I'm going
just
to be
gave you
posting
the
my
data,
sources.
and you
All
said
right,
nothing.
guys.
I'm going to
Okay.
be posting
I'm
my
just going to
sources.
tempt mute you, Jen.
Me? Why me all the time? Why me all the time?
Relax.
Every time you do that, Jeremy, it's a big mistake.
I don't know. You were
You do it all the time, Jeremy. You know, you
people
can
trying
say I
to-
was talking and
It's the other
NASA Shield
guy.
is attacking, but you don't do NASA Shield. You know, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Yes, I'm just okay.
This is
Everyone
why
go one at a
that's
time,
why
and we can
I will
we'll all
always
get to
be your
speak our
enemy.
piece. Jen,
I
you're
will
over
always
talking
be
me right
your
now,
enemy,
bro. What are you
Jeremy.
doing?
I will
Why
always
you
be
get
your
no
enemy,
Jeremy?
Jeremy.
Jeremy hasn't
always-
said anything.
I will always be your enemy, Jeremy. I will always be. Remember that.
So,
You
Gian, I
always
just
make the
posted.
wrong decision.
Just anybody's interested, I posted page 2 from that doctor's report, and they talk about radiation dose estimates of actual events 68 to 69. So they're not hiding the fact there's radiation. They're talking about how those radiation bursts could, manifestly affect people's health. And they also talk about the dosimetry mechanisms they use on the spacecraft to measure the radiation.
Sorry, what?
Talk about the
Sorry.
radiation protection.
Hang on,
It
hang
might
on.
be worth reading, mightn't it?
So you believe everything you read? Man?
No, not every, I don't believe everything I read.
Well, it sounds like it.
But because I'm reading one thing, and you're telling
Yeah,
me
because
that I'm
you're telling me this is truth because you're reading it because some guy said he went into outer space and now suddenly it's true. What the fuck, bro?
Okay, fine. If you think that me reading one thing means I believe everything I read, and you're telling me that this thing isn't true without
No,
reading
but
it.
you're trying to tell me that everything you read is true. Therefore,
No,
I don't
I
believe
didn't say
you.
that. I didn't say that at all. You're making
Okay,
that
my,
up. I didn't tell you
my
that
bad.
everything I read is true.
But
When did
is
I
he
say
talking,
that?
But is he talking about outer space?
This article was talking about radiation reports from NASA.
Which is what Jim's
So
claim.
that would be where the
Jim's
information would
claim.
come from, because I mean, no one else has been up there measuring these things.
Jen's claim is
Why
about the
NASA?
radiation space. So who else are we going to get the information from about how much radiation is up there?
That's fine.
Yeah,
Not back
but
then,
if you
anyway.
remember, if you can hear me, my claim is that the article that I'm going to post shortly is questioning the information that NASA is pushing out because it's going against established information, and somebody's making
Quieten
a
down,
lot of
Jimmy.
background noise
That's
there.
better.
Background
Okay,
noise,
Jin.
hot micing, whoever that
That's
is.
fair enough. That's fair enough, and I appreciate what Jin's doing.
Jin, can you say that again? I had to mute Jeremy. He was hot micing. Can you say it again?
Sorry, yeah. The article that I'm about to post is questioning the information that NASA is pushing out about the so-called radiation doses, because they're saying that it goes against the established knowledge of radiation and it doesn't make any sense. It's not enough information. This is the article that I'm about to post. And this article as well states that aluminium is the raw material to use in space. Okay, it's coming soon. I'm just trying to locate it. Hang on a
When you
second.
say article, is this a YouTube video, Jin?
It's not a video. It is an article from a newspaper. I think it's called the Herald, and it's
All
coming
right,
soon.
cool.
Just give me a chance.
All right, let's have a look.
Yeah.
I mean, if you just want to say this is all space doesn't exist, we can't go there, then let's not bother with a discussion about radiation.
Well, I mean, but the thing is, it's out there, isn't it? Because they tell us that radiation poses a formidable obstacle to get over. And in this article, it was stating, hang on, in this article, it stated that if NASA doesn't get this radiation problem sorted out, they won't be able to send people to Mars, for example. This is what they're saying in this article.
Fine. So what you're doing is you're using information that people are telling you where they assert that space is there and radiation is there,
right,
as an argument to say that space isn't there and radiation isn't there. I mean,
Well,
you've got to
how
make your
can it
mind up,
be?
Jin.
Hang on. The question is, how can it be they could have gone there with all these obstacles in place? That's the question. You see, that's the question. Yes, that's
the
exactly
question.
what the experts. This is not off my head. This is what the experts whose material that I've watched are posing. So it's not self-induced here. So I'm not taking any claims of any
So
intellectual prowess.
Well, let's evaluate what they say are the obstacles, and then we'll take it from there then.
Well, yeah, well, the obstacles are, what they said, cosmic ray particles, solar flares that happen on an 11-year cycle, for example. We have neutron radiation, cosmic ray particle radiation, gamma ray particle radiation. Then there's
Cosmic ray and solar flares, Jin. Cosmic
solar
ray and
flares,
solar flares are the same
solar
thing.
flares, yeah.
You have to
All these
if you're going
things,
to bullet point.
all these things pose a problem for human beings. Okay.
Yeah, Jin, you
Then-
sound
then-
silly. You sound silly.
Don't worry.
You sound
I don't
silly
sound
listing
silly.
the same thing
No, I
twice under
don't
different
sound
names.
silly. No, I don't sound silly.
You do.
You're just trying to. No, I don't. Don't worry. Thank you very
Indicates
much.
you haven't
I'm
read
bringing
it
to life.
properly.
Not only that. Then you've got the man-made radiation belt, which no one wants to talk about, at 250 miles off the Earth's surface. Then you've got the two radiation belts that need to be contended with, each containing 2,500 rems apiece. That would be instantaneous death. And according to NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, they've said that 500 rems in bold black letters, a numeral 500 rems will kill.
Can we have the citation, Jin, for God's sakes?
Don't worry, all coming. I'm having to scroll down to look in my history, so bear with me. Meanwhile, carry on. Carry on, my dear friends, carry on. I'm now looking. There will be a slight interlude from Jin CBR1's voice.
You think this radiation, stellar radiation, makes satellite communications impossible, Jin?
Well, this is what the experts say it would do. It would interfere greatly.
Who said that then?
Hey, Jin, why don't you believe what the other experts say about other aspects of space? And would what they say interfere with what you really think the sun is? In your flat Earth model, how are these, REMs and all this stuff actually happening on your model? Do you believe that the radiation is there in your model?
Yeah, it's a good question. We don't do beliefs. Secondly, we don't have
Don't do beliefs.
Natural law here at the end of the day.
Thirdly, your model.
The globe itself hasn't been established as the Earth hasn't been established as a globe. So all things that are being perpetrated from a globe perspective is all void and null until you actually establish this Earth with a globe that is spinning with gravity. You haven't got nothing. Everything is bullshit. Simple.
No, it is. No, it's spinning around, and water does that. It does that naturally. Yes.
There's nothing to consider.
Nothing.
Space is not even on the menu, boy.
Fuck off.
Space is not even on the menu. So I hope I answered your question perfectly for you there. We don't even have a ball Earth, let alone going to space.
No,
it's so silly, man.
No, hold on. I asked him about what he thinks the sun is and what he believes the sun is.
Don't know what it is.
I've never known what the
What do you
experts
believe?
say.
What do you believe?
Yes. Yeah,
What do you
I don't know
believe?
what it is. I've never known.
You believe?
Jen
Earth
answer.
is the- All right.
Let
I'll
Jen
stop.
answer.
I've never known. I've never known what the sun is. I've never claimed to know. I will never know because I can't go to the sun to confirm what my ideas might be. I can speculate, but speculation is not
Then why
the
do you
truth.
believe? Then why do you believe what the experts say if they've never been there either?
What I'm doing is bringing what the experts say to the table. Does it mean I believe it? No, it doesn't, does it? But it's a question that has to be asked because that's what they're telling us. They're the so-called experts. That's the environment. And then you have another group saying they went into that environment. Yeah? Well, how did you overcome all these problems? That's what I'm doing. Bringing in the other side of the argument. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, but that other argument's null and void because you've never been there and neither have they. So why would you believe them?
Again, it's not a belief. You keep getting that wrong. I don't believe it. I'm using it as a question, as a benchmark for questioning what is being claimed that has been done that it can't be proven. You see?
Well, Jin, if they're fabricating all of it in your mind, why would they fabricate the radiation claims that then would not be possible for men to live through if they're faking all of it in your viewpoint?
Well, you have to remember that these guys are lying, and sometimes they trip over their lies, because it was James Van Allen who actually supposedly discovered the Van Allen radiation belts back in 1958 or 59. Yeah, 58 it was when he discovered them. Okay, so now they've told a lie there, and then now they're going to be going to the moon shortly after that. You see, so they shoot themselves in the foot. It's their problem. We have to bring all the lies and all the conflicting information to the table. This is how we begin to get an understanding and keep a clean breast of everything.
See, we don't deny the Van Allen radiation belts are there. We just don't think they're what you say they are.
Well, this is what James Van Allen has stated, that they pose a formidable obstacle for any Apollo mission, any astronauts. I'm sorry, that's what he said, James Van Allen himself, the discoverer of the Van Allen radiation belts.
This this link, Jin, that you're taking forever to find, is it the Herald Scholarly Open Access paper on Apollo flights and the hazards of radiation?
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, I'll post it, seeing as you seem incapable.
You mean the one that we told you in the other server is an opinion piece and written into a? It says so right in the upper right hand corner.
The opinion piece wasn't related to that article. It's related to something.
Totally says it's an opinion piece. It's also written in an open source. It's open. God, you did not clarify it. It says opinion piece right on it.
Hey, you guys, hold on. You guys, hold on. You guys got to go one at a time. Whatever it is you're saying, you got to go one at a time. So just.
He interrupted me when I devastate his argument that it says it's an opinion piece. It's written in an open source journal with a very low content rating. He's basically written from another nut job who's basically been kicked out of being a doctor. I mean, come on, Jin, how many strikes do you need against this guy?
Have you finished? I clarified it with Gem Panda and the rabble in that server that particular opinion was related to something else, not with the actual material therein. And you will read it for yourself. And
right
see
there, very top, type, opinion
it's
article.
Got nothing to do with. It's got nothing to do with. Yeah, read it properly. Read it all.
I did.
Read it
Journal
all.
of Medicine and Rehabilitation, category medical, type, opinion piece. I'm not out of context. It's right at the top of the article. Plus, it's written into an open journal.
You see that it's got nothing
you
to do
could
with
publish in this paper. You could publish in this journal, Jin.
It
has zero standards.
You guys are not doing too well. You guys are not doing too well.
Pose a question.
Yeah, it's getting kind of crazy.
I don't like that.
I know he doesn't like me because I devastate you.
What's the journal?
Don't devastate me at all. No, I devastate you.
The journal
and you don't like it.
The Herald Journal of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation.
Question regarding.
I'm about to publish something in there.
Yeah, question regarding the actual information. So, NASA Shield, do you have contention with things that are written within the article, or just where the article has been published?
Well, they're both related. This is an opinion piece written by a guy who doesn't know what he's talking about, written into a journal where anybody can publish stuff.
We understand that. So
says the man has
gentleman's
no qualifications to speak.
And why are you talking over me, bud? So within this gentleman's opinion, what do you disagree with his opinion, regardless of source?
Nearly everything he says is incorrect.
Do you have any specifics relating to what Jen is talking about?
Have you read the article?
No, I haven't. I'm just trying to get the conversation moving along based on like actual information and refutation of that information, not necessarily just source. Don't like where it was posted, this, that, or the other. Let's actually talk about
information.
This
discussion, actually.
Can you speak to the information that Jen was talking about?
Why don't you read the article?
It's not important. It's a genetic fallacy.
No, actually, it is important because, I mean, do you believe in stuff from the National Enquirer? This is basically the National Enquirer of science.
I could probably refute things from the National Enquirer if somebody was bringing that up.
Too.
Okay, then let's work on doing that as opposed to trying to dismantle things solely based on where they're published.
Where they're published.
Otherwise, we could just say anything that's not published in what you agree with as pertinent scientific publications is therefore null and void. We can only adhere to anything that's been published by standards of paid NASA shill. Anything else is complete and utter nonsense.
Well, we can start
If
off
the
with the fact
National
that
Enquirer, if the National Enquirer posted the sun was 93 million miles away, do we just disregard that because it came from them, or?
well, if the National Enquirer says that somebody was born with the alien, but had their baby, do we believe that? Come on, this is the National Enquirer.
It's a genetic fallacy either way. Let's move on.
No, it's not. The genetic fallacy. Did you ever like go to school and have like how to write a paper? Did you like use the National Enquirer
Why are
as a
you
source?
coming at Jeremy now instead of like actual information? Can we go back to Jen's
Again,
claims?
the reason that we started on this with the so-called genetic fallacy unquote is that even the journal itself says that this is an opinion piece.
It's written by someone who is he's a neuroscientist. He doesn't know anything about space travel.
He's also basically
regardless.
a known crazy dude. He's writing about science, and he's writing about space, which he knows. He's writing about radiation, which he knows little about.
But you're also misconflating the source of the National Enquirer. That's just basically a tabloid kind of a rag sheet where they talk about celebrities. You're probably thinking of the Sun or something like that. But they talk about
The Sun is actually more. No, this thing is anyway. Whatever. And what I'm saying is this is the National Enquirer of science. Anybody can publish in this thing. They have little to no standards, little to no. There's no peer review.
What are you talking about?
Oh shit!
There's no peer review in this paper, especially on opinion pieces.
What do you mean?
There's no peer review.
Well, let's go over some of the things you differ with the article. Otherwise,
have you read the article?
They're citing organizations in their so-called opinion piece.
Right, but
I've read the article because I've read the article several times.
Paid Chill, why don't you like bring up an actual point and then say why you think it's incorrect, and then actually refute it, because you could get true information from anyone, no matter whatever piece it is. So what do you have? What actual refutation do you have of one of the points?
You can start off with aluminum alloys being not the material to make spacecrafts out of. It's funny how almost every spacecraft that has gone into space has been made out of aluminum.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
They're begging the question fallacy because they've never gone to space. You're
yes,
a liar.
they have, Jen. There are 10 people in space right now as we speak.
No spacecraft has gone to space.
As we speak, there are 10 people in space.
Still stands.
Really?
Look, the experts have said that they need 10 centimeters thick of aluminium around the Apollo capsule. And Bill Wood said they didn't have any of that shielding. It's not incorrect. It's not incorrect.
It is
I've
incorrect.
posted my sources. They're there. You'll read
Your
it for
sources
yourself
are wrong.
anyway. You can read it for yourself from NASA Really Mooned America by Ralph Renee. And Bill Wood said that NASA did not have any kind of shielding around the capsule. In fact, with the LEM, they had to run it at reduced pressure because they couldn't get the aluminum to be thick enough. And the reason was it would have been too heavy for the actual rocket to take off.
Jen, what's the radiation?
He is a rocket. Hang on, he's a rocket propulsion expert. Stop interrupting when I'm talking. Thank you.
Would you stop rambling on then? Would you make like one point and then
I'm not
leave?
rambling on. Gio, when I'm trying to explain something, it does take a while for me to explain it because there's a lot that I try to condense. And every time NASA Jill jumps in, this is how it goes out of control. And I totally disrespect his ask because he keeps saying, I'm rambling. I'm not rambling. You're a mug and you always will be a mug, NASA. Scum.
Rambling. Again, what is the radiation in the Van Allen radiation belt? Do you know what kind of radiation it is? Yes or no? Because there are different types of radiation.
It's a mixture. Let me tell you, first of all,
mixture of what?
You've asked a question. You asked a question, so let me answer it. The first thing about it is, if you're worried about, ladies and gentlemen, if you're worried about alpha particles, they are of the least in the belt. They're scarce. Okay, then you've got gamma, neutron, and solar flare particles
beta.
To contend
you forgot
with,
beta.
And it's a mix in the van.
You forgot beta.
Sorry.
Wow. He's kind of interrupting you again, man.
Breaking up.
Just let him finish, dude. But all right.
Yeah.
Called beta over there. Or is it beta?
Hold on. I thought he was interrupting, so I muted him. That's the thing, you guys. You gotta. I don't know. There's a fine line between
and beta.
Well,
Yeah.
there's a fine
So
line
beta
between being
particles,
hold on,
if I
Jim.
may just finish off,
Okay,
if I
yeah.
may just finish
Fine.
off, if I may just finish off, beta particles and alpha particles, ladies and gentlemen, they are of the least. Words like scarce. So they're not something to be worried about. The main problem are the other ones that I mentioned.
In the meantime,
Solar
though, the
flare
Van Allen
particles.
rate. In the
Why
meantime,
are you
yeah,
interrupting?
I thought you
Why
were
are you
done. You
interrupting?
stopped. You fucking
I'm not done
stopped.
yet. You heard me say. You
Why
can
don't
hear
you
me
tell me?
talking.
Okay, from now on,
Shut up,
say
you naso
say
scumbag mate.
done.
Shut
Say
up.
done when you're done.
Shut up.
Okay.
All right, Jen, just I don't know if you guys are even able to have a conversation, honestly.
Yeah, it's gonna
There's
be rough.
a couple of
I'm waiting for
things
him to say done.
I'd bring up about the paper in question. At
2
one
seconds.
point in the paper, he does state the Apollo 11 capsule's aluminium shielding amounted to a wall of lead about 7 millimeters thick. And at the bottom,
Aluminium.
at the bottom of the same article, he says, he doesn't mention the lead, and he says it's inadequate. So there's some conflicting statements in this report. And at one point, in his discussion section, he says things. He uses the word may quite a bit. He doesn't say will or would have. He says may.
Might have.
Yeah. He doesn't say would have or asserts anything. He says there's the use of the word may.
Yeah,
All right,
the
let's
problem
be
is
clear.
aluminium.
Hold on, Jen. I think you got muted because it got crazy there. But you should just be able to finish your thought. So finish your thing.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Try to keep it concise, and then say done when you're done, and then someone can respond.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I usually do. I usually say you can talk now, but I'm not getting to that point because people are just impatient. The truth is so unbearable, isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, the point is aluminium is the worst material to use for any spacecraft because of the inherent dangers of the atmosphere. Sorry, the environment. Okay, that's all I'm going to say for now. Anybody else? Carry on.
Jim, what type of radiation is in the Van Allen radiation belt?
Well, I did answer that, and you interrupted me when I was answering. There we go again, ladies and gentlemen. The radiation particles that are of least concern because they are scarce, that would be the beta and the alpha. Don't worry about those. They're almost non-existent. The ones that you want to worry about are the gamma, the cosmic ray particles, the solar flare particles. These are the ones that will kill you. According to the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, they said that 500 REMs, and remember the Van Allen radiation belt has 2,500 REMs apiece, 500 REMs alone will kill you. I'm finished. You can talk now.
You're totally wrong because the Van Allen radiation belt is alpha and beta particles. You're right. You don't have to worry about them because alpha particles are stopped by a piece of paper. And guess what stops beta particles? A couple millimeters of aluminum. Yes, you are also correct that the dangerous particles are the solar flares, the neutrons, and the gamma rays, but they are not in the Van Allen radiation belt. They're coming from
Ladies
the
and
sun.
gentlemen,
Stop again.
I'm nearly there.
Stop
Sorry,
again.
I'm nearly there.
I was actually talking, and you interrupted
I'm nearly
me.
there.
How come
there.
you don't show me the same courtesy I showed you, Jen? I shut up and waited for you to get done. Like I said, we'll start over again.
Wrong and he's embarrassed. That's why.
We'll start over again. The Van Allen radiation belts are alpha and beta particles. The Apollo capsule had sufficient shielding for alpha and beta particles. They also went through at not a narrow part of the belt, and they also went through very quickly. Now, the gamma rays and the neutrons and the solar flares are a problem. Fortunately, they timed the missions to the moon to be in times that did not have these events. If they had been there during the events, then we would have a different discussion.
Why wouldn't they do the same thing now?
Hang on, I'm nearly there now. Hang on, I've got to rebut that. Ladies and gentlemen, according to David Percy from the documentary called What Happened on the Moon, Part 2 and 3, which looks at the radiation and the rockets, they said that NASA would have us believe that they had control over the events of the radiation, but they don't, because they are unpredictable, just like earthquakes, ladies and gentlemen. And hang on, I'm nearly there. the intensity of the radiation belts are 2,500 rems. No piece of paper is going to protect. That piece of paper will incinerate. You're not going to be protected. Okay, that's
Again, alpha in REM. Speaking of radiation, you don't speak in REMs. REMs is an absorption, not a radiation measurement. You want to talk in sieverts or some other unit. REM is a radiation equivalent man, I believe. So it's an absorption. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of intensity and time. So when you have a fairly intense environment, you go through it quickly. You don't get that much radiation. And once again, you have misconstrued the Van Allen radiation belts. They are alpha and beta or beta particles.
Yeah, but it's not that you're going through them. They're a shield for Earth to protect us from the radiation coming in from outer, where the sun and so the sun's rays and other things. So I don't get why you're saying the speed you go through them matters. Once you get on the other side of them is when you would be most affected. And if it's so easy just to pick the times and go around the weakest part, why don't they do that now? Why do we have a NASA representative saying we have to overcome this because it's dangerous radiation levels that would kill our astronauts? They don't even talk about the technology that you say it would affect, which is causing them trouble. It's weird.
Yeah, the
I'd say
radiation
the issue has been solved.
has been solved.
What?
But the Van Allen belts aren't the shield. They're there because of the shield. Like we have a magnetic field or whatever, and the Van Allen belts are like trapped. It's basically like trapped radiation.
Yes.
I don't want to bring up something I just listened. I caught. Somebody said that the radiation did not penetrate the aluminum, right? That's what I think NASA still said. But aren't things now made of aluminum? So why would it even be why would they even discuss the danger now? Because all you gotta do is use the same aluminum they used back then. So why is it a danger now? I have to agree with that. What changed?
And then they're forgetting the intensities of the radiation. There's 25,000 rems to contend with. That's where the ISS is supposed to be. Then they'd have to go through the two Van Allen radiation belts themselves. They contain 2,500 rems. And then back in the Apollo missions, back in the 1960s, 1972 August, NOAA recorded a solar flare burst of debilitating radiation, 960 rems. So NASA did not plan this well. They said NASA chose the worst time to put on those missions because it coincided with the sun's 11-year solar flare event. Bad timing, according to
Do
NOAA.
you have a citation of that from NASA?
Yes, it's in. I posted it. It's in NOAA. It's in NOAA. It's in the NOAA. I posted it. You look for it. NASA really ruined America.
And they weren't between them.
Why are you interrupting? I'm talking.
Because I thought you were fucking done.
I haven't finished.
I know you're just rambling again.
Shut up, you stupid dumb American.
Ramble some more. Come on.
I'm not finished yet. Now
I have to tighten it up.
You made 5 points and 4 of them are wrong.
Hell again.
Peace, Jen.
Yes, they picked a bad time. It was the active solar in the sun. They also did not have a spacecraft between here and the moon during the solar flares. That was the chart that someone posted, 15 minutes ago at 49 past the hour. Guess what? They timed them so that they weren't out there. If they had been out there during these solar events, it would have been bad news.
It's impossible.
No, it's not.
It's impossible that they could control that. Impossible.
They didn't control it. You can control it by not being there when the solar flares are. They have some predictions.
Can you show me that the data that they were monitoring the solar flare activity during that time? You got the data for that?
Oh, fuck.
Are you asking NASA that? Yeah, go on, NASA.
Fuck.
Go on, NASA.
Oh,
yeah,
fuck. I'm just asking a question.
Yeah,
it's your argument.
Let's go find. Yeah, let's go look through. Do you see the one they posted at 49 past the hour? You see what Passy posted
I'm driving.
at 49 past?
I'm driving. I'm driving. I'm not seeing
any data that you can't see.
Who's to say that I can't pull over later when I get pulled at home? Look at the data.
Okay, at 49 past the hour, look at the chart. Then pull up the entire chart, the entire PDF that was posted. When was the PDF posted?
I'll repost it now. Do you want me to ask
Get
it
the whole
to?
PDF file.
Yeah, yeah.
Who?
And then you might want to watch what happened on the moon, part 2 and 3, where they talk about the radiation and that, and they explain to you how it would be impossible for NASA to have that under their control because it's an unpredictable event. It's unpredictable. There's no way they could know what was coming. Impossible. You would not know. You would have to be God to know that, basically. So no, sorry. I would not believe that NASA had data. Shut up whilst I'm talking. That NASA did not have data that could tell them when to go to space and when not to go. They don't have that. Sorry.
Well, and here's the only way you.
It's not in their control.
Hold on a second, Jen. All you got to do is think about this systematically. Think about this. The only way to determine solar flare activity is to observing it, right? And you'd have to have some kind of predictor, and also how long does it take for those solar winds to make it to the Earth? So you got the Apollo astronaut, what took them a couple of weeks, or maybe a week, or whatever it took them to get there. Oh, we observed a solar flare activity. Crap, guys, come back. We got a solar flare activity. But how would they predict it? How do they know? The only way you can do it is observe it. And you're saying they had technology back in the 1960s to determine when solar flare activity can occur?
Yeah, that's where NASA shows a sheer liar, because they don't.
Solar winds travel at 400 kilometers a second.
And if they're doing detectors, that means that the radiation has already hit the Earth, which means it would have passed the astronauts to hit the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's true. So the question is, how would they predict
Those
solar
sound
wind?
problematic to me.
Yeah,
okay,
they had no shielding for that stuff. No,
I would say it'd definitely be a hazard. Yeah.
Yeah. So the question is, can they predict solar winds?
And let's go back to that thing about the dangers of it. If they already knew that the shielding on the Apollo missions was sufficient to protect the astronauts, when they did the Orion mission, and if it was about the electronics, it would seem to me, and if you want to keep your weight down, wouldn't you just build your electronics into an aluminum box to protect them? That would be fairly simple, it would seem to me.
What's the radiation
It's just
shielding
about the
like
electronics.
What's the radiation shielding like on the Artemis craft?
Don't you guys agree? No, come on now. Come on, NASA Shield. Come on now, Zanuck. Don't you?
Aluminum protects you from alpha and beta particles.
Yeah, but they're of the least.
Okay, listen to me again. Hold on a second, Jen. Hold on a second, Jen.
It's important for NASA Shield to acknowledge that
Okay, now.
Hold on a second. I'm trying to make a point. The Orion mission, I remember watching that video that they were worried about that it's dangerous. And what is it dangerous for? Is it the electronics? Well, that seems like a very easily problem to solve, because if the aluminum on the Apollo mission was strong enough to keep that out, then why don't you just build the electronics into aluminum box? We can do that easily.
Again, aluminum protects you from alpha and beta particles. The problem that they're concerned with there are the other types. And our electronics now are much more sophisticated and significantly smaller than they were. Actually, radiation is more of an issue today with the electronics than it was 50, 60 years ago.
So don't you think a small aluminum box would be able to protect that?
God, how many times I got to tell you that?
Only from
You said, hold on. But, okay, so only from alpha and beta. So couldn't you build a box that could protect them? So you're saying the gamma could also protect them, or it's not protected?
You'd have to build something much heavier.
Right. So when it says the dangers, so in the Orion mission, when they talk about it, the dangers of this belt, what were they talking about? Dangers to what?
Electronics. Didn't we just go over that?
I know, but didn't you? Okay, so you're saying the gamma radiation would penetrate, if you put it in an aluminum box, it would penetrate the electronics and fry it.
Not necessarily fry, but they have other problems. The big problem you have is making, they count digitally, ones and zeros. The big problem is you have a particle come in, whack off, and suddenly a 0 becomes a 1 or a 1 becomes a 0. It's really, it's a problem.
Well, it's about shielding. So you got to shield it. So how do they shield it? How do they shield it now? How do they solve the problem?
Nothing can protect it.
I think they just made it more, what's the word I want? Hardy, so that they double count stuff. And
so what they did is they just made better computers. The ones and zeros, the ones and zeros. Well, that's what they're saying. Is like now they just built better computers. They're not shielding them really. They just made better computers. That's what
That's
that's what he's
You
arguing.
can't shield
Okay.
gamma. That's what he's talking about. So if you make multiple computers in different locations, the chance of both of them hitting simultaneously is pretty, slim. So they do a comparison, and if the redundancy of the computers can actually eliminate possible, or even double redundancy, can have 4 computers, whatever it is, to make it so it's safe by this type of possibility of a bit flip. A bit flip can be a real problem for whatever the function, and if it's calculating, how much weight you have, or how much mass you have, or whatever. It's not a big deal. But if it's actually a navigational issue, that could be a problem.
In the article's junk. The article's complete junk. I don't even want you to bother that.
You're breaking up, Jen. I think you broke up.
Aluminium to use in departments. Sorry, yeah, I was saying that the Herald article, which NASA shows in the opinion.
Gene, you keep
Okay,
about
right.
it.
So there's a problem, isn't there? There is definitely a problem, and the alpha beta particles, they're scarce. They're not a problem. That's
They're
not
not
the
scarce
the
in the
problem.
Van Allen radiation
They're
belt.
scarce
You
in the
lying.
look in the Van. Why won't you let me finish?
Because
They're
you're
scarce
wrong
because
again.
you're not letting. Look, can I not speak? Shut up. Thank
Do
you.
nothing but speak.
Shut up, you mug. Shut up. Thank you. Now, as I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, the problem with the Van Allen radiation belts is that the particles that he's mentioning, the alpha beta, they are scarce within the Van Allen radiation belts. They're made up of other particles, neutron, solar flare particles, and gamma. These are the ones that pose a problem for any astronaut going. I'm not finished yet. Going through these belts, they would be instantaneously killed because the intensity is 250 rems a piece in the belts. Okay, and then there's the third belt, which contains 25,000 rems. That's the one nearest to the Earth's surface, 250 miles and thereabouts. I am now finished.
You're a lying sack of shit. Everything you said there is wrong.
Sack of shit, NASA. Less of the insults, more of your facts, which are shit anyway, coming from a scumbag like you are.
Oh yeah, okay. I wish we had access to the actual data on these things, that we could actually draw conclusions from these conversations.
It's just the time. That's all it is. Nuh-uh.
Jin is citing. Jin is stating that the Van Allen radiation belts contain very little or no alpha and beta particles. They contain gamma rays and these sort of things. And the assertion is in opposition that what is proposed of the Van Allen radiation belts are in fact predominantly alpha and beta particles. So if you get to the bottom of that.
If you actually read it from the Wikipedia about the Van Allen radiation belts, it states that the alpha beta are scarce. States it clearly in that. Okay?
Right, let's have a look.
So go read it. You've got to read it to know. Yep. And then in the article that I posted, it stated that it was the neutron rays and gamma rays that are a problem, not the alpha beta. They're nothing. No. They're scarce.
The word scarce isn't in there.
So there wouldn't be a problem.
Not a problem, mate. Scarce. We know this. I looked it up.
It says the belts trap energy.
Let's come at this in a different angle. When I was in the military, we had safety meetings and safety briefings all the time about stuff. About things you should be watch out for, and all this stuff. And you usually, or any job you have that's in any kind of work environment, they talk about safety. Now, you would think that Alan Bean and all these guys, if this is even somewhat dangerous, you would at least go like, we've never been to this place before. There's a lot of unknowns, and there's this thing called radiation that you do got to worry about. And Van Allen discovered it before the Apollo missions. So you would think that in some kind of briefing somewhere, somehow, unless NASA's completely, incompetent, that they wouldn't know about it, you would think. But it was interesting that none of the NASA guys even thought it as a problem.
No, that's not true. Read that PDF I sent you.
Why is that?
Yeah,
Read the PDF.
Were they incompetent?
Alan Bean in particular from the Apollo 12 mission, when he was asked about the Van Allen radiation belts, his reply was, I don't think we went out far enough to encounter the Van Allen radiation belts. And then when it was explained to him that they started from like 400 miles from the Earth's surface and extend out to 36,000 miles, right, he then said, oh, we went right through them then. He changed his story instantly, like instant coffee.
Right. So if you read that PDF I sent you, it talks about the Van Allen radiation belt. It's got a section on that. Solar particle events has got a section on that. Cosmic rays got a section on that. Neutrons.
Well, if they start at 400 miles, at least the ISS doesn't have to worry about them.
Right. Yeah. Let's just over talk each other. Why not? Talks about the shielding on the spacecraft. The dosimeters built into the spacecraft to measure the radiation whilst they were traveling. Nuclear particle detection system on the Apollo missions, the personal radiation dosimeters used by the astronauts, the passive dosimeters with component parts, and the radio survey meter. So to suggest that the Apollo missions just went blindly and didn't know anything about it or didn't measure
Well,
it,
here's
or
the
didn't
thing.
evaluate it.
The ISS doesn't go
Go on,
high
Jen,
enough,
you interrupt again.
but
Why
didn't
not?
the shuttle encounter it? So did the shuttle go higher than the ISS? Because didn't they talk about things seeing flashes of light when they slept?
That's a good
Didn't they
point.
say?
Yeah.
So that doesn't make
And-
sense, Left Lane. So what's
Yeah,
there's a problem there.
Pazza, you're ignoring Alan
Is it?
Bean's interview with Bart Sibrel when he was in the documentary Astronauts Gone Wild. He was clearly asked about the Van Allen radiation belts, and he didn't even know what they were. He said, "How can an astronaut sit there and say, I don't think we went out far enough to encounter the Van Allen radiation belts? How could he say that?" And furthermore, hang on a second. My last point is this. Furthermore, when these rock astronauts were on their way to the moon, supposedly, ladies and gentlemen, you would think that as they approach the Van Allen radiation belts, they're going to have a countdown before you enter because it's a dangerous zone. Okay, you're going to have a countdown before you enter. You're going to pass through there 2 hours, 3 hours, passing through those one belt, and then you're going to have a questionnaire. Are you feeling okay? How's it going? That was never done. That never happened. And as they exit, a countdown. These things never happen. That would be the protocol if you're checking, and then you're going to encounter the second belt a few hours later. That never happened. None of that happened in any of the missions.
Were you there, Jen?
No, I wasn't there. Of course not. I watched it on TV. Okay.
Right. Again. So
Because
I implore.
I was alive at the time. I was 1969, so I would have been 7
we know when
years
it was.
old.
We know when it was. Jen.
I was 7 years old, going to be 8 that year.
8.
Because it happened
That's
in
lovely.
July. Yeah.
So again, I implore you to read what's in the PDF when it talks about what they did.
Again, like I said, I couldn't give a shit about
you
the
carry on,
PDF
Jen. Carry on.
because
Tell
it's
us about how old you
conflicting.
were. It's important to know how old you were when the mission took place.
It was conflicting. It conflicts with the reality of what we actually watched. What you're telling us conflicts with the reality of what we watched and the information out there that we know about the belts. NASA is got, and the article I posted stated that they need to get the radiation correct, the radiation problem correct before they send anyone to Mars. They
It was an opinion piece by neuroscientists, Jin. It wasn't from NASA what you posted. It's an opinion piece.
Like we can trust NASA, right? Yeah, we can, can't we?
Okay, well, if you can't trust NASA, then why are you citing what they tell you about the Van Allen
I'm
radiation
citing everything that they say because it conflicts with the knowledge that is out there from the so-called experts. They're all shooting themselves. They're all shooting themselves to death with their lies.
Of course you are. Of course they are, Jin. Of course.
No, that's what they're doing. They're all shooting themselves to death with their lies. It makes for an interesting discussion right now.
And only Jin can see it.
Well, I'm seeing it. That's for sure.
Hey, Jen, at the time you said you were 8 or 9 years old. Was there any like buzz around that people saying it was fake or not real? Was there any kind of anyone saying that or any thoughts like that, or was it pretty just universally?
Interesting question.
Yeah,
that is an interesting question because I was living in the UK at the time as a kid. Yeah, okay. I didn't hear any of that until I watched Capricorn 1. That was the first time that I
Oh,
ever
there we
knew there
go.
was a thing about the moon
Holy
landings being a
shit.
hoax. Capricorn 1. All right, that's a good question.
Which isn't about the moon landings.
So
nobody else in your like friends, family, like pretty much just everybody bought it, huh? That's what you're saying?
Everybody bought it, hook, line, and sinker. It was a
Russians
given.
bought it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Australians bought it with their radio telescopes, where they measured the signals of this, from the actual the radio signals, and then triangulated them with what were coming from America and worked out how far away they are.
And the funny thing is,
our sworn enemies conceded that the radio signals they received aligned with what was proposed distances to things.
And all the people that were at Parkes telescope that did all the telemetry.
Yeah, they're all buddies in the United Nations. We know they're all a big group.
Yeah, of course. That makes sense.
It's incredibly obvious. Of course it makes sense.
Yeah.
Look what the United Nations is.
India.
It's a massive
global pantomime. You're right. It was one global pantomime.
Yeah, they use an AE flat Earth map as their logo, ironically.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
I mean, look at India.
That's airtight, isn't it? That's airtight. Airtight proof.
Take the case of India, ladies and gentlemen. India currently are stating that they've got 2 satellites on an elliptical course around the moon. They're known as Chandelier 1 and Chandelier 2, right? And then Chandelier 3 is currently being constructed as we speak, right? The thing is, India is a country since 1977 to 2018 have had over 2,500 bridge collapses in their country. That's bridges that cars use, not footbridges. That's a plus. Okay? Do you think a country that can't build bridges can build satellites, put them up into space? It's an insult to even hear that.
Perfect logic, Jim. Perfect logic.
Bloody ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know, they can't build bridges, but they can build complicated satellites that can be deployed in the... get out of here.
Jin, have you seen the Trabant car? Have you seen the Trabant car, which everyone had in Russia during the 60s and 70s? Have you seen that?
What's that?
It's the shittiest car you've ever seen in the world. Yeah, to fill up the petrol tank, you had to open the bonnet. Yeah, it was a piece of shit. It was built by the same and used by everyone in the same country that had the second largest nuclear stockpile in the world.
Well, how does that be?
Thank you very much, Pazza.
How are you equating the way that a country treats its people and how it treats its poor people with the amount of money it's prepared to corruptly spend on expensive things? It's ridiculous.
As far as I'm concerned, 2,500 bridge collapses is an insult to humanity, and the fact that they're telling me that they've got satellites up there is a spit in my face. And as far as the Russian, hang on, I'm nearly there. As far as the shitty Russian car that you mentioned, it proves my case. It proves my case because they don't have the technology to put anything in space. We don't have that. Thank you very much. I'm finished.
Right. And the Russians don't have nuclear submarines. The Russians don't have fighter jets. The Russians don't have rail guns equivalents. The Russians didn't do a supersonic airliner.
That's all operating here on Earth, by the way, sir.
They're losing terribly against Ukraine.
Yeah, that's all happening here on Earth, and their technological prowess has indeed improved, of course, because they have those. But things going to space, satellites, they don't have that. That's all BS. We know that.
Jim, okay, I don't know if you know, Jim, but every now and then a bridge collapses in the United States. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily refute.
2,500 is a little bit too much. Since 1977,
Jim, you can't draw a parallel between the way a corrupt government treats its own nation and how it decides to spend its money.
It's a ridiculous situation.
It's not a robust position.
I know it's a poor country. That's why I'm questioning the fact that they don't have satellites up there. They're bullshitting scumbag Indians, lying cunts, is what they are.
There we go.
Stick to making curry, everyone will be okay.
That's lovely. Unbelievable, Jin. You really are. Stick to making curry.
I'm a realistic. Yeah, exactly. I love a curry. I love the Indian curry.
I tell you what, India should also
say I hate Indian curry.
I'll tell you what India should also stick to doing as well, Jin. Manufacturing most of the pharmaceuticals used in the world today. That's what India does. But you just stick with saying they're curry eating monsters.
I'm not a customer. I will never use pharmaceuticals. I'm not interested. Thank you.
From India? They're probably all placebos.
Yeah. No, thank you, India. I don't want any of your vaccines
Fuck
or
off,
any of
man.
your nonsense tablets and
Keep
medicines.
your insulin to yourself, India.
I don't touch any of that stuff.
He's in mumble mode. Now you're just mumbling, Jin.
I'm not mumbling at all. I'm just stating a
on,
fact.
Jim.
I don't use any medicine.
Come on, you
No drugs,
got to have
nothing
something.
in.
You got to have something
I'm
better
sorry.
than.
I'm sorry. Hang on. Whoa. What does it got to do with flat Earth?
It's all happening on the flat Earth. That's why. All these things
What's
happening on the flat Earth.
What's the Apollo radiation got to do with the flat Earth, Jin?
Well, it was a lie. It was a lie that was told on the flat Earth. That's why.
Oh,
Don't
there you go.
listen.
It's a question and answer for you. It was a lie told on the flat Earth.
It was a lie told on the flat Earth where we're living on the flat Earth, minding our own businesses, getting on with our slavery lives.
So, Pazza, did you ever question the moon landings?
Yes. Yes. I know a group of people who, to this day, they call themselves the Apollo 17ers. They believe in space exploration, and they believe in the technology, and they hold it tenable, but they don't think they actually made it there until Apollo 17, and they bluffed their way up to that point. And 13 was how far they got at that time, and they royally fucked it up and nearly killed the astronauts. They believe they got there. They got there at 17 rather than 11. But there you go. See, everyone's got their different evaluation of it, haven't they?
So you're saying you looked into what this group was saying when you first questioned it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I've been through loads of stuff like this. I've also looked, I looked at lots of conspiracy stuff. Some of it makes me think, Some of it makes me think, nah. The Apollo stuff. I mean, if you really go away and you evaluate the effort and that was involved, and if you try and comport that into a model of deceit, the effort in the deceit, it's just too much there. There really is.
Oh, shut up, bro. That's ridiculous.
Well,
Dumb.
here's something else. Here's something else. They would never admit that they didn't go. They could never admit that they didn't go.
No, of course. If it was a deception, they definitely couldn't admit they never went. I totally agree with you.
Well, because here's the thing: if they admitted, "Oh, we faked the moon landing," and here's why, the next question out of your mouth is, "What else did you fake? What else data have you faked?" And so, like even now, with the so-called the jab hesitancy, they held back the information because they were afraid of people not to get it. If they do that now, then why do you think they're not going to do that then, or any military or any government organization? Nothing comes out until a whistleblower comes out and tells somebody about it. The government will never admit it. Never admit it.
No one is saying they wouldn't. I totally agree that if the entire Apollo mission, the entire space program was a complete fabrication, a pantomime, they could never admit it. No one's arguing with that.
Why?
That proposition.
Why?
Why would anybody argue with that?
No. Why? If they admit that that's not true, what is the purpose?
Why would they? Why, I don't understand. Are you saying why would they not admit it, that it's not true?
If they admit that it's not true, what's happening?
What would that do to their credibility? That they can pull an elaborate hoax on the whole world that everybody believed it. So, do you tell me the ramifications of that? Their credibility is shot.
For one.
Yeah, they control people. They control people through the deceptions. The reason they do the deceptions is to control people's outlooks and mindsets of what is real and what's not, and who's in the authority. So yeah, if that was to be exposed or dispelled, then now people don't have the same control. They don't have the control over the people, and they don't have the same level of people bowing down and going along with everything else they're saying. So they basically lose their power once the lie is dispelled.
Exactly.
That would be a way of looking at it, yeah. Postulating that it is a deception, they wouldn't want to reveal it for obvious reasons. It would be woefully in disastrous form if it was true and it was a deception.
Well, even let's even look at it purely not even from the flat Earth perspective. If that we have a huge space race, so to speak, or who's the stronger superpower between the Russia and Soviets? You know, they put Sputnik in out in space. You know what I mean? Well, it's up to us now. And then JFK gets on there and said, "We're going to make it to the moon." So they spend all this amount of energy and time and resources and all this trying to do it, and they realize they can't do it. Now, what is that going to look on a political scene? You know,
well,
it's
couple
going
of gaps there. I mean, I agree.
I'm just saying, just from that perspective, that's all I'm saying. Just from that perspective, let alone anything else.
Of course, it would be catastrophic. I mean, the mission remit for getting the Apollo mission was getting to the moon. The Russians got a man in space first. Gagarin got in space first, and then the Americans allegedly got someone in space thereafter. And it was subsequent to that there was a realization that there was the narrative is that they were both then.
So you believe
how far
everything.
they could push it.
You believe everything. You believe everything you're told.
No, I don't. Again, you said this earlier on. I don't believe everything I'm told. Where are you getting
Calm
this
down,
from?
bro. Calm down.
Stop saying these
Which
idiotic
the way
things to me.
Calm
sound.
down. Calm down.
You sound like you believe it.
You do.
But no, but you come across, you believe it. That's the thing. Like you believe it.
I'm coming across as. Okay, say it again, Jin. Say it again, because I wasn't quite sure
You
what
come
you said
across
again.
like you
Can you
believe
say it again?
everything you read and everything
Sorry, I
you
didn't.
hear. That's how you come across.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I didn't catch it. Can you say it again one more time?
Everything you read, everything.
Yeah, you want to get it one more time?
Okay.
Yeah, go on then. Say it again.
Well, yeah, you come across like you believe everything you hear.
What's
So
that,
I'm
bro?
still not getting it. Say it 3 more times, Jin.
Yeah, you come across like it's something you believe quite readily all the time. You come across like you believe it all the time. You come across like you believe what you read every time. There you go.
Yeah, can you see? You can't tell the difference between how Jin normally is and when I ask him to repeat himself. Anybody notice that?
So Pazza, what would you say something that is, let's say, sort of mainstream accepted that you don't think is true or you don't believe?
Let me think. Something I'm not so sure about. Some of the financial institutions I'm suspicious of. Some of the political machinations I'm not happy with. They're not anything on a massive granular scale, because humans, generally speaking, are pretty shit at hiding things. Some of the conversations that went on pre-Pearl Harbor are dubious. Some of the conversations that went on pre-9/11 are dubious. You know, there are little bits and pieces. There are little
That's what you're
actions.
suspicious of?
Pardon?
You're suspicious of conversations. That's all you got. That's you got.
There are UK politicians who at the time raised major concerns about how long jets took to be scrambled to the planes that were involved in 9/11. They haven't gone away. There are other concerns about the insurances and bits and pieces and speculations on the stock market. These are amongst the whole raft of conspiracies raised at that time, suspicious or have some element of suspicion to them. Yeah, clearly, amongst alongside things that can arguably warrant further investigation, there are loads of stuff that are patently daft, like holographic jets. This sort of thing. When you know that several thousand New Yorkers witnessed what they saw with their own eyes, so you can't create a holographic projection.
So you think a skyscraper actually fucking destroyed itself with its own footprint on 9/11?
No, I didn't. No. I've never stated that a skyscraper destroyed
No, okay,
itself.
you didn't, but you were getting at.
No, well, again, there you go. You see, where was I getting that a skyscraper? When did I say a skyscraper destroyed itself?
Well, you were talking about skyscrapers and 9/11s and people's. You go ahead now.
Okay, so what I'll do for you, okay, right, just for your benefit, is say that I don't think Yeah, for your benefit, I don't think a skyscraper has ever destroyed itself. Okay, and move on.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. Anybody else? Anybody else want to ask me about any other particular thing they think may have destroyed itself in the past?
So, do you think that the Earth actually curves?
Yeah, the Earth is definitely curved. Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you a
Great.
flat earther or a ball earther? I don't know, bro.
I'm not a flat earther, no. I'm a ball
You're not.
earther.
Oh, you're a ball earther. Okay.
Yeah.
So, explain to me in one situation where you've actually seen the curvature of the Earth.
I've worked in technologies whereby if I evaluate the information I've accumulated from those technologies, I can't surmise of any way that they could be modelled on anything other than on the globe Earth.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, that's a good question, isn't it?
Yeah.
What are you talking
Right
about?
over him.
No, you're talking. No, I'm sorry. That would not be satisfactory. A bunch of numbers and data alluding to
No.
curvature does not curvature. Sorry.
No, of course
He
not.
asked you,
A bunch of
where
numbers
did
and
you
data.
see the curvature? He asked you, where did you see the curvature in actuality? Not through
What, with my
fucking
own
numbers. Okay?
measurements?
Get out of
That's
Measurements.
I got this.
A measurement's good enough?
Yeah, sure.
Hey. Measurements. I've got measurements that clearly indicate that there's something going on.
You've actually measured the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. Okay, let's hear it.
Let's hear what?
The
methodology.
Yeah.
The nature of digital terrestrial telecommunications only comports to would only meaningfully comport to a globe Earth model.
What?
The nature of the way that digital terrestrial satellite telecommunications works would only be satisfied if it's comported to a globe Earth model.
It's just a bunch of fucking.
Your Honor, affirming the consequence fallacy, begging the question fallacy.